Chapter 1, Chance System. Ding, the odds system binds the host sure in sure in. Qin Feng stared wide-eyed, the voice in his head to make sure there is no mistake. Soon he brightened up. Actually, there is such a good thing. Sure enough, a crossing without a system or something. Qin Feng killed himself, unwilling to admit that he is a crosser. Qin Feng came back to his senses. He was in an antique painting and calligraphy trading market. In front of his eyes he took a vase. Is ready to sell. After going to the restroom and learning that this blue and white porcelain vase might be fake, he lost his blood directly. Qin Feng, as the earth crossed over to this world, is also similar to the earth's unavoidable. Just happened to cross over to this person is also called Qin Feng. Qin Feng is a bitter person. Antiques and paintings were cheated a lot. This blue and white porcelain, big price to acquire. This vase is fake, that he has nothing. Alive, gas died. This blue and white porcelain vase, when he went to the black market, spent more than 100,000 to buy. He himself has a certain appraisal skills. At that time that the vase is genuine bought. Now he has to rely on the vase to turn around and sell a few 100,000, only to know that the vase may be fake, alive and dead. Qin Feng sighed as he sorted these things out. Since I've crossed over here, I must live well. In front of Qin Feng was a black market boss, an obese man named Zhao Wuli. When Qin Feng went to the black market, he was the big boss behind the scenes. That is, the culprit was this Zhao Wuli. Pitched Qin Feng over $100,000 to buy a fake vase. Although I really want to teach this Zhao Wuli a lesson. But other people have power and influence. It's hard for me to be alone. I can't do anything about him. Zhao Wuli stood next to an antique appraiser. Someone took a lot of paintings and calligraphy emerald too. He is one by one appraisal. He carefully took a jadeite bracelet. Not too little. I seed emerald value in general. In the end, what is a system? Qin Feng heard just now the words odd system. He swallowed a breath. It does not sound like any super powerful system. What in the world is the system for? Half a day without a response? Is my system not too good? Chance of the system not being too good is 0%. The system gave an answer and Qin Feng looked at Zhao Wuli. Am I being punked by Zhao Wuli? Chance 100%. Yes, you were indeed punked by Zhao Wuli. Qin Feng understood in his heart. Can this system give such a tip? Inner doubts about anything will give an answer. Looking at the blue and white porcelain vase, Qin Feng questioned. What are the odds that this vase is authentic? The odds are 20%. 20%? Qin Feng, heart a little disappointed. Relying on this vase do not want to turn over. Just when Qin Feng was disappointed, the system gave a hint. Can increase the chance. The host can use it 3 times a day. Qin Feng immediately increased the odds. The odds increased from 20% to 4,680%. What are the odds that money can be made through this vase? The odds are 80%. Qin Feng then breathed a sigh of relief. Very much so. Now that there was 80%, then one could try it. Master, can you help me appraise this vase? Qin Feng's voice rang out. The scene was quiet for a while. The crowd looked at him with contempt and shook their heads up. Just now Zhao Wuli himself have said, he black market under a lot of such vases sold out. Qin Feng is an unlucky egg. More than 100,000 to buy, now sell dozens of dollars for fear that no one wants. Chapter 2. What are the chances of it being true? Now actually want to ask the appraisal master to appraise. This is not funny. May Qin Feng is still in the dark, do not know. Appraisal 5 or 600. See, you are familiar with 500. Zhao Wuli walked forward. Do not want to Qin Feng spend money in vain. I advise you all, or do not identify, or also wasted this $500. Do not know, thought Zhao Wuli. Good people but also advised novice not to spend money. But the black market counterfeit goods, he is the biggest boss. And now the heart snickers, others silly. This young man too young. This vase is not a connoisseur, can see a little end. How can it be genuine? This vase bought to spend more than 100,000 yuan. How can there be such a little cute? Oops, antiques and paintings do not know can be lost to death. I like to see this kind of fool. Lost more money to know what is wrong. Such a hilarious, really interesting. Can I ask this master to appraise it? Or I'll go across the street and ask another master. Qin Feng asked. Zhao Wuli waved his hand and that appraisal master came over. After all, the money was collected and the appraisal master followed the process to appraise it. Zhao Wuli smiled. Waiting for a while, will Qin Feng go crazy and collapse? The appraisal master frowned up as he took a magnifying glass and looked carefully. This seems to be authentic. What? Zhao Wuli was about to drink his water when his water cup fell to the ground. Whoa, really? Is this the real thing? Isn't that kid too lucky? No way, is this okay? The appraisal master was astonished. He nodded. This is indeed authentic. Qing Dynasty Qianlong period of blue and white porcelain. And also the Qing Dynasty 3 generations of blue and white porcelain. The quality is very good. Look at the complexity of the pattern. Dyeing and painting neatly. The shape of the novelty. It is an extremely rare craft. The appraisal master touched the vase lovingly. This vase would have cost $1 million if it was genuine. And everyone was looking at Qin Feng in awe. Zhao Wuli was wide-eyed with disbelief. Wasn't this the vase he sold in the black market? This kid's so lucky, the vase will actually be authentic. And also the Qing dynasty authentic? To know the Qing dynasty porcelain market value is very high, less than a few million, high hundreds of millions of dollars. I go, wouldn't he be earning a lot? Zhao Wuli's expression from disdain, shock, dismay to regret and pain. The change of expression is very complex. The vase that was originally thought to be a fake was now actually real. If this blue and white porcelain was genuine, then he would have lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. It was probably a vase that Qin Feng had bought from somewhere else. Zhao Wuli thought that it was a vase that he had sold on the black market. The crowd looked at Qin Feng in shock, their eyes rising at the vase. Is your name Qin Feng? I'll pay for this vase now. Zhao Wuli's tone was deeply shocked. Good. Qin Feng agreed with determination. The crowd was also a little surprised. If he was willing to sell, then the highest bidder would get it. 500,000. I'll offer 700,000. Oh, I bid 1 million. Brother, these people just want to earn cheap. I sincerely bid. A middle-aged man came forward excitedly and said, one by one, they scrambled to be the first to offer. Their faces reddened up to compete. Qin Feng in his heart is not clear. This vase is now in the end true or false. After all, the odds of things cannot be said. As long as it is not 100%, there may be fake, but the appraisal master said it is authentic. The Qing dynasty's blue and white porcelain value is very high. The chances of this vase being authentic? Chapter 3, Counterfeit Goods, 10%. Qin Feng now understood in his heart that this vase was not the real thing, I'm afraid, but an extremely high imitation. If this was the real thing, he was not going to sell it. When everyone was fighting to be the first to offer, Zhao Wuli angrily shouted, okay, I'm offering $2 million to buy this vase. To actually offer $2 million? For a while the crowd was quiet and stopped speaking out. Zhao Wuli justified appearance. This a vase he is bound to get. The crowd bidding are not high. To compare money with him, Zhao Wuli has plenty of. And then he is the black market boss, has power here. The crowd is quite afraid of him. Actually 2 million. Qin Feng swallowed a breath. The heart is moved. Zhao Wuli felt that this investment is worth it. How the Qing dynasty 3 generations of blue and white porcelain is more than $2 million. He smiled and said to Qin Feng, brother, I 2 million to buy. You do not hesitate. This is a very worthwhile deal. Zhao Wuli was a cunning old man. Qin Feng wasn't going to make a move just like that. Sorry, the price isn't quite what I thought it would be. It's a little low. What's still low? Then how much did you say it would cost? Qin Feng thought about it and said, actually, I don't want to sell it to you. What? Don't sell it to me, I'll tell you what I want to buy. No one has dared to grab it from me yet. Zhao Wuli said in a high-pitched voice. Does Boss Xiao do business by force? A pleasant and sweet voice rang out. Qin Feng was shocked by her beauty even at a glance. That woman, good ticket face. Pavilion jade, tall figure. Face is very delicate. Plus that charming eyes. Body temperament is very attractive. The crowd saw her as all marveled. Zhao Wuli's aura instantly disappeared when he saw her. Why is Miss Lin Shui free to come here? This Miss Lin Shui is the big miss of Tiancheng Group, which mainly deals with jewelry and gold auctions. Almost a group that is rich enough to rival the country. Such a big shot. Zhao Wuli can't afford to mess with. Lin Shui stepped on high heels and walked. The sound of the cackle again all the people's hearts. Lin Shui, who had such a goddess temperament, walked in front of Qin Feng and greeted him. Hello, I am Lin Shui. Young man, what is your name? Lin Shui said with a smile. Qin Feng froze. It was also the first time he had seen such a woman with such a temperament. He came back to his senses before saying, Qin Feng, this vase I am willing to pay 3 million. Lin Shui said lightly. Also not expect this vase can turn around and sell how high, but her grandfather like, a few million is very worth it. Qin Feng saw such a beautiful girl and didn't want to victimize her, so he raised the price. I've changed my mind. I'm not going to sell this vase. Don't think I don't know that it's a Qing 3rd generation blue and white porcelain. Qin Feng said this and the crowd's hearts went cold. Wouldn't they have no chance then? Lin Shui revealed a hint of a smile. Mr. Qin Feng, if you think the price is negotiable if it's low, then how much would you say is the right price? This vase is worth a lot if it's a Qing Dynasty 3 blue and white porcelain, but if I purchased it, I don't intend to sell it. My grandpa likes such artifacts. If this vase is fake, then it can't be worth $3 million. Lin Shui analyzed the situation. When he said that this vase was fake, Qin Feng smiled faintly, and Lin Shui looked at him. Everyone else thinks that this vase is real, but she thinks that it might be fake. Qin Feng is stunned. He won't let her recognize that he won't get a penny at that time, right? Chapter 4, can you see? A little panic rose in Qin Feng's heart. Did Lin Shui see that the vase is a fake? 20% chance. When Qin Feng hesitated, Lin Shui approached and surveyed the vase. Her face was a little shocked after observing it for a while, and everyone knew what that look was. This Qing 3 generations of blue and white porcelain feel authentic. Lin Shui crowd are aware of her. Tiancheng Group's big miss definitely has a pair of eyes to be able to recognize the authenticity of the real and the fake. This is completely a piece of handicraft. Lin Shui sighed in her heart. If Grandpa sees it, he will be very happy. His old man is only this hobby. This vase must be bought. I think this vase is worth more. Ms. Lin Shui is sorry. Qin Feng looked at the crowd. This vase goes to the highest bidder. At this time Zhao Wuli was moved. Miss Lin, this brother said the highest bidder gets it. I'll offer $3.5 million for this vase. I also ask Miss Lin to raise her hand. Lin Shui frowned up. This Zhao Wuli is doing black market business, disrupting the market, not to mention, he is also a rival company supplier. If such a precious vase was bought by Zhao Wuli, it wouldn't do Lin Shui any good, mainly because of the rarity of Qing Dynasty 3's blue and white porcelain. It would definitely attract a lot of customers from Tiancheng Group over there. Mr. Qin Feng, I'm willing to offer 3,800,000. 4 million. This is my highest offer. I won't offer any more. Zhao Wuli looked extraordinarily excited. His face was red and he wanted to obtain this vase very much. Qin Feng didn't want to sell it to Lin Shui. And at this time, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This meaningful smile, Lin Shui remembered that when she had said that the vase was fake, Qin Feng had laughed a little. However, now Qin Feng was smiling again, so it wasn't an accidental smile. Lin Shui blinked her eyes in a thoughtful manner. What do you say, Ms. Lin? Zhao Wuli asked worriedly, afraid that Lin Shui would bid high again. However, Lin Shui wasn't going to bid anymore. She was very hesitant about it. This vase she wanted very much. Did Qin Feng know that this vase was fake? Lin Shui had a question in her mind. Alright, $4 million deal. Qin Feng said indifferently. Good bank card, how much? Fast. Zhao Wuli is worried, afraid that Lin Shui will back out of the deal. He is anxious, sweaty look. The crowd looked anxious. The vase with such a high value was about to be bought by Zhao Wuli. This is the bank card. Fine, you wait a minute for the account to arrive. Ding, your account balance. Qin Feng stared at the whole 4 million. He never had so much money in his last life. This is a very large sum of money. Qin Feng was very excited in his heart. This felt simply too good to be true. Zhao Wuli smiled broadly. This vase, he as long as a change of hands, completely can sell 1,000 million no problem. Soon Qin Feng lifted the vase and placed it in Zhao Wuli's hands. At that instant Zhao Wuli felt like his entire being was going to ascend. Hurry up and contact the antique collector Mr. Li to come and tell him that there is a Qing Dynasty 3 blue and white porcelain. Zhao Wuli's hands were shaking, and his assistant hurriedly called to make contact. Zhao Wuli was very impatient. He was going to make a fortune soon. Qin Feng of course wouldn't stay and watch the show, and was about to leave when Lin Shui made a motion of please. Getting into Lin Shui's car, Qin Feng smiled faintly, ready to see what's in store. Chapter 5, knew it all already. Lin Shui also seems to know what. Did not immediately drive away, but waited for something. Soon a man came. He was none other than Mr. Li. After hearing about the Qing Dynasty 3 generations of blue and white porcelain, he came here fast and furious. Mr. Li looked like a very deep character. He couldn't wait to see that blue and white porcelain. This is the Qing 3rd generation blue and white porcelain? Mr. Li's eyes glowed up with a satisfied look. The thing he had dreamed of. He was finally going to get it with his own hands. $15 million. Mr. Li was not ambiguous. He carefully measured the vase. The crowd was envious. Zhao Wuli, this is not going to make a lot of money. It's the real thing. General Manager Li shocked. Zhao Wuli smiled from ear to ear. Mr. Li's side of the expert came over. At first looked very satisfied. The whole vase a little bit of fine measurement. Soon Zhao Wuli received the money. He was happy to jump up. After the expert appraisal for 20 minutes, a moment later, his face gradually stared, sensing that something was wrong. No, this is fake. That one expert exclaimed. What, how can it be? Zhao Wuli was instantly anxious. Actually saying it was fake? There is a very small detail. Mr. Li, look at this pattern of the blue and white porcelain. There is a slight flaw. Even I almost had to be fooled. The expert explained one thing to Mr. Li. Qing Dynasty 3 generations of blue and white porcelain should not have such a flaw. Then there is only one possibility. What a fake! Mr. Li blushed and glared fiercely at Zhao Wuli. This vase, I almost thought it was the real thing. If it wasn't for this one flaw, it really hid it from me. If you don't believe me, use the thermoluminescent light to detect it. It's definitely as I said. Zhao Wuli money have got. Now say this vase is fake. Kill him. Also willing to believe. How is this possible? You, this appraisal expert, is fake, right? Your whole family is fake. Zhao Wuli said with a stern voice. Mr. Li's face was grave. The appraisal expert immediately used an instrument to appraise it, and the result was still the same. Fake indeed. Don't believe it, send it to the lab. The expert said seriously. Mr. Li's face instantly flipped. Good, Zhao Wuli found such a high imitation vase and wants to trap me? Zhao Wuli's face turned from red to deathly white. His entire face was ashen. He looked around for Qin Feng's shadow, but the others had left long ago. The crowd sighed for a while. There would actually be such a thing. Zhao Wuli had received his money and now he was told that it was fake. Now he wasn't going to be pissed off. My money back to me, Mr. Li coldly grunted. Zhao Wuli swallowed a breath and had to return the money. His entire body was still shaking. Why don't you pay a little compensation? What will happen if you dare to cheat me? Mr. Li questioned, unable to do anything about it. Zhao Wuli also lost $500,000 into it, and General Manager Li left with a cold snort. Zhao Wuli cried out hoarsely, kneeling on the ground for a long time without getting up. Can it actually be fake? Lin Shui is also very surprised. She identified that vase should not be fake. She has many years of rich experience. I cannot imagine that today. Look away. Zhao Wuli sat paralyzed on the ground. This vase of the Qing dynasty 3 generations would actually be a fake. To this day he still can't believe it. Is concealed from the eyes of many people. The money has arrived in the account now, all spit out. Zhao Wuli to live and die of anger. Lin Shui drove away with Qin Feng. Mr. Qin Feng knew about this a long time ago? Lin Shui asked. Chapter 6 So decisive. I don't need to say much about someone as smart and clever as Miss Lin Shui. Qin Feng smiled meaningfully. If Qin Feng hadn't smiled then, Lin Shui would have impulsively bought the vase. It seems like Mr. Qin Feng doesn't want to trap me. You want to buy the vase for Grandpa. It should be as a gift, so you won't bid higher. I probably guessed. I can't believe I guessed all this. Lin Shui was a little impressed with Qin Feng. In her heart she felt that this person was not simple, not like an ordinary person. If you don't mind, you can join me to see how the market is, Lin Shui asked with a smile. Miss Lin Shui is really lifting me up. Mr. Qin Feng, you're messing with Zhao Wuli. He'll definitely retaliate against you. I'm afraid you won't have a good time, but it's different when you're by my side. Qin Feng was caught up in his thoughts. Also right, Zhao Wuli had transferred money over to him. Surely he would know his information. No chance he would come to his door. As far as the current Qin Feng was concerned, Zhao Wuli would surely be able to get to him on the other side. That one fake vase had made Zhao Wuli mad, and he couldn't wait to pick Qin Feng's skin. Alright, I promise you, but it won't stay too long. Lin Shui frowned up. She thought Qin Feng would agree in one gulp, but she couldn't imagine hesitating for half a day. Could it be that she wasn't pretty anymore? Not attractive to this man? Well, don't worry, I won't force myself, Lin Shui said with a smile. No problem. Following Lin Shui's side, Qin Feng was eating and drinking and staying in star hotels. Lin Shui was surrounded by bodyguards. When she drove, she was followed by 2 cars behind her. It was true that the group's big miss was extraordinary as not ordinary. The following day, the market of the black market of the antique city, Lin Shui and Qin Feng were traveling together, and the bodyguards were following far behind. Lin Shui seemed to have a special affection for the vase. Every time she stopped she was scrutinizing the vase. What are the chances of this vase being genuine? The odds are 0%. Is this colorful real? 5% chance. Qin Feng all the way to also survey, to see if there is anything genuine. This street are all porcelain antiques and paintings. Of course, there is no shortage of emerald stones. Sea is dazzling. Qin Feng heart clear. Some of these artifacts are worth a lot. Some are not worth a penny. Need a pair of discerning eyes to be able to see. Qin Feng has 4 million. The vision is also high. Worth tens of thousands of things cannot see. How also have to hundreds of thousands of porcelain. He will consider. A morning, Qin Feng finally made a discovery. He looked at a porcelain plate. Qin Feng looked at it carefully. This piece of disc was a bit muddy. All the porcelains in this one stall were like this. The owner was a fat man. Chances of this disc being worth $300,000? Chances of 200%. Qin Feng was stunned. Is there a 200% chance? That would be worth $600,000. How much is this porcelain disc? $2,000. The fat boss said. Okay. The fat boss was stunned. I can't imagine that this young man is so bold. He doesn't look like a big boss. Good grain young man, good man, life peace. The fat boss smiled happily. This young man is really generous. Usually come to a boss but also haggle it. Lin Shui curious how Qin Feng so decisive. Bought a porcelain plate. $2,000 is not cheap but also a lot. Buy a worthless porcelain plate really good? Chapter 7 The porcelain plate is genuine. Lin Shui's bodyguard was upset with Qin Feng, thinking that he was a liar and wondering why the young miss trusted him so much. Returned to the hotel at noon. Lin Shui's side naturally have porcelain appraisal experts. There are several experts. Qin Feng quickly gave them identification. Using a specialized instrument identification, appraisal experts a look at the porcelain plate shook his head up. Lin Shui also felt that this porcelain plate has no value. Qin Feng so decisively bought. Could there be no value? Mr. Qin Feng thinks this porcelain plate has value? That's natural. How do you judge it? Feelings. Such an answer caused Lin Shui to faintly stare. Lin Shui was also waiting to see. Would this porcelain plate really have any value? 20 minutes later. Well, this is a porcelain plate unearthed in the Tang dynasty. It should be very old. From the pattern on it, it should be imperial. The pattern is very delicate. The appraisal expert's tone was a little shocked. At first he didn't believe that this porcelain plate had any value at all, but after the appraisal the whole person was stunned. Tang dynasty has a history of porcelain plate, although not compared to the blue and white porcelain, but also worth a few 5 or 600,000. Lin Shui's side of the expert is very sure that this is the authentic porcelain plate, so decisively bought the porcelain plate, identified as the authentic porcelain plate of the Tang dynasty. Is Qin Feng really that good, with such a good eye? Lin Yu looked at Qin Feng with surprise. A morning originally thought that the market did not have any good findings, but Qin Feng out of the blue bought a porcelain plate authentic. Surely this person was not simple. Lin Shui was shocked in her heart. Qin Feng surveyed the porcelain plate with satisfaction. He revealed a hint of a smile. With this system in the future, is not it going to be hair? This quality is not simple, coupled with the fact that it is again the value of the porcelain plate of the royal family is estimated to be more than $1 million. Look at this pattern is landscape. The market is very popular. This porcelain plate, if not the instrument identification, I really may look away. Thought it was just an ordinary goods. Several experts appraised to the real thing. All looked very excited. This kid is too lucky, isn't he? The bodyguard shook his head and said. In fact, Lin Shui knew in her heart that Qin Feng wasn't luck at all. He decisively bought this porcelain plate as if he was determined to win. So how did Qin Feng do it? Lin Shui realized that his vision is not as good as Qin Feng. Really, outside the mountain there are people outside the mountain. Qin Feng bought this porcelain plate when Lin Shui was at his side. He was only measuring a moment, did not think much at all. A very short period of time to judge this porcelain plate has value. However, now the appraisal is almost more than half an hour, only to identify that this is a porcelain plate of the Tang dynasty. Lin Shui didn't know how shocked she was, seeing such an amazing person for the first time. This person is a strange person, more powerful than the general what's senior experts. Lin Shui thought in her heart, really picked up a treasure. To have such vision at such a young age, he would definitely be able to accomplish something in the future. It's a good thing that Lin Shui had called him in as a consultant. Having a talent like him can definitely bring great benefits. It's good that he was discovered by someone else. Otherwise it would be a huge loss for Tiancheng Group. I don't know how Qin Feng's vision in other aspects, or is it proficient in porcelain, but the porcelain aspect alone is enough for a lifetime. Qin Feng, you good, can see such a porcelain plate too? Is really powerful, Appraisal expert surprised. Obviously he is not. This also the vision. Certainly will look away. Chapter 8, something is going to happen. Mr. Qin Feng, are you selling this porcelain plate? Lin Shui asked. You're my boss now, of course I'll listen to you. Qin Feng said with a smile. According to the market price, to give you 1 point will not be less. Just 1 million, how? Okay, deal. Lin Shui's eyes were dynamic. She looked even more beautiful. Qin Feng was satisfied with the price. Mr. Qin Feng, you are a talent. I hope you can be in me as a consultant. The price of cooperation we can discuss. I will definitely give a satisfactory price. Lin Shui said seriously. Qin Feng felt that he was working as a consultant. How could it be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars when he first came here? A January 1 million. If the appraisal is successful in purchasing valuable works of art, the value of 10% commission, you see how? Lin Shui said. Such a large benefit, beyond Qin Feng's expectations. He had not expected Lin Shui would bid so high. It's better to forget it. I want to be free. Being a consultant doesn't suit me. The expert appraiser looked at Qin Feng enviously. Such a high price for Qin Feng, too much higher than all of them. Very good treatment, Such good treatment Qin Feng actually refused? I'm afraid he's not out of his mind. If it were any other person, I'm afraid he would have signed for at least a year. Well then let's at least be friends. We can ask you to help out in the future if there are things. Qin Feng agreed with alacrity. It wasn't his style to ask him to work for someone else now. Your bank account 1 million arrived. Comfortable, Qin Feng was happy in his heart. This money earned was still very happy. Now that he had $5 million, Qin Feng was thrilled in his heart. In the past he could never have this much money in his life. What are Mr. Qin Feng's plans next? Qin Feng thought about it and said, I should go home. This Yangzhou Qin Feng was not staying for the time being. Zhao Wuli must be looking for him everywhere. Going home. How about this? I'll arrange a plane for you and try to ensure your safety. Who knows what Zhao Wuli will do? Lin Yu said. Okay, trouble you. The next day, secretly sent to the airport. Qin Feng is not panicking. Zhao Wuli should not be able to chase here. Plus it was arranged by Lin Shui. His safety is not a problem anymore. Qin Feng went to the airport, patiently waiting. There was nothing to do, but when he looked up he saw a group of people. It was actually Zhao Wuli's people? Qin Feng's heart was stunned. They actually found this place so quickly? How could this be? Qin Feng broke out into a cold sweat and hurriedly thought of various possibilities. The bodyguards around Lin Shui are jealous of me and want something to happen to me? Chances are 100%. Qin Feng also didn't expect that these jealous people were really capable of anything. The bodyguard beside Lin Shui was the one who looked at him with great dissatisfaction. Wouldn't Zhao Wuli come and take Qin Feng's life? The chances of me beating the 6 of them. Chances 0%. Qin Feng knew it was impossible to beat them. Then if he sat around waiting to die, he was sure to be discovered immediately. For a while, Qin Feng was like an ant on a hot pan. Calling Lin Shui for help? Qin Feng thought about it and thought that this wasn't too good. After owing someone a favor, he would have to stay behind as an advisor. What are the chances of me escaping? Chances of 10%. Qin Feng desperately increased the odds. 20%, 30-40. Married to 50-60 until he reached 90%. Chapter 9, It's Also Possible. Qin Feng's breathing was a little tense as he stood up and followed behind a few people, hoping to avoid Zhao Wuli's group. Although there was a 90% chance, Qin Feng could still be discovered if he was unlucky. Qin Feng saw a hat on the backpack of the person in front of him and had no choice but to pick it up and wear it. Looking back at Zhao Wuli's people, there are 10. Qin Feng is now less than the time to board the plane. He was not able to leave from the waiting area, perhaps anxious. The waiting area already had 2 of Zhao Wuli's people standing. They were carpet searching. Qin Feng would definitely be found. If he kept walking around, he would only be noticed faster. What was to be done? This 90% chance is fake, right? The 90% chance is not fake, but there is a possibility of being discovered. Hearing the voice of the system prompt at this time, Qin Feng was really touched and felt like he was going to be killed by the system. What about this? Qin Feng kept walking. He would definitely be noticed by Zhao Wuli's people, and he would also be discovered if he stopped. Qin Feng must remain calm. What will happen to him if this group of people catch him is very clear in his heart. Zhao Wuli, that kind of person who is only interested in profit. Qin Feng is cheating him 4 million. It is strange to be caught and not be killed by him. 99% chance of being caught and killed by Zhao Wuli. Qin Feng, but such a thought. The system immediately gave an answer. He really feel warm-hearted. In a hurry, Qin Feng thought of a way. Zhao Wuli's people carpet searched. The waiting area is not a lot of people. That Qin Feng will not die today is strange. Zhao Wuli clasped his hands in front of his chest. Dare to sell fake vases to him. What a big list! Simply angry. He has never gone through such a thing. Waiting area, suddenly there is a big roar. He threw a lot of money into the air. In broad daylight someone throw money. Even here is a strange thing. As soon as people saw the money, is all went over to pick up the money. Zhao Wuli is also strange. How can there be such a thing? Zhao Wuli's people also followed to pick up the money. You bunch of rice buckets, told you to find people. Go and pick up money for what? Zhao Wuli dissatisfied. Boss, fear what people we can find just the same. Zhao Wuli dissatisfied up. The crowd uproar after hugging into a ball. The scene has some confusion. The last security had to intervene. Looking for a long time without Qin Feng's silhouette, Zhao Wuli do not believe that he went. Received reliable information. Qin Feng this time period to buy a plane ticket ready to leave. How could he not find anyone? Zhao Wuli coldly snorted. Must be hiding. Boss, it's past boarding time. Did he not come? Definitely came. You losers didn't find anyone. Zhao Wuli's face was red in appearance. Go to the restroom for me and look for him. My men are on guard to make sure he didn't board the plane. Zhao Wuli ordered. Qin Feng hid in the toilet. Just now he thought of a solution in a hurry and discussed it with his brother in front of him. Transferred $100,000 to him and told him to throw all the cash on him into the sky. He had a $20,000 on him, which was not bad. Qin Feng immediately after the transfer. The brother is not ambiguous, immediately throw money. But it seems like it's not safe at this time now. Have Zhao Wuli's people left? Chance 0%. Qin Feng's heart was half cold. Why hasn't Zhao Wuli left yet? Knock knock. Chapter 10, Discovered. Someone was knocking on the door outside. Qin Feng's heart was stunned. It must be Zhao Wuli's people coming to look for someone. Someone in the toilet next door said strangely. There's someone. Someone also give me to come out quickly. A very thick voice. It was a man, tall and big gangster. What's the matter? I'm looking for someone. Hurry up and come out or I'll break in. The gangster shouted angrily, very intimidating. There was also a knock on the door outside Qin Feng's toilet. Open the door for me. The punk laughed. Half a day without a response. Qin Feng is inside the bar. Qin Feng, I know it's you in there. Today you're dead. The punk said triumphantly. Qin Feng swallowed a breath. What are the odds of beating the punk? The chance of winning is 0%. Qin Feng was shocked by the odds. Immediately raised the odds up. 10, 20, 30, 45, 10. Has been raised to 80%. He was relieved. Opening the toilet door to take a look. Qin Feng originally wanted to kick it to increase his advantage. But after seeing that punk, Qin Feng didn't even kick out that kick. This punk is almost 1 meter 9 tall. Fat and chubby, is very strong. Qin Feng looked at her dumbfounded. How is it possible to win? The system is screwing him. Brat found you. The gangster caught Qin Feng with one hand. He didn't have the power to resist at all. He was easily pushed back by the corner. Qin Feng secretly thought it's over. How can this punk beat him with an 80% chance? This system wasn't playing with him, right? In the nick of time, the punk was strangled. Qin Feng looked confused for a moment. That person is not the brother who gave money to Qin Feng before. Gave him $100,000 unexpectedly. He also came to his aid. Hit him, the brother said anxiously. This punk is really difficult to deal with. Qin Feng frantically toward the punk punches and kicks. He used all his strength. A moment that the corner of the punk's mouth are blood unconscious. This brother has practiced so tall a big man. He was able to subdue. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The original system did not joke with him. This really beat this gangster. Really have a surprise. Thank you. Come with me, I'll take you out. Zhao Wuli waited with a stern face. There's a fight in the restroom, go take a look. Zhao Wuli called for people at the first opportunity and all rushed over. A man wearing a hat brushed past Zhao Wuli. Could you? Qin Feng got found today, right? Zhao Wuli coldly laughed out loud. Came to the toilet to take a look. Zhao Wuli only saw his men, but not the shadow of Qin Feng. Bad, this is being deceived. When Zhao Wuli rushed over with his men, a man with a hat left in the opposite direction. Qin Feng had already left the airfield without any problems. Jim sure should be safe. Brother, my name is Qin Feng. Hello, my name is Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming smiled. The two shook hands. Let me give you some more money. You saved my life. No need, you've already given me $100,000. It's only right to save you. There's no need to give me any more money. Zhao Ming said boldly, not someone who was money-minded. Qin Feng felt that this person was quite righteous. However, Qin Feng sent out a question. This person said a fake name? The chances are 100%. At once Qin Feng was on guard. No matter how this person said a fake name, what kind of situation would he say a fake name? Shouldn't he be on guard to be careful of him? Chapter 11, Going Home. This person in front of me deceiving me again? Chances are 100%. Qin Feng gulped down a breath. I can't imagine that this person isn't simple. No wonder such a big tall man is able to clean up. This person said a fake name. Qin Feng felt that he was quite dangerous. This person is very dangerous. Scheming and plotting something? Chances are 100%. What's wrong with you? Qin Feng smiled and replied. Nothing, just escaped with a bit of a shock. Zhao Ming nodded. His eyes had a hint of coldness in them and Qin Feng's heart flared up. This wouldn't have just avoided Zhao Wuli's people and immediately encountered another tricky character. Where did he come from? Surprisingly, if someone is besieging you, then what are you going to do next? Zhao Ming asked. Sure enough, Zhao Ming had some purpose. Qin Feng wondered if it was because of that $100,000 that he had gotten himself targeted. 50% chance. Every time Qin Feng thought about something, the system always answered by itself, but it left him a bit speechless. If I say that Lin Shui is coming to pick me up, what are the chances of making this person leave? Chances of 50%. What are the chances that if I say that Lin Shui's family is the police, it will make this person afraid? Chances 70%. Very well, Qin Feng had to calm down. This person was not a good person at first glance. My good friend Lin Shui will come to pick me up soon. Her brother is a police officer. Those people can't touch me. Sure enough, when the police were mentioned, Zhao Ming's eyes froze slightly and his face was obviously ugly. Since you're fine, then I'll leave first. I have a plane to catch, Zhao Ming said indifferently, then immediately left. Qin Feng then breathed a sigh of relief. The airplane could not be done, but he could leave by boat, and the black boat will be able to send out this evening. It is not likely that he will be able to arrive home tomorrow. Qin Feng made up his mind and safely went to the pier. Master, going back to Muzhou, how much is it tonight? $2,000. The middle-aged man stroked his beard with an imperative look. Did this master screw me over? The odds are 50%. $1,000 or I'll go find another family. The middle-aged man takes a look at Qin Feng so resolute. He doesn't seem like an outsider. Alright, get on board. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. He also asked the system in passing if he could return to his home in Muzhou tomorrow morning. The system prompted 100% completely. He was then relieved. A person outside inevitably encountered such things, but with the system, can be more secure. Others want to pit him. Qin Feng will be more difficult. This boat and night really returned to the wood state. Qin Feng's memories of this place gradually emerged. Remember, are not all very clear. There is an old house in the city of Muzhou. Qin Feng is alone, located in the outskirts of the city lot. Next door to the old house a few floors is also no one. He called the housekeeping company to come. The place well cleaned up a bit. Too long no one lives, everywhere is dust. After the old house was cleaned, it was more comfortable to live in. Now that Qin Feng has money, the first thing he's going to do is buy a car, right? The old house is the memories of Qin Feng since childhood. He now does not want to change the house immediately. Even if developed in the future, will not forget that this is his hometown. If it is the other rich people, must be immediately change the new house. Qin Feng is now also a multi-millionaire. Everything can come slowly. Chapter 12. Buy a car. The memory of the previous life of Qin Feng. The old family has an old saying, cannot afford to buy a house, must be able to afford to buy a car. As for why, he does not know. The old family of people's minds are deeply rooted. Are more love comparison. He grew up also was instilled with such a concept. So first buy a use of the car. Qin Feng is a low-key people. Naturally will not go to buy what 1 or 2 million car. He wants to buy use of the car can be. Looking at himself in the mirror. Qin Feng felt that people rely on clothes. First change a line before. Qin Feng went to the mall, bought Armani clothes, and then went to buy a piece of Rolex arm to play with. A dress up after the whole person new and full of vitality. The original he can also be so handsome. This is very satisfied. Qin Feng smiled. Good, now first go to buy a car. Also counted to realize a small dream. Audi 4S car store. Qin Feng just came. A beautiful girl immediately came over. She with a sunny smile or quite attractive. Does this gentleman want to buy a car? Yes, I want a more comfortable car. The space doesn't have to be too big, and I don't have too many requirements for the appearance. Qin Feng immediately stated his requirements. The car sales lady smiled and took out her tablet. Sir, you first look at which one you like. These models all meet your requirements. I'll immediately ask someone to bring you a cup of coffee. Qin Feng surveyed the Audi A4L. This car he liked better. The price of more than $200,000 at the beginning was very suitable for him. Sir, you can look at the car now. You can also test drive it if you like. Good. Qin Feng's tone made the car sales lady excited. He looked like he would definitely buy a car. The car sales lady was a little curious about Qin Feng. He had more than $25 on his body plus his watch, but he only bought a car that was over $200,000. It seems to be a relatively low-key person. Car sales lady thought. Want to introduce him to a little more upscale car? Perhaps he can also afford to buy. Qin Feng body has a kind of extraordinary aura. At first, Qin Feng was only going to buy Audi A4L but more than 200,000. But when Qin Feng saw the R8, the whole person was attracted. The indescribable beauty of that model. After witnessing it, Qin Feng instantly moved, and I do not know why obsessed with the same, immediately had the idea of buying R8. R8 is a sports car, but the price is still acceptable. Within 2 million, the car sales lady gushingly introduced. Audi R8 body wide and magnificent, close to the road. Similar to the top speed range of the turbocharged engine. Sir, this car is very suitable for you, and the temperament on you matches very well. If interested, you can test drive it. The car sales lady felt she had seized the opportunity. She introduced many of the car's properties. Qin Feng looked at the car and was also very excited inside. For such a sports car, anyone would have an urge. I don't know if it's out of a sense of superiority or what. How much does this one car cost? Qin Feng asked. Is this car the best? The odds are 80%. After all, it was something so expensive. Qin Feng naturally inquired about asking the system, also to be on the safe side. Rarely encountered such a buyer that was sincere in wanting to buy, rather than some rich people who came to pretend to titillate, and after talking for half a day in the end were not willing to buy. Sir, now buy this car 2 million, including all taxes. If you want to buy insurance, it may be a little more expensive. Chapter 13. Haggling. The total is 2,500,000. Qin Feng is still relatively satisfied. Spending at 2 million is actually quite good. He still has a 3 million left. As long as there is a system, Qin Feng is not afraid of not having an income. So this car is definitely affordable. This one R8 sports car is very in line with his requirements. The appearance looks very handsome. Or he likes the black color is very gorgeous. The heart is very satisfied. The city R8 will have cheaper how? Chances of 5%. It seems that this is the real price. Qin Feng thought in his heart. Suddenly thought this car cannot be cheaper? Qin Feng has a little doubt in his heart. What are the odds that I can bargain? 5%. Oh, 5%, so little. Qin Feng intends to use once to adjust the odds. Can be used 3 times a day? Do not use for nothing. Buying such a sports car to be able to bargain is a very happy thing. Probably other people can't do it. But Qin Feng is not necessarily. This has nothing to do with having money or not. But Qin Feng, he can do this. He naturally has the money to buy it in full. But in his heart he just wants to haggle to stimulate it. Qin Feng immediately adjusted the odds. 50% to 20, 30, 40, 50, 61 until 85% cannot be adjusted upward. Qin Feng found a problem. Although the rate can be adjusted, but there is also an upper limit, not endless upward adjustment. Looking around, Qin Feng found only one person. Today is the weekend, to see the car is not a lot of people. The store's business may not be too good. Now is still the off-season. There is a customer is more to cherish. So Qin Feng bargaining is still very confident. 1,800,000. I'll buy this car right away. Qin Feng's words are what surprised the car sales lady. To cut 200,000 in one breath? Sir, such a thing I am not in a position to make a decision. I'm not paying in installments, giving a down payment or anything. I'm perfectly capable of giving an 80% deposit right now. No one has ever bought a car like him. Most of the rich people buy cars with mortgages, and it's rare to see a direct full payment like him. How is it okay? Qin Feng asked. The car sales lady froze. This time a steady voice rang out. This gentleman, or let me talk to you. The car sales lady turned around to see that it was actually the manager himself. The manager quickly asked Qin Feng to sit down and talk slowly, and the car sales lady went to the side. Hearing that Qin Feng will be able to pay in cash right away, the manager looks extraordinarily excited. I'll use my bank card then. Bank card transactions are inconvenient now. If you want it to be cheap, you must use cash, the manager said. This was really a strange request. It was obvious that you could swipe your card, but you had to use cash. What bad thing is this manager planning? 100% chance. Qin Feng frowned up. He is the manager of this store. If he pays cash now, then he can pick up the car and sign the agreement to go away. He should pit bad to himself. Mr. Qin, do you want to be thinking about it? The manager asked. There must be a reason why he is willing to be cheap. Qin Feng glanced at the manager suspiciously. Will this manager victimize me? The chances are 0%. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. If this dared to victimize him, he would definitely not agree to it. Then I'll come over in an hour. I'll go to the bank to withdraw the money, Qin Feng said indifferently. Chapter 14, You chased me. Why don't I drive you? The manager asked respectfully. Qin Feng nodded slightly, and after witnessing that Qin Feng had withdrawn the money, the manager breathed a sigh of relief. It was almost time to pay the deposit and sign the agreement. When he came back, the manager's face was ugly. There was an additional very temperamental woman in the store. The woman was luxuriously dressed and very pretty. Her fair skin and long hair was draped over her shoulders. She was simply beautiful. This one is? That beautiful woman saw Qin Feng and curiously said, This is Mr. Qin Feng who purchased the car. You're actually Qin Feng? That beauty said in surprise. Qin Feng looked at her curiously. Such a temperament and such a beautiful woman. How could he not recognize her? You are? I'm Xiang Huang. Qin Feng didn't know who it was. Sorry, I don't really remember. We were high school classmates. Even after so many years you don't remember me? You even chased me before. Christina Huang said with a smile. Still chased after her? Qin Feng gulps down a breath. There is still such a thing. Wouldn't it be awkward to meet now? He is smiling bitterly. This is our boss here. The car sales lady introduced. The person who bought the R8 is actually you. Qin Feng? Huang Xiang was a little surprised, under the impression that Qin Feng's family was not a rich person. Even if the high school to the university a few years, he would not get rich so fast. It's hard not to win the lottery. Huang Xiang's heart is beginning to all kinds of questions. Yes, finally can buy my favorite car. Cash payment 80%. 80%? That is not more than 1 million. Huang Xiang has a little bit of nonchalance. All of a sudden pays so much money. Thought he just installment to a richet. Huang Xiang's heart is a little unbalanced. She is relying on the family to have a good quality of life now. If not the relationship between the family, it can be really not good. Qin Feng is how to go from an ordinary people to millionaires? The heart is really shocked. Although many years have not seen, Huang Xiang is still more admiration. When Qin Feng took the suitcase to take out the money, Huang Xiang realized that he was not joking. He really developed. Originally, Xiang Huang did not have any extra thoughts about him. After this thing now, she felt that she could be friends with him. Maybe there is some way to get rich, so she could discuss it together. I can't imagine he can really buy that car. More than $1 million cash down payment. It seems that this person is very rich. I wonder if he has a girlfriend anymore. Can't you see that boss Huang and him know each other? Such a rich man won't be our turn. Don't dream. A few car sales ladies whispered. It was the first time for the car sales lady to see someone like Qin Feng, so it turned out that he also knew boss Huang, but he was really not an ordinary person. Really, thank you. Let's have a meal together sometime. Where things you are a customer. Well, there is time for us to have a meal together to catch up on old times and so on. Huang Xiang personally arranged the signed contract. The two people looked at each other, also both smiled. Qin Feng was excited in his heart. The rest of the final payment will arrive within 2 days. Okay, bye. Remember you, but you asked me to dinner. Okay, no problem, we'll definitely ask you out sometime. Qin Feng quickly left. Christina Huang nodded slightly. The reason why she was so optimistic about Qin Feng was that she felt that he was rising not quite the same. A moment later, Huang Xiang received a text message that the manager had a problem. She slightly raised her eyebrows up, intending to investigate. Chapter 15. Hello. High school. His family is very poor. However, now can buy $1 million car. Although not very high, but also a qualitative leap. Make more friends like this is good for her. Qin Feng was very excited in his heart. Sitting in this car, making him very comfortable, he smiled slightly, put his hands on the steering wheel and started the car. The sound of the gas pedal sounded very pleasant. After driving around properly for 2 laps, Qin Feng then collected himself and felt like going home to rest. 2 days after this, Qin Feng will drive out for a stroll when he has something to do. Fortunately, the road in his hometown is well repaired. If the road is a little bit more rotten, he really doesn't want to drive this car. Some of the roads are very bad. The floor is too low. Car is very easy to be scraped. Although Qin Feng has money, but not to the point where he can spend it at will. This day when he went home, Qin Feng saw the next door neighbor has a girl. He is a little surprised, because before did not see such a beautiful girl. Strange. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows up. Did this girl come over recently? Chance 80%. The system answered his question again. Her family is from here? Chances 100%. It couldn't be that she saw my car and came over, could it? Chances 0%. Qin Feng was relieved. If it was seeing his car that he intentionally appeared close, such a person he didn't want to know. Glancing at that girl with a puzzled look, Qin Feng wondered what was bothering her. It really feels like after having a luxury car, all the neighbors immediately become beautiful women. Qin Feng is smiling bitterly. Hello. Qin Feng was startled. He was still pondering things. This girl came to accost him on her own. Hello. Qin Feng looked a little embarrassed, looking at this girl as if she had something going on. The girl saw Qin Feng's money, sighing, the same as to live in such an old house. However, people buy his millions of sports car. He is rich but also live in such a place. It seems really low-key. The girl all of a sudden have a lot of views on Qin Feng. The heart is a little envious. Hello, my name is Zhao Na. Hello, my name is Qin Feng. Should we be neighbors? Looks like my neighbor is rich. It's a pleasure to meet you. Zhao Na smiles happily. The two shook hands together. Nice soft skin, very elastic. Qin Feng's eyes changed slightly. This Zhao Na is still quite pretty. He has good peach blossom luck now. One by one he meets beautiful women. Even in a sparsely populated place like his hometown, he was still able to meet a beautiful woman. His heart that a beautiful. My key is missing. I can't go back to my house now. Zhao Na said awkwardly. An old house like ours is very close. It's completely possible to jump from my side to your side. Go sit in my house first. Qin Feng said enthusiastically, opened the door and went inside. The same old house. Qin Feng's home is dry and clean. Zhao Na was also slightly stunned. Looking at it makes everyone feel very comfortable. Zhao Na also do not know why, is willing to believe in Qin Feng. If the other people, she really cannot believe it. And here in the outskirts of the city is relatively small. In case something happens to her, to ask for help are useless. Generally those rich people are very perverted. However, Qin Feng gives a sense of security. Zhao Na also remembered that the two were playing together when they were young. Only to see his current appearance does not seem to remember it. Chapter 16. I want the lottery. Previously small, when Zhao Na's family has a little bit of money, they often play together. But after the past 10 years or so, but a sea change, other people drive a car are millions of it. A brand name clothes coupled with a Rolex arm. Look at her are frozen. From the bottom of their hearts, ashamed of themselves. Zhao Na as a child also remembered the old man joking. Son-in-law must not find the next door Qin Feng. Then their family is also no money. Now no, I am afraid to fall down. Come drink some water. Qin Feng poured a cup of water and handed it to Zhao Na. Thanks. Zhao Na drank the water. I can't believe I came back and was still able to meet. Otherwise I wouldn't have a place to land. Zhao Na smiled. After all, we are neighbors. Is your car newly bought? Well, only bought it in the last 2 days. Old family people knew to buy what car? The newly built house degree like to invite people to dinner. Or put a cannonball. Qin Feng heard is also remembered a lot. After all, are things when you were a child. So that really recalls a lot of memories of the past. Sighing, time is still going by very quickly. Oh, that's the old times. Now the way to celebrate is not quite the same. Qin Feng faintly laughed. Curious what your occupation is now. It must be some kind of high-paying occupation. Qin Feng said modestly, looking at a little bit of antique calligraphy and painting. Wow, that's not a profession where the average person can make money. I've heard that a lot of people have lost a lot of money. I'm not quite the same as them. Well, what about you, Zhao Na? What's your occupation now? I can't compare to you. Zhao Na said with embarrassment. What does it matter? We're good neighbors. Tell me, what does it matter? Seeing Qin Feng say this, she was relieved that she didn't mean to look down on her. I work in a lottery company, a small manager. Zhao Na said with embarrassment. She was not in a class compared to Qin Feng. Lottery? Overnight rich thing. But that thing very much depends on luck. Right. Qin Feng faintly smiled. How do you smile? You do not misunderstand. I do think that this is a very suitable way to make money. Very suitable for people like me. Qin Feng said indifferently. Lottery play is very simple. as long as all 6 numbers are 1. It's a jackpot, but no one has been able to win for a very long time. There will be a few people who are really first-class jackpots. You're so rich you can buy a lottery ticket to entertain yourself. A small gamble is good for the heart, Zhao Na said with a smile. It was also considered to be cultivating a potential customer. Of course there's no problem. We're neighbors. You can rest assured I'll go buy lottery tickets often. Hearing Qin Feng say something like that, she was relieved. Not to say that she would come every day to buy anything. Having one more big money customer like him was definitely something that called for joy. Zhao Na had his reckoning. Qin Feng said lightly, there's no one in the city who has won a first-class prize, right? Zhao Na shook her head up. Not to mention our city, even in the province, no one has won it, right? Qin Feng's eyes flashed with light. That's good, he is a miracle worker. He will be the first one. How much money will the first prize be? Let's also have a few million it. More words, that is 10 or 20 million. Qin Feng is still thinking about what to do next to make money it. This is not a road to prosperity is in front of him. Zhao Na didn't quite understand. Qin Feng looked very happy. What was wrong with him? I think I can. No, I'm going to buy a lottery ticket. Chapter 17 People with Pursuits. Buying lottery tickets was an easy thing to do. Zhao Na thought it was a good thing to have such a regular customer in the future, and she also enjoyed recommending her good friends around her to play. The winning rate was originally very low, and those who really won the jackpot had only won a few $100s. Plus Zhao Na was only a small manager. She only needed to recommend people to buy lottery tickets, and other things really didn't need to be managed by him. Qin Feng smiled and bought a lottery ticket. This thing undoubtedly said too much luck. Won the prize, maybe a few million, maybe tens of millions of dollars. This is a very simple thing. If before he really do not have a grasp on, but now he is very sure. After having the system, he was just so confident that he might not need to do anything else in the future, and he could get rich by buying lottery tickets exclusively. However, Qin Feng is a very pursuing person. Only buying lottery tickets is impossible. In the future, he will be involved in all walks of life to become a top person. That's what he's pursuing. There's no need to say more. You know that buying lottery tickets is a very easy thing to do. Like you're so rich now there's no problem to buy a little bit more, right? Zhao Na asked. She knew that this was a long-term customer. Surely she wouldn't care about this small amount of money. I like this kind of thing the most. Don't you know I like buying lottery tickets the most? Especially when I win. Qin Feng said confidently. When I win the lottery, I'm afraid that this year will not win. The prize will not be more than $2,000. Zhao Na thought in her heart. The lottery market is such a cruel. I do not know how many people want to get rich overnight, but really in the end there are a few people who won the jackpot. If you want to buy a lottery ticket, be sure to go to my company. I'll try to give you a discount. Zhao Na said with a smile. Okay, no problem. I'm too tired today. Tomorrow I'll go buy. Zhao Na was very happy in her heart. She finally found a decent bit of a big customer. Qin Feng looks like he is quite rich. He should be very willing to spend money. The two people went to eat together, talked about a lot of things. In the end he took the initiative to pay the bill. Zhao Na was thinking that he was very decent and generous. To be able to know such a friend. In her heart she was very excited. Zhao Na around really rich people are not many. Originally Zhao Na could not return home. Qin Feng went to the roof of his own building to climb over the wall, into the house next door to help her open the door. This time Zhao Na is even more grateful to Qin Feng. This is my business card. It has my address on it. And you remember to make sure you buy the lottery ticket. If you don't come then let me down. Zhao Na said with a sweet smile. A lot of good feelings were generated towards Qin Feng. Zhao Na was still quite pretty and had a good figure. TSK Qin Feng had a lot of thoughts in his mind. Soon the system gave him a prompt. The chance is 5%. Qin Feng he was depressed. He hadn't even asked what it was about. This system really knows him. It was just a random thought, and immediately felt like there was an answer. Then what are the chances of that something in the future? The chances will be around 20%, and may slowly increase. The system gave more hints. He was still quite happy in his heart. This system was just too good. Qin Feng slept until he woke up naturally. It was already noontime. He was in a good mood when he saw the vision outside. Before this kind of noontime he was so busy working that he couldn't even eat. Then now he is completely different. This time only sleep until just woke up. Simply can't compare. Chapter 18 Trying it out. Qin Feng ate breakfast before he remembered that he was going to buy a lottery ticket, which is also an important thing. After all, now is a good opportunity for him to make money. Qin Feng drove his sports car and set off. Buy lottery tickets. I'll also have to earn him a 10 million first. Let's also want a few million. He was in a good mood. Came to the sports car this feeling incoherent. This is a quite large lottery company. He just walked in. There are staff up to ask. Mr. Is want to buy lottery tickets. Well okay, I know Zhao Na she is now people. Manager Zhao Na is inside. So it's an appointment. Quickly inside please. The staff was very enthusiastic. Very few people come to buy lottery tickets. Like the sports car he drove. Like him, rich people like him may be on the top of the head to buy like crazy. That can really be a big customer. Qin Feng waited for a while. Zhao Na soon came out. She looked even more beautiful in her uniform. And in his heart, he didn't mind dating and socializing in the future. You came so quickly. I thought you were joking with me at first. Such a beautiful beauty like you. How could I be joking with you? If I don't come, that would be my loss. Qin Feng joked. Speaking really sweetly, Zhao Na was happy in her heart. She might be able to take Qin Feng down in the future. You can buy a little lottery ticket first to try your luck. After all, I'm a company here. It's not quite the same as your normal place to buy lottery tickets. Okay, I'll see which one to buy myself. Qin Feng said with a smile. Well then make your own choice. Lottery counter. Qin Feng casually selected a few. Each bought a few $1,000s. He bought into this kind of lottery is open number. As long as the win is multiplied several times, the more you buy the more you get in the end. This all of a sudden bought 1 or 2 million. Zhao Na is also surprised up. He bought like this like playing. He did not first buy a little bit to test the water. Really rich people is not the same Buy a lottery ticket is not like you buy like this. Then if you do not win, you cannot hate me. You still buy a little bit less first a little bit to try. Zhao Na said with a kind reminder. Qin Feng he looks really rich and generous look. Rich and capricious cannot be so After all, is the next door neighbor, cannot bear to pit Qin Feng. There is no relationship. In the past I was in a bad mood. I like to buy lottery tickets, come on. It does not matter if I win or not. Such an answer really left her speechless. As if these weren't money. Zhao Na nodded. Well, do you guys still have VIP here? Qin Feng asked. It was the first time he had heard that buying a lottery ticket nowadays had a VIP. This will have some favorable activities. You can see for yourself if you want to join or not. As long as you charge money into it, it will be more convenient to buy in the future. Qin Feng smiled. He didn't care so much and went straight for it. Charge a 200,000 first. Zhao Na was a little surprised. This assistant was also too generous. Had thought that he would only buy a few thousand a month. This was too much more than what she had expected. Too much. Qin Feng did this just to try. He did this to make Zhao Na feel good about him. And another purpose was that he didn't want others to see it. He won a few $1 million in one buy. This would be a mess if others knew. Qin Feng wanted to keep a low profile. So this was a good way to buy a lot of random lottery tickets for fun and then win the jackpot. So that even if the news reported it, there would be no questions about him. Chapter 19 Feeling Good. If Qin Feng won millions and millions of dollars in 1,000 pieces, wouldn't he burst into the limelight all of a sudden? All he wants now is to keep a low profile. That's what people with substance are like. Unlike some of the boomers who flaunt it all over the place. It's the unique temperament of Qin Feng. The richer the person should be more and more low-key and introverted. Definitely do not want to make a big splash in front of others. Qin Feng casually buy lottery tickets. Even if you spend enough more than 200,000 is not a problem. He is bound to win a few million or tens of millions of dollars of the grand prize anyway. The heart of the happy very. Zhao Na is really curious. He bought a lot of numbers. After losing money he is quite happy. This is really a strange person. Is not some people are like him so strange? At first Qin Feng said he was studying the lottery. But he was soon attracted by Zhao Na's figure, which was very good. That's why he didn't dare to look at it all the time. And he was also afraid of being too fascinated. Zhao Na close over, bent down to help Qin Feng operate her computer. So close contact, he cannot stand a little. There is a light fragrance, perfume flavor, just very good smell. Qin Feng raised his eyes to look. That raging very much let him not come. So close to too close. A little careless can touch. He swallowed that breath is also more cautious. This career line is too raging. He doubted he'd look like he'd get a nosebleed. The odds are 15% and rising. This answer of the system is to make him cry and laugh. This in case of a real nosebleed. That is not embarrassing to death. Qin Feng shook his head up, cannot think too much. But he is now quite itchy in his heart. Zhao Na is not interesting to him? 40% chance. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This was the result he wanted. Just now, she was deliberately close to me and wasn't afraid of me rubbing up against her? 30% chance. Qin Feng swallowed a breath. This thing, if he admits it, he is really a little uncomfortable. Beyond his expectations, Zhao Na took the initiative too quickly. Originally thought it would take a while. Is not just buy a lottery ticket is too generous. Qin Feng think very likely. Really have money is good. Let a lot of things are twice the effort. Okay, I know. I'll slow down a bit and not be in such a hurry the next time I buy a lottery ticket. Even though you have money, I don't want to see you buying randomly like this. It's hard to win the lottery when you're like this. Thinking that she would still be so kind, and expecting Zhao Na to say something to persuade him to buy more. This was something that made Qin Feng a little surprised. If you need any help, feel free to ask. You're a big customer of mine now. This kind of ambiguous feeling is really good. Qin Feng's heart is very happy. He estimates that he can also become an emotional master in the future. What the girl is thinking he can guess. In the future a new generation of emotional counselor is him. Well played enough. Qin Feng's eyes slightly changed. He bought more than 100,000 lottery tickets today. Now it is time to win a jackpot back to the capital. Buying a lottery ticket is something that very much needs luck, so he feels that adjusting the odds by 100% shouldn't be too much of a problem. But not every number can be adjusted to 100%. There is an upper limit. So there are certain pitfalls when he buys a lottery ticket and wins. There is also a possibility that he might not win, even if there is a 99% chance. In case that 1% chance comes up, he might be doomed. Buying a lottery ticket to win is relatively simple and not so complicated, unlike buying stocks, which is a lot more complicated. But of course he will want to buy stocks in the future. Chapter 20, Winning the Lottery. What are the chances of winning $10 million with this set of numbers? 0%. What about this one? 0%. A series of many groups are 0% chance. He just reacted. So the odds are too bad. It is not obvious to cheat people it. After thinking about the wrong way to ask, so many lottery tickets, it is impossible to win 10 million. Qin Feng felt that he is still patient, to study which group of lottery tickets can win the jackpot. Want to hit the jackpot? It seems to need to spend a little time. Spend a little time can really earn a few million. He is also think it is also worth it. What are the odds of winning $1 million with this set of numbers? Chances of 5%. Qin Feng did not get discouraged. Slowly asking the system, he will always find the number lottery that can win. Zhao Na in the office looking at the computer. She is still more concerned about Qin Feng. He spent so much money in one day today. The lottery amount is very small. Will not in a fit of pique will never play this again. So she looked at the situation of Qin Feng's purchase. He is now time to calm down a lot. Unlike before is reckless to buy lottery tickets. Zhao Na saw Qin Feng left. It should be no fun to go home. He did not look angry. Even if the rich people lost so much will be very angry. In the end, Zhao Na bought another set of numbers. Qin Feng took a look and was stunned. This set of numbers bought into the 30,000. He bought other lottery numbers at most 1 or 2,000. Why this set he bought 30,000 so much? I don't know if he was trying his luck or what he was doing. The lottery numbers that Qin Feng bought were all accessible to Zhao Na. He bought this group of numbers to be tomorrow to more lottery. Lottery number categorization is very much. Zhao Na looked at today Qin Feng buy lottery numbers spent a lot of money. About 250,000. Zhao Na is a little surprised. He spent the money completely beyond her expectations. But the good neighbor did not earn a penny. The heart is very upset. Feel like being their own pitfalls. Zhao Na was kindly advised to live. Is that people simply do not listen to Qin Feng happy to go home. This day is not on the waste of effort. We waited for the jackpot to come down on the good. That a group of numbers he adjusted the odds of 102%. It is estimated that there are thousands of it. This day to pick lottery numbers cannot be less effort. All pay is worth it. It seems to buy a lottery ticket is not a fast way to make money. He needs a group to see the number is still quite troublesome. The next day, then something unbelievable happened. Zhao Na only just came to work. The whole company was discussing it. Have you guys heard? Some guy won the $20 million jackpot. No one in our company has ever won such a jackpot in so many years. Holy, what kind of person is so powerful? This is really too strong. That's a $20 million jackpot. When did this happen? Yesterday's event. The person who won the prize seems to be quite rich. As soon as Zhao Na came to the company, she heard these people talking about it, and in her heart, she was very curious. What kind of person could win a $20 million jackpot? In the past, the most a person had ever won was only 100,000. Yet he had spent over $900,000 on lottery tickets. Zhao Na was now hearing for the first time that someone had won 20 million. She had been in this business for so long that in her heart she just knew how low the odds were. The winner is still a person who opened a new account yesterday. Seems to be called something like Qin Feng or something. Chapter 21, What's the inside story? Zhao Na heard this. The whole person was very shocked, and hurriedly went to look at the computer and checked the computer records. Sure enough, it was really him who won the $20 million jackpot. It happened to be him who bought the 30,000 numbered lottery tickets. Zhao Na instantly winded up. How could there be such a thing? Yesterday, he was very generous, haphazardly buy lottery tickets. The front but has lost more than 200,000. The back of the soul catch a lottery ticket 30,000, and now actually won the jackpot? Zhao Na the whole person is very shocked. Qin Feng is not there any secret. Looking back yesterday he was so calm and unhurried. I'm afraid it's the first person ever to win such a jackpot in the city. What are you talking about? Are you still sleeping? What's the matter? You've won the first class jackpot. You're actually still sleeping at this hour. Zhao Na's tone was very shocked. Qin Feng then remembered that he had bought lottery tickets and that set of tickets had taken him a lot of effort. It was only natural that he had won the jackpot. Why aren't you excited at all? Did you know that you would definitely win the jackpot? You just don't seem right as a person. I always feel that you know something inside. I went to buy the lottery ticket as you said. I didn't think much about anything else, Qin Feng said flirtatiously. Zhao Na was even more excited than Qin Feng right now. This patient of his went outside and was too good. He won the $20 million jackpot after buying more than 200,000 lottery tickets, a whole 100 times over. Zhao Na didn't know why she was so happy, as if it was her. Even if it wasn't her now, it would be her in the future. After this incident, it felt like she could even quit her job. Even though they didn't have anything right now, it wouldn't be long before the rice was raw, and that was definitely imperative. I still feel like you're not right. Do you really know something inside? What insider knowledge would there be in buying a lottery ticket? But I'll tell you one thing. Okay. Zhao Na's eyes lit up. Qin Feng wanted to say something, only after she heard that, the man was embarrassed. You're such a bad person. It's not like I did it on purpose. Besides, I was careless. Yesterday accidentally touched his chest. He actually said that he touched it to have such good luck. Zhao Na was simply going to be furious, but in her heart, she was still quite happy. This brought the two of them closer together. In the future, she might never need to come here to work again. Zhao Na's mouth rose up at the thought. Qin Feng must be interested in her. Otherwise he wouldn't have said such a thing. She was still quite lucky. By the way, let me tell you about the prize redemption process. You are buying the number with your cell phone. Wait until we notify you. Within a day at most, your money will come down from the bank side. Because it's not a small amount of money, but it won't come to you right away today. Okay, I get it. If you don't have anything else to do, I'm going to bed. Where would there be someone like you who wants to sleep at all times? Shouldn't winning the jackpot be celebrated? Of course I'll celebrate. Of course I'll wait until my money arrives. After a day, Qin Feng's jackpot arrived immediately, and he was thrilled to get so much money at once. The bank tail number of 18 million arrived. More than 2 million is all kinds of miscellaneous taxes. He is also more understanding in his heart. But this is still a lot of money earned many money. Chapter 22, Attracted. Continuing to keep $1 million to buy lottery tickets. When you're happy you just buy a random ticket, when you really can't then you win the jackpot. Buying lottery tickets is very convenient and quick. Qin Feng smiled widely with joy. After spending so much money on lottery tickets, he was in a good mood and drove for a drive. Zhao Na didn't contact him right away, and he was a little bit strange. Originally thought that this woman would contact him right away to get close or something. Qin Feng smiled slightly. Since Zhao Na wants to take her time, the two of us will take our time in our relationship. He naturally would be even less anxious. But for this woman, he is imperative. Driving around, Zhao Na all of a sudden is to come to a car show, so that if you see a man, you might as well just take a look. He drove this sports car is not very bad, so he just came. A lot of car models are throwing winks at him. Qin Feng heart that it excited this rich feeling is good After seeing more good-looking sports cars, Qin Feng had another idea in his heart. He didn't know if he wanted to buy a new sports car. Sports cars such as artifacts he won't be too much. Then let's see if there is anything here that he likes. Qin Feng's raid attracted a lot of attention. Many managers are coming up to ask, "This gentleman, do you want to take a look at our car? It's cheap and affordable. It's also very suitable for young people like you. Sir, you should be a rich generation." Qin Feng smiled. Could not imagine being praised by someone. It was such a feeling. The kind of envy others look at him. He was very satisfied in his heart. So get off the car to walk. Qin Feng looked at so many luxury cars. In fact, he could have bought it, but he felt that would be too extravagant. Already have the R8. If you buy a new car so soon, there is a little waste. Qin Feng intended to take a casual look. Saw a beautiful hairy girl, from the Ukraine side over. Foreign girls have a different flavor Qin Feng continued to survey the luxury car. Lamborghini looks very stylish. Compared with his current car is very durable, but these luxury cars have their own advantages. In his heart, he felt it was better to wait until later to buy a new car. Hello. Qin Feng was not expecting this beautiful woman to come up and greet him on her own accord, kind of scaring him. Can you leave a cell phone number? We do a friend, the beauty said with a smile. Qin Feng swallowed a breath. This a Ukrainian beauty close up to see more beautiful. Then Zhao Na looks more plump He swallowed a breath, woke up a little embarrassed. Ukrainian beauty smiled at Qin Feng. This man looks very charming, not only rich but also very temperament. Although he did not come to buy a car, but still went to ask for the number. To know this is a relatively rare thing. Car models have seen a lot of rich people, but like him this unique or very few. Looks like a rich generation. Rich too, that is the kind of arrogant and domineering. However, Qin Feng is completely different. He looks very low-key introverted. Very temperament people. The Ukrainian beauty looked at Qin Feng with unblinking eyes, feeling like she was attracted to him, and at a glance his R8 sports car was also worth a lot of money. How about handsome? Is there any interest in buying another new sports car? I already have one now. If I were to buy a new one right away, it would be a bit of a waste. I'm not a school guy already. I'm a very dedicated person, Qin Feng said with a smile. Chapter 23. What's it to you? Although the heart is the urge to buy a new car, but still hold back. He will buy it later. Not now. Qin Feng's heart is still strange. Zhao Na did not come to him after he won the grand prize. She is not the first to come to the embrace of it. My sister is not even a phone call. Back home, Qin Feng saw a van next door. Could it be that there is something coming? There was no this van before. You actually dare to hide here? Hurry up and come with me, or there will be a good time for you. Hiding from us for so long. You want to be killed by us. The two men roared at Zhao Na. Two big men actually treating a woman like this. It was really embarrassing. The man was quite hostile and very fierce looking. Ordinary people might actually be scared when they saw them, but Qin Feng wouldn't be scared. Zhao Na looked like she was on the verge of crying. It looked like she had suffered a lot. Qin Feng immediately had the idea of seeing justice. Hero-saving beauty was still very suitable for him. What are you guys doing? What are the chances of me defeating the two of them? 5%. Immediately raised to 100%. Qin Feng made his move without saying a word. The two tall and big men were slightly stunned. Were not expecting someone to come forward for Zhao Na. One of them received Qin Feng thud a few punches. The other reacted. He did not know whether it was bad luck or what. Suddenly his foot broke. Kneeling on the ground, Qin Feng seized the opportunity to a burst of fierce attack. Beat him with a bloody nose. Qin Feng was also stunned. This is fortunate that there is a system. Otherwise how can they beat both of them? They were also beaten all over the place. Years ago this person was not as tall as them. Now they actually can't beat them. For a time their hearts were also abashed. One of the men begged for mercy. What are you hitting us for? It's none of your business. Where would you be so nosy? That's right. It's none of your business. The two men were wimpy. They were now covered in blood after a burst of punches and kicks from Qin Feng just now. Qin Feng looked at Zhao Na. She looked like she was on the verge of crying. I don't care who you guys are. Now get the hell out of my way or you'll be in for it. Those two men were also noticing his sports car. It was definitely not easy to deal with. And in their hearts, they wanted to leave and forget about it. Soon they fled in the van. Zhao Na cried out. Then she hugged Qin Feng tightly. Alright, nothing's wrong, there's me. Don't worry about it. Qin Feng helped her back to the house. If he hadn't come today, something might have happened. Luckily he's back now. Zhao Na's white arms were reddened. Those two men were really not human. They actually bullied a girl. They should have taught her a harder lesson just now. Qin Feng took the medicine box too, gently rubbing medicine for her. Her skin is very tender and elastic to touch, but at this time he did not want to take advantage of people. He wanted to rely on his own charm to others to conquer. Instead of taking advantage of the opportunity, that's something that only little people do. At first he was serious, but after a while his heart raced. Such intimacy was a bit too much for him to bear. Joanna's hands felt very good to the touch, and he gulped down a breath. Drink some water to suppress the shock. Looking at Zhao Na's appearance, it seemed like she didn't want to bring up what happened just now, so he couldn't be bothered to open his mouth to ask. Chapter 24. Strong woman. Thank you so much just now. They are all my distant relatives. My parents owe them a lot of money and they treated me like this. Zhao Na was aggrieved. Her eyes were red. It was really heartbreaking. Qin Feng glanced at Zhao Na. That career line was too perfect. Now it was a good opportunity for him. My parents owed them money. They just kept extorting me. I obviously paid back so much money, even if they refused to let me go, saying that I owed them. Having such relatives is really a pitfall. Where would there be such bullies? What am I going to do if they come after me again in the future? It doesn't matter. I'm living next door to you. What do you have to worry about? Qin Feng stood and said, really? If I bother you every time, then am I too embarrassed? It's really good to have you around. Qin Feng gulped down a breath. How did this sound like he was hinting at him? It seems that he's not the only one who has ideas. Zhao Na seems to be quite intentional as well. When a woman is vulnerable, it's the last thing she wants people to see, but he's seeing it now, so that means he has a very good chance. Qin Feng's heartbeat accelerates. It seems like something can't happen today. Zhao Na looked very strong, like a strong woman, but now she was crying in front of him. It was obvious that she needed to be comforted. Qin Feng is now so rich and temperamental. Zhao Na is very trusting of him, probably can guess that she had a bad time as a child. That relatives may not move to hit people. Okay, don't cry. If you cry again your face will be spent. Qin Feng softly consoled. Zhao Na quickly leaned on his body. He swallowed his breath, thinking that this is too exciting. Are you willing to stay with me? Zhao Na's eyes were all surprised. She didn't seem to expect him to say something like that. and she was instantly speechless. I don't know why I said that. I just want to protect you. I don't want you to be bullied anymore. Qin Feng was very sincere when he spoke. This time he didn't ask the system. He felt that he was able to do it by his own ability. Maybe you feel insecure with me. I do have a little money now. You think I'm not dedicated? What if the two of us make it? Zhao Na nose sour up. Her heart is quite want to hear this. Now is more want to cry out. Do you mean what you're saying? I don't want to give you a false promise. I just want to tell you what I want to say. If you're willing to believe me. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with starlight. Then the two of them tried each other with affection. And Qin Feng finally got what he wanted. There wasn't much rest for a night. Do you think we're going to live here all the time in the future? You can go to the city if you want. It's just that I'll keep this old home and come back to visit when I have time. This place isn't going to become within the city's planning. The price of land shouldn't go up. Do you want to live here all the time? Zhao Na was a little curious about Qin Feng's thoughts. This is where I grew up. Naturally I won't just leave this house behind. By this time you don't want to go to work again. Take a day off and have a good rest. Qin Feng suggested. Zhao Na had a cute look on her face. She had a sweet smile on her face. It's better to forget about it. My work must come first. I've always been independent. Chapter 25, just returning to me now. Qin Feng nodded slightly. Are you going to continue buying lottery tickets lately? Seeing as how you're so lucky, it's better to forget about it. I'm planning to take a break before buying again. If he got rich all by buying lottery tickets, there would definitely be people staring at him. Qin Feng didn't want to be stared at. Just this one time when he won the lottery, he was very low-key and claimed the jackpot without showing his face. Qin Feng feels that there are many ways to make money. Not necessarily have to buy a lottery ticket. If he won a few times, surely someone will suspect that he has a problem. Then the next step is to consider other ways to make money. There were many ways to make money. Qin Feng could take his time to familiarize himself with them, but he felt that he must keep his power, because it was definitely not safe for him to make too much money. Money could bring him a lot of changes, but it would also bring a lot of dangers. This was something Qin Feng knew very well in his heart. He had wanted to sleep a little more, but Zhao Na had to go. What are the chances of her not going to work? 5%. I can't believe it would be that low. Just think of a way to make her stay. Can't you not go to work today? Stay here with me? Are you afraid that I won't support you in the future? Qin Feng's words amused Zhao Na, who laughed happily. Of course she also wanted to live this kind of life. It's just that her principles can't be changed. I have a feeling you might not have to go to work today. Maybe something happened to your company. Zhao Na was slightly stunned. How could he say such a thing? Just don't tease me. You might support me for a moment, I will support me for the rest of my life. To actually know him so well now? Qin Feng was a bit embarrassed. Look at what you said. How could I not raise you? Who else could I raise if I don't raise you? Qin Feng said badly. He also just wanted to adjust the odds so that Zhao Na didn't have to go to work. But at this time his cell phone rang, and it would actually be a text message from Xiang Huang. It was a text message asking him to go to dinner. Qin Feng swallowed his breath and quickly got weak. Alright, I'm going to work. If you don't have anything to do, return my messages, Zhao Na said with a wave of her hand. Qin Feng nodded and waved goodbye as well. After carefully looking at his cell phone, he realized that there were several text messages and several missed calls, which gives him a chance of being discovered. If Zhao Na took a look at his phone, she wasn't going to find out right away. The two talents are with him. He does not want to quarrel so soon. Qin Feng heart face happy. Huang Xiang sent a text message. I cannot imagine that I did not return the message. Did not pick up her phone. Not only did not get angry but also constantly send messages to. Qin Feng felt that he was really a bit sorry for Xiang Huang. Sent you a message all night. Why are you only getting back to me now? A bit angry. Qin Feng smiled and was happy in his heart. I'm really sorry. My work is too busy. I didn't pay attention to my cell phone. Let's go there together to have a meal. The place should be whatever you choose. That's more like it. You must remember to bring a bottle of good wine to make amends. Speaking of wine, this was a problem. What kind of wine would Christina Huang like? How could it be red wine? What are the chances that Xiang Huang likes red wine? Chance 70%. What are the chances of liking red wine over 100? $000. Chance 70%. Qin Feng smiled. This system didn't know how much it helped him. Even this kind of thing could be known. Xiang Huang could hopefully be chased after as well. Chapter 26, How to Book to. But for a while he was torn. He had just had a girlfriend, and immediately hooked up with another woman. If this was found out, then wouldn't he have to die of guilt? Qin Feng felt that he didn't need to worry about him so much. Just be careful. Be careful. Whether it's making money or picking up a girl. Anyway, he has a system. There won't be anything that can't be solved. Qin Feng drove to pick up Huang Xiang. Once again came to the car store. Quite a few people started talking about it. Look guys, I told you so. He's having an affair with the boss. Looks like we don't have a chance, right? Our boss and him are not necessarily together anymore. It is estimated that they are just good friends. Who knows what the outcome is for you? What do you guys say whether they'll end up together or not? I have a feeling Qin Feng isn't particularly rich either. Qin Feng smiled. Unexpectedly so many little sisters are discussing him. His heart is also happy. He just enjoys this kind of feeling. Huang Xiang looked even more temperamentally special today. She was even more beautiful than the last time they met. And she even brought a necklace that was very dazzling. Qin Feng also did not expect to meet with him, but also special dress up a bit. This is not to him interesting? If not, then why dress up especially? You can really make me wait. It's really so not easy to ask you out. Xiang Huang rejoiced greatly when she saw the red wine in Qin Feng's hand. Ah, you actually brought such an expensive red wine. This is still my favorite brand. This is also really awesome of you, Huang Xiang said in surprise. Eating with a beautiful woman. Naturally I won't let you down. I've already booked the restaurant. Xiang Huang was in a better mood. The red wine Qin Feng was holding happened to be her favorite one. Worth 100,000 hold it. Her heart was especially happy. You sold me this car is very good. If you want to change your car, you will come back to you later. It shouldn't be too long. Qin Feng said with a smile. Really? Don't lie to me. If you don't buy a new car after a while, you'll have a good time. Huang Xiang looked like she was pampered. The crowd of employees surprised up, did not expect to their relationship, the development of such a rapid progress, are already good to such a point. Seeing that bottle of red wine doesn't have more than $100,000. Are you guys really sure he doesn't have money? I guess our boss really likes him. A few people shook their heads up. In the future if I want to change to a new car I'll have to rely on you. You know so much about cars, I probably won't be cheated. I like that kind of extreme sports car. If you want to change your car, you'll only be able to change your Audi. Promise me on this matter. Okay. Qin Feng smiled. Of course there's no problem. We're classmates. I'll definitely promise you this kind of small thing. Qin Feng started the sports car and quickly went towards the upscale restaurant. Xian Huan came to the restaurant. She is also relatively surprised. I can't imagine that he will book such an expensive restaurant. I should have known that this restaurant is ranked in the top 5. Booking is very troublesome. This place is often full of booking can't get a place. You're good this place is difficult to book. How did you set to this place? The environment here is good, flavor is also the best. Huang Xiang is very excited. Is not expected to come when what a good restaurant. Walked into the place she was happy to turn around. Classical music rang out. The whole restaurant is full of people. The business here is too hot. Huang Xiang always want to come here to experience some, but has been unable to book a place. Chapter 27, Borrowing $10 million. Waiter, you go open some red wine for me to sober up. This is for your tip. Qin Feng takes out a few hundred to come. The waiter was very polite and immediately took the red wine to sober up. Huang Xiang is thinking that this person is so generous. See him more and more like a rich generation. The heart to be very appreciate him such a person. This is do not know what kind of work he is doing now. Must be a high-paying job it. This is also make him more and more seem mysterious. Qin Feng ordered a lot of dishes. Huang Xiang very satisfied. The main dish is foie gras steak and dessert cake. The two raised their glasses together and touched each other. After Xiang Huang took that sip of red wine, her whole body revealed a very surprised look. This is a vintage red wine. I thought it was just average. This taste is simply at the top. Huang Xiang said in surprise. This day had really given her too many surprises. So long no see you change really big. Curious what kind of work you do now. Antiques and paintings in short, as long as it's something lucrative. I'll get some. I've been more fortunate in the past few years. I've still made some money. Xiang Huang smiled. Really just made a little money? It looks to me like you've made tens of millions of dollars. When Christina Huang talked about making money, her eyes seemed to have a bit of sadness. It seemed like she had encountered something. It would probably be a bad day at work. Although I'm now one of those bosses, but it's all by my family. Xiang Huang shook her head up as she spoke, her tone sounding a bit bitter. Qin Feng could see there must be something on his mind. Could it be that her family encountered something? It is estimated that the funds can't turn over. Some rich people just encounter such difficulties. The funds turnover can easily lead to bankruptcy. Chance 70%. Thinking about this critical time, the system gave him a hint that it was really just a matter of not being able to turn over funds. Your face doesn't look too good. You should have something on your mind. If you need help, talk to me. Don't be embarrassed. Huang Xiang was a little embarrassed. I can't imagine that I have to ask my high school classmates for help. It's like this. My family encountered a lot of things. The capital chain is broken and can't turn over. Now there is no way to get a loan from the bank. It seems to be really a more serious problem. You say I open here. Maybe I can tell you. If there is can borrow 10 million. First return to the bank. Then my family can continue to loan. Can loan 100 million, right? But if I can't find that 10 million, then may not be able to loan. Xiang Huang's voice was hoarse. She also knew it was embarrassing to say such things, and the moment she opened her mouth, it was 10 million, even if it was true. I'm afraid rich people wouldn't be willing to borrow that much. Xiang Huang felt a little embarrassed. Qin Feng was just chasing after her in high school. How could he possibly lend her $10 million? I'm really sorry. I shouldn't talk to you about these things. Let's just continue our meal. Christina Huang said awkwardly. Is what Christina Huang said true? Is borrowing $10 million really not a scam? The odds are 100%. Xiang Huang, you are desperate and forced to helpless. She usually those good friends, none of them are willing to borrow money. Although there is such a big car dealership, but the bank still put forward some requirements too. Must first return 10 million, before you can continue to loan. If I lend him money, what are the chances that he won't pay it back? 10%. Chapter 28, I'll lend it to you. Seeing this opportunity, he was still quite happy. Although Qin Feng had a bit of money now, he didn't want to be cheated for nothing. If I lend her money, what are the chances of making money? 50%. Qin Feng smiled. What beauty didn't think much about it, and immediately raised the chance to 100%. This time he's not just borrowing money, but also an investment. Xiang Huang was a bit embarrassed. She felt very embarrassed, making such a request. Even her high school classmates would think she was a liar. Right? Okay, I'll lend you $10 million. What did you say? Just now it was my bad for bringing up such a thing. In fact, you don't have to. Xiang Huang said guiltily. To know that this is 10 million is not a small amount of money. We are high school classmates, it's only right to help out. Hearing this, Christina Huang's entire body didn't believe it. Being high school classmates is worth $10 million? This reason sounds too crazy. Even a married couple probably wouldn't be worth $10 million. Are you kidding me? Are you really going to lend me that much money? Aren't you afraid that I'll cheat you? Of course I will trust you so much that there's no need to lie to me. After all, you're an honest person. You'll pay me back anyway. I have nothing to worry about. Xiang Huang was thrilled to hear this. How could she not expect Qin Feng to say this? You know what? There are quite a few rich second-generation people chasing after me. They usually treat me very well, send me a lot of gifts, say they are willing to pay any price. But this time after something really happened, not to mention 10 million, 1 million they didn't even take out. Christina Huang smiled and continued. Actually, I don't want to open my mouth to borrow money from you anymore. I'm so embarrassed that I treated you like that in high school. That time probably made you very sad. It's okay, I've forgotten about the past. I don't remember much. I'll help you now that you need help. You can trust me so much. It's too touching to me. You want them, those people are not quite the same. Huang Xiang words said, eyes reddish moist. Qin Feng, you want to know him? This memory is still quite fuzzy. Really cannot think of. Surprisingly, is the previous Qin Feng chaste? Then now to fulfill the dream. Too bit really false. Previously cannot chase the person now chased. The heart and what kind of feeling? More or less will have a little sense of accomplishment. It is Christina Huang having a crush on me now? 45% chance. Then what are the chances of it developing into a more intimate relationship in the future? 40%. The odds weren't very high it seemed, but he wasn't worried. Qin Feng would slowly help her. Wait until later, she would be impressed by herself, I guess. This was something Qin Feng was bound to do. This time he not only want to pick up girls, but also want to make money together. This is two things. The heart, just think about it, all feel excited. You need 1,000 to be, then we'll go to the bank and play. I'll transfer the money to you. Are you full now? Huang Xiang really felt like she was dreaming. Before this, high school chased her people. Now actually able to give him 10 million. The heart is really surprised. There's no hurry. Since we came to such a good restaurant, enjoy it and go. The red wine is not enough. Both of them were happy and clinked their glasses once again. Cheers. Xiang Huang's face flushed up. Her heart didn't know how excited she was. Chapter 29, Just Friends. You really plan to borrow that much money? Why not if you can pay me back anyway? In fact, you don't have to rush to pay me back. Just pay me back after you get through the crisis. Qin Feng said confidently. He picked up his wine glass and took a sip. Huang Xiang was touched in her heart. If she didn't know too much debt, she wouldn't be in urgent need of this $10 million. As long as she had this 10 million and paid off her previous debts, then she could continue to apply for loans, and the funds would be fine as long as they persisted through, and all problems could be solved. Qin Feng did this. He knew in his heart a little risky. After all, such a thing, the return may be very little, but it does not matter, he is willing. Huang Xiang particularly touched. She knows a lot of rich friends, but this time really help her, but not really to the crunch. Can only see what people are good to you. Like your family is so rich, just temporarily encountered a crisis only. Do not have to make such a fuss. In fact, you don't know that such a big industry has a very big risk. A little carelessness will go bankrupt. Peer competitors rush to acquire. Although the industry is big, but the chances of bankruptcy is also very big. Plus the industry is in a recession now. Xiang Huang shook her head and said, some of them want to hold on to their property. Even more difficult. There are many factors that affect. A little bit of wind and grass will lead to losses. Huang Xiang's family is now encountering such a crisis. It is very possible to close down. You can't look at me like this, as if you're interested in me coming. Qin Feng joked. If I'm really interested in you, you're not willing to then how would I dare? When Huang Xiang was told by him like this, she really had such thoughts in her heart. Qin Feng was still good looking. Those industries he was involved in made him look rich, and he was also very good to himself, which was the key. A man who is willing to pay for you is the one who really loves you. Xiang Huang was a bit touched in her heart. Now is the time to transfer money to you, right? Why now what? Aren't you in too much of a hurry too? I'm very not in a hurry. I'm just worried about you. I also hope that your family can get through the crisis earlier. Xiang Huang nodded, her eyes reddened. As long as I apply for a loan immediately after repaying the outstanding amount, don't worry about it. I'll return the money to you within a week. I'm not in a hurry. You can pay it back whenever you want. Qin Feng said lightly. He was very calm when he said the wrong thing. His heartbeat didn't accelerate at all. This is all his money, almost. He actually will also have such a generous time. Qin Feng looks very gentlemanly and elegant. Huang Xiang's heart was stunned. So I thought he would be so quick, as if he couldn't wait to lend him money. Isn't $10 million a little too much? I'm really embarrassed to say it. I know the crisis inside your house is serious, so I'll lend you $15 million. What, you actually lend me $15 million? Xiang Huang was a little surprised. Why would this lend her an additional $5 million? Covering her mouth in surprise, Qin Feng faintly smiled, did not care at all. Your home industry crisis is so big, more money should be more help. You just take it as a little bit of my intention. Well, in fact, my recent hand is not too broad, or I want to borrow more money to you. This is already a lot of money borrowed. He doesn't care at all, and he still wants to borrow more? The most touching words Xiang Huang had ever heard. They were still just ordinary friends, and he was actually willing to borrow $15 million? Chapter 30, No girlfriend, right? Xiang Huang was very touched in her heart. Is that so? Look at your look of surprise. It can't be that you don't believe me. Wait a while and we'll go to the bank. Well, I'll transfer the money to you. Sign a contract. Don't worry, I will definitely return it to you as soon as possible. It's only $15 million. There's no need to sign any contract at all. And who's with whom between me and you? Why do we need to engage in these extra things? Xiang Huang was shocked and speechless. Qin Feng was generous beyond his imagination. We'll go to the bank after we finish our meal, Qin Feng said with a smile. Okay. After the two arrived at the bank, Xiang Huang contacted someone and a moment later she also came to the bank. Qin Feng takes a look and actually it's also a beautiful woman. She has the same temperament as Christina Huang, and her looks are also tall with a good figure. Introduce yourself then. This is my sister Huang Qin. Hello handsome, Huang Qin said playfully and adorably. Huang Qin and her sister were really completely different personalities. She looked a bit more lively, and the two people's styles were also very different. Xiang Huang was the temperament of a royal sister, and Huang Qin was a bit playful and cute. Our crisis can be solved for now. He is willing to lend us $15 million. What, there is such a thing? This is $15 million. He's willing to lend so much money. Huang Qin looks at Qin Feng in surprise. For a moment she feels that his image is much taller. Sister, you are also too powerful, actually able to find such a person to lend you so much money, Huang Qin said with envy. Huang Qin was rather cute and pretty, and there were many people who pursued her, but she couldn't find someone who borrowed so much money from her, and when this matter was mentioned, they all blushed profusely and found all sorts of reasons to refuse. Your sister is quite similar to you. Well, that's true then, but he's young now, and he's always been unreliable in what he does, and the friends he makes as well. Xiang Huang smiled. Without any contract, Qin Feng couldn't help but ask, what are the chances that they won't pay back the money? Chance 5%. Very well, the reason why Qin Feng trusts Xiang Huang so much is all because of the system. He wouldn't dare to do so without the system. What are the chances that I can make money by lending them money? The odds are 10%. Qin Feng quickly mentioned the chance to 80%. This chance was already the limit. As long as he could make a little money, he didn't think much about how much he could make. Qin Feng borrowed money just out of favor. Making money was secondary. After the system confirmed that it was speechless, Qin Feng transferred the money very boldly. 15 million did not take too long to arrive. Huang Qin envious to death. Like he would say, rich people, how they did not know. She knew those rich second generation. Obviously spending money will not have so much big money. This is not dreaming? Then our family's crisis is going to come to an end. Huang Qin got excited, waiting until the family estate could be loaned out. She could live a lavish life again. After transferring so much money, he is so calm. It seems like he must be a big shot, Huang Qin said in awe. Xiang Huang was thinking that Huang Qin was talking a bit too much. Usually she didn't have so much to say about any handsome guy she met, but today she was yakking like this. Sis, is he your friend? Look at him, so handsome, should not have a girlfriend. You hurry to introduce him to me. Your sister, I have been single for too long, Huang Qin said aggressively. Qin Feng didn't hear it from afar and Xiang Huan glared at her fiercely. Chapter 31 Anyway, no one. Oh, I know, so you also like him? We sisters too. To not make it so awkward. Hey, after all, like him, such a handsome and gold man is rare. Qin Feng is also more or less hurt a little. The content of their conversation makes him secretly happy. Before he never dared to think that there will be such a thing. Now it's different. Huang Qin looked at Qin Feng with that look in his eyes, was itching to see him completely through in general. Every single thing about him he wanted to know. It was just a pity that his sister also liked him, and he obviously wouldn't have a chance. Sister, you must chase him to be the future brother-in-law. I don't think there will be a more suitable person. Xiang Huang glared at Huang Qin without any good humor. Wouldn't it look awkward to say such words in front of others? Sis, don't worry about what you've given me. I'll definitely do it right. The statement will be given to you as soon as possible. Huang Qin looked at Qin Feng and threw winks. I'm really sorry, my sister is rather naughty. Actually, it's okay. What she said isn't unreasonable. You should take advantage of it, Qin Feng said confidently, calling others to come after him. Really confident. Qin Feng even felt that he was so thick-skinned. Huang Xiang embarrassed. It seems to be should be interested in her. That will not borrow him so much money, and also open this kind of joke, as if hinting at the general. Huang Xiang's face was as red as an apple, probably because of the wine she had just drunk. Qin Feng looks more charming. He just was very bold. Borrowed so much money, very calm. A really rich people, low-key introverted. The two people came out of the bank. Huang Xiang wanted to say something, but hesitated. Qin Feng was puzzled in his heart. She moved to herself? Chances are 70%. Alright, let's not be here. I'll find a place to sit now. Two people walking shoulder to shoulder. Huang Xiang constantly after low look at him. Can't imagine that she is his high school classmate. Also really surprising. These years he in the end through what things to become so rich. Huang Xiang took the initiative to hold hands? Qin Feng was a little shocked. He had wanted to say more, but he never thought that the girl had gotten the jump on him. At first it was just holding hands. Then Qin Feng wrapped his arms around her waist. It felt simply too good to be true. He had never felt so good before. This was the so-called water snake waist. Huang Xiang was originally a very good figure. The whole person is tall and elegant, but also the temperament of the imperial sister, coupled with that melon-faced delicate face. Qin Feng think not to mention 15 million. I'm afraid that is 100 million are willing to borrow. So this investment, he just as wrestle beauty a smile good. Honestly, he does not care how much he will lose. Beauty is worth 15 million. The two strolled for a long time, the beginning of the arm around the waist only. But Huang Xiang suddenly took the initiative. Now Qin Feng really a little off guard. He did not know this in the end is good. Huang Xiang took the initiative to offer a kiss. Qin Feng also began to resist. The dry wood of the fire all of a sudden cannot hold it. Inside the fire anxious dazzle, looked around them in a square near the grove. Is not what people. Huang Xiang hindsight only reacted to. This is not too good? How should also go to the hotel but just now is her initiative. Now wanna push away also cannot push away. We're not good like this. You'd better calm down. Go to the hotel. Huang Xiang blushed scarlet up. Qin Feng sneered up. What is there to be afraid of? Anyway, there is no one nearby. Chapter 32, Too bold. This is too bold. Huang Xiang felt very bad. In this grove, this is really hurtful to morality in case people see it, is to lose their reputation Xiang Huang couldn't help but grunt. Her heart was also very excited. Facing Qin Feng's forcefulness, she finally compromised. What are the chances of us being discovered? 60%. In his heart, he couldn't help but curse. It would actually be so high. Zhang Yang immediately lowered it. It's not good. Someone is coming over. Look quickly, hurry and don't move. Huang Xiang said in shame and anger. Qin Feng took a look not far, also knew that there were two people walking away, looking to come over. Suddenly they turned around and left. This is also really too scared to death. Huang Xiang was so scared that she lost her color. Such a thing is really stimulating. In case they saw it, it would really be a loss of face. I don't know if it's luck or what. They've been here for so long and actually haven't been discovered. But in the end it was still more troublesome. Qin Feng didn't have many tissues with him. The two of them came out from the grove, pretending to look like nothing was wrong. Xiang Huang's face was red and embarrassed, and she didn't utter a word for half a day. I don't look different anywhere, right? What if someone finds out? Huang Xian's heart got weak, especially her sister Huang Qin. Surely she would be noticed something. As long as you keep it to yourself and don't be so twisted, nothing will happen. your sister can't see it right. Qin Feng comforted. Huang Xiang is still quite twisted. Qin Feng shakes his head and says, if you're so twisted, you don't need to go back. Come with me. This won't work. There are still a lot of things waiting for me to take care of at home. Your face is so red. Just don't be too concerned. Don't think about this. The more you worry, the more it will be seen. Contact sometime. When parting, Huang Xiang looked very reluctant to part, and I don't know why. She was feeling like she fell in love with this man all of a sudden. Bye. Call you when you have time. But don't stop answering my calls. Bye. Qin Feng waved his hand, and when he was leaving, he smiled sweetly. Qin Feng was so happy in his heart that he gave Zhao Na a call and actually didn't answer, and returned home to see that she wasn't there either. Could it be that there is something busy to go? Qin Feng saw a note, said the company to train her to go out of town, which went really hurried. If I had known, I would have stayed a little longer with Huang Xiang. Qin Feng shook his head. Then this night is not going to be alone. Qin Feng shook his head up. Or think of the next investment plan. His money is not much now. Qin Feng board or drive out for a walk, parked next to a park, lowered the window. He shrugged his shoulders and sighed in relief. Now this kind of life makes him very satisfied. Suddenly someone knocked on the car window. Qin Feng looked up to see that it was actually an acquaintance. To think that it's such a coincidence to meet you here as well. Qin Feng remembered this woman. It's that Ukrainian female model. Meeting here. I wonder if it's a kind of fate. Ukrainian girls are really different. The difference between them and those in China is quite big. Qin Feng carefully sizes her up. This is really a beauty embryo. Since we met then, why don't we go and sit somewhere? The Ukrainian girl said. Yeah, get in the car. Qin Feng opened the car door and she happily got in. My name is Tracy. Don't you have to work at night? Chapter 33, wanting to meet the director. No need, I mostly do some modeling, and sometimes shoot some commercials, but the paychecks aren't too satisfying, so you involve comprehension and so much more. After all, I'm not that kind of very famous model, have never had that kind of luck. Big advertisers look down on me. After all, I'm a foreigner, there are very many difficulties. She shook her head up as if she was quite disappointed. You dress up so beautifully today. Are you planning to go somewhere? A gown is very elegant. A banquet is 3 days away. After I met you I didn't want to go. I'd be mocked if I went anyway. It seemed that she wanted to make a career, but she had run into walls everywhere and was helpless, and now she was only able to make ends meet for the time being. Although she is very pretty, but it doesn't matter here, and there is no network or inch, and don't want a subterfuge or anything. Naturally people who look pretty can't climb up. Since there is a banquet, why don't you go? Why don't I accompany you? Qin Feng said indifferently, but is this really good? You'll probably get a cold shoulder if you go with me. Tracy said awkwardly. What does it matter? I want to see what kind of people dare to look down on you. Don't worry about it. I won't let anything happen to you if I'm around. Tracy laughed. Was not expecting Qin Feng to say that. In that case then you can take me. But not now. But 3 days later. It's been hard for a director to find me recently. But he just asked me to dub. Well, what kind of director is it? It's a director who specializes in animation. He's very short of funds right now, but no one is willing to invest in him. He's at the point where he can't move an inch. Qin Feng was quite interested. Knowing a few directors wasn't a bad thing, but how much potential could an animation director have? Chinese animation movies rarely have a big hit, right? All he didn't want to have the intention of investing. If you're a rich man, you can try to invest in it, in case it catches fire. Animation director is forget it. There is no future at all anymore. Don't be in such a hurry, okay? His name is Yang Yutian. Qin Feng's face turns serious when he hears this name. Crossing over to the parallel world, he pays a lot of attention to an animation director. Chinese animation movies had been in the doldrums, but a more famous animation came out and Nezha was a big hit before crossing over. That director's name, Qin Feng but remembered clearly, is called Yang Yu. This is a parallel world, so there will also be a similar person. Qin Feng looked serious. He hurriedly took his cell phone out and searched. Sure enough, this Yang Yutian, who was not famous now, was exactly the same as the previous one from that earth. The one thing that was certain was that his smash hit animation hadn't appeared yet. Nezha was a very promising movie. Qin Feng smiled faintly. For a moment he was greatly interested in this director. He had already made up his mind to go ahead and invest. This had to be invested to make it work. Okay, no problem. I'll try to find a way to invest in him. Really? You're not joking with me, right? If you invest in him it will be a great help to me as well. Tracy got excited. Although he was looking for a very rich person, it was enough for Tracy. Qin Feng still looked relatively rich. How could he come up with a few $1,000,000? Now from a small director acquaintance. In the future it will definitely slowly and smoothly get better. Chapter 34, Keep My Secret. Qin Feng and Tracy found a place to have a drink and chatted all very happily. After going back, Qin Feng realized that he was very short of money. If he wanted to invest, how would he need tens of millions of dollars? It seems that he has to find a way to make money. This investment will definitely make him rich. The fastest way? Undoubtedly buy lottery tickets. Qin Feng feels that this is a bit risky. Last time he won the jackpot earned so much money. Now if he won tens of millions of dollars is not good. He was afraid that he would be targeted by someone with a heart of gold, but he also thought of a way. Can use the system to reduce the chances. Someone wants to investigate him. Was found the chances of all lower. This time he needs a lot of money. How to have $30 to $40 million. Buy a lottery ticket and win. Qin Feng will change the way to make money in the future. He doesn't have much heart to look at antiques and paintings now. Lottery is the fastest way. Zhao Nashi's away on a business trip for the time being, so I'll be in charge of you. A pretty sister said, charge me 500,000 in first. You have to charge so much at once, right? Although you won a lot of money last time, but I'm afraid the chances of wanting to win again are very small. The pretty sister said in surprise. It's fine anyway, I wanted to come and have some fun. There's just nothing to do in my spare time. Qin Feng looked confident. You look like you're sure to win the jackpot. Are you really that sure? That's for sure, but I can't say anything about such things. Can I ask you something? Well, you say. I'm Zhao Na's good sister Li Feng. This sister can be trusted. She won't betray me. Qin Feng questioned in his heart. Chances are 70% it can be trusted. She'll be more than happy to help you if you bribe. It's like this. After I won the lottery last time, someone almost tried to find out my information. So this time I want to keep it absolutely secret. Even if it's the boss of the company, I don't want him to know. You are worrying about this. The company's boss will definitely know. Such an important matter. How can you still not know? No matter how much you hide it, it's useless. But I can use my method to make the people outside not know it's you. Li Feng said confidently. Yes or no, I'll give you $200,000 to keep it a secret. If you do these things well enough, I'll give you more. Okay, no problem. I won't let you down. Li Feng was very happy. If Zhao Na was here, then this money must have been earned by her. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth rose up. He had very little money left on him now. The lottery was now the key. Qin Feng sat for a whole day. He kept losing money but didn't care at all. It was rare to see someone like him. Is he going to lose $500,000 in one day? He has already lost enough. He wants to persuade him, but he can't. Li Feng thinks that this person is really strange. What are the chances of winning the jackpot with this set of numbers? The odds are 10%. Qin Feng did not see a satisfactory number. He needs that kind of higher odds, can earn a little more money number, and then use the odds of upward adjustment. He wanted a $30 to $40 million jackpot this time. If he didn't get that much money, he would keep buying. Buy lottery tickets is also a technical work. He wants a number to ask the system, but it is quite tiring. This thousands of million earned not easy. If you have any needs, just tell me. I'll help you as much as possible. Don't worry, you'll definitely keep the matter of buying lottery tickets this time secret. Li Feng said politely. Chapter 35, 2 grand prizes. It's fine, I'll just look at the numbers myself. Qin Feng has been watching the lottery for 2 consecutive days and has bought more than $300,000, all of which have been lost. Li Feng also shook her head up. This rich man really can't be persuaded. The ones that lost money were just an illusion. Qin Feng deliberately went to buy like this, to make others think that he also counted the crazy and chaotic purchases to win the lottery. If he had won the jackpot in one purchase, wouldn't others be suspicious? What are the chances that I can win the lottery with this set of numbers? Chance of 10%. Finally, he found a set of numbers with a high chance. What are the odds of me being able to win $5 million? Qin Feng continued to ask. 400%. Meaning this set of numbers can win $20 million? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He had looked at so many groups of numbers and now he finally found it. This should be stable, right? Qin Feng was also a little worried. In case that 10% chance happened, then he might not win either. But 90% chance, Qin Feng can only risk a try. After thinking for a while, Qin Feng looked at this set of numbers. He played this period of the lottery is to purchase more and more. The higher the final prize, directly multiplied by multiplying several times. I purchase 80,000. What are the chances of winning the lottery in the end? Qin Feng asked the system again to be on the safe side. Chance of 15%. Very well, Qin Feng immediately increased the odds. The odds increased from 15%, all of a sudden to 90%. Just a number he is not assured. Must buy another set of numbers to be able to do. He felt that 20 to 30 million is not enough to invest it. Qin Feng returned home and called outside, full of energy to look at the number. Another set of numbers he also looked at for a long time, until more than 2 o'clock in the evening before going to sleep. He confirmed that that set of numbers will be at least 10 million. The odds are also in 90%. Now that he had almost no money left, Qin Feng was more or less worried. In the morning, Qin Feng came to the lottery company. Qin Feng, you actually won the jackpot again, Li Feng said with incomparable shock. and still won 2 jackpots. How did not expect? Qin Feng then wildly by 500,000 after a moment, all of a sudden won the jackpot, and to multiply several times. Li Feng did not know the final win is to get how much money. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, he smiled slightly, he was worried that he would not win the prize, then the final result should be 20 million. Qin Feng's heartbeat accelerated. Once again won the jackpot, he felt like a dream. Li Feng waited until the instructions from the higher-ups to find out how much Qin Feng had won. You won 2 jackpots, one is 20 million. After deducting the tax there's still a whole 20 million left. There's another one of 10 million. Total is 28 million. Li Feng said in shock. Not many people know about this, right? Qin Feng's only concern. No one knows about this, you can rest assured. Very well, then when will I be able to pick up the money? It may take a day or two after the relevant procedures. Qin Feng is very satisfied with this. You did what you should have done. I will give you the promised money right away. Okay, we have a good cooperation. Don't worry, this time the media won't know anything about you. Qin Feng is very happy. Next he is going to invest in animation director. If the money is not enough, he intends to continue to go back to play with antiques and paintings. Well, he can also go to look at the jadeite wool. This is definitely a good opportunity to invest in the movie. Qin Feng was waiting in the VIP room. He was thinking about where he was going to go next, planning quite a few things. At this time someone knocked on the door. Chapter 36, What's his background? There was a knock on the door at this time. Please come. The one who came in was a middle-aged man. Qin Feng was a little surprised that Li Feng was also by his side. This is the vice president of our company. He said he wants to talk to you. The matter of you winning the lottery will definitely go through him, Li Feng explained. Qin Feng smiled slightly. Oh, so that's it. What's the matter? Hello, I'm the vice president of the lottery company, Li Fire. Sir, you're really lucky. Winning the jackpot 3 times in a row is really something, Li Fire said in admiration. After all, it's also a lot of money to buy so much. I also bought the numbers haphazardly. Buying this is also one of my interests, Qin Feng said with a smile. Mr. Qin, it's like this. You've won the lottery 3 times and are one of our biggest customers. I want you to promote it for us once. Li Hua explained his intentions. Do a publicity? Qin Feng felt in his heart that this was not good. He originally wanted to keep a low profile. How would he go about doing any publicity? Mr. Qin, don't worry about it. We'll give you the publicity fee. We definitely won't let you do it for nothing. I'm sorry, I don't really want to do any publicity. The vice president should still hire someone else. Qin Feng laughed. His tone was still quite euphemistic. Li Hua also had no choice but to nod his head. After Qin Feng left, Li Hua sneered. Who brought this person? It's Zhao Na. Actually won the prize 3 times. Is he a rich second generation? Li Hua asked. His family doesn't seem to be rich. What, he's not a rich second generation? Doesn't seem to be. This is strange. Actually dare to reject my good intentions. I would like to see what he really is. Li Hua originally thought that he was a rich second generation. Unexpectedly, a rich second generation is not. Qin Feng, what is his background? He narrowed his eyes as if he was planning something. Qin Feng looked at his cell phone. Your account tail number 28 million has arrived, which is a sigh of relief. The heart is still quite worried before, but this amount of money enough to invest? Qin Feng is worried that I'm afraid it's not enough. Investing in a movie, such a thing, the budget is of course the more the better. Winning the lottery is already considered to be targeted. Qin Feng is very unhappy in his heart. It is not a good thing to be missed. Qin Feng thought about it should be transformed through other ways to make money, such as jadeite wool, which is also a way to money faster. When he was about to go back, Qin Feng saw Tsueishi. There was a man beside him. His appearance looked quite handsome with an inch hair, and he was wearing a brief. I never thought that I would meet you here. Tracy walked forward. The man had a happy face when he saw Qin Feng. Hello, I'm Yang Yutian. Hello. I really like your animation. I'm your #1 fan. Qin Feng said with a smile. Really? Then we'll have something to talk about in a little while. Yang Yutian said politely. There was an aura about him. It was true that a director was just extraordinary. He wasn't on fire yet, but he already had such an aura. Take a walk, let's find a random place to sit and talk properly, Qin Feng said. Yang Yutian couldn't help but praise his car when he saw it. Mr. Qin is young and promising, ought to be able to drive such a good car. Whereas I am just an unknown director. Where in the future you will definitely become a big director, Qin Feng said seriously. Hearing this, Yang Yutian's face changed slightly. He also knows that this market is not easy now. Becoming a big director is not something that can be done unless a very promising animation work. Chapter 37, Consider it. Chinese movie has not been very prosperous. The big hit works less, even if the box office is better. But the word of mouth is easy to collapse, resulting in the second work is difficult to achieve good results. Animated movies are even more difficult to achieve results. China's history, there is no really good works. Some works produced good, but the box office does not lead to the investor's loss of blood money. So many people are not willing to invest in animated movies. The three came to a restaurant. Yang Yutian offers to ask, "What are your plans for your next movie? There are quite a few problems encountered right now. There's a little bit of inching forward. The script aspect hasn't been finalized yet." Yang Yutian said with a sigh. Qin Feng knew that he must have encountered a difficult situation. Otherwise he wouldn't have looked for Tracy. "Ugh, I'm wondering how you guys met." "Oh, is a friend introduced me to know. My friend thinks Suishi people quite good. Suishi in this side know a lot of rich people well, so recommended to me." Yang Yutian embarrassed said. "I see." Yang Yutian sized up Qin Feng for a while. This person looks like he should have money. At least he doesn't have any frame. Those who saw before have a high frame. And once they heard that they were investing in animation, they were completely uninterested, and also sarcastically said that he wouldn't be able to get ahead in his life. "Now my movie without funds is very difficult. Animation production cannot be carried out. I have thought of a good script, but I need to replace the 3D special effects. This is a lot of investment. I estimate that it will take a lot of investment. A lot of people listen to my movie all have no interest in it. Think that's certainly to lose money." Yang Yutian said with a little disappointment. Qin Feng frowned up. He had read a lot of relevant reports before he crossed over. Nez's investment in this animation was almost $60 million. A total of 1,600 people had invested in it. However, now he didn't think so. He didn't need to invest in so many people. It would be enough for him to invest in it alone now. Director Yang Yutian is not easy. I watched his short films are more interesting. I believe it will be able to be a big hit. I don't know what you think now. Tracy also helped and said, hoping to persuade Qin Feng to invest. "I have prepared this animated movie for a very long time. I have thought of many ways, but no one is willing to invest in me. I am also more worried in my heart." "Mr. Qin, think about it. If you are interested, you can invest. If you can't, it doesn't matter." Yang Yutian said with a smile. "Air should not mind if I call you Dumplings." "Oh, of course it's fine, but not my acquaintances don't know me by this nickname." "How do you know?" Yang Yutian asked curiously. "I'm your loyal fan, how could I not know? It's evident that I didn't deceive you." Qin Feng joked. He Mr. Qin is joking. "I don't cheat, I really like animated movies very much, and I always want our China to have animated movies that we can take out." "I can't imagine that Mr. Qin still watches animated movies. Just call me Qin Feng. Don't be so formal. We also have a lot of good animated movies in China, but unfortunately they don't do well at the box office. But I like the plot. If it can follow the audience's tastes it will definitely be able to catch fire." The two of them chatted very harmoniously. It's not easy to find like-minded people these days. Yang Yutian also began to believe in Qin Feng. The two of them began to chat with a smile and a laugh. Qin Feng is determined. This time the investment is certainly a sure thing. Chapter 38. How much do you intend to invest? The two of them didn't drink a lot of wine. Qin Feng felt that the conversation was almost over. "Well, I'm very interested in this animated movie of yours. Tell me how much money is missing." Yang Yutian's expression became serious. He had thought that he would just chat with Qin Feng, but he never thought that he would actually open his mouth. "Now my movie production inches. Because the funds are not in place, I also need to 3D special effects production. The initial budget reached 40 million. An animated movie investment so much many people are not willing to, coupled with the post-production. Not to mention the publicity is estimated to have to 50 million. Yang Yutian said seriously. "It's not a big hit IP, and investing in movies is a risky thing. I produced or animated movie risk is even greater. And I'll be honest with you, it's easy to get blood money. What are the chances of me investing $60 million to make money? The odds are 80%. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. "Very good, this is a surefire investment. What are the odds that I can make $4 billion? 40% chance. Actually only 40%? Qin Feng frowned up, immediately adjusted the odds upwards. Adjusted to 100% he was not too assured. The odds must be 100%, otherwise he would not be assured. What are the chances of me investing in this movie failing? Qin Feng, in order to be able to feel at ease in his heart, he does not care about this amount of money. The thing that worries him is whether the movie can be successfully produced to the late stage. Losing a few tens of millions of dollars was nothing. In case Nezha wasn't able to be as big a hit as he imagined and missed this opportunity, that would be a loss of billions of dollars. Qin Feng was also a person with ideals, and had to make sure that everything would be fine this time around. 50% chance. Qin Feng's heart was stunned that it would actually be that high, and immediately adjusted the odds downward to only 5%. This 5% still worried him, but it was already the minimum chance. "Do you really plan to invest, or have you changed your mind?" Yang Yutian asked with a smile. "I haven't changed my mind. I'm very excited right now. Being able to invest in my favorite director is the happiest thing I've ever done," Qin Feng said seriously. Yan Yutian felt very relieved. After paying so much there was finally a little return. Then how much are you going to invest? I'm going to invest $60 million. What? Yan Yutian's entire body was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Yan Yutian thought that Qin Feng had the money to be able to invest a few $100,000, or a few million would be about right, but he couldn't imagine that he was so generous that he was going to invest $60 million at once. Tracy was also wide-eyed. She was counting on Qin Feng to invest, but did not expect to invest $60 million so much. Both of them were very surprised. Yan Yutian froze half a day, did not come back to God. Qin Feng, this is intended to invest in his entire movie a person. Tracy, where did you find this person? Actually willing to invest $60 million? Yan Yutian couldn't help but send a text message to ask. He was still in disbelief by now. Tracy was dumbfounded, completely unaware of what was going on. She shook her head, not really understanding. This is an animated movie. I'm afraid I'll have a hard time doing it if you have any other requests. Qin Feng shook his head up and said, no thing, I won't have any requests, but I'll have to look at the script as well as the production after I invest. After all, I've invested so much money. Chapter 39, it's worth it. Qin Feng, this is $60 million. You have to think clearly, and I do not guarantee that the box office will be a big seller. In case you lose money at that time, you cannot blame me. Yan Yutian also spoke the truth. Don't worry, as long as you do your best to actually produce it, I'm sure there will be a return. I'm not afraid of failing to invest. Qin Feng's confident appearance also gave Yan Yutian great encouragement. Yan Yutian experienced how much more hard work. Now finally someone looks at his talent. The heart is also bottom. Finally can go back and the team said can start. I have confidence in this animated movie of yours. It will definitely succeed. Qin Feng said to Yan Yutian. That's really thankful to you. After signing the contract I will definitely speed up my work day and night. You give me a few days. I'll give you $27 million first and I'll make up the rest in a week. Yan Yutian smiled widely and said, no problem being able to invest so much in such a short period of time. There must be no problem with my team animation production being able to run normally. You call people to prepare the contract. I'll transfer $27 million to you first. What, actually want to give money to invest now? Yan Yutian felt like he was dreaming. He thought he would have to wait until tomorrow or something to properly draw up the contract. Qin Feng, this is too frosty fasted. This in the end on Yan Yutian is how confident. Yan Yutian immediately contacted the lawyer, asked people to draw up the contract. After the lawyer came, Qin Feng swept a glance and used the system to confirm that there was no harm and then intended to sign. Dividends you 95%. I only need 5%. Yan Yutian said. How can this be done? 5% is too little. Others will say I'm not generous. This investment was a big risk. Dividends to you 95% reasonable. I want to fulfill my dream, so my dividend less okay. No, how can I also share 10%? Qin Feng said firmly. The final dividend Qin Feng accounted for 90%. Yan Yutian as long as 10% of the dividend. The two looked at each other again. Contract. Are very happy to sign. A while later, Yan Yutian looked at his cell phone. The bank account received 27 million. This is true. Someone has invested so much in me. It's really great. This time I must succeed. Yan Yutian said excitedly. I'll call in the remaining 33 million within a week. Qin Feng said. Tracy looked at Qin Feng with great shock. This person is too rich. Driving just an R8 sports car. Investing tens of millions of dollars without blinking? The reason why I chose Qin Feng in the first place was because I thought he didn't have the frame of those rich second generation. But I never thought that I would be so lucky to find such a powerful investor. Directly invested in Yan Yutian a whole movie. Suweishi is also happy with the mouth. A few cups of wine turned 27 million. Yan Yutian first time to see such a generous person. He has seen a lot of rich people. The investment will not have him so much. The investment is still the most risky animation movie. Qin Feng, are you really bold? Although I am not a 1,000-mile horse, but I will try my best. Yan Yutian looked serious and drank a cup for himself. Qin Feng had undoubtedly done a great favor. I'm sure you'll be able to succeed, Yan Yutian. Qin Feng was now like a good brother to Yan Yutian. 60 million to call a brother. This one brother must be worth it. Yan Yutian was very excited. Chapter 40 Hope. Don't worry, I'll keep a record of every penny I use. I promise I won't covet a penny. Who between me and you? I'm sure you won't lie to me. Such a thing is completely unnecessary. Qin Feng waved his hand. Yan Yutian didn't know how touched he was in his heart. It was the first time he met someone who appreciated him so much. The two of them drank a glass of wine with each other, both showing joyful smiles. Originally I was desperate for this movie. No one was willing to invest in animation movies. Originally the market was not good in this area in China. If I can't find investment these days, the team will most likely be disbanded. Thanks to you, Qin Feng. You are simply timely rain. The more Yan Yutian said, the more touched he was. He was on the verge of crying. After chatting with Yan Yutian for a long time, Qin Feng went back. He was really excited about this day. Just now drank a lot of wine. Go what Qin Feng is not drunk at all. That wine is good, wine degree is also very high. The feeling of hangover was completely absent. Qin Feng was still very energetic. Back to the old house. Qin Feng went to rest. The next day, Qin Feng was refreshed. Then someone came to knock on the door. Opening the door to see that it was Zhao Na, Qin Feng felt as if she was quite serious. Why is there something wrong? Your face is so ugly. Qin Feng asked curiously. Did you get Li Feng to help you recently? Don't be angry. I only looked for her when you weren't there. I'm not angry. It's just that I couldn't imagine that you won the jackpot twice more. It's too unbelievable. Li Feng marveled. But I bought $500,000, day and night non-stop. Qin Feng spread his hands, trying to make it clear that it was all luck and nothing more. What I'm worried about is that Li Hua. This person doesn't have a good heart. In the group he's always been the ruthless type. Qin Feng didn't think anything of it. Didn't care at all. A deputy manager of a lottery company, what he wants. It seems like he can't do anything about it. You don't have to worry. Just treat it as if it's fine. I won't be going to the lottery company lately. He came to ask me about you. Of course I won't tell him. He seems to be particularly interested in you. I don't know what this Li Hua has done some things. In short, I don't think she's a good person. Qin Feng smiled. He shrugged his shoulders. Just tell him whatever he asks you. There's no need for you to get into trouble for me. If you lose your job because of this, then I'll be blaming myself. Is it really okay for Qin Feng to be like this? It's okay, an assistant manager of a lottery company. I can handle it. Well, surprisingly if you say so. Qin Feng thought about the next is also quite lack of money. It is necessary to go to look at the jade wool, or looking for other ways to make money. Buy lottery tickets is actually quite tired. It is estimated that in the future we'll rarely buy lottery tickets. Well, these days to see you very busy look, is not there a lot of things? There are indeed very many things. I also need a large amount of money right now, and I'm planning how to turn it quickly. Zhao Na laughed. Look at you as if you are printing presses to create money seems really powerful. In the future if you get rich don't forget me. When have I ever forgotten you? You will always be in my heart. These words sounded really sweet. Zhao Na felt that this man was getting better at coaxing people. Then I'll go to work normally first. Qin Feng waved goodbye to her. Right now is a critical period. Must quickly earn 33 million to invest in Yan Yutian. After not buying lottery tickets, which industry to choose to make money? Qin Feng is to think about it. Chapter 41. Looking at the jadeite rough stone. I'm going to make a trip to the jadeite rough stone market now. Qin Feng was about to leave soon. The funds were important these days, and he had to put together more than $30 million in the first place. Then be careful on your way. Call if anything happens. Zhao Na said goodbye. Seeing Qin Feng's so bold and flavorful appearance, the heart cannot help but sigh up. This person will definitely have a great big action. He is able to give a person a feeling like this. Came to the jadeite wool market. Lin Shui last time saw Qin Feng's ability. Has always wanted to contact him, just cannot find the right reason. Now Qin Feng own door. Lin Shui's heart is still quite happy. He may be able to help himself to earn a few tens of millions of dollars this time. Although before Qin Feng is in the line of antiques. Has not tried to bet on the stone, but Lin Shui on him is very confident. Hello again, you look good. It's not bad, only recently lack of money. I remember you said there are things you can find you, so I came. I help you look at the material, but now I don't have a lot of money, so you first help me advance a little. The bodyguard beside Lin Shui was not happy when he heard this. This person is so big, why should he ask our boss to advance money for him? Where would there be such reasoning? Oh, you have such a big mouth. Do you think you're the king of gambling stones? That tall and upright bodyguard questioned. Alright, we're talking about things you're not allowed to interrupt, Lin Shui said warningly. But big boss. The bodyguard was not expecting that Lin Shui would care so much about Qin Feng. Sorry, new bodyguard doesn't know how to be polite. If you're ready then we'll leave now. Qin Feng nodded and revealed a smile. Came to a place called Jade Pavilion. The several buildings are selling wool. Decoration looks still quite extravagant. Just walked in to give a person a kind of noble feeling. The center of the main door a large glass cabinet, which has a statue holding several pieces of plug material. Qin Feng was attracted by this glass cabinet. The heart is to feel interesting. He continued to walk in. There are more glass windows. There is a statue, holding wool. Some will also open the window, revealing the warm jade flesh to look at people very excited. Such a lot of semi-plugged material. The price is also ridiculously high. Take a look for yourself. Interested in that piece of material? I'll help you pay for it. Lin Shui enthusiastically smiled and said. Her words were attracting jealousy from the people around her, guessing in their hearts what their relationship was. Today, I see that you look like you're determined to win. How much do you plan to help me earn? Lin Shui asked with a smile. I'm rather short of money right now. Of course the more I earn the better. I'm relieved with your words. Lin Shui hoped that Qin Feng's skill was as accurate as when he looked at antique porcelain. Qin Feng then began to observe the wool. The heart is also quite excited. All kinds of wool to dazzle him. These wool for him are money. Only need a little time to be able to take away some of the wool above the skin locks. This crack see also quite a lot. If opened out of the emerald is likely to affect the final value, and even lead to the collapse of the whole piece of material. What are the chances of this piece of wool opening out emerald? 5%. The chance is too low cannot. Qin Feng hopes to find the chance of more than 50 to 60%, so as to improve the odds he may make a big profit. After asking the system, Qin Feng is still relatively disappointed. Most of these woolen materials have no value. There is a piece of jade, but the value of the poor. It is estimated to be the seed water is good color is too poor it. Chapter 42 Lost Chance. Seeing Qin Feng so serious, Lin Shui is also relieved, but his hands looking at that piece of material makes a little bit of a surprise. That piece of wool yellow sand skin shell, should be from the greenstone mining area of Myanmar, is one of the world's important jadeite origin, generally between 300 to 500 grams, if outstanding are normal, often out of high emerald material. Qin Feng hand holding the larger piece, Lin Shui looked not very satisfied. The front of the wool has a long 2 centimeters of cracked locks. This piece of wool looks pretty good, but with this cracked lock's value plummeted. Why would he hold and look at it for so long? You should be aware of the small lock reason. Often with such a small lock will destroy the emerald of the wool. That's why a lot of people won't choose such a piece of wool, because the chance of losing money is too great. What are the chances of this piece coming out green? 100%. Qin Feng was frozen at the time when he heard this, never imagining that there would be such a high chance. What are the chances of me making money through this piece of emerald? The odds are 90%. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth rises up. It seems that the small locks on this piece of wool do not have too much impact, just affecting the indication, not affecting the emerald inside. Moreover, the water quality of this jadeite was extremely high. Qin Feng couldn't have imagined that he would have such good luck, but it took him quite a bit of time. The jade material in Qin Feng's hand was about 3 kilograms. The possibility of it being all jade inside was extremely high, and it was estimated that he could create a few good bracelets too. How much is this piece of material? Qin Feng asked. This piece of material $500 a kilogram. Do you want to buy it directly or do you want to decipher the stone? We provide services here. Deciphering the stone also requires an additional charge, the waiter said enthusiastically. Have you looked at it? No way you actually looked at this piece of material? Lin Shui said with a little bit of surprise. The small locks on the wool looked at her heart palpitations. This piece of wool was placed in front of the store wool. Most of them are substandard it. There are many tourists to buy cheated. The store in front of the wool is even fake stone. Good wool is not something that every person can see. Qin Feng feels that the wool that can produce green in this store is relatively small, and the water types that come out are relatively low grade. I know the owner here. Material that will produce green won't be at the entrance of the store, but it's not impossible if you're adamant about this piece. Qin Feng was very sure that this piece of wool could produce green and wouldn't let him down. Lin Shui brought Qin Feng to the stone. A yard placed a lot of high stone equipment. One of the buildings in front of the guard 2 big men. Qin Feng think that should be the precious wool storehouse. There were still quite a few people lining up to decode the stones. Qin Feng didn't know how long he would have to wait. We'll be next. How can it be that fast? I know the boss, so he naturally doesn't want me to wait much longer. Otherwise I don't know how long the queue will take. Lin Shui said with a smile. Deconstruction onlookers are really quite a lot of people. Some people just like to see this kind of hustle and bustle. A piece of good quality wool. The final excision to collapse of a large number of people. Some people bloat, also some people pain. My god, this can be collapsed? Now I lost more than 400,000 yuan, said a middle-aged man in despair. I can't imagine that this wool with pine flowers and green ringworm. This can't open any green This is simply too difficult The chances of cutting up the wool with ringworm are going to be relatively high. Chapter 43 collapsed. After all, this is the gambling stone You think it is something to joke about it. The better wool or tens of thousands have said collapsed. Old Li is a big loss. Thought this piece of wool is quite big will have cut up. The crowd is talking. Qin Feng is also watching the fun. He is still more interested. In front of this piece of unraveling a small half of the stone, not out of the green crowd feel collapsed. Not even a tiny bit of green is not really let a person despair. That Old Li face frustration. Old Li, now you $40,000 to sell me, but also be able to return to the capital. A middle-aged man joked to say. After all, this piece of wool on the ringworm the area is not large in case continue to cut up it. Also do not rule out such a possibility. Old Li spent $400,000 to buy a good quality wool. He now how can be willing to it. The wool cut 1/5 of no green. The next may also have green, may not. I have already lost money, still afraid of what? I continue to solve. Old Li voice hoarse said. The crowd is holding hands up ready to watch the show. The master of the stone is to continue to start. Not even draw a line from the center of this piece of wool cut down. Still no green, ah. See, a little green did not. The oldly angry, almost paralyzed on the ground. Qin Feng is also watching the fun. The heart curiosity up. This piece of wool really no green? 5% chance. The only 5% of the odds did not? Qin Feng's eyes widened. Meaning that this piece of wool has green? 95% chance. Qin Feng gulped down a breath. The center of the wool material didn't have any. So was the left piece green? 100% chance. Qin Feng's eyes straight looked at the left piece of wool. The area is still not small. Emerald in the left position of the wool. The center right are not green. That piece of emerald is ice seed. Odds how much? Odds 90%. Qin Feng's eyes emitted a bright light. Ice seed jadeite is worth a lot of money. The heart is beginning to get excited. Unravel this piece on the right again. Old Lee is still not dead. His $400,000 just like this is gone? Sure enough, the cut collapsed. The right side of the wool did not come out of the green. Qin Feng's eyes slightly changed. He would not want to cut the left side of the wool, right? The left piece of wool cut? The area is still not small. The master of the stone deciphering asked. Old Lee, now where there is still any mood. Now the heart is dripping blood. Boss, are you selling this stone? Qin Feng walked forward and asked. At this time the crowd turned back over. They were all rather surprised. He looked as if he was quite rich. A very spirited young man. Young man, you have eaten enough, but also to buy such material. Obviously collapsed twice. Do not spend money in vain. That's right. The old Lee, this person has no vision. Do you still have to lose money into it? Several people advised. The good of the wool has not been cut. Who does not know? This boss vision is still quite unique, I think. Qin Feng's words sort of gave old Lee a bit of comfort. Qin Feng, why did you buy this piece of wool? It's already collapsed. And it's collapsed several times. Lin Shui said. Haha boss, I said. This person cannot be relied on. Where will someone go to buy this kind of collapsed wool? At first glance is the garbage wool. Even I, this layman, can see. The stone that has collapsed continuously. There will still be people who want to buy it? It was also really crazy to think forward. The person who wanted to pay money to buy it before, after seeing that it collapsed twice, he didn't have this idea. Chapter 44, $10,000. Old Lee heart like a knife cut. He but spent 400,000 yuan to buy wool. Cannot imagine so garbage cut a few times, collapsed a few times. You can rest assured. Believe me, absolutely no problem. Around the boss you intend to sell to me. I can give a good price. Qin Feng said with a smile, looking very confident. This piece of wool in front of him is definitely not simple. The value will definitely be very high. Qin Feng feels that big money is just around the corner. Old Lee looked up at Qin Feng, seeing that he was dressed like a rich man. I don't know why he had a good feeling about him. When the crowd was laughing at him, this young man stepped forward to speak. Young man, $10,000 for you if you want it. Old Lee said. Haha, also $10,000 it. Old Lee, you are not pit people it. Now this material 1,000 no one wants. Old Lee did not want to make money. This material he 400,000 bidding to come. You really stand and talk, not waste pain. Old Lee face green, a burst of white, a burst of very ugly. He also knows that this material is not worth 10,000, but sell 1,000 better than to give away. The heart of that is sad and painful. Well, I bought. What this young man actually bought. The crowd has not sarcastic enough. Old Lee it. Qin Feng actually want to buy it? $10,000 only. I think it's very worth it. But you can not regret. Qin Feng joked. The crowd felt like he was joking. Still regret? What can I regret? This piece of wool belongs to you. Whatever you want can be done, as long as you give me $10,000 on the line. The old Lee looked at Qin Feng doubtfully. The heart felt to be nothing wrong. The heart is already on the wool and completely disappointed. Do not hold any turnaround. Well then you want the rest of this piece. This piece is also quite large. Old Lee wanted to make this piece of wool valuable. Qin Feng that way was willing to spend $10,000 to buy. Qin Feng quickly gave the money. Old Lee is also a quick person. Personally handed him the piece of material. After receiving the money, Lao Li did not seem happy. Sad face. Qin Feng will be the piece of material in the hand, did not say anything more. Qin Feng, you also have 2 pieces of wool in your hand. Let's just hurry up and decode the stone. Qin Feng nodded. He placed the piece of wool he bought on the stone cutting platform. The master who was deciphering the stone followed his request and used an electric grinder to start rubbing it from the corners of the edge. An ear-piercing rubbing sound was more distracting. Especially Old Lee did not know how ugly his face was, but after looking at it for a while, there was no sign of green. Water it, Qin Feng ordered. Soon the stone master watering. Such a large piece of wool was grinding a lot, but a little green did not. The crowd showed a gloating smile too. This stupid actually spent $10,000 to buy it, is not going to lose. Ha, I knew it collapsed. Old Lees will all dare to take, I see too much money. The crowd snickered. The old Lee is also a face of relief look. Finally was pitched, not just him. the heart also balanced a lot. This a kid also deserved. Like greedy small cheapet by such cut collapsed material. Buy a time to lose a time. Grinding a small part of the so large piece of wool or not out of the green. The oldly sure will not be out of the green. He also can't wait to not out of the green. You can gloat a little. Unlucky people cannot be the only one right. The oldly see the scene is also assured that the collapse of the good Chapter 45 out of the green. Qin Feng is very calm. The crowd does not know why he wants to use an electric mill to slowly rub. This wastes time and spends more. Directly cut a knife is not better. Oops, let's go, there is nothing to see. Oldly have gone. A time people are slowly dispersed. Qin Feng said to Lin Shui, you know the boss here. Can you tell the onlookers to leave? No problem. There were still quite a few onlookers, but a big man came over and told them all to leave, leaving only the relevant staff. Young man, are you going to continue to grind the edges like this? It won't come out green. The master is impatient. Qin Feng is not dead hard this is already will not come out of the green But Qin Feng is quite calm. So long he did not change color. Slowly grinding, I will give you additional money. Qin Feng said indifferently. Grinding machine once again sounded. Qin Feng's eyes revealed the intention of silk expectations. He was clear in his heart this 5 kilograms of wool inside contains a piece of attractive jadeite. Grinding down the skin will be displayed in front of the world. Is certainly a big profit. Qin Feng's heart is very happy. Gambling stone for him. This is a road of prosperity, a steady profit. Still no not as good as cut it. That saves time. The stone master began to get impatient. Qin Feng continued to call splash. He had no choice but to splash. The woolen layer of stone debris was cut down by a layer of stone debris was cut down by a layer of water. He had no choice but to splash. The woolen layer of stone debris was blown and washed away. Then saw the warm green flesh. Stone master froze, his mouth wide open in surprise, almost speechless. There is such a thing, actually out of the green. Cannot it is not my eyes blurred? This is also able to come out green. My god, this young man's luck is too good. Next to the bodyguard, big man surprised said, up. A touch of delicate green into the eyes. The master of the stone hand are trembling. Why this piece of material is not his it? Look at the water species has reached the ice seed The color is also very positive, is estimated to be apple green it. The value of this is very high. Such a large piece of emerald. That would be worth how much very good. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Not too excited. The most surprised person is Lin Shui. How she did not think. So also can cut up. As if in a dream. The wool revealed a small piece of emerald. Enough to make this piece of wool value dozens of times. Qin Feng just spent 10,000 yuan to buy just. He felt to unlock all of this piece of wool. The value will be the absolute highest. Lin Shui looked incredibly. I see jadeite right in front of her. Is really shocking. Qin Feng like magic. Ice seed apple green jadeite is also considered relatively top. Ice seed jadeite material value has been very high. And now look at the green situation, or apple green. Is already the most sought after high-end jadeite. Lin Shui heart does not know how to describe it. She has the strength to acquire such a piece of jadeite. At first there is still no one. But after someone heard of the ice seed, estimate cannot be so much forced to come around to see. Are some big bosses? A look at the ice seed, the whole person I read. Actually will be ice seed this kid, so good luck? Young man, I'm out of 5 million to buy you this piece of material. I offer 6 million. Soon the two bosses are competing for the first offer. But also some people began to call to start raising funds. This piece of material has a rising trend. After all the unraveling they want to buy it in one fell swoop. Chapter 46 made a note. Many people are eye-opening. This place is currently open out the best jadeite. Ice seed apple green. What is the concept? This is not in the jadeite fair in Myanmar. Rarely able to open out such a high level of jadeite. Qin Feng hit a ring finger. Slowly unlocking the stone. Electric motor, a little bit of unraveling took an hour. A while a piece of almost 4 kilograms of ice seed apple green, like a large watermelon, is green. In the sunlight this large piece of jade is even more dazzling. And there is no magazine looks exceptionally perfect. All the people are almost mesmerized. They saw the biggest piece of jadeite in their lives, but also the quality of ice seed apple green. Qin Feng, you are just too good. I simply love you. Lin Shui said excitedly. As a $1,000 lady, she rarely said anything out of the ordinary like that, but she was really excited. Can I take a look? Lin Shui asked. Of course, there's no problem. Qin Feng said with a smile. Lin Shui was simply envious. She had also bought a lot of wool, but none of it could compare to this piece of water seed. Qin Feng bought a piece of ice seed. Simply incredible. Lin Shui lovingly surveyed. This value is estimated to be very high. Qin Feng, are you actually able to open such a high level of jade? This is estimated to be a few years hard to come by. Little brother, I'll offer $7 million. Our jewelry house is willing to offer $9 million. Alright, don't argue, I'll offer $12 million now. A majestic voice rang out. A middle-aged man with a big back head had a bit of a forced aura, and he had a lofty look. The crowd all turned back to look at Qin Feng's reaction. How will he choose? Qin Feng is so calm and not at all excited. It seems not an ordinary person. If the average young man, out of the green hundreds of thousands may have to jump up and down. 12 million is a lot. Young man, you decide now. The middle-aged man looked like he was determined to win. As if Qin Feng couldn't disobey him. This piece is actually the material I cut down? A heartbreaking voice. The person who came is the oldly. He is now like ashes. How is not expected to be such a result? How did he know that the remaining to that piece of actually be able to out of the green? If you have been insisting on cutting a knife, then now this piece of ice apple green jadeite is his. The oldly regrets the intestines are green, but there is no regret medicine in the world. That middle-aged man frowned up. After seeing the oldly's face is also a slight change. Old Chen, this time I must be the one to be honored. I want to offer $15 million. Oldly said loudly. Some people do not quite understand. This piece of jade is really worth 15 million. Even if processed into a bracelet jewelry, it is difficult to be able to earn a lot of money. After all, the cost is so much. Others do not know, but Lin Shui, heart clear, can not only look at the value of the market now. Ice seed apple green jade. The market will often be out of stock. Out of stock will soar a lot of time. May cause a few months of ice seed jade hard to find the situation. Lin Shui heart clearly now the jade resources depleted. Jade will only value added. Will never depreciate. Do not underestimate this piece of ice seed jade. Qin Feng looked at Lin Shui, slightly nodded. I'm really sorry. I don't intend to sell it. The crowd was shocked to hear this. What, such a high price actually not for sale? Qin Feng had already made up his mind that he would only sell it to Lin Shui. Chapter 47. What a pity. Qin Feng, how much are you going to sell? I'll buy it. Lin Shui also started to get anxious. Her beautiful eyes kept spinning as if she was being cute. Fine, I'll sell you. Qin Feng's words are what broke the heart of Oldly and the others. It's true that men have no resistance at all in front of beautiful women. The crowd is very reluctant to see such a good piece of jadeite. Soon to be gone. Wait a minute, I add money. I give to 17 million. How? Oldly was clearly resigned. This originally belonged to him and he desperately wanted it back now. I'll offer 17 million as well. Lin Shui said. Of course I'll give priority to a beautiful woman. Not to mention she's also my good friend. Oldly didn't know how anxious he was in his eyes, but he was about to be unable to pay out so much money. Seeing Qin Feng and Lin Shui handing over the money with one hand, Oldly's heart was broken several times. This piece of wool was obviously his. How could it be sold? He swore that it would never happen again. The crowd shook their heads up. Lin Fengchen not only made a huge amount of money, but also gained the heart of a beautiful woman. As you can see, the plug is up now. You guys come and choose a few more pieces of good material. The owner of the store also did not miss the opportunity to publicize. A time is to attract a lot of people to buy wool. Gambling stone after the big rise, the first time the businessman can publicize for several days. Come to buy, the people will obviously more. This is a means of soliciting guests. After all, some people bet up. Other people are also red-eyed, want to bang the luck. Young man, you have a piece of wool in here. Why not unravel it together? See, you seem to be a master. The stone master said. Little brother, you have made a fortune. This piece to me, how? Oldly asked. No, this piece I was hand-picked, so I'm going to unravel it myself. This one is not for sale, Qin Feng said. Oldly was a little bit reluctant, and was even more certain that Qin Feng's other piece of material was also good material, and might also be big. Alright, little brother. Qin Feng of course did not immediately unlock this piece of raw stone. If he unlocked another big Zhang words, will certainly cause public anger. Too high profile is not a good thing. Let's go eat. It's almost time. Qin Feng and Lin Shui had dined together and talked about a lot of things. My other piece of raw stone will also be large, so you can buy it in one piece. Lin Shui is a little bit incredulous after hearing this. Are you sure? Wow, this is too good. I can't imagine that your vision is so good. With someone like you will definitely be able to make a lot of money. Don't praise me. I can only say it's just luck. Qin Feng said with a bitter smile. Then I'll just dabble in more good luck around you before I do. When the meal was almost over, Lin Shui couldn't help but ask. Do you really not intend to take up a position here? I can give you a very high salary. Qin Feng shook his head. I have other things to do. I'm afraid I can't do this request. What a pity. I still want to cultivate more talents in this area. Why don't I help you pick someone? Qin Feng suddenly said. You're going to help me pick employees? Lin Shui was surprised. Was not thinking that there was such a way. You want to cultivate talents in such an area. I'll help you see if they have any talent. Don't worry, you won't be pitted. Qin Feng said. Well, surprisingly, if you are willing, then it's best. Chapter 48, having such a skill. At this time, the bodyguard next to her whispered a reminder. Isn't it not good for the boss to do this? It's about the group's personnel serving. Lin Shui shook her head, feeling that it was not a big deal. soon came to the office rented by Lin Shui. However, ready to set off to the talent market. Jade Street not far away is the talent market. Our group only now intends to have development distribution in this side. Stores are not yet chosen. If you do not mind, stores I can help you choose a good point. Do you still have this kind of ability? Lin Shui said in amazement. Qin Feng smiled and looked at her without answering with a bit of meaning. But lately all kinds of documents have not been done. It takes a while. Lin Shui's family is worthy of being a large group. They hire a lot of talent. Not only have domestic, even foreign also have a lot of. They are more experienced in gambling stones. Is not a talent are needed to achieve. In addition to this, there are many people who come to apply for the job. Those people are all kinds of people. All kinds of people. In fact, Lin Shui most want to hire is Qin Feng. This talent. Witnessed him picking the stone. Our big Zhang. Like him, such a great person cannot see the second. Adjust the salary a little higher. Adjust it to 15,000. The resume doesn't need to be too rich. Don't need a qualification to be able to apply for the job. Qin Feng said. This is undoubtedly relaxing the conditions. Lin Shui is still a little surprised. After all, she is a large group. The requirements have always been very harsh. Isn't this not very good? It's completely different from other jewelry companies. And the salary you give is too high. Newcomers we usually only give a 7 or 8,000. Lin Shui asked. Qin Feng didn't explain. So Lin Shui didn't ask more questions. She just nodded slightly and called for someone to do as he said. Friends, come and see here. Actually don't want a license? And is there 15,000 in base salary? That's too good to be true. Hello, it's me who's applying for the job. I've been to Maine for 5 years and have good experience. Can this person bring in hundreds of thousands of dollars for Lin Shui? Chance 1%. No. Next. Can this person bring in several $100,000 for Lin Shui? Chance 3%. Qin Feng once again shook his head. He banned a lot of people at once. Lin Shui is not to see. What is special about him to choose talent like this? And other people are completely different or even a little bit odd. Seeing Qin Feng's so serious look, Lin Shui also did not question the meaning, along with his meaning to go. But the side of the people cannot stand to see. Qin Feng doing this is simply nonsense. Group personnel department manager shook his head up. This is completely against the rules of the group. Where would Qin Feng pick talent like this? To really be able to pick talent, that would be a ghost. Qin Feng seriously look at each one by one, asked the system. An hour he still did not see any useful talent. Hello, here is recruitment, is it? The base salary can also be so high, quite good. I want to apply. A sweet voice rang out. Qin Feng raised his eyes and looked at it. Is a pretty good beauty. Surveyed for a while, is attracted. Into the eyes is a beautiful girl. Wearing is very ordinary. The whole person but very temperament. Like a little fairy seems. No problem, do not need qualifications. There is no resume. Qin Feng asked. Chapter 49, handing over a task to you. Qin Feng took the resume and slowly sized it up. AI Xiaomei is actually a doctorate student at 21? Then why did you choose to apply for a job here? You don't even have to come to a place like this to apply for a job. It's just a personal preference, I guess. I'm better at studying and stuff, so the degree is okay, I guess. AI Xiaomei said. Qin Feng nodded slightly. With a degree like hers, there was no need at all to apply for any position as a gambling expert. This line of work, after all, depends on performance. In case of bad performance, then the salary would be very low. Can this person bring hundreds of thousands of dollars to Lin Shui? 100,000%. Qin Feng's eyes widened. There was actually such a thing. Could it bring in such a high profit? This was a multiplication of several times. Roughly speaking, hundreds of thousands of gains, 1% of 1,000. That's a few million. So it is indeed a very helpful person. Qin Feng began to feel that it was not that simple. This girl seems to be unusual. Could it be that this girl has some background? Chances 95%. Sure enough, this was a girl with a background, which explained why her education was so high. Qin Feng was very excited looking and casually asked a few questions. So you know all about this business, right? If you came to apply for this position. And my third uncle is from the XX trading market. Authority. This sentence is to let Qin Feng not calm down. If it is the authorities people, must be a senior management. Amazing, this girl is completely have background. Is not simple. This is a very sought after character. Qin Feng heart marveled up. A little bit of relationship, what things are good to do, not to mention do these jewelry business. Would have been a lot of rules and regulations. Qin Feng believes that she will have a great use. For security reasons, Qin Feng also inquired about a few things. What are the chances of AI Xiaomei bringing trouble to Lin Shui? 0%. What are the chances of AI Xiaomei bringing trouble to me? 0%. Qin Feng was then relieved. Okay, no problem, 15,000 base salary. Do a good job, there will be commission later. This beauty is your boss. Qin Feng pointed to Lin Shui next to him and introduced him. Lin Shui next to the personnel manager shook his head up. A little did not understand. Qin Feng, this is what operation? It is difficult to this as the talent he is looking for? Qin Feng asked to Lin Shui beside him again. Didn't you say that the group wants to open a branch here? A lot of the documents are not complete. Tell me there are those documents. Lin Yu nodded. They were some of the more important documents that had been stuck up there. There was nothing they could do being outsiders. Am I able to give you a task? Qin Feng asked. I need you to help me go through some documents. The materials I will prepare for you soon. I will now transfer $90,000 to you. The first month's base salary as well as the costs that need to be handled. And the rest as a bonus for you. Ai Xiaomei was surprised when she heard that. She couldn't imagine that Qin Feng was doing things this way. Soon the money was transferred to her. She didn't even think that things would go so smoothly. She wanted to come out on her own to earn some money. These seemed to go quite smoothly. Qin Feng also picked another 4 people. These 4 he is more satisfied. Looking at a stone should not be a big problem. Not to say that must be able to make a big profit. At least will not lose too much money it. These people introduced to Lin Shui. He felt that the talent also look almost. Chapter 50, Exclusive Secret Tips. Toward the end of the night, Ai Xiaomei returned. Can you need the documents? Lin Shui brought a look very excited. They were originally outsiders. Came here to open the branch. The above intentionally give the pressure to card the documents delayed. I cannot imagine that now all at once all done. So fast? You are also too powerful. Lin Shui said in awe. The group did not send gifts to eat. Before and after spending a few million. But things have not been done. And now the documents are complete. The branch opened is a matter of time. These important documents Lin Shui originally thought that 2 or 3 months cannot be done. And now Qin Feng to find people. Quickly put this thing done. The heart is also relatively happy. You're really good. I thought you'd have to do it for a month. But I can't imagine that after waiting for an afternoon. You've gotten it done. Qin Feng is very satisfied with this. Having a relationship is not the same. Lin Shui has money and still isn't stuck with it for so long. Then you gave me the money. You keep it all. That's a reward for you. Without you we might be in more trouble. Qin Feng said indifferently. Ai Xiaomei was a little surprised, earning $90,000 at once. Her heart was quite joyful. At this time Lin Shui was a little shocked. Why Qin Feng could tell that Ai Xiaomei was related, as if he knew at first sight. How did you do this? Lin Shui asked curiously. Exclusive secret. Qin Feng thought of a perfunctory excuse. The documents were done. Lin Shui was very happy in her heart, and she pulled Qin Feng together for dinner again in the evening. It's not easy for you to come to us. Why don't you stay for a few more days? But there's a jadeite public disc in the future. Lin Shui said. Is there a jadeite fair this year? Qin Feng asked. Yes, there is this year. You should know that the jadeite fair is not every year. You should cherish this opportunity. Jade fair is undoubtedly the biggest opportunity to see the original stone. That is the jade trading heyday. Qin Feng naturally also want to go. And he went as a sure thing. Why not go? At that time may have the opportunity to see a glass seed emperor green. That is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Now Qin Feng has seen the best but his ice apple green. This is not very satisfied. Of course there's no problem if you want to go. It's my honor. Lin Shui said happily. The bodyguard next to her couldn't help but interject. In fact, Mr. Qin Feng, if you want to see it, it's not without a chance, but it's a lot smaller than the public market. I don't know if you're interested. Lin Shui nodded. Our company purchased quite a lot of raw stones, because the raw stones have been skyrocketing lately. The price continues to go up. After producing less they are all going up in price, so we bought quite a lot of material and hoarded it for investment. She then continued. A few days later here is going to be a small public market. Are all big businessmen from Myanmar over? It is estimated that there will be quite a lot of good things. Right. You want to go and take a look at me? Of course I am very welcome. Of course I want to go and take a look. These days I am relatively short of money. If you're short of money ask me to borrow it. Lending you 20 to 30 million won't be a problem. Trust me that much. Aren't you afraid that I'll borrow money and run away? Qin Feng asked curiously. I see that your character is quite good. You are so good at reading stones, but my level of reading people is definitely not bad. You will not run away for tens of millions of dollars. Lin Shui said with certainty. Chapter 51, Not a single discovery. You're really complimenting me. Tomorrow I'm going to take a look at this Jade Street, the largest jadeite merchant's storehouse. Do you want to go and take a look? Yeah. After resting for the night, Qin Feng wakes up early the next day. Looking at himself in the mirror, he can't help but marvel. TSK has become handsome again. Boom boom, the door of the mechanical device opens. The 2 bodyguards outside the door are extraordinarily tall. The acquisition price of these materials is not low. Not to rule out someone hitting the attention of this place. Under the leadership of Lin Shui, Qin Feng came to a warehouse. This place still looks more strict. There are cameras and bodyguards guarding the whole area. Greeted by a middle-aged man, followed by quite a few people. He is the biggest raw stone merchant in the street here. How are you? Boss Ma? Lin Shui smiled. Mr. Lin, you're here. I come to visit. If you want to see the storehouse inside, please. So many raw stones in the warehouse. It really looks like all treasure. Emitting green light treasure. But the specific value of how much will need a pair of discerning eyes. Such a large storehouse, neatly arranged raw stone. Qin Feng looked stunned. So neat is a little accident. The big boss's storehouse is not the same. It thought it would be piled up like a small mountain. But not at all. You are to like which piece? Can use the flashlight to see. Qin Feng shook his head and said, I don't really like seeing with a flashlight. That's not my style. You're really different. You don't use the usual way of looking at stones. Lin Shui said with a snicker. Qin Feng, if you value any piece, just buy it. The money is on me. Lin Shui picked the material. Her choice uncertain. Boss Ma smiled and said, if you guys have your eye on a piece of raw stone, tell me to give you a 10% discount. Go ahead and choose. Boss Ma, you're too polite. Qin Feng can see. This Ma boss to Lin Shui very polite. Very give face it. As the jadeite raw stone boss, personally out of the hospitality is not much. Qin Feng strolled along and watched. He today to see if he could find a good raw stone. The light is not very bright. Qin Feng stretched out his hand slowly measuring the raw stone. Large and small raw stone looks unique. So many neat and tidy raw stone. Qin Feng seems to see 1,000 and then beckon to him. The heart of that in excitement. Just think about it is difficult to calm. This kind of feeling is really good. Jadeite raw stone Zhang not Zhang are in Qin Feng's grasp. He is very satisfied. Treasury in the original stone jade although more. But the fine very rare. Although there are green but the quality is too poor. But also the appearance of 200,000. The estimated water species is what dry green species oil green species. There is no value at all. Qin Feng obviously do not look at. More than 200,000 emerald. Qin Feng even look at the decomposition of the stone are too lazy to look at. Observed for a good period of time and no good discovery. His heart a little disheartened. He thought that such a large storehouse, there will be a lot of good raw stone it. But a little found nothing. Finally found a valuable piece of jadeite. Qin Feng touched it. What are the chances of this piece of jadeite earning $1 million? The odds are 200%. Chapter 52. What's the story? Qin Feng also doesn't care what kind of water species. If he also has to ask one by one about the water species is a troublesome thing. In any case, there is something to earn on the line. Qin Feng, you want to look at those half gambling material. Maybe there will be any good discovery. Those who have already have green, can try to bet a hand. Boss Ma suddenly voiced out. Qin Feng just so seriously plunged into just scared. Back to look at this horse boss looks to be intentional. His attitude towards Qin Feng, obviously not so respectful. There is even a little disdain. Eyes that kind of contempt on not to mention. This boss Ma's clothes are extraordinarily odd. Qin Feng feels that he is a person with no taste, haphazardly matching his clothes. Not only does it not show his temperament, but instead, it lets people know that he doesn't know what he's doing. Boss Ma, of course I'm interested in checking it out. Just don't worry about it. It took so long to see a piece of material, aha. Boss Ma's tone was also eerie. Sweeping around, Qin Feng is not satisfied with these semi-gambling materials. Almost all of them are going to lose their blood. These half-blocking material value are also tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of dollars. It is estimated that there is only a small layer of green it. If any novice spends hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy, is not it going to be a loss of life? A lot of newbies just like to buy half-blocking material. See a layer of green. Feel the water species is good to buy. The result is only a small layer. Directly collapsed. Well, you value this piece of material again. Qin Feng, you still have vision, Boss Ma said with a smile. How much is this piece of raw stone? Qin Feng asked. Ma boss took over to survey. These raw stones are categorized. Placed in what shelves is what value. Good performance. There are pine flowers and python belt. Some on the ground of these all gambling material is basically not good performance. Or rubbing stone failure. This piece of raw stone is still quite good. Is the jadeite big businessman there to come? $9,000 a kilogram, this is the real price. And still discounted. Qin Feng looked at the material in his hands. In fact, he does not know how to look at the stone. Are relying on the system to estimate the value. This piece of material in his hands has some history. And from the hands of the big businessman, Ma boss is not much to ask for. This year the jadeite raw stone resources depleted seriously. The material in the hands of the big businessmen are much more expensive. Sometimes need a large amount. The price will naturally rise. What are the chances of him pitting me? Qin Feng asked. Chance of 1%. Come to think of it, this boss Ma is still quite honest? Qin Feng was not expecting it in his heart. He thought he would rip himself off. What about this piece of material? This piece of $3,000 a kilogram. This piece is still quite heavy. What are the chances of ripping me off? 1%. Sure enough, Boss Ma is still an honest man. Qin Feng now has a little bit of disbelief that a person like him who treats himself with contempt would actually not pit people. Qin Feng at this time noticed a piece of material, looked at the heart of the question. The system immediately gave the answer. His eyes slightly changed it. This piece of material you see on it. Ha ha ha, this material I remember. Let me remember. Boss Ma held the piece of material and laughed. This material, ma boss, have any story? Yes, if it wasn't for Mr. Lin helping me, I wouldn't be here today. This piece of material is still what she handed me. Qin Feng picked it up carelessly and inquired without thinking. What are the chances that this piece of jadeite is worth $1 million? 1000%. Chapter 53 next time. Ma boss looks good. People still want to send for nothing, but Qin Feng thought about it or give some money. He took over that material. After asking, the system is actually worth 4 million, but also worried about this ma boss will change his mind. 4 million is not a small number. Blatant destruction of promise is not something that will not happen. Ma boss intention I received, but I think it is still necessary to give some money it. You say how much money it? Take for nothing is not my personal style. Should be how much money on how much money. This time Lin Shui walked over. Qin Feng, even ma boss are going to give you words. You accept it. Like him, such a big businessman will not care about this few $1,000s. A year can earn tens of millions of it. Boss Ma also started to boast to each other. Mr. Lin is the real big boss. I'm just a small businessman. Other people open a piece of stone of $10 million. It's worth a year for me. Qin Feng had insisted on giving money, but Lin Shui was here. He had no choice. This piece of material had to be taken for nothing. The price of these raw stones I bought isn't low. I also spent tens of thousands of dollars. Take your chances. It's best if it can go up big. Qin Feng smiled. He had just deliberately picked a few pieces of material that would collapse, lest the material he picked all went up big. Then Boss Ma might not be happy. Your luck has been good lately, Lin Shui said, although the words were like this, but in her heart she admired him. His vision had always been very accurate. Do you want to keep looking at this material quite a bit? I look at the weight of several pieces. Also almost, cannot lose too much, Qin Feng modestly said. After choosing the material and going outside to weigh the money, Boss Ma reached out and said, this way please. The main door was closed once again. 2 bodyguards were guarding it. This place was really very majestic. Boss Ma brought them to the weighing place. There were several different kinds of weighing, but the amount of material can be weighed. Qin Feng, come weigh your material. Qin Feng chose some of the hooded material. Half gambling material did not choose. Ma boss shook his head. On his vision to choose the material, it is estimated to collapse it. Anyway, they earned a few tens of thousands of free is not a loss. 1 is 6 caddies, 1 is 7 caddies. The total is 20 caddies. The price I have discounted to you a total of $66,000. I'll do it, Lin Shui said. This was something that made Boss Ma a little surprised, actually being able to get Lin Shui to help him pay. What's this kid's origin? It couldn't be her boyfriend, right? Boss Ma observed for a moment. The two didn't act too intimately. They shouldn't look like boyfriends. Alright, the credit card machine is right there. Lin Shui to pick a lot of material. Qin Feng surveyed it and asked the system curiously, what are the chances of these 5 pieces of material making money? The odds are 50%. Qin Feng slightly frowned up, a little surprised. It seems that Lin Shui's ability to look at the stone is a little bit. The material she chose is not all without emerald. There are also signs of green, worth hundreds of thousands of dollars or so. Qin Feng, you do not intend to solve the stone here? Lin Shui asked curiously. It's better to do it next time. I won't be here to solve the stones if I have a little matter. Qin Feng lied and said. He picked all the material that went up big time. Of course he also bought a few pieces of scrap material. This was also to cover his ears. Qin Feng didn't want Lin Shui to think that all the materials he picked were big UPS. That would be too suspicious. Even if it was Lin Shui, Qin Feng didn't want her to know about the system. That wouldn't be safe for him. Chapter 54, How to Tell. Alright, it's almost time to look at the stone today. So let's go back. On the way back, Qin Feng didn't say much. The material I picked out, you will count the money if it goes up after you solve it. I have confidence in the material you picked, Lin Shui said with great trust. Qin Feng nodded. But I'm still curious about how you actually look at the raw stone. By feel. Hearing this, Lin Shui couldn't help but smile. Your feeling is really accurate. Able to let you earn a lot of money. In the future, can't afford to be missing you. Right, I forgot to tell you. 4 days later there is a raw stone transaction. If you are interested, I will call you. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment and said, I'll come if I have time. After all, I have other things to be busy with. Lin Shui didn't want Qin Feng to leave like this. He had only been here for a day or two. Excluding costs, he had also helped himself to quite a lot of money, especially that piece of ice-seed apple green jadeite. Wait until there was a shortage of stock. He could definitely sell it for a good price. Are you planning to leave soon? Lin Shui asked. Should stay for another day or two. Qin Feng said. I'm really thankful to you for the visa. Without you, I don't know when my branch would have been able to be set up. It's helped me save a few $1,000,000. Where would it be so exaggerated? We have not been able to open, will always lose money. Trust the relationship, also have to spend money on private gifts and so on. I am about to despair. I had thought that it will have to be delayed for another 2 or 3 months. If it is not for your Zhao's people to do the license down, I am really too difficult. How about my eye for people is pretty good, Qin Feng said proudly. How about this? You also help me look at the stores, okay? You've helped me pick out the people anyway. Lin Shui's eyes whirled around as if she was thinking about a lot of things. If you look at the stores, it should take a few more days. In short, Lin Shui thought of all sorts of ways, wanting to keep Qin Feng behind. Spending money was no longer able to keep him behind, and that's why she thought of such a way. Looking at stores? Qin Feng so feels strange. Selecting talent is also even stores have to be his horse. Don't worry, I'll give you $500,000 in compensation. How? This is also giving too much. It's to thank you for the license thing. Help me look at a store. Qin Feng nodded. Lin Shui opened this branch. The future will also develop into a jewelry store. Picking an address is also a strength job. The location of the store, try to pick a place not far from the Jade Street. Smokeless City is a landmark building in this area. Is also a relatively prosperous business circle. The rent is also ridiculously high. Qin Feng was only helping to look at the stores, so he didn't care how expensive the rent was. He just wanted to help Lin Shui as much as possible. The saleswoman of the stores was also desperately talking about the advantages of this place. This location has a very large flow of people, and there is a villa area next to it. It's all rich people. Opening a jewelry store here couldn't be more appropriate. This gentleman will not go wrong in choosing this place. It will surely be able to have a big jewelry sale. Qin Feng asked, is everything she said true? The odds are 70%. It seems like there's no lie. Qin Feng nodded slightly. We have good light here. A lot of people rush to want to rent this place. And another reason is that a feng shui master said that this place is a feng shui treasure. Lin Shui was not a superstitious person. As soon as she heard what a feng shui treasure land was, she immediately did not have a good feeling about it. Chapter 55, Feng Shui Treasure Land. Now you're still talking to me about feng shui? Qin Feng, let's go. Go somewhere else to see that. The saleswoman got nervous all of a sudden. Then she realized that she said the wrong thing. Who knew that this female boss didn't like to hear about feng shui? Or is it a feng shui place? The odds are 10%. What's the use of feng shui treasure land? Qin Feng asked in his heart. So, the system actually gave an answer as well. Feng shui treasure land, here people will not be so unlucky, such as will not encounter car accidents, out to work rarely encounter rainstorm days, many kinds of things, factors and so on. Meaning it won't be that unlucky. Qin Feng nodded slightly. People keep a good mood for work. It will be a great help for work. Getting lucky will have good things, right? Qin Feng is thinking like this. Qin Feng, what are you thinking? Lin Shui asked. This place is pretty good. I suggest you stay here. Qin Feng, do you also believe in feng shui? She's just saying it casually. Don't be so concerned. This place is really quite good. I suggest you choose this place. Qin Feng said. Qin Feng said this. Lin Shui nodded. Well, trusting him shouldn't be wrong. Then let's rent it for 3 years first. Call me to come up right away to decorate it. Decorate it in the shortest possible time, to give you a day. Only if you make me satisfied. Lin Shui ordered the taste. The decoration here is basically almost done, but it needs to be slightly decorated on it. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll go arrange it right away. The contract will be drawn up as soon as possible. Qin Feng looks around the place with great satisfaction and surveys it. The saleswoman had just started to despair. Lin Shui was going to leave and the store wouldn't sell, but Qin Feng's words had turned it around. Lin Shui immediately both to buy the store. The saleswoman did not know how thankful Qin Fengchen. If you can please him to eat a meal. By the evening, Qin Fengchen looked at the phone. His piece of ice jade sold to Lin Shui. He picked a piece as also ice, a total of 23 million, and borrowed 11 million. The material that he went to pick today has not yet been deciphered. Qin Feng feels that it is okay to decipher it in a few days. The first thing you need to do is to transfer the money to Yang Tianyu, and get enough for more than 60 million. This thing can be assured. The funds are in place next to see his own play. After a period of time, Qin Feng again intends to go back to sea. Now he still does not have enough money on his body. Think he still stay to work for a few days. Work for Lin Shui a few days, should be able to get a lot of money. Lin Shui, I'll stay for a few days. I still don't have enough funds. Why more than 30 million isn't enough for you? If you need it, I'll lend it to you again. Lin Shui said. It's better to forget it. I owe you $11 million now. I'll work for you next to earn some money first. I don't want to borrow money until it's very difficult. Okay, that's really great. If you're willing to stay, you can open any conditions you want. Lin Shui said happily. The following day, Qin Feng had a discussion with Lin Shui. What I work for you? Let's start by helping you cultivate talents in stone gambling. I'll do my best to help you cultivate them. Okay, no problem, you can operate however you want. I'll listen to you on everything. Seeing Lin Shui trusting herself like this, Qin Feng was more or less embarrassed. It's about to open. The jewelry store is opening normally. You help me cultivate the gambling stone talent that's like a tiger with wings, Lin Shui happily said. Chapter 56, Any doubts? The gambling stone talents that I cultivate are going to be the ones that I personally selected. I think they are all relatively talented. A good cultivation will definitely be very productive. Lin Shui nodded. Don't worry, as long as you work for me, the pay will definitely not let you down. Just give it normally, never give too much or I'll be embarrassed. Qin Feng was worried that Lin Shui would pay him haphazardly. This would be detrimental to the management of her group and there would definitely be people who would be displeased as well. The name of the branch store is called Snow Jade. The name still sounds good. Normal selling of jewelry. The office next door is the training of gambling stone talents. Qin Feng is mainly responsible for these. Qin Feng's selected people have come. He looked at a little bit of each full of spirit. It is quite okay. Ai Xiaomei also came. This little girl is want to thank her properly. Well, open a meeting. You are all my selected talents. I believe you are very talented as long as you learn the relevant knowledge. Not much time will have achievements. You have to learn is how to gamble. How to be able to look at the stone with emerald. This is a technical work. Qin Feng continued. The class time is very short, so I hope you all have to work hard. I will soon call someone to show you material. Within a week you judge the material. Of course I will assist you to see the material. I want to cultivate you into a talent in the shortest possible time. Seeing Qin Feng's so confident look, they all have some surprise. Seemingly did not expect will be so soon to look at the material. This is too confident. I opened the base salary is very high, so I hope you seriously do not understand to ask. Have me to assist you to look at the material. Will accelerate the speed of learning? You determine the material. After my judgment of emerald I will be deciphered. No words will not be deciphered. The people are very surprised. So soon to look at the material to solve the stone means a lot of input. In case the open not out of the emerald, the loss is tens of thousands of cannot be small. This is too fast. They are not psychologically prepared. After a month out of the results of people plus bonus. No results, then unfortunately I have to dismiss you. Qin Feng said seriously. All of them stood in on not daring to have any slack. Ai Xiaomei is a face of confusion. She originally thought to learn a few years it cannot imagine will be so fast. She went to inquire about its other gambling stone line. Cultivate the talent how to a more than a year to see the material. Qin Feng so is not a little accelerated too much speed. Ai Xiaomei is think Qin Feng too confident. This teacher of ours is too confident. Right, giving us quite a lot of pressure. No wonder it's so much money. He looks so confident. He's really handsome. After Qin Feng finished the meeting, Ai Xiaomei was still there. Why do you have any questions? You're showing us the material right now. It's not like you're going to decode the stone right away, right? Ai Xiaomei asked. Her heart was also excited and scared. Of course I assisted you to see. I am sure that there is jade after to be deciphered. I will not be deciphered if I do not look favorably. Ai Xiaomei is a face of confusion looking at Qin Feng. Good confident people. Even gambling stone expert also dare not guarantee that there must be emerald. These people Qin Feng are determined. How are able to make money? Just earn more, earn less. This person out of the results. Qin Feng is a commission. He roughly calculated. Even if not much after these people out of the results, how his commission is also 1 or 200 it. Chapter 57 The right choice. By the way, you're rather special. You study very well, right? You don't need to take classes with the others for now. Qin Feng suddenly said. So what am I going to do now? I have confidence in you, so you will definitely get good grades. You mean the material I fancy in the future will go up big time? Ai Xiaomei asked incredulously. Of course that's something I'm sure of. Getting such certainty from Qin Feng, Ai Xiaomei's heart thumped. You should learn on your own first. I believe you are very proficient in this area of knowledge and there is not much you can learn here. Qin Feng said indifferently. Ai Xiaomei nodded. Being so favored by Qin Feng, she didn't want to let him down. After a week had passed, Lin Shui came to see how the progress was going, but thought better of it. Just go ask the secretary. What do you mean those trainees looking at the material actually didn't lose money? Lin Shui surprised. Originally I suggested that they go to our warehouse to look at the material, but Qin Feng took them to Boss Ma's place to look at the material. Although some of them didn't come out green, most of them did, and we even made a profit of $6 million. The secretary said in surprise. Lin Shui felt like she was dreaming. The people who had just been recruited were not very experienced, and under Qin Feng's leadership, looking at the raw stone material actually didn't lose money and still made money? Qin Feng is too powerful, is definitely a talent. He looked at 10 pieces of material, is estimated that only 2 look away. A piece of ordinary water species, the remaining 7 are completely earned. Lin Shui's face reddened up. It was true that Qin Feng was a rare talent. he was able to bring great benefits to himself. This is only a week only. Brought the newcomer can bet on the stone to make money, and still earn 10,060,000 is too powerful. Lin Shueheart is also very excited. Is simply to pick up a treasure like previously. Lin Shui betting on the big rise in the stone is not so excited. It is true that Qin Feng to stay is a correct choice. Qin Feng was not too surprised. These trainees were already talented. After learning the basics well, practice is the fastest way to get results. So taking them to see the material is the best. Especially look at the material are Zhang. They will be more confident. Qin Feng in the side to assist in looking at the material, as long as it is not lost too much on the line. Of course, Qin Feng will also intentionally fail. If he looked at 100 is also a very big problem. He also intentionally failed to lose a lot. Cannot let others see what N2. Lin Shui is still surprised at this gain. A week he gained 10.6 million. Qin Feng not only went to the horse boss of the raw stone warehouse, but also went to the other two warehouses. Maybe want to see a variety of material at noon. Qin Feng continued the meeting. I will not assist you in the future time. You should be careful when you look at the material yourselves. If it collapses then it's a real loss. You should not be too anxious. The training time is still very long. The crowd of trainees betting on the stone rows also got a commission. Now they did not pay money to buy material. Are the group out? So their commission is relatively small. But there are 100, 000, 200, 000. The heart are very happy. Then they expected to get to earn too much. However, Lin Shui then awarded Lin Fengqian more than 7 million. And the money owed was reduced from 11 million to 4 million. When he left work in the afternoon, Qin Feng was in a good mood. He still felt quite accomplished. Chapter 58 Where to go? Was about to go back to the apartment when I saw Ai Xiaomei. Lin Shui specially rented the top apartment for Qin Feng. He lived in a strange embarrassment. Who asked him to perform so well now? Not only with the apartment, but also lent him an R8 sports car. Lin Shui is really too thoughtful, but also let Qin Feng do not want to leave. So good boss how to leave. Ai Xiaomei seems to be in trouble. Her Jetta won't start. Qin Feng walked forward and asked strangely, what's wrong with you? My old Jetta won't start. I should have taken it for repair long ago, but I can't imagine that it suddenly stalled. Ai Xiaomei said with a guilty conscience. After seeing Qin Feng's skills in the past few days, she was even more in awe of him, and at the same time, she was also in awe, because Qin Feng had been rather harsh these past few days. Although they had more bonuses, they were scared of him. Seeing that you're in such a hurry, are you going somewhere? Qin Feng asked. Ai Xiaomei blushes up. She can't imagine that Qin Feng would ask her like this. She wanted to take a taxi, but when she thinks about it, it seems to be more difficult here. Why are you embarrassed? I'll send you there. What place are you going to? Qin Feng asked. Ai Xiaomei glanced at his sports car, a sigh in her heart. The same as Young. Why are others so good? All of them can cultivate the talent of gambling stones. And the people are handsome. The sports car is also so cool. It seems that you are really successful. I originally thought that I was very good, but I can't imagine that after meeting you. I can't compare to you at all. Ai Xiaomei sighed and said, actually it's not that good. I think you are even better. No it's not. I'm just relying on my family's relationship. Now I'm just good at studying. Qin Feng opened the car door. Get in. Ai Xiaomei quickly sits on the passenger side. Usually when she sits in someone else's car, she would only sit in the back. Yet today she took the initiative to sit on the passenger side. I'm going to the hot pot restaurant address here. Ai Xiaomei took out her cell phone and Qin Feng started to start the car after looking at it. Qin Feng concentrated on driving the car. Ai Xiaomei glanced at him from time to time, seeing such a game person for the first time. Thank you la mentor. Calling me like I'm old. Qin Feng joked. Whereas you are so young and handsome. Ai Xiaomei just stepped off the bus and thought yes. How about Mr. Qin you come to dinner with me too? No problem as long as you don't mind. Qin Feng said happily. Ai Xiaomei led the way in front as if she was afraid Qin Feng would get lost. There were two girls waving. Ai Xiaomei here. Ai Xiaomei walked over. Qin Feng followed behind and after sitting down, a man also walked over and sat down. Ai Xiaomei you finally came. Thought you weren't coming. The man was first excited then his face turned ugly. The man immediately slumped when he saw Qin Feng but didn't say much. Ai Xiaomei's two friends were both beautiful women. They introduced themselves. One was called Xiaofang and the other Mimi. The man didn't introduce himself, but had a lofty look. Seeing the Rolex in his hand, he should be a rich family. Qin Feng frowns up. This man is rich and likes Ai Xiaomei? Chances are 100%. Who are you? The man asks disdainfully. Ai Xiaomei doesn't know how to introduce herself. She is feeling a little embarrassed. How the speech carries the smell of gunpowder. She gets a little angry all of a sudden. Chapter 59, Swimming and Waiting. He is my friend Ma Lidong. Ai Xiaomei hurriedly waved her hand and said, alright let's hurry up and eat. The dishes are already served. The atmosphere during the meal was quite cordial, and Ma Lidong had no intention of picking a fight. The chat was quite pleasant. Ai Xiaomei also ordered a bottle of red wine. After drinking some wine, the chat was even happier. Not as restrained as it was at the beginning. I'm going to the restroom. Ma Lidong used his eyes and the other two girls went to the restroom. When only the two of them were left, Ma Lidong didn't have any good looks. What is your relationship with Ai Xiaomei? Ma Lidong questioned. I see that you seem to like Ai Xiaomei as well. Let me tell you that she belongs to me, so don't waste your efforts, Ma Lidong said imperatively. How do you say that? The background of Ai Xiaomei's family is not something you can get close to, and you are only her mentor. Just you want to chase her in vain, Ma Lidong said coldly. Even if you and her are together now, you'll still be forced to separate in the future. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Thank you for your kind reminder. What do I care if I want to chase her or not? Even if you can't be together in the future, so what? Who do you think you are? Qin Feng's unassuming appearance made Ma Lidong very dissatisfied. Good, you will know how incompetent you are. Very well, let me wait and see. Ma Lidong gritted his teeth and got up. Mr. Qin Feng, you are also so happenstance to meet you here. A familiar voice. Qin Feng looks up to see it's Boss Ma. Boss Ma. Qin Feng nodded slightly. Boss Ma smiled happily after seeing Qin Feng. I never thought I'd meet you in this restaurant. Great, why don't we have a drink? It's better to forget it. I still have things to do. That's too bad. Dad, you're here, Ma Lidong said as he stood up. Boss Ma was a bit surprised for a moment after seeing his son sitting with Qin Feng. Son, do you know Mr. Qin Feng? That's great. Mr. Qin Feng is a very powerful person. At those words, Ma Lidong's face turned ugly. His father actually praised Qin Feng like this? Dad, what kind of person is he? Ma Lidong wasn't happy and asked. Mr. Qin Feng is a stone gambling expert, and is very powerful. Oh, many of the materials he looked at have hit the sheets. In less than half a month's time have earned more than 10 million. He is simply a dragon among men. Boss Ma laughed. What he like will be so powerful. Ma Lidong's face was hard to see as he looked at Qin Feng incredulously. A powerful gambling expert like him is probably able to earn hundreds of millions at the public market. I've never seen a gambling expert more powerful than him, Boss Ma said in praise. Ma Lidong swallowed a breath and didn't know how angry he was anymore. His eyes were all very shocked. Mr. Qin Feng, this is my canine son. Qin Feng didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. Ma Lidong couldn't believe that he was so unlucky that he would meet a stone gambling expert. Father talked about Qin Feng as if he was on the verge of heaven. Was he really that powerful? Suddenly Qin Feng said coldly, this is not a Jade Street. You say these things here may be unfavorable to me? I remember there should be a confidentiality agreement, and your son to discipline. Trouble from the mouth, less trouble on the body can be bad. Chapter 60, don't mind. Ai Xiaomei was also noticing that something was wrong when she came back. The meal is also finished. Why don't we just withdraw first? A few people nodded. Ai Xiaomei didn't want Qin Feng and Ma Lidong to make a scene. The two girls looked at Ma Lidong. He didn't want to settle the bill at all. His eyes began to show a hint of contempt. He was the one who called to come here to eat, and now he's about to leave and actually doesn't go to take the initiative to settle the bill. Where would there be such an excessive person? I send you. Ma Lidong stood up a little anxious. No need, your father is here. There is no need to send me. I can go back by myself. Refused on the spot, was making Ma Lidong's face ugly up. It was too faceless, right? We go to the checkout. Qin Feng said atmospherically. A total of 15,000. It's better for me to do it. I asked you to come for dinner. How can I ask you to open the bill? Ai Xiaomei said awkwardly. It's okay, a little bit of small money. You've only just started work. It's better to keep more money. Qin Feng took out his bank card and quickly swiped his card. This meal is worth it. The flavor is quite good. Red wine is also to the appetite. Qin Feng swiped the card. Is simply too handsome. Two beautiful women, eyes are very envious. Walked out of the restaurant. Do you want me to send you back? Are you a millionaire now? Ai Xiaomei's friend asked excitedly. Gambling experts earn a lot of money. Casually $1 million. To be able to know such a person does not know how joyful it is. Qin Feng blinked his eyes and smiled bitterly. Multi-millionaire? In fact, he did not care about these titles. His money has been invested in the movie to go. If people know that he invested 60 million, will certainly say that he is crazy. In fact, when you have this much money, you won't care about these appellations, because money has to be invested out to make more money. Qin Feng's words made sense, and Ai Xiaomei recognized this. Wow, you're too powerful too. So young and so capable. Look at what you're capable of. Look at the difference in people's same age is so big. Boss Ma rebuked so loudly that the voice could be heard outside the restaurant. To know that Qin Feng is Lin Shui's side of the red man, gambling stone and so powerful, such a person absolutely cannot be messed with. This is good. His son immediately messed with others. Boss Ma is very angry. If Qin Feng goes back and says a few words to Lin Shui, Boss Ma may have to earn a few million less. AI Xiaomei and others are wide-eyed. The hotel is a lot of people. So many people watching. His father reprimanded him on the spot. No face. Maybe this is thanks to Qin Feng. People like Ma Lidong really can't be relied on. Had to call us to come to dinner. Came and didn't settle the bill. Won't come out to eat with him again in the future, Xiao Feng said with a huff. This time Ma Lidong was disgraced because of Qin Feng's matter, and several people bid farewell to each other. Wow, is this your sports car? Xiao Feng said in surprise. Qin Feng nodded. Xiao Feng was a little too fussed. This sports car is also too handsome. AI Xiaomei smiles bitterly. Don't mind my friend. How could I mind? Get in the car, there's just enough room. I'll send you guys back, Qin Feng said. Xiao Feng was so happy that she was about to jump up and down. She couldn't imagine being able to personally touch such a sports car. Her friends around her didn't have such a sports car. Qin Feng, this sports car is actually Lin Shui Zhanshi assigned to him. Zhanshi's use. To see the two beauties so happy, his heart is also crying and laughing. Chapter 61 experienced a lot. Ma Lidong is nothing more than a BMW. He still thinks he is very powerful. People like him really don't want to say more, Xiao Feng said with dissatisfaction. That Ma Lidong is actually stingy. Qin Feng, boss, you let me sit in the passenger seat respectively. Take a good picture of a few, okay? AI Xiaomei is very embarrassed. I guess her friends just want to show off. AI Xiaomei just wanted to stop them from making a scene. Who knows, Qin Feng said. Okay, no problem. If you like, sit in the driver's seat here to take pictures. Their two beauties look like little kids, right? Xiao Feng and her sister spent more than 20 minutes taking pictures. I'm really sorry, teacher. My friends are a bit over the top. It's okay, they are your friends. I don't really mind, Qin Feng said indifferently. Seeing Qin Feng so rich, both girls were having thoughts on how to get close and seek a job or something. Alright, let's go back. Qin Feng was ready to drive. Handsome, do you guys still need to recruit? If so, how about looking at us? Xiao Feng asked curiously. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. He was now working under Lin Shui and it wasn't good to recruit people. And not right now. I'm working under someone else. But you can leave me a number. You can come over later when I start my own company. Qin Feng felt that this was best. Wow, handsome, are you going to start your own company in the future? What kind of company do you want to start? This is still being planned. Xiao Feng had very many questions she wanted to ask Qin Feng. Okay. You guys ask less. How many things have you asked? Checking the household accounts? AI Xiaomei couldn't help but say. After sending the two beauties back, AI Xiaomei let out a sigh of relief. My friend gave you trouble. It's fine, alright. You helped me a lot today. If you didn't settle the bill just now, it would have been a big headache for me. Qin Feng made AI Xiaomei very honorable in front of her friends today. Didn't want to call Qin Feng to come at first. Luckily he did come over. I heard Ma Lidong say that your family background is very good. It should save a lot of trouble. Even so, I'm still desperately studying, only if I'm strong. I don't want to rely on my family's connections to do anything. I don't want to waste my time, so I do whatever I like, and become better as much as I can. AI Xiaomei lamented and said quite a few things. It seems like you've been through quite a bit. It's okay, our family's lessons are very harsh. My parents are both very demanding. They don't mind what industry I come into contact with, so I chose this kind of career. They didn't say much. They just hope that I don't waste my studies on it, so I don't want to rely on them. I want to rely on my own hard work to earn money. That way I have a sense of fulfillment. If there's anything you need my help for in the future, just open your mouth and talk to me. I'm still worried that the inside of your family won't support you to work in the gambling stone industry. After all, AI Xiaomei's family is inside the pipe. The impact of contacting such an industry is not very good, right? This they do not care, as long as I do not learn bad on the line. Well, I'll send you back. It's dark. AI Xiaomei gave the address to Qin Feng. He was very open to drive to. Came to a villa area. Garden Villa Courtyard. Qin Feng frowned up. This villa area seems to be the more powerful people in the city can live. He heard others mentioned. Generally are some engaged in real estate, jewelry, big business. Chapter 62, Conflicts. The Garden Villa Courtyard is not something that rich people can live in. The vehicles that come in and out are all military. For a moment it is something that makes him stand in awe. Qin Feng feels that this place is still quite morose, although the environment is relatively good. I'll trouble you today, teacher, goodbye. Is this your home? This is my uncle's home. My uncle is also the president of a group. Qin Feng nodded slightly. Sure enough, this AI Xiaomei is not simple. The family is not just rich, seems to have power. After contact, he realized that AI Xiaomei's background is much bigger than he imagined, which is really interesting. Back home, Qin Feng opened the door to see Lin Shui actually also in. Why was this boss of his suddenly in his room? Qin Feng didn't know why he was a little nervous. So nervous to see me? Lin Shui asked. How come? Is there something wrong? Why can't I come to you without something? Lin Shui said snidely. Qin Feng smiles bitterly. Today is a showdown. How does Lin Shui look like her cheeks are a little red? Why did you drink? In a bad mood I drank a bit of wine. Qin Feng started to guess. Lin Shui didn't seem to have a boyfriend. Drinking could be because she was in a bad mood. So what could make her in a bad mood? Would it be her parents? Chances are 100%. Qin Feng blinked. Lin Shui had a falling out with her parents. Why did you fall out with your parents? Lin Shui slightly stunned. Was not expecting this to be guessed. Looks like you're quite good at observing people. This thing you can guess. Why don't you keep guessing? Qin Feng shrugged a look of interest. Lin Shui now cheeks crimson good looking is very flavorful. The body was already very good. Wearing a dress. Red lips. He could not help but look at a few more eyes. Should not be because of the blind date thing? The odds are 100%. Qin Feng was slightly stunned. Just because of something like this, he thought what the hell. Lin Shui didn't want to go on a blind date. She should be fully committed to her work. Her parents forced her to go on a blind date. That's why she made such a mess. That's why she drank so much alone. It's fine that you like work, but your parents also want you to find someone you like. It's not too much to fall in love. It's important to find someone to take care of you. Lin Shui was wide-eyed. This guess was too accurate. She looked at Qin Feng incredulously. This you even guessed. Oh, but it's just my luck. I observed your life. 2 points in one line is almost always work and apartment. Other is places do not go, so you will not feel bitter. Lin Shui shook her head up. Now at this age is the time to work hard, or I have what heart to fall in love. You should be sympathetic to your parents. They are also worried that you won't be able to get married. You actually said I won't be able to get married? Lin Shui pointed at herself and said in surprise. Oh, of course I'm joking. A beautiful and rich beauty like you. It would be weird if you can't get married. Although Qin Feng said this, but Lin Shui's heart is also bottomless. After all, she is usually too high and cold. The men near her are afraid of her, causing such a situation. Lin Shui was also speechless. Probably because she couldn't see those men of theirs. Forget about not talking about these things. I have something to find you. You say. Lin Shui took out a pointed invitation to come. There's a cocktail party that I'd been invited to. I need a male companion, so I might need you. Chapter 63, The Wine Party. Qin Feng felt a little embarrassed. He wasn't a member of high society now. Ask me to go? That's not too good. I'm not a high society person yet, right? Qin Feng pointed at himself. It doesn't matter, I'll just take you there. Why don't you want to? Lin Shui's words were a little aggressive. That's not true. Qin Feng was feeling out that Lin Shui was indeed very strong at times, which if the character was slightly weak, or not to be controlled by her to death, you go is also good. There will be some social celebrities there. There are many public plate celebrities. You go to recognize there is no harm. You now have money to know more people. In the future there will be more choices and outlets. Qin Feng hesitated. Will I be able to go to the reception and have people who will help me? Chances are 70%. Will I get into trouble if I go to the wine club? 100% chance. It seems that being with a beautiful woman means that there will be trouble, but Qin Feng doesn't care. Well, you're my boss now. How about anything? I'll back you up. Well, go to the reception. Really, that's great. I was worried you wouldn't agree. Lin Shui will lift up the invitation shook. Qin Feng see out that the invitation is very delicate good looking. Should be worth a lot of money. When he was about to go, Qin Feng realized that he didn't have a decent suit. But luckily Lin Shui asked someone to send a set. It was really thoughtful. Let's go drive your car, we'll go together. Lin Shui said. Qin Feng felt that this was not too intimate. Others would not say anything if they saw it. Surprisingly Lin Shui had asked for this. He had no choice but to agree. On the way to the unfortunate traffic jam, Qin Feng is also speechless. So they are late. The reception has already begun. Came to the 5-star hotel. Qin Feng is a little surprised. This is the top of the hotel. It seems to be not a general reception. Qin Feng got out of the car. Lin Shui took his hand. He is really a little uncomfortable. Do not know how to hold hands will be more elegant. At the beginning, Lin Shui only said that she would attend the reception, but she didn't say that she would come to the reception arm in arm. Mr. Lin, you came. Quick inside please. Are waiting for you for a long time. You are now late. Actually someone said you are not coming. Ouch, who is this? Raw face. 2 handsome men asked. My good friend. The hall of the cocktail party crown looks colorful and very dazzling. Everyone is a gentleman celebrity. They hold a glass of wine in their hands and talk freely. A waiter came. Qin Feng took a glass of champagne. The food here is very rich. See, people dazzled. Qin Feng just took a piece of dessert, tasted. The flavor is still good. Lin Shui had already gone over to greet her acquaintances. Qin Feng was eating dessert by himself. Of all the food he preferred dessert. Just at this time Qin Feng saw a familiar person. He frowned up at once. How did he meet her here? There was actually nothing to be embarrassed about. Qin Feng didn't know why he was nervous. Encountering a familiar person should be a happy one. Qin Feng was still concentrating on eating his dessert and didn't want to go over to greet her. There was a middle-aged man beside Huang Xiang. He should be her father. The music at the reception was very mesmerizing. Along with the fine wine here, Qin Feng was a little bit in love with this place. Whether it was the food or the drink, it was all top of the line. He was starting to like this kind of life. If it was before, he probably wouldn't have been able to enjoy this for the rest of his life. But now it was completely different. Chapter 64. That child. Qin Feng and Lin Shui are late, so someone has already started to address. Said something about the Jadeite fair. This is the Jadeite event. A lot of big business and jewelry group people are very concerned. Jade fair to be held in Burma. Is the need for invitations. This invitation to get is not easy. Need a very complex relationship and financial resources to be able to get. It seems that Lin Shui knows quite a lot of people. She went to talk so long, did not come back. Just a few noble women talk happy it. Qin Feng looked at Xiang Wang. She seems to be preoccupied. He lent her more than 10 million. So long no reaction. The money will not fly. According to Huang Xiang's statement, she should have returned the money. Qin Feng shook his head up. He did not care about that little bit of money. Huang Xiang is going somewhere. Her eyes look a little red. What is the situation? Qin Feng hurriedly followed the past. What's wrong with Christina Huang? I could hear her sobbing behind her back. A man appeared in front of Huang Xiang. Qin Feng kept a long distance and listened. Why are you here too? I've said we're over. Why are you still pestering me? Xiang Huang said in a dissatisfied tone that was full of resentment. Xiang Huang, I know you are very resentful of me right now, but things have already passed. Can you not be like this? I heard that you don't have a child, the man said. Qin Feng was shocked to hear that there was a child. This thing scared him. A while ago the two had been passionate. This child wouldn't be him, would it? If that's the case, Qin Feng would have become a sinner of the ages, inexplicably having a child. That child is mine? Qin Feng asked the system. Chance 0%. This is reassuring. Qin Feng looked at Huang Xiang again. Does she really have a child? 0% chance. So the child thing is fake. Qin Feng understands. I guess it's just to deceive that man. Just now it was really going to scare Qin Feng to death. This having a child was bad news for him. I said we're separated. Don't affect me anymore. I don't want to see you at all. Just seeing you makes me feel sick to my stomach. Huang Xiang said coldly. Can't you give me a chance? I love you. You should be clear in your heart. Qin and I together you out. Rail a few times. Don't say these, I don't want to hear. Besides, I have a child. You have no chance. The man was speechless. With a child, such a thing on his blow is too big. She if only and other men that what over. He can still tolerate, but with a child such a thing, how can he tolerate? If you have a new boyfriend, why he did not come with you? You should be the accident. I will not give up on you, the man said with a torn heart. The man grabbed Christina Huang's hand. Stop it, we are together. You even have a child. No father if you can't. You just abort it. Are you still a human being? Actually ask me to abort the child? Christina Huang bit her lip and said, I'm doing this all for your own good. How can I still marry you if you have someone else's child? Christina Huang, just listen to me. Stop it. Get the hell out of my way, let go. I don't have the slightest relationship with you anymore. You crazy person, let go of me. The situation seemed to be getting a bit heated, and a loud pop was heard immediately afterward. Chapter 65, Haunted Feelings. Actually hit someone? Qin Feng couldn't endure it. What kind of trash man actually hit a woman? Qin Feng of course want to stand out, but a thought or forget it. The two of them pulled a bit. Huang Xiang directly away. See, that person seems to be a bit of a boss. Huang Xiang's ex-boyfriend. Qin Feng frowned up. Their current situation is entangled. Probably guessed what is the matter. The man out of the bazaar. Huang Xiang has no way to forgive him. Qin Feng carefully measured him for a moment. Wearing a suit worth a lot of money. With a piece of Rolex watch. The ring on the hand glittering. It seems to be the upper class of successful people. Face very confident. A look of imperative. Such a man is very strong. No wonder Huang Xiang will be very difficult to look. That man was quite handsome. He should be a person of Chinese descent. Qin Feng wanted to find someone to inquire about what this person was all about. Back in the hall, all the people applauded. In order to celebrate how many billions of dollars the jadeite market transaction broke through, all the people started to applaud. The scene was boiling. Huang Xiang's ex-boyfriend also looked like a very famous person. There were quite a few big businessmen around him who were talking to him. Qin Feng observed and smiled slightly. You're Mr. Qin Feng, right? I'm Lin Shui's good friend and the boss of a jewelry group. Hello, my name is Feng Mingyuan. A middle-aged man came over to greet and said. Qin Feng hurriedly said, Hello, Mr. Feng. I'm Qin Feng. Gambling geniuses like you are already rare. It can be said once in 100 years. Mr. Qin Feng is young and talented at a young age. It is really impressive. Feng Mingyuan said in praise. It's still comfortable to be a veteran like you guys. How can I be compared to you guys? I'm just a bit lucky. In case my luck runs out one day, I won't be able to make any money. Qin Feng, you are also too modest. You earn but more than all of us, and it's easier than us. You don't have to manage such a big group. Emerald jewelry is not something that all people can earn. Feng Mingyuan shook his head up. Now the jade market recession. Not as big as before, competition and big pressure goods to disrupt the market things often happen. There have been a lot of jewelry group do close down. Qin Feng quickly talked to him. It turned out to be quite speculative. Talking and laughing, Feng Mingyuan and began to introduce his friends to recognize. Let me ask you about who that guy is. It seems like all the big shots here are quite familiar with him. Qin Feng asked curiously. Oh, that person also has a famous big shot. The heir of the second largest jewelry group in the city. He is very impressive. The first few times the public market their group made a very large amount of money, directly to get rid of a few competitors. I heard that they are in the country of Burma. The army also has a relationship, that's why it's smooth sailing there. His name is Long Jian, and now he is already worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Qin Feng frowns up. Is the other party a character with such a powerful background? Listening to it, he is in a daze. Jewelry merchants after all. To participate in the jadeite fair in Burma, out of the country than not domestic security. However, Long Jian background relationship is very hard. Their jewelry group has become the leading group now. He is now in a relationship dispute. Seems to want to get back together with Huang Xiang. Huang Xiang is also considered a beautiful woman. Her family is selling cars. Some time ago encountered a major crisis. Almost collapsed, was acquired, but now found a new investor. Chapter 66. Very background. Long Jian wanna give Huang Xiang money, but she just don't want. Have to get met the point of 2 paragraphs. Now Huang Xiang and Long Jian scandal is to let her popularity heat her up a lot. Now Huang Xiang's family and become the city, one of the automobile group. The family is also a lot of relations. It is said that the 2-party background, Long Jian's face do not have to give. So you know what this is a means. Other people don't know, but I know that Huang Ming he has arms brothers in the Burmese country. Feng Mingyuan whispered. I can't imagine a Huang Xiang's family is also very background. Qin Feng shakes his head up. Among the people here, it seems like he's the only one who doesn't have any background. Just a little bit of money. In this world now, there is a background and a relationship. You can earn more money. Things will also be smoother. This reasoning he do not understand. Qin Feng's relationship can only be developed slowly. Qin Feng looked at Xiang Huang. So there were so many things between them. I tell you, want to chase her or give up. Very difficult. Chasing her people can be much more. And there is also a Long Jian and the competitiveness is too big. Feng Mingyuan advised. Qin Feng smiled faintly. He had only been on it some time ago. What was so difficult for him? Only that this matter was not letting others know about it. Of course, could this matter be known to others? Long Jian would probably kill Qin Feng if he knew. Qin Feng and Xiang Huang met. I can't imagine that I can wait for you here. It's really a bit embarrassing. Xiang Huang, you remembered what happened in the past and blushed a bit. You send me your account number. I already have enough money to pay you back. You did me a big favor. Christina Huang said. It says you have a new investor in your family. It looks like it should be going well. Yes, it's found a new investor. But the money you lent me is very important. Without you maybe we wouldn't have lasted. And my family can function normally. And I've paid back a lot of the money I borrowed. I'm relieved in that case then. What happened last time? I hope you don't say anything to anyone. Otherwise it will bring us a lot of trouble. Now we are all on the tip of the storm. Compared to that, Xiang Huang seems to be more scared because that thing was a bit impulsive. Qin Feng smiles. You have to trust me. I'm a person of absolute secrecy. Things won't leak out from there. Qin Feng said with conviction. I know you can still be very trustworthy. The two looked at each other and she got embarrassed again. Is he the friend you mentioned last time? Xiang Huang? It's him who lent money to get through the crisis. You think I really need to thank you properly? If not for you, I almost couldn't last. Zhang Yang turned around to have a look. He should go to Huang Xiang's father, a man in his 50s with an extraordinary look. You are welcome, uncle. I just did a favor. It's not as serious as you said. Haha, young people are only you can believe. We encountered a debt crisis. The loan cannot be as less than 10 million. You are simply our life-saving straw. I will certainly thank you properly, you rest assured. Huang Xiang father's name is Huang Ming, is also a very successful character. In sitting a lot of people's luxury car, sports car are bought from him here. Daughter, you have never introduced him to me. He is my high school classmate named Zhang Yang. Now doing. Huang Xiang also do not know why. She blushed and heartbeat very quickly. Chapter 67, The King of Tenders. I'm doing business in the jadeite aspect. Haha, emerald this aspect. Do out what promising. He is your high school classmate? Never heard of it before. He used to be just an ordinary family, but now he soared. So it's by your own strength school. Then you are also a rich generation now. Like you, such a young person is quite a lot of now. The people here cannot hope to be able to be as powerful as you. Huang Ming complimented said. What, you have such a good classmate. Must cherish. Is a rare talent. Hearing Huang Ming's words, how come there was an intention to push his daughter to him? Qin Feng is slightly stunned, did not think Huang Ming will do so. There are reasons. Huang Xiang is now entangled with Long Jian, so as not to get into any trouble in the future. While there is no child is still able to break Long Jian, he is not a reliable person. Compared to this young man is more reliable. Huang Ming on Qin Feng is still quite satisfied. Young and talented, and not at all frivolous. Long Jian is a playboy. Ate the bowl of pot. If the marriage is certainly not good to Xiang Huang, might as well ask her to find a new boyfriend. Long Jian is not worthy to be with Christina Huang, not to mention that he has already cheated on her. Not worth forgiving. Xiang Huang looked a little shy and angry. Is not expected his father will say so. Is to sell her to Qin Feng? Huang Xiang did not say anything more, huffed and puffed away. Look at this child. That you treat your friends like her. Qin Feng is really embarrassed. No relation, uncle. She recently encountered so many things. Her heart is very annoyed. These things are better to wait until later. Huang Ming shook his head up. I've heard people say that you're a genius at gambling stones. You're really good and proficient in this area. You've become quite famous all of a sudden. Uncle, you're polite. I'm just lucky, following my senses and earning a lot of money. It's really nothing. Listening to Huang Ming's words, Qin Feng heard the implication, as if he was ready to cooperate with him. Huang Ming intends to do business with me? The odds are 100%. Then what are the chances of me earning more than $10 million? The odds are 300%. After he heard these sentences, his entire body froze. How could it be so high? Did this mean that he gave to earn $30 million? The odds of more than 200 or 300 were few and far between, and he wondered if he could increase the odds, so began to adjust the odds. From 300 to 15. Qin Feng stunned. The odds are a little high, scary. He looked at it several times over and over again, and indeed he was not wrong. The chance of making money is 115%. Qin Feng did some math. That is to say that can earn $150 million? No way. This is too amazing. Just the first meeting, he was able to help himself to earn so much money. So Qin Feng cannot understand. He is just a car salesman. How can help Qin Feng earn money? He really couldn't think of any connection. He couldn't think of a reason no matter how much he thought about it. Ding system prompt. Huang Ming has a piece of jadeite of the king of the bid. Is accidentally obtained, paid a lot of money? He has no way to sell this piece of the king of the bid to the domestic jewelers outside and cannot find any way out. The heart is very anxious. And now go to the hot potato. Chapter 68. 1 billion. Qin Feng's face changed slightly. Huang Ming would actually have a piece of the bid? This thing sounded too unbelievable. This was something that would only be available at the Jadeite Grand Prix. The king bidder is the largest piece of jadeite raw stone. Maybe dozens of kilograms or even hundreds of kilograms. This is undoubtedly the biggest bet. If the jadeite is opened, the value of good inside may be worth more than $1 billion. So it is want to borrow me out of the king of the bid. If I can sell it, I believe it is a large sum of money. But it is also a huge trouble. Who knows how much disaster this king of the bid will lead to. Qin Feng was now shocked and happy in his heart. This thing would definitely bring him danger. But there were also great benefits. Obviously Huang Ming's bid king would probably be robbed and stained with a lot of people's blood already. Or maybe it would take some kind of despicable means to get it. Qin Feng thought like this. 60% chance. It seems like 9 out of 10 of his guesses are close to the truth. But will this big colorful wolf in front of him be afraid or not? What if he keeps using himself as a pawn? Qin Feng didn't want to be killed after being utilized. He wanted to earn money and at the same time ensure his own safety. This was a big deal for him, but in his heart he was also more worried. What danger will I encounter if I help him? 50% chance. Sure enough, the greater the risk, the higher the benefit will be. It is impossible not to have a little risk. Where under the sky will there be such a cheap thing? The bidding king disappeared. It is estimated that there are military parties on the side of Myanmar desperately searching for him. There may also be quite a lot of eyes and ears in the country. If he is not careful, he may be pulverized to the bone. So this standard king might be a black goods. And if Qin Feng got involved, he might incur the trouble of killing himself. But with such a big profit, he also wanted to take a risk. Not to mention that it was a piece of standard text. In case you don't have emerald, then wouldn't he make a bigger profit? If that piece of bidding king has emerald inside, what he earns can't just be this 200 million, or more than 1 billion profit. Huang Ming's bidding king, I fired emerald, odds how much? Chances of 50%. Although this chance is not very high, but there is still a chance. It is completely possible to improve the odds of this. He suddenly had another idea. He can buy the king of the bid himself. If opened out the emerald and then sold out, a few hundred kilograms of raw stone material. Once the emerald is opened, Qin Feng thought about how it would be 1 billion. or even a higher price? How can he calm down now? So much money, how much more he risked he did not mind. If it was just 1 or 200 million, he might not be interested, but if it was 1 billion, he was that excited in his heart and felt the need to take a risk. Uncle, if you have something you want to ask me for, just say it. Huang Ming was slightly stunned. He was not expecting Qin Feng to say this. Could it be that his own mind has been seen out? In fact, Huang Ming was quite hesitant. This matter had always been a secret in his heart. No one knew about it. His daughter didn't even know about it, because once this matter is leaked out, it will attract the trouble of killing, but keeping it is not a safe way. Those people will sooner or later find the king of the label. Huang Ming had to choose someone he could trust, and this person in front of him could really be trusted. Uncle, if you want to find someone in that area, I have someone I know that should be able to help you with that matter. Chapter 69, The Beginning of a Nightmare. Huang Ming's eyes widened. Do you know something? Qin Feng nodded his head. There was no denial. Such a great benefit was also worth the risk. How could he not be moved? Huang Ming tensed up. He had begun to break into a cold sweat. Why would Qin Feng know about this? It's been a long time and no one in Burma knows about it. But here a young man actually knows about it? The king of the bidding may already have a buyer. Huang Ming got it. May take others for nothing several hundred million. Such a thing no matter who, I am afraid cannot endure. It seems that Huang Ming is also a ruthless person. The king of the bidding are able to snatch away. Qin Feng heart a little shocked. Maybe he in order to achieve the purpose, is also unscrupulous people. Huang Ming smiled bitterly. Now there is already a person who knows about this matter. Paper cannot wrap the fire, surely there will be more people know. Originally thought that Qin Feng was just an ordinary friend of his daughter Huang Xiang. Now the situation is more crisis than he thought. In the end, whether to believe Qin Feng asked him to help it, so things must be considered clearly. A little careless Huang Ming will be dead, and will also involve the family. Qin Feng was able to know this thing. That means he has a big head, but in the end he belongs to which side of the force of the people? Huang Ming felt that this person is not simple. Since you already know, then let's talk privately. Follow me. Inside a Rolls-Royce, Qin Feng frowned up. It was really a luxury car looking extraordinarily domineering. Huang Ming's face was gloomy. He now felt that this was a difficult bone to gnaw on. It was indeed desperate. Otherwise he wouldn't have looked for such a solution. Qin Feng, this one thing you know all. The labeled king eye, though I don't know how you got it. But now is a hot time. You don't know how to get out of it. It's definitely dangerous to keep it around all the time. Qin Feng said. This is actually able to know clearly. It is really a bit scary. Huang Ming is emboldened up. He has always thought that the secret is very safe. Now being known so much. I don't want to be like this, but at that time things force me to be helpless. I want to save the woman I love, but how they are not willing to let go. I really have no choice but to take away their most important thing, which is that piece of the king of the label. I never dreamed. That is just the beginning of a nightmare. That piece of the king of the bid is that group of people to snatch. There is a group of greater strength. This king of the bid is worth 500 million whole. Madly wanted me. My brother was killed, did not expose me. At that time, I have been on tenterhooks for several years. I secretly shipped that piece of the bid king back. But recently that group of forces started to look for the bid king again. They are people from the Burmese ministry and team. It seems that they already have traces. I guess they can find out about me. So I want to sell it before that. Huang Ming sighs up. This is definitely a very tricky thing. Qin Feng listened with alarm. I secretly inquired about it. The one on the Burma side collected the money first and was going to sell it to a big family. But now it's fallen into my hands. Now both big families are looking for me. Once I'm found out, death without a burial place will also involve my family. Huang Ming's face was very ugly and he was at a loss. Was what Huang Ming said true? The chances are 95%. Huang Ming has the idea of trying to harm me. 5% chance. Then do you mean to give this to me and let me go abroad to find a buyer? Chapter 70, The Heart of Preparedness. Yes, useless, wrong. This is the purpose of my coming to this reception now. I want to hide this thing every month to spend millions, looking for people to deal with the secret to inquire about the intelligence of the Burmese country. So many years have passed. I do not know how much money I have lost, and now it is already about to threaten my life. The more Huang Ming said, the more painful it was. This bid king was simply a big stone that pressed inside his chest. The only thing he could think about was to sell it. Suddenly Qin Feng thought of something. He is a businessman, but also a shrewd person. He would not have already appraised the stone himself? There is a very good chance that Huang Ming found someone to look at the king of the standard. Then they are thinking that there is no emerald in it, so they will want to get out. The king of the standard is not unraveled is still worth $500 million, but once if unraveled, then it is not worth so much money. Huang Ming finds someone to see the king of the bidding? 100% chance. Huang Ming found a lot of people have seen. Think the king of the bidding no jade, so want to find the next family to sell. 100%. Qin Feng understood in his heart, and he knew what he should do. So are you interested in taking over this matter now? Help me find a buyer. It has to be from abroad and there won't be any danger. Huang Ming asked. Qin Feng was clear in his heart that this matter must be done carefully and in a foolproof manner. Might as well promise him first. Qin Feng nodded his head and said, I can help find a buyer. I'll try to contact buyers in Europe and America. Don't worry, once I take over this matter, it definitely won't lead to any problems. Alright then, I'm relieved with this statement of yours. You just need to let me make some profit. A bid worth 500 million. I don't care how much you want to sell it. I just need 100 million. So who are the buyers in Europe and America that you're going to contact? Huang Ming asked. The current situation is still not able to determine. I can't tell you even if I know. This is for absolute safety. Qin Feng was hesitant in his heart. He had already agreed now, so he could only go on. Seeing Qin Feng such a steady appearance, he was relieved in his heart. Qin Feng's low-key introspection should be able to be reliable. I believe you have a great deal of power. Otherwise this thing is exposed, we more than have to die. This thing I want to sell to the European zone, so you should not have any conditions. Think you can sell it safely? I won't have any problems. Concealment is the most important thing. If you want to sell it to Europe, it's actually quite troublesome. The people from Myanmar are the ones who went to a lot of places to say hello and gave a high reward, so you have to be millions of times more careful. Qin Feng nodded. Don't worry about that. I know better than you. I know what I'm doing. Finding a buyer was a headache. Qin Feng felt that Huang Ming didn't completely trust him yet. He must still be keeping his hand in the game. It was only natural. It was impossible not to keep a watchful eye on such a dangerous matter. Qin Feng had to find a real buyer before he could do so. Qin Feng, don't blame me for not believing you. After you find a buyer, I'm also responsible for the transportation. I'll be involved in how to send it out. Qin Feng slightly frowned up. His eyes had a slight change. Sure enough, it wasn't that easy to want to privately swallow this piece of bidding. Nevertheless, in his heart he still wanted to find a way. I can go and contact the buyers as soon as possible. The buyer's information, I'll have a look at you as soon as possible. Qin Feng said. Huang Ming really did have a very strong sense of defense. Qin Feng was pondering on how to go about it. He felt that this was a good opportunity to make over $1 billion. Chapter 71 Enemies. After going back, Qin Feng thought about how to deal with this matter. In the end, to find who can help themselves. Qin Feng does not feel that the people around him can deal with this matter. On the contrary, the risk is not small. The selection of people must be careful to do. Lin Shui can help him deal with this matter. Chances of 5%. What Lin Shui cannot help him deal with this matter? Qin Feng is frozen. At least is a very large jewelry group. That he is now where to go to find high people? The system is not fooling him, right? Qin Feng now really do not know where to go to find people. His network was not wide. The system will not be playing him right. Ding prompt, wanna contact the next family. You must go to the black market to contact them. And you can't do it through normal means. You can find Lin Shui to inquire. Qin Feng shook his head up. He felt like he was in a big mess. There might be no turning back from this. If Qin Feng said he couldn't do it now, wouldn't it be humiliating? And this is a good opportunity to get rich. Qin Feng has a little bit, cannot let go. Then he will earn even more gambling stones. So he contacted Lin Shui. Why did you suddenly ask me to dinner? Is there something going on? Lin Shui asked snidely. That's not true. Let's just talk about it when we meet. Fine, we'll meet here. I'll send you the address soon. Speaking of this banquet, you ran off somewhere. Qin Feng was really bad at explaining for a while. Let's talk about this when we're still meeting. Qin Feng smiles bitterly, but it's also thanks to Lin Shui herself that she was able to meet such a thing. Such a good opportunity, definitely don't want to waste it. Qin Feng and Lin Shui arrived at a restaurant. The two hadn't even walked in when a piercing sniffle sounded. Lin Shui, little sister, finally see you today. It's not easy to see you. Qin Feng turned around to look, only to see a fat head and ears man. A golden suit, all dressed in gold and silver now. Looks very rich. If he lets, the appearance is a little bit offensive to people, especially the way he looked at Lin Shui's eyes. Colorful, at a glance, did not have any good intentions. Qin Feng slightly raised his eyebrows up. Lin Shui, your friend. Do you think he looks like my friend with that look? I see him as simply my enemy. Hate people like him the most. Lin Shui's face was full of disgust, her eyebrows slightly furrowed in appearance. Wait, you have to cooperate with me. What I say is what I say. Qin Feng nodded. Lin Shui wouldn't be taking this opportunity to have to give her body in return. After seeing the fat man walk over, Lin Shui took Qin Feng's hand. To be honest, he had always taken Lin Shui as his boss, and never imagined that his boss would treat him like this. The fat man frowned up. His face was very ugly. Seeing this scene, the two of them like a young couple, his heart was extraordinarily disgusted. Wang boss, Lin Shui tone cold, very cold. This person is a cooperator. Helped the group a lot of favor. She cannot be a little face not to give. he is? Boss Wang's tone was obviously a little upset. Oh, I'm Lin Shue's boyfriend. Hello, first time meeting. This Wang boss was named Wang Jin, the heir of the nationally famous jewelry company Wang's Group, with assets rumored to be in the billions. Wang Jin frowned up. He was originally a narrow-minded person. Eyes can't tolerate half a bit of sand. A little bit of things do not go well. He will be very grumpy. He is such a capital. Family superiority. He has a lot of women throwing themselves at him. Chapter 72, Thank you for your kindness. Now Wang Jin wanted Lin Shui, so he felt that he just had to get it. No one else could grab it from him, and whoever dared to grab it from him would have to die. Lin Shui is very cold to him, and her boyfriend is simply not better than himself. Like him, no money in the end, whereas better than himself. This makes Wang Jin even more difficult to accept. Lin Shui saw a middle-aged man coming over. Third uncle. Lin Shui shouted. The person who was called third uncle was named Lingua, a middle-aged man who was the group's purchaser, and he was very fond of flattering Wang Jin because they provided quite a few sources of goods. Lingua looked at Lin Shui and Qin Feng, and then saw Wang Jin's face. He didn't need to think about it to guess what had happened, and felt the need to step in for a moment. Wang Jin's face must be given. Lingua shook his head up. He had instructed many times before that Lin Shui must give him face even if she didn't like Wang Jin. You're Lin Shui's boyfriend? How come I didn't even know about this? Is it hard to believe that Lin Shui falls in love quietly? Lingua asked curiously. It's only recently that we got together. Lin Shui laughed. Where do you work, young man? Lingua asked, his tone a little oppressive. He was a rather stoic person. His face would not show any emotions easily. Qin Feng said indifferently. I'm just a gambling stone. A little bit of achievement in this area. Uncle Lin Shui is your niece. There are boyfriends you should be aware of. How come she didn't say anything to you? Qin Feng asked. Qin Feng frowned up. Lin Shui fiercely pinched his waist. Such a move he was very pleased in his heart. And then a little harder can be. Lin Shui, I'm giving you an emerald bracelet. This is a glass seed. I believe I don't need to say. You know how much this costs. Wang Jin said with an air of wealth. Wang Jin just had to hit his boyfriend's face hard today before he could do so. I'd rather thank you for your kindness. I wouldn't dare to talk about such an expensive thing. You'd better give it to my uncle. He'll definitely like it. Lin Shui refused. Wang Jin's face was hard to see. He glared fiercely at Qin Feng. Was itching to want to kill him. If eyes could kill, then Qin Feng would have already died hundreds of times. Alright, we're going to dine. Lin Shui pulled Qin Feng into the dining room. Seeing Wang Jin's yellow face look, he was really afraid that they would fight. Wang Jin's large size would have been very hands-on. Lin Shui then pulled Qin Feng away. Uncle Lin Gui, if it wasn't for you being here, then I would have wasted him long ago. Actually dared to treat me like this. Wang Jin shouted angrily. His red face was very ugly. Wang Jin was very annoyed. He hadn't been this angry since he was a child. He swore that he must teach the Qin Feng a lesson before he could do so. This damn brat. What was so arrogant in front of him? Uncle Lingua, if this thing I can't make it, you don't want me to have to provide any sources of goods in the future. Didn't you say that you want to set me up with Lin Shui or something? She actually popped up with a boyfriend now. You calm down, this thing is not necessarily true. How can she have a boyfriend? I have never heard of it. All of a sudden, Wang Jin heart that a heartache. Lin Shui in his heart is the most beautiful a woman. Now actually with someone else. He gritted his teeth up. I don't care about you so much. If you don't want me to not provide the source of goods in the future, you call Lin Shui to break up. If you can't do it, you know what the consequences are. Chapter 73, Casino. Lingua was also in trouble. This matter really made his head spin. Lin Shui was another stubborn person. Beating her to death, she wouldn't be with this Wang Jin. But I'm sorry, it's also really quite troublesome to make you encounter these things. Qin Feng smiled. There's no need to be thankful. In fact, I still have things I want to find you to help. Lin Shui's eyes lit up. Say it. Let's see what other things you can find me to help with. I'll definitely try my best if I can help. It's like this. I have black goods that I want to get out, so I hope you can help me. Lin Shui stared wide-eyed, thinking that you've encountered quite a few things again in the past few days. I don't want to ask you directly about this matter. If you need contacts, I can tell you a few, but I don't know if they'll be helpful to you or not, and I can't always guarantee safety. After all, it's not the white way. It doesn't matter as long as you tell them line. Whether things can work or not, will judge for myself. Lin Shui took out a business card too. Qin Feng took it up and frowned. It seems to be a business card of a casino. Really, thank you. Qin Feng surveyed the business card. Can the business card help me get out the black goods? 70% chance. This should be of great help to me. After Qin Feng finished his meal, he went to the casino in the evening, one of the biggest casinos in the city. To be honest, he was quite surprised in his heart. There was a cold wind in the casino. Qin Feng stood in awe for a moment. He rarely came to such places before, but now he had to come for the sake of profit. The people inside were all big and thick, All looked fierce, but Qin Feng didn't have the slightest bit of fear. If he was afraid of others in this kind of place, he would definitely be eaten to death. Qin Feng looked around. He wasn't too interested in things like gambling, so where was that key person? Can this business card tell him? Ding, the person directly in front of you can help you. The system suddenly gave him a prompt. He looked ahead to frown up. An old man with white hair. Seems to be a European as well. Qin Feng face ugly up. Such an ordinary looking old man. Really can help him or so. In his heart is very skeptical. Now is full of doubts, but thought it is better to believe in the system. There is no other way to do things now. The old man looks very bad luck. He has been losing money, and the more he loses the bigger. This face is very ugly. Qin Feng so close to the words, may also have to play cards. Otherwise he went directly to say hello. It will look very hard. Qin Feng asked for 5 million chips. This table is simple to play. Is to play dice, then the size of the decision to win or lose. This simple and brutal method is still a lot of people like. This is a casino with a variety of ways to play. Qin Feng understood a little bit and then joined them. Qin Feng was the last one to come on stage. The crowd was all contemptuous eyes. These people were all hostile in general, treating a newcomer very unfriendly. 100,000 bets. I also 100,000. I 1 million. Qin Feng at once let everyone dumbfounded up. Can't imagine this newcomer, their fierce one-up is 1 million? So a few other people bet small together, so that if they won, then they could equally share Qin Feng's money. Good opening. Big will actually be big? The few people who had placed their bets and pressed down were ashen. How could they not expect Qin Feng to actually win? Those few people were of course unhappy, so they continued to increase their bets. Chapter 74, Don't get too happy too soon. Little 1 million. Qin Feng didn't care at all, and he was so angry that a few of them lost a good $3 million at once. This is to attract the attention of the old man. The other people call him Jack. He also placed a few bets, but all lost. Qin Feng, this person is very confident, as if he will win. After a while, only Qin Feng and Jack were left at the table, and Qin Feng either didn't bet or was sure to win, which made the others a bit scared of him. For a while the crowd gathered around. Is it possible that the god of gamblers has appeared? That kid is really powerful. Coming here for a while he actually won more than $10 million. I don't know if it's his luck or what. Everyone who bet with him lost, and look at his confident look. Qin Feng was the first person to be so arrogant, but he won again, making many people dissatisfied, so they all wanted to see Qin Feng get defeated. Young man, I really can't beat you in playing this, but why don't you play something else? Besides, this is just a quicker entertainment, or else we should compare Texas Hold'em, Jack said lightly. Jack lost more than $2 million, the young man in front of him, to win him the most money. How can he tolerate such a thing? Must win back. As a casino veteran, he is still very calm. While I play with you. This young man also knows too much. He thinks he can win over Jack Mew. I'll wait a while to see how to lose all the money. It's going to be a good game next. Jack has never lost in this area. That kid won so much at the beginning. How much will he lose later? The crowd was talking a lot. Qin Feng only heard one thing, and that was that Jack was sure to win. It turned out that he had won a championship before and was still the world champion. Facing such a character did make people too scared. Qin Feng won away $2 million from a world champion. How can Jack tolerate? Jack, although he was an old man, but looked very spirited, old and strong, plus he was very rich and gave off a very domineering air. Alright, let's start. Young man, don't get happy too early. You just won the beginning. It's not over yet. Jack was confident. Now it was time for his best Texas Hold'em. The match started. The first game had just begun. Both men had pressed 5 million, and the people around them were looking on nervously. They couldn't have imagined it would be so tense, and it was only the first game. The public cards had 2 kings and an ace. Jack smiled. He had a K in his hand. If he was smooth he could make 4 Ks. It would be strange if he didn't win then. Qin Feng still looks very calm and unhurried, not even looking at the bottom card, which makes Jack feel a little strange. Where the hell is this man of God? He didn't even look at the bottom card before placing his bet. Jack has seen countless people in the poker game, but there has never been anyone as strange as Qin Feng. This is now probably a bluff. Other than that, can't think of any other possibilities. Young man, even if you believe in your own luck, but it's not too overconfident. This time I will definitely let you taste the pain. Jack felt imperative. In fact, sometimes it really depends on luck. Right, maybe this time the luck. I just better than you. What are the chances of me winning this round? Chapter 75, excuse me. What are the chances of me winning this round? 50% chance. Qin Feng immediately raised the odds. 50% raised to 90. In his heart he was actually a little worried if that 10% chance would happen. In order to make sure, Jack looked at his bottom card again. It can be combined into 4 Ks and 1 J. This card should be stable. I'm all in. Qin Feng said this first. Jack felt that he had received a great provocation. Provocation. He had never been so angry. This young man was looking down on him at all? Young man, I will definitely make you regret it. Open the cards, I'm all in. Jack got up smugly. Wait, what will this young man look like after opening the cards? Qin Feng flipped over an ace. He flipped over a second card ace, then released a third card ace, until the last card was also an ace. All the people were dumbfounded at this scene, feeling too unbelievable to believe. Jack's eyes were even wider. He had thought that he was going to win. Qin Feng's card was even bigger than his? No way. There's such a thing. Mr. Jack, it looks like I won by a fluke. Jack looked master's unwilling, but he had already lost all his chips. That kid is your world champion. Am I blind? How the hell did he just do that? Was it really just luck? This kid can't be cheating, right? Qin Feng frowned up, suddenly rushed over two people to hold him down, ran to the third person to search his body, but for a while they didn't find anything. There's actually no hidden bottom card. Can't it be that this kid isn't cheating? A person surprised said. You rice buckets, this kind of lad didn't cheat at all. Playing cards with me. How could he cheat? Qin Feng backhanded the man and knocked him to the ground, just causing everyone to be shocked. This kid actually dared to make a move here. I won money here and you guys actually dared to search me. Is this how you treat your guests? This matter spreads out. I'll see how you guys can still do business. I'm sorry, young man, it's our fault. But your win was too sudden. Some people can't help but suspect. We can't help it. Don't worry, we'll definitely make amends and apologize to you, and give you $2 million in compensation. Qin Feng sneered. You really think I'm easy to bully? $2 million and you want to get rid of me? Qin Feng's aggressive tone. The manager was helpless. It was only surprising that he did this. He dared to cause trouble here even if he was alone. The manager had said that he would pay him back, but Qin Feng was actually still ungrateful. What is this kid's origin? Looking at him that way, he's really arrogant. Who cares what he is? Let's just wait and watch the show. The thing that everyone didn't expect was that Jack stood out. Young man, let's forget about this matter. Just consider it as giving me face. Qin Feng smiled slightly. Alright. Jack frowns up, agreeing so quickly. This young man was planning to find his own thing from the start. The two arrived inside a Rolls Royce. Qin Feng took out his business card. Jack's face changed slightly, then smiled bitterly. Say it. What exactly is the matter you came to find me for? But you kids' luck is really surprisingly good. Jack was still a little disheartened. Why don't we find a place where we can have a drink and talk slowly? Chapter 76, 500 million. Jack didn't refuse and drove to a bar. Both men ordered their drinks. You don't look like an old hand at playing cards. Do I know how you won me? It seems like you have something else you want to find me. Qin Feng smiled modestly. I've heard that your excellency is very marketable over in Europe, so I think there should be no problem finding you for this business. Tell me what it is? See if I'm interested. Jack said indifferently. Qin Feng thought for a moment and said, it's a piece of jadeite raw stone. What, you came to me just for this kind of thing? It feels like a waste of my time. Jack didn't look interested. The biggest piece and it's black. Jack's face changed drastically as Qin Feng's words took him by surprise. If he could buy this, he must need a lot of strength and a strong background. Jack looked like he possessed these conditions. The largest jadeite raw stone. I see, but do you really have it? Jack looked a little less convinced of him. Of course I won't cheat you. I'll be there to show you the goods when the time comes. Jack frowned up. He looked excited. To think that you're so young, you're able to uncontact something like this. It's really surprising to me. What kind of power do you really have behind you again? Jack sighed up. So sir, are you interested or not? If you are interested, then we will talk. If not, then I am leaving. Jack frowned up. Qin Feng was so bottomless. He didn't seem to want to look at his face at all, but in his heart, he still appreciated this kind of person like Qin Feng. Of course I'm interested. You say the offer. If it's all satisfactory, then we'll take a look at the goods then, Jack said indifferently. Qin Feng frowned up. He also didn't think he would find a buyer so quickly. How much would Huang Ming want to bid? He felt that he had to test it out. How much would Jack give the highest price to? What are the chances that the largest jadeite raw stone I sell him for $1 billion? The odds are 5%. What about 800 million? Qin Feng continued to ask the system. The odds are 5%. There is really no way. Qin Feng lowered to 500 million. The odds are 50%. This odds looked okay. He raised it to 90% at once. Qin Feng's eyes changed slightly. The odds of me eating this piece of raw stone myself, chance of 0%. It seems that this beautician can't come true. He feels that he should not be too greedy. After all, this thing is very risky now. 500 million. Humph, young man, although I appreciate you, but this price is too high. I think you'd better find another high-minded. Now that thing is hot for you guys, right? Jack directly refused. Qin Feng's face changed slightly. He did not expect Jack to refuse. I know why you came to me. Maybe that thing will bring great danger. plus it's a black goods, so now he wants to go out from me. It's safer if you go out from me, but your price is too high. Jack wasn't talking anymore. Oh yeah, so I'll tell you better now. I won't sell it for less than 600 million. Qin Feng got up. This is what makes Jack surprised. Never thought he would be so firm and decisive. No room for negotiation at all? Then I'm really sorry for wasting each other's time. I believe I should still be able to find other businessmen like you, Qin Feng said confidently. Jack's face changed slightly as Qin Feng prepared to leave. Wait. Chapter 77. So sure. Business talked about this step. The atmosphere seems very awkward. Qin Feng frowned up. The heart is also beginning to worry. In case this business cannot talk about, they are not going to lose a lot of money. Good arrogant people. Jack in this road to break through many years. Qin Feng first let him so surprised. Not only do not reduce the price but also increase the price? Jack frowned up. You have to know how much risk I took in this matter. It's not a matter of $1 or $200 million. It will definitely be more if it makes money. Jack's face didn't look too good anymore. What Qin Feng knew was really quite a lot. Not only did he know that he was able to sell it here, did he even know how much money he could make? The old bottom is known. For Jack is not a good thing. He felt unusually tricky for a while. In fact, this kind of transaction both sides risked. The biggest jadeite raw stone was originally black goods. There will happen a lot of trouble problems. In fact, you don't have to look at the current benefits. If we establish long-term benefits, maybe you will earn more, although this time you earn a little less. And you have to know that this piece of raw stone is very heavy, to ensure that you still have benefits to earn. Jack's face changed slightly. He seemed to be a little bit moved. Qin Feng said that establishing long-term interests, he felt that it wasn't impossible. If the current Qin Feng was able to produce one of the largest jadeite raw stones, then it meant that he had enough strength. So you're still a stone gambling master? Jack asked curiously. I know it shouldn't be the first time you've done this kind of business. If you have any other big raw stones, I can help you look at them to ensure you make a steady profit. Qin Feng said seriously. How do you have that much certainty? How can you be so sure that the big jadeite raw stone is earning or losing? Jack said doubtfully. I'm not bragging about myself. Wait until the next public market when I'll show my strength. You'll know if I'm lying. Good confident person. Jack slightly frowned up. Qin Feng is not untrustworthy. He is now bottoming out like a successful person. Jack is also at ease. So this time 600 million will definitely not be less. You take it out and sell it again will definitely still be able to earn. Qin Feng said firmly. Well, what you said isn't impossible, but this is my final offer now, and there are some conditions you have to promise me. Before the deal I'll have to see how big the raw stone is. There's also the transportation method I'll choose. You can rest assured that it's absolutely safe, there won't be any mistakes. Qin Feng pondered for a while. The things that could be dangerous were all taken into consideration. The time to see the goods I will try my best to arrange. Then how will you give me the funds? You need to get a Swiss bank card. It's too dangerous for you to use a domestic one. I want to make sure this is done without a trace. Jack was a veteran at first glance. How many other times had Jack done black goods deals like this? The chances are 80%. This is what makes Qin Feng worried. People like him who often eat black goods are also quite dangerous. First of all, the financial benefits are too big, it's not impossible to betray someone in a minute. Then what are the chances of him misappropriating the jadeite raw stone? The odds of 20%. Oh really, an old fox? Qin Feng, if there is no system, absolutely not dare to deal with such a person. Dealing with such a person. What are the chances of me encountering danger? Chance of 5%. Qin Feng then breathed a sigh of relief. He was still quite uneasy in his heart. Doing business with Jack don't die one day without realizing it. Qin Feng continued to chat with Jack about some details. After all, there are quite a few things to pay attention to. Well, it's getting late now. I'll arrange to go see the raw stone as soon as possible. It'll definitely blow your mind. Chapter 78. Don't be greedy. Jack nodded. Qin Feng thought of another thing. If he sold 600 million, Jack would have to sell 700 or 800 million to make money. Right. A big businessman like him would definitely not do a losing deal. After all, the jadeite raw stone was black goods. Would Jack want to decode it himself? Mind if I ask you a question? Well, go ahead. Qin Feng voiced his question. You don't have to worry about that. That's my question. I can't tell you everything. Then I won't be able to make any money. The corner of Jack's mouth revealed a hint of a smile too. Qin Feng smiled and did not want to ask more questions. He felt that as long as he could resell out on the line, other things later, originally wanted to buy their own. Opened inside the jade Qin Feng resold, but Huang Ming is a shrewd person. He was determined to sell the emerald stone to foreign countries, in order to ensure the safety of life. It is better not to go against Huang Ming's wishes. Qin Feng felt that he should not be too greedy. When he came out from the bar, Qin Feng saw two men in black. He frowned up. These two people are carrying guns? Chances are 100%. Qin Feng breaks out in a cold sweat too. He now realizes how dangerous he was just now. Luckily nothing happened now. On the way back Qin Feng was thinking about a lot of things. Finding a suitable time to talk to Huang Ming. Huang Ming received a phone call. A look as Qin Feng's heart a little surprise. Is not there any progress? Hey Qin Feng uncle, we came out to talk face to face. Qin Feng quickly went to the place Huang Ming requested. Talking in a place like this? Qin Feng looks around. An underwear store. He didn't even feel comfortable with it. There's no way for security reasons. I've already arranged it. As long as there's no problem on your side then there won't be any problem. Is it that fast? It's only been a few days. Huang Ming said in surprise. There's no way I have to get this done as soon as possible. I still have other things to do. This was said as if Qin Feng had a lot of work to do. This kind of business was just one of them. Huang Ming had to be impressed with him. If he were anyone else, he would definitely be doing this one thing wholeheartedly. Where would he have the heart to put it into something else? Don't worry uncle. I'll take care of this matter of yours before I go back to other things. Qin Feng's words also let Huang Ming eat a pill of peace of mind. Such a young man is not ordinary. Qin Feng, I never thought you would be so good, but I thought about the price to change. Sitting on the ground to raise the price of such a thing. Anyone else would not be happy, but Qin Feng did not care too much. It could be that Huang Ming also wanted to earn a little more. So how much are you going to price it out at? Even though you said it was 100 million before. Huang Ming leaned in close and whispered to Qin Feng. His entire body froze after hearing this. Why do you think it's more? Qin Feng didn't say anything, just remained silent. It can't be helped. I have to have this much because I'm paying too much. This stone is simply pressing on my chest in general. But now Huang Ming could rest assured. Qin Feng could actually solve this matter so quickly. It looked like he would be able to ship the goods in the next few days. Previously, Huang Ming was only holding the intention of trying it out, but he never imagined that Qin Feng really had such a skill. In fact, Qin Feng is not think more, but think less. Originally thought Huang Ming will be a big ask, but did not. Arranging all these things in these few short days. Can I ask who you're entrusting? Don't worry about it, I'm also worried about the leakage. Chapter 79 Leave no trace. The person in charge over in Europe has his own code name. His name is Jack. It's hard to find out his real name. Huang Ming nodded. Alright, as long as everything is arranged. Uncle, you also need to know that things like this are very dangerous. I'm risking everything to help you do this, so the variables will be high. I hope you take me to see the goods despite. Well, no problem, you ask Jack to come along too. I'm going to have to make a trip to Switzerland in a day's time before I can do that. How am I going to get the money to you when I get it? Mind you, it's quite a hassle. Just do it through a Swiss bank. But be careful. Don't worry about this. I'll make sure to do it cleanly and not leave any traces. Let's do it this way. Money, you can get your hands on it and then give it to me. You need to run a Swiss bank card. It requires a lot of conditions. I'll ask my connections to help you get a Swiss residence permit so that you can meet the qualifications for it. That's really thankful, uncle. I'm still worried about these things. Huang Ming smiled a cheerful smile. You've really done me a great favor. Let me give you the funds for the sponsorship first. Qin Feng was a little surprised. This wasn't even there. I'll give you another $10 million now, just as an extra payment. Qin Feng had a little bit of want to laugh in his heart. This piece of jadeite raw stone he was able to earn very much more. It could be said that he had earned a few $100 million. Now Huang Ming actually still afraid of him losing money. Want to give him another $10 million. This is really difficult to refuse the request. Qin Feng, I know this thing is very risky. You risked a lot. Although the money may make a little more, but it is also very dangerous. After the matter is accomplished, I must properly thank you heavily. Uncle, you are too polite. I just did what I should do. Qin Feng said very steadily. Being able to do such a thing, Qin Feng wasn't arrogant at all. Huang Ming felt that he wasn't an ordinary young man. If other people had such a great ability, they would definitely be arrogant to the sky. It must not be easy for you to have worked so hard. Hard work? Actually, Qin Feng hadn't worked hard at all yet. He had made a lot of money in the casino, but he had just encountered a little dangerous thing. Huang Ming insisted on giving money. Qin Feng naturally not good to refuse. After all, he is the elders. Have to give you stuff, money, cannot think of a reason to refuse. Don't if you also say you do not give face. This thing is not yet a successful transaction. Qin Feng will not be able to take it lightly. Who knows what mutations will occur. Qin Feng, although I do not know what you in the end, but you have shown your ability. But let me surprised. Like you, such young people are not many. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Being this also the praise strange embarrassed. It would be even better if you could look at my daughter. Until he heard these words, Qin became a little nonchalant. I know about you. Qin Feng raised his eyes and looked at Huang Ming. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. What things did he know? It's hard not to believe that Qin Feng and Xiang Huan's what's-his-name thing has been exposed. The two of them also stand things. It can't be Huang Xiang this or going to tell his father, or Huang Ming himself to investigate. Qin Feng looks embarrassed. then he is not necessarily to do Huang Ming's son-in-law. Not to say that Qin Feng is not willing. Huang Xiang is not beautiful, but he is now simply not the intention to get married. Qin Feng is still young and needs to venture out. Telling him to honestly get married and have children. He is more or less unwilling in his heart. Huang Ming knows about me who his daughter? Chance 0%. Qin Feng then breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise it would be strange if he didn't die of embarrassment right now. Qin Feng, I know you chased after my daughter before, although you haven't seen each other for many years, but the relationship seems to be quite good now. Huang Ming said with a smile. Chapter 80 Getting Ready. This was an obvious intention to set the two of them up, and Qin Feng couldn't think of anything to say in reply for a while. Isn't Huang Xiang getting very close to Long Jian recently? Long Jian, that person simply can't be relied on. Besides, he doesn't have the strength like you. It would be good if his skills are half as big as yours. That person will only look for women. He won't be able to achieve any climate. Huang Ming was already seeing Long Jian through. Why are you unable to see my daughter? Uncle is joking. How could I dare? When this is over, if you need any help in the future, feel free to talk to me. I will definitely do whatever I can. After a while I'll also introduce some for you to meet and get to know. No matter how you want to develop, it will be beneficial. Qin Feng nodded. Everything seemed to be going quite well now, but the next thing was to look at the goods. The following day, Qin Feng contacted Jack and Huang Ming was ready. Arriving at Huang Ming's office, Jack and Huang Ming met for the first time and shook hands with each other. I hope the deal will go smoothly. Once I've seen the goods, I can start shipping them out tomorrow night at the latest. Don't worry, you guys won't have anyone know about it, Jack said with conviction. Well, with Mr. Jack's status position, it's completely possible to do that. Huang Ming had naturally done quite a bit of homework, and he did have the strength and connections to do so. It could just avoid the group of people in Burma, and no one in the country would know about it, so that Huang Ming could rest assured that as long as this piece of the largest jadeite raw stone was sent away, everything could be safe and sound. So where are the goods? Jack asked. Let's go. Huang Ming's face was very serious. The car drove for a long time. Jack thought that such an important jadeite raw stone should be in a big warehouse. Right, it should be a lowly warehouse or something like that. But now go to the place is not like to go to the warehouse. All have been far away from the city. In his leadership went to a village. The entrance to the village, Huang Ming called for the car to stop. Qin Feng saw the village entrance next to the stone monument. There is a very large stone, almost more than 200 kilograms. Here a lot of large rocks. He immediately saw that the stone is not right. The entrance of the village has a high building of a person's house. Immediately came down a few people. They are people from you. All of them are taller in stature. Actually open air. How really did not think about it. How could you actually put the raw stones in a place like this? Jack asked in surprise. It's also for safety reasons. My people have been guarding this place. Qin Feng frowned up the people who crossed over. It seems that Huang Ming knows quite a vast number of people. Foreign people also know quite a lot. No wonder they will get this piece of the largest jadeite raw stone. A look at such a head, how to have more than 200 kilograms it. Outside we coated a layer of lime to make it look more ordinary. Here is originally a quarry, so there will be a big stone is also normal. This stone has been here, no one has paid attention to. The security measures were done to the best of their ability. Anyone who thought of such a means of concealment. Huang Ming was still more elfin. It's actually going to be this big? It will probably be the largest weight in the public disc a few times. So it's still a world's best, Jack said in surprise. He had seen many large jadeite stones, but this one was undoubtedly the largest. Jack's eyes were glowing with gold. How much money could he make this way? The heart felt excited just thinking about it. Very well, I'm very pleased. I'll call for transportation. Chapter 81 What a great strength. Huang Ming nodded. In the future this thing is not related to his anything. He just need to safely through this 1 or 2 years on the line. In the future, even if the tracking cannot be found on his head, not far away Qin Feng is to see a stoneworkers carry this stone. Stone so big, pressure on the person. Gasping, have some difficulties. That worker looks kind of strong, but he was too big stone. Let him walk or trembling. Qin Feng see alarming. If this accidentally fell, wouldn't he be stoned to death? What are the chances of him falling? 99% chance. Qin Feng's eyes widened. Such a high chance still. Qin Feng hurriedly rushed over. Sure enough, a dangerous scene appeared. That worker slipped and fell directly when he stepped on his foot. That one big rock pressed down. A woman in the distance screamed. Originally thought to be smashed to death, the woman closed her eyes and the crowd came back to their senses. Huang Ming's eyes were wide open in a shocked manner. Qin Feng was holding a rock that was bigger than a person, and the fallen worker below was trembling in fear. How strong a physique was this? Qin Feng didn't look like he was struggling to hold that rock as he threw it aside with force. The worker looked shocked. Half a day did not come back to his senses. He just fell to the ground. The stone pressed down, he will die. But in a flash Qin Feng hugged the stone. The worker got his life back. That young man is too powerful. If it wasn't for him, that worker would have definitely crushed to death. I can't imagine he has so much strength. That stone is at least 150 kilograms. Oh, I can't imagine that he can actually hold it up. It's also lucky that he reacted too quickly. The people who saw that scene just now were all very marveled. Qin Feng's strength was amazing. Are you from Hercules? How can you hold up such a rock? Huang Ming asked in surprise. I didn't think that much at that time. If I didn't hold that stone, that worker would be dead. It should be from my regular exercise. I guess it was a fluke. Qin Feng didn't quite understand why it was like that. As if after having the system, his physical strength and everything became stronger. Such a small hiccup didn't affect Jack's ability to look at the stone. After I make some arrangements, I'll find someone to transport it, so you won't have to show up then, Jack said indifferently. Huang Ming nodded. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. If it wasn't for you, I definitely wouldn't have been able to do this. Time hasn't succeeded yet. Wait until time succeeds. By the third day Jack had transported the raw stone. By the evening he received $300 million, and the other half would not be given to Qin Feng until a few more had successfully reached their destination. This was a very convenient and quick transaction, and there wouldn't be any major problems. He just had to pray that nothing happened now. All of a sudden he had 300 million. He was quite happy in his heart. For the first time he made such a large sum of money. He had to go and plan himself. After he had so much money, of course he planned to make more money. He was a person with goals and ideals. Will not be like the average person accidentally got $1 million. Immediately began to enjoy life. Such a situation is often $1 million run out. Once again become a poor person. These days he certainly did not idle. Anyway, waiting for him to feel a little bored, continued to go to Lin Shui's company, cultivating gambling stone talent to go. Qin Feng spent a lot of time training them. They really did not let him down. Earn not much money but also quite a lot. After all, such a thing as gambling stone cannot ensure that every sum of money. Chapter 82 How to deal with. In fact, he can do every one of them to earn. Qin Feng naturally will not be so high profile to show off his ability. Only low profile is what he should do. Cultivate talents to get commission less hundreds of thousands of more than 1 or 2 million. Anyway, it is an income. He will not care about the size. Although he has earned hundreds of millions of dollars or even more. But the money such a thing he will not be too much. Qin Feng is a tutor. As long as the board face majestic look, it is enough to make all the students afraid of him. A little bit of strict requirements on them is beneficial. Will be able to bring greater benefits to themselves. 10 days have passed without any news from Jack. Qin Feng began to sit up and he couldn't help but make a call. Almost 2 weeks without contact. How are things going for you? Did the transportation to Europe go smoothly? Don't you dare tell me that something happened. Nothing happened. It's not convenient to say on the phone. Meet if you really want to talk. Qin Feng frowned up. It's not impossible to meet. So do I have to make a trip to Europe? This is natural. Jack hung up the phone. Qin Feng blinked and immediately moved to go to Europe. Lin Shui agreed to Qin Feng's leave of absence. Isn't it not good for the boss to authorize him to go away for a week? I'm now worried if he's been poached. Lin Shui's assistant said worriedly. You won't worry about something like that, I have my own measure. He seems to have done some better business recently. Look at him that way. He's a very capable person. We won't even be able to keep him here. Lin Shui shook her head and said, Boss, someone like him? We must try our best to keep him. He trained those few experts in gambling stones. None of them made a mistake. Basically all of them earned and lost very little. Who can be as capable as he is? Lin Shui nodded slightly. If it was someone else's training, how would they need to do it for 4 or 5 years? Yet he took a month. Lin Shui certainly knew all this in her heart. An unrivaled talent like him must be retained by all means. Qin Feng was nervous for the next few days, fearing that there would be some kind of mistake. Asking the system about it would be good so that he could sleep at ease. What are the chances of an error in the transaction? Chance of 10%. Qin Feng quickly adjusted the chance to 0. He couldn't believe that the next few days would just be a matter of waiting. Huang Ming was even more anxious and called Qin Feng to ask if there was anything going on. Only when Qin Feng said it was fine, did Huang Ming breathe a sigh of relief. This thing, all people hope to be safe. Qin Feng personally go to Europe, mainly to ensure that things go smoothly. After sitting on an airplane for a night, Qin Feng reached England, and could not imagine that Jack would choose to be here. The first time out of the country, Qin Feng originally wanted to enjoy the scenery here, but a thought did not have that mood. There are more important things need to do. Jack sent him the location. Qin Feng quickly went to a car dealership, into the basement. Jack also specially hired a translator. Finally saw the piece of jadeite raw stone. Qin Feng looked so big, how to have more than 200 kilograms, and still a yellow sand skin cut. There may be jadeite, but now Qin Feng cannot care about this stone, has no emerald. He only wants to trade smoothly on the line. Is it safe to put it here like this? Qin Feng asked worriedly. That piece of raw stone indicates that the coating has been cleaned. Qin Feng's heart was still in turmoil. It was actually dangerous for him to come here alone. In case Jack suddenly changed his mind, it wasn't impossible to take his life. I got what I wanted. Mr. Qin Feng, you really are very capable. Jack extended his hand. Qin Feng shook his hand. What are you going to do next? Chapter 83, with good intentions. I'm sorry, I should have paid you sooner and called you here. Jack said guiltily. It's okay, I believe in you. Your character as a person. Jack was very appreciative of the young man here. What we agreed before was not quite the same because there were quite a few situations. But I will definitely give you the money. I will transfer it to you now. Jack immediately called for a transfer TE. Qin Feng was still very excited in his heart. After all, the first time he got so much money. Qin Feng looked at his cell phone. Someone reminded him. His Swiss bank account has arrived. The whole 600 million, that is. He felt that this time he earned the heart of the beautiful. He had to sign up this kind of business. He would like to continue to do. Although it is a little risky, but just 1 month less time can get so much money. How can he not like it? But Qin Feng prefers to keep his feet on the ground. So that things are very risky. In case of encounter, in case something happens, it will be fatal. The main thing is not to be greedy on the good. Huang Ming might not have such a high profit even if he did it for a year. Qin Feng also relied on 1 month. The earnings were comparable to an automobile group. In the future, we will have a lot more things to cooperate. I hope you can come to help. If you don't come, then I will lose a lot of money. Jack said. I think it was about some gambling thing. The business we did was very successful. Of course we will cooperate more in the future. Qin Feng shook hands with Jack. I didn't want to make you make the trip, but it's all for security reasons, not over the phone. Qin Feng nodded. I understand all about your heart conscience. If you want to do such a big business in the future, you should have a few more people. Big things can't be done by one person. Qin Feng understands this problem. Thank you for your good-hearted reminder. I'm not without people, just feel more reliable. Jack nodded. Of course it's safe that way as well, but that's my one small suggestion. Qin Feng didn't stay here much longer and quickly arranged for a flight back. This trip had earned several $100 million. In addition to the money given to Huang Ming, there was still quite a lot. Qin Feng was so excited in his heart, he didn't even know how to describe it. After resting for a night, Uncle, everything went well with the transaction. There's nothing going on. I guarantee that nothing will happen. The money will be transferred inside your account today. Great. Thanks to you this thing was made. I don't know how to thank you properly. You're welcome. It's something I should do. I also want to thank Uncle for introducing such a business to me. Huang Ming was very satisfied with him. He couldn't wait to treat him as a son-in-law right away. But just a thought, he didn't know if Qin Feng would be willing to do it. He felt that he had to be very sure before he could do it. You helped me such a big favor. I must thank you properly. You do not know that piece of raw stone let me eat badly, sleep poorly. People have aged a few years. Qin Feng, why don't we have a meal together? Qin Feng for a moment in his heart is hesitant. He also intends to plan his own life. He wants to make money, but he does not want to stop a step. As long as it is tens of millions of things want to try a little. You do things so steadily. I believe you must be very interested in other big business. So let's come out to dinner and talk about it. Qin Feng all of a sudden interested. Not there is such a thing. Waiting for him to do it. He is not very high requirements at a time to earn 100 million also line the heart of the thought feel is beautiful. At the same time, Qin Feng also has a little palpitation. Huang Ming will not have other ideas, right? What are the chances of harming him? Chapter 84, go teach him a lesson. 5% chance. Does Huang Ming have complete trust in me now? Chance is 85%. Seeing this, he was relieved in his heart. Qin Feng naturally also liked to deal with such. As long as he can make money for him can do. More no, some people have a lot of benefits. Good uncle, no problem. Your request I dare not refuse it. Qin Feng joked. Haha, kid is good at talking. A certain upscale clubhouse. Young master, everything is ready. You can do it any time. Are you planning to back waste his hands or his feet? Wang Jin nodded his head in satisfaction. Actually dare to steal a woman from me. See, I'm not allowed to die today. Lin Shui will definitely be mine. Not good, young master, they are now shouting 3 times higher. Wang Shan a high 1 or 2 times even. Now actually high 3 times. What the hell are they up to? When my money is good. Wang Jin dissatisfied. Wang Shan is a trained person. Very powerful a fighter. Or we can just do it ourselves. Why bother to hire someone from outside? Such a big fuss. What the hell do you guys know? If I ask you guys to go, Lin Shui will definitely know that it will be me. Won't this make her have a bad impression of me? It will only push Lin Shui even more onto Qin Feng. Wang Jin shook his head up. Forget it. 3 times the price is 3 times the price. The price to them is enough. To do things beautifully well. Can't let anyone find out. Wang Jin also went out on a limb. He really couldn't stand Qin Feng and Lin Shui being together. Good young master, I'll help you to set this matter right. Wait, you're at least a special soldier in origin. You go along too. In case they can't set it right, you personally teach Qin Feng a lesson before you do. Wang Jin said coldly. Still, young master, you are considerate. Don't worry, he will be a cripple for sure. Wang Jin laughed coldly. There wouldn't be many people in this city who could play with him. Qin Feng drove his sports car out for a walk. He had made a lot of money in the recent days. His mood was especially good and he felt very comfortable. Autumn wind blew by. Qin Feng's handsome hair was a bit messy. Passing beauties couldn't help but see his sports car and smiled at him. Previously never had such treatment, but now his heart that swell. Qin Feng has money after how you become a little high and cold. No longer like before a beautiful woman accosted will respond. Qin Feng self-centered wandering. Feel the whole life has reached a small peak, but did not go long he found something wrong. Someone is following him, and look at his eyes are not right. Because of some of these roving people, other passers-by were backing away. Alright, what are you dogs following me for? Stop pretending. This tracking technique of yours, it's really bad. Qin Feng asked with a high-pitched voice. I can't believe you kid, he's a bit capable, actually knows that we're following you. A leading man walked out. He looked very strong, wearing an undershirt all over his body tattoos. Hostile heavy general people look at the finger may be more afraid. Not to mention a few other non-mainstream yellow-haired brats came. In addition to the leader of the yellow-haired that one stronger, the rest of the several are relatively small. These people look as the kind of soft and fearful of hard people. In his last life, Qin Feng hadn't been bullied by these people, but he was now relieved and wouldn't care about these things at all. What kind of person gave you the price to deal with me? What have you done yourself? Who have you provoked? You don't have a clear brat in your own heart. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Chapter 85, letting you off the hook. It doesn't matter. I'll find out in a while. I'll find out from your mouth. Qin Feng was very confident. This kind of self-confidence, let that leading yellow hair a little bit of fear. This kid is bluffing. He obviously only one person. They have taught a lot of people a lesson. Those people are kneeling down and begging. Look terrified. Qin Feng is look on only a trace of contempt. The gangsters do not believe in evil. This person does not look strong. Does he still know juvenile kung fu is not it? The gangsters snickered. The other party is only one person. They have to make a big show to do so that they can sit in the leader's position in the future. Brat, I ex you well. His words hadn't finished. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly blazed up as if they were blades, glaring at him dead on. A few punks were instantly intimidated. The whole person didn't dare to say anything. Hit him. These punks' favorite thing was group beating. A yellow hair held a steel pipe and smashed it at Qin Feng. He reacted quickly. He dodged that steel pipe with a flick of the wrist and kicked that yellow hair. The yellow hair immediately flew out. He rolled around on the ground clutching his stomach, spitting blood from his mouth. I'll teach you losers a good lesson today. The leading yellow hair's face turned ugly. If it was a normal situation he would have retreated, but now that he had already received money from others, he couldn't spit out the fat meat in his mouth. Let's all go together. I don't believe he'll be this good. The leading yellow hair ordered. There are a lot of people. Qin Feng is only one person. Even if it is a wheel tactic can still win. The gangsters were instantly confident, but soon their confidence was shattered. Qin Feng a punch and kick. None of those gangsters to resist. The leader of the yellow hair is only a few seconds more. Mama. The gangsters screamed miserably. In a few minutes of work, Qin Feng taught all the gangsters a lesson. They didn't even expect to actually be beaten to death. Qin Feng stepped on the head of the leading yellow hair. Now you can tell me what kind of person told you to come. Otherwise you have your good looks. Qin Feng's face was icy cold. That yellow hair shivered. He was a very powerful fighter, but today he was solved in 2 or 3 blows, and in his heart, he was very afraid of Qin Feng. We just received money to do things. Big brother who wants to make things difficult for you. We don't know. Qin Feng smiled coldly. This time I'll let you guys go first. Don't let me see you again. See once and beat once. Qin Feng looked at his hands. His strength was too much stronger. Was this also given by the system? The last time he held that boulder as well. Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised in his heart. Wang Shan watching from afar. The whole person froze. He was shocked out of a cold sweat too. After his special, soldiers retired or for the first time to see such a capable of fighting. Although he is a fighting champion, but Qin Feng such a situation, facing more than a dozen of steel pipe-wielding gangsters, he himself may not be able to do. Originally, he also came to teach Qin Feng a lesson, but after seeing this scene, he did not intend to do it, or honestly go back in Wang Jin to explain. The good man is not unaware of the truth. Wang Jin in the hotel patiently waiting. How so long has not news? Not out of what era, right? There is no reason since so many people cannot deal with Qin Feng a person? Wang Jin felt that this matter should not be any mistake, but his heart that kind of uneasiness is difficult to calm down. finally Wang Shan is back. Wang Jin heart especially happy. That boy is not already wasted, lying in the hospital. Soon Wang Jin's face stiffened. He felt that this look was not quite right. Chapter 86 What to do? It's bad. We failed. To think that he's such a powerful person. They failed. Many people can't beat Qin Feng alone. Imagine how powerful they are. Wang Shan looked shocked. How is there such a thing? Didn't you guys investigate clearly when you investigated at that time? Qin Feng still knows martial arts? Wang Jin said incredulously. Young master, I clearly did a lot of investigation. It could be that he deliberately hid it. Even this kid can't deal with it. Since more than 10 people can't deal with it, let's call 30 people to go. Anyway, we must destroy Qin Feng. Give as much money as you want. Aren't there a lot of them gangsters? They can do anything. Wang Jin said fiercely. Wang Shan had wanted to say something, but when he thought that he hadn't accomplished anything, he could only keep his head down. The residence of the gangster is the base of these yellow hairs of theirs, and the leading one is named Zhuolong Near. What did you say? You guys went to look for trouble with a guy named Qin Feng today? The second brother of the base asked in dismay, a shocked look on his face followed by incomparable panic. Only today, the boss had talked to him about a big shot. Their chief boss Huang Ming had recently met an incredible big shot and helped him solve a major problem. This Qin Feng had instantly become a popular figure in the underground world. Only a few chiefs knew about Qin Feng. Of course the little brothers didn't know. You losers, don't you know how to keep a low profile in what you do? The second brother's face darkened up. The entire room became quiet. The atmosphere seemed weird. Yellow Hair's face turned ugly. Now you guys tell me everything. Don't leave out a single word. Second brother said with an ugly face. Zhuolong Near of course did not dare to be slow. The original cause of the matter all set out. Very detailed without a single omission. You idiots. I usually tell you to keep a low profile. Do what you have to report to me. He could not bear the anger in his heart. It was obvious that he had messed with someone who should not be messed with. Zhuolong nearly looked at the second brother, who was nicknamed Brother Xiaohai and was the second in command of the organization. Xiaohai forcefully slammed the beer bottle on the ground. His look looked very scary. Boss, is that young man really that powerful? Are we not able to provoke it at all? Nonsense. You don't know how much money he has. He knows our boss. Our boss must kill us if he knows about this. Xiaohai's face was very ugly. Then what are we going to do next? What to do? I'm telling you, we might be screwed. You don't know what kind of big shot he is. I'll have to ask for instructions from the higher-ups before I can do anything. It's really messing with my head. Xiaohai was as good as dead. Only recently his big brother had told him about this important big shot that he must not mess with. Unexpectedly, his men had messed with Qin Feng so quickly, they really wanted to die. Xiaohai despite his reluctance. But this thing has to be resolved, or wait for others to come to the door that is a dead end. After dialing a number, he looked very respectful. Xiaohai so late to call how? What happened? Dahai coldly asked. Big brother, my men got into trouble. Now what do we do? What did you say? How could such a thing happen? Didn't I just barked at you just now? Dahai instantly sobered up quite a bit. Just now he was too spirited. Now the whole person was scared and covered in cold sweat. I'm blaming this on me. What do you think you're going to do? I'm ready to die. Chapter 87 Apologize. Dahai's face turned ugly. You don't know how much my boss values him. He's very capable and has a wide range of connections, able to deal with quite a big thing knowing him. Then I'm really in too much trouble. After Dahai's deep thought, now that it's come to this there's only way to go and apologize. Boss, if you go to apologize, it's really too humiliating for us. Why don't I go? This matter is not something you can decide. Well, that's it. Dahai hung up the phone. Xiaohai shook his head inside up, half knowing what to say. At this time came a lot of backbone members. They all heard that something big happened. As a gangster they were actually bullied. They don't know what kind of person is so bold. I need you guys to investigate a person's address. Second brother, how did this person provoke you? Tell the brothers, we will definitely take a breath for you. The yellow hair on the side shook his head up. Just by the few of you still want to take a breath of bad luck. It's better if you don't get beaten to death. Xiaohai shook his head and said, the thing I want to warn you guys is this person you absolutely can't go away. He is a big man. Whoever has a hard head to challenge, don't blame us if you die. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. None of them seemed to have thought that Xiaohai would be so fearful. One must know that he is the second brother. He doesn't know how powerful he is on weekdays. After hearing Xiaohai's words, all the people became serious, knowing that this was a very tricky person. Understanding the importance of this matter, Xiaohai knew in his heart that the life and death of them all depended on just one word from Qin Feng. You guys have to find this person is Qin Feng, an unimaginably big man. What he does I don't know. Anyway, he's rich and powerful now. So no matter how he beats you guys up or scolds you guys, you'll only be able to hold your breath. Understood, second brother. We will definitely make things right. After Qin Feng went back, He still didn't know there was such a thing. How did I become so powerful? Could it be that using the system made my physique powerful as well? The odds are 100%. He suddenly remembers the last time he picked up the stone. Qin Feng sensed something was wrong at that time. So this system has brought him so many benefits. Qin Feng was about to return to his apartment when he met Lin Shui. She didn't look too good again. She seemed to be drunk. What's wrong with this girl lately? As if she was very out of shape. Lin Shui, are you alright? Qin Feng walked up and asked. Lin Shui was a bit surprised to see Qin Feng. I'm fine. When did you come back? Why didn't you even say anything? I've only just gotten back too. Are you okay? Why are you drunk again? Could it be something at work? No, I just drank a little bit of wine. I couldn't imagine getting drunk all of a sudden. Lin Shui laughed bitterly. Qin Feng supported Lin Shui and smelled a faint fragrance. All of a sudden it was making him a bit distracted. Actually, I'm not enough. I feel like I want to drink a bit more. Looks like you're drunk. You're in this state and still want to drink. Qin Feng helped Lin Shui to her room. After a bit of contact he realized that he couldn't hold on a bit. After all, Lin Shui is also a beautiful woman and also particularly temperamental. Who wouldn't like it? Qin Feng opened the door to Lin Yu's room. The first time he saw her boudoir. Different from a bunch of girls whose rooms are filled with all kinds of rag dolls, the room puts a lot of books, and a few paintings. They all look like works of art. No need to think about it to know that the value is very high. It had to be said that Lin Shui Pin was very different. Most of her time was spent on studying, not on makeup. Qin Feng was quite admiring of her. Chapter 88. Who the hell is this? Sleeping? Qin Feng is very embarrassed. He does not know what should be good next. Directly throw her on the bed on the line? Qin Feng first time to face such a thing inexperienced. But reason told him or not. This person is his boss now. This happens a little bit of what is really very embarrassing. Qin Feng can play with women outside to break up bye-bye. But acquaintances is not good. Currently counting on Lin Shui to make money in the future. Then even more cannot be so. So Qin Feng did not have any extra thoughts. Put Lin Shui easily into bed. Covered the quilt. And put a cup of water on the bedside. So that if she woke up and wanted to drink water, she could drink. Qin Feng went back to his own room. He had spent the past few days in leisure, and now he could have a good night's sleep. The next day, what Qin Feng didn't know was that a large number of people had gathered outside the apartment. There was a little bit more than that. The security guards of this high-class apartment were all out in force. What's going on? How did so many people come? What are they planning to do? The security guards were stunned. Why don't we call for help? In case something happens here, it's also beneficial to us. Brother Dahaya XX leader called. He was wondering why this operation was not reported. How should they be notified first? Dahai's organization is not small. Are a number of gangsters? Many departments have called. Like them, the whole staff out of things rarely. In the end for what? Big brother, when are you so timid? Actually afraid of a young man. He is even more powerful, so what can he do? We still cannot take his life. Or we assassinate him, forget it. The young man next to a man's chest was very reluctant. This person was a very famous fighter. Not convinced by anyone, the sea bowed down this time. It really made them lose face now. That's why they were so agitated. Dahai shook his head up. These fools had no idea what they were going to face. What kind of person? After all, he was still too young for his opponent. The backbone members saw that Dahai was silent. It seemed that there was no way to persuade the boss. Their boss's mind was made up. He just had to bow his head and apologize to that young man. What do you think we do now? In case he doesn't accept our apology, how is our good? Dahai asked to a middle-aged man next to him. This man was a military advisor level person. The two of us apologize, might as well call the relevant departments to take care of this matter. That young man should be abiding by the law, and it is not too much right should we find someone to be a peacemaker. Arms Master said. Dahai slightly nodded up. He wants to solve this matter properly, and does not want to cause trouble, but also worried that that young man is young and vigorous, and must make a big deal out of it. What you said also makes sense. Then call the people. A little treatment shouldn't be a problem. The matter was started by a few of you, so it's up to you to apologize. A few yellow hairs nodded their heads and said, okay boss. They probably hadn't dreamed of being beaten up and having to go apologize to someone else. It was a bit humiliating to hold back like this. What exactly is this Qin Feng? I've never even heard of him before. Now our boss is actually so afraid of him. An elite fighter was depressed. Their boss couldn't have hit an evil spell to be so afraid of someone. I heard that he's a billionaire and that this person is quite powerful. It's also just a legend. Their group looked at each other face to face. Chapter 89, finished watching. The reason why Dahai was so afraid of Lin Fengchen was all because of Huangming's pressure. If Huangming knew that Dahai's people had messed with Lin Fengchen, he would definitely lose his position. That was why Dahai was so fearful of Qin Feng. Others might not know why, but he knew in his heart that Qin Feng, this teenager, was not ordinary. The strongest of the brawny fighters around the high was called Da Qiang, who was a very brutal person, very arrogant, but the only one who had a lot of respect for Da Hai. For Da Chang, the boss of the sea is all together. What he said Da Chang will not disobey. The first time he saw that the sea was so afraid of a young man, Da Chang even wanted to see what kind of god that Qin Feng was, and wanted to catch a glimpse of Qin Feng's true colors. Boss, why is this? Big Chang still couldn't help but ask. Why? Because our boss behind the scenes said that he is very important. We absolutely can't afford to mess with him, understand? Da Hai said without a good mood. On the side, Xiao Hai felt innocent. Things were all because of his little brother. A little brother came over and said something to him. Taking was Qin Feng's information. Investigating a little information about Qin Feng. The sea at a glance could not imagine that Qin Feng is also an expert in gambling stones, as well as the various trades that he has done. Huang Ming suddenly thought of something. This won't work if things are not handled well. The boss will surely hate me. By then my position will not be guaranteed. Let's retreat first. Gathered so many people. Qin Feng certainly will not feel that they are here to apologize. The sea was hot-headed. Must be a long-term solution is good. This large group of people was evacuated. The security guard of the apartment was relieved, and did not know what was happening. Qin Feng opened his eyes. A look at the time of 10 o'clock in the morning. If the usual he woke up at 6 o'clock. The rich people have the habit of waking up early at 5 or 6 o'clock. Because of this extra time can do a lot of things, but also can think a lot of things. After washing up, Qin Feng thought of one thing. Last night Lin Shui was drunk. How is she today? So Qin Feng went and knocked on the door, and no one responded. He took out the phone to send out a text message. Same no message. Has Lin Shui not woken up yet? Chances are 100%. Qin Feng shook his head up. It's best to go and take a look. Well, Lin Shui is a person with a strict schedule. This time did not wake up to go and call her? Thinking about it or go and take a look. Well, Qin Feng pushed open Lin Shui's door. He was stunned last night when he left. Actually did not lock the door? Lin Shui? Qin Feng shouted tentatively. Well, where did people go? In Lin Shui's room. Qin Feng and did not dare to walk around. He came in a little bit not too generous. Suddenly want to go to the toilet. Qin Feng went to the toilet, just ready to leave when the door was pushed open. Qin Feng turned around and froze, his mouth wide open in surprise. Lin Shui came into the toilet without wearing anything. Such a scene does not know how embarrassing it is. This body is also too good, right? That willow waist. Qin Feng looked at the stunned. This all was seen by him. Lin Shui was also stunned. Why would Qin Feng be here and appear in the toilet of her room? She woke up just now and was uncomfortable. She threw up and her clothes were dirty, so she took them all off and was about to come in and take a shower. This one awkward moment lasted for so many minutes, followed by deafening screams. Chapter 90, please go away. Ah, that sound could almost make the whole apartment shake up in general. Qin Feng was at Lin Shui's side. He even felt like his ears were going to explode. He fled in a hurry. Qin Feng appeared to be in a sorry state. This time he was defeated. How was he going to explain to Lin Shui? What was the point of going into Lin Shui's room for good reason? Qin Feng hammered his brain. He was really a bit stupid. Now I don't know how agitated Lin Shui is. It's hard for Qin Feng to face her like that. Even if he explains, Lin Shui thinks he's just covering up. The more he smears, the darker it gets. This apartment is definitely not stay. Maybe a moment Lin Shui's bodyguards to find the door. To ask him for a statement, Qin Feng only had to leave. First go outside to hide a good. Qin Feng just out of the apartment. Just saw a few flowing gangsters came. See their colorful hair. Heart surging a wave of disgust. Xiaodong, this person is Qin Feng yet? The leading gangster was unusually strong and looked very imposing in appearance. Yes, there's no mistake that he's the one who beat up a group of us. I'll never forget his face even if I die. The man timidly trembled up. The injuries on his body still hurt now. So many people from our organization are looking for him. The boss also thinks very highly of him. Now that we found Qin Feng, won't it be a great achievement? The leader of the gangster got excited. Maybe he can go back to get the credit. The boss has said, don't make a move with him, or you'll have to cut off your hand. This is not a joke. I don't need you to tell me that. Qin Feng looks like a mediocre appearance, may be considered a rich man, but he is able to make the top 3 organizations in the city to invite him. I think there must be something over the top, and the boss is very respectful to him, and also to treat him with courtesy. Sir, may I ask, are you Qin Feng? Qin Feng looked at the man in front of him contemptuously. I can't imagine that a person who was a run-of-the-mill person would speak in such a polite manner. It's quite surprising. Qin Feng didn't know why these people were so scared of him. He didn't seem to have done anything either. Qin Feng said coldly. Facing these people he had always been unable to give any good face. Which organization are you guys from again? Qin Feng didn't know what organization they were, but his tone was very contemptuous. Yes, since Mr. Qin Feng doesn't know our organization, then we don't have to report our names. It's like this: our boss wants to find Mr. Qin Feng to make a solemn apology. Qin Feng listens dumbfounded. He thought these people Li declared war. A gangsters organization that looks like a local snake actually wants to solemnly apologize to him? Was this a mishearing on his part? Since when were these organizations so polite? But also to apologize to Qin Feng. He was depressed for a moment. This punk is not fooling him. 5% chance. Meaning what this punk said was still true. Qin Feng wondered, shouldn't these people be vindictive? Instead they had to come and apologize to him? Mr. Qin Feng, hope you can come with me. Our boss has been looking for you, but it's not easy to find you. Looking for me for what? Qin Feng frowned up. Of course, I'm prepared to find you for dinner and solemnly apologize in person. Good. Qin Feng agreed so quickly, which was something that made that leader a little surprised. A gangster waved his hand. A fairly good Mercedes-Benz drove over. Qin Feng was satisfied. Even the car is ready? These people are well prepared. Chapter 91, Out of the Blue. Qin Feng had no place to go anyway. Why don't he go and see what these punks are up to? He is not worried about these punks messing around at all. He is absolutely confident in himself. These punks won't be his match. Alright Mr. Qin, this way please. These few punks are polite and courteous. More professional than the hotel waiters. Qin Feng, that one is not adaptable. Mercedes-Benz on the road. Qin Feng looked at the regressive scenery outside. He sighed slightly. Do these punks want to harm me? Chances are 1%. Qin Feng, this is depressed. To be honest, he's quite surprised. Why are these punks so scared of him? It simply didn't make sense. Qin Feng is not a person on the road. These people are afraid of him, must have a reason. The heart has a little curiosity. In the end, what happened? Came to a clubhouse, looks quite upscale. Qin Feng, contemptuous look. A seemingly boss of the people respectfully came. This person is the C. Hey Mr. Qin Feng, you're here. Dahai nodded and said, who are you? Qin Feng said doubtfully, I'm Dahai. Qin Feng was even more puzzled when he heard that. I don't recognize you. Our big boss you should recognize is Huang Ming. Qin Feng then realized, so it's Huang Ming. I knew that with all the business he does, he would definitely know some people. I never imagined that it's someone from these organizations. Mr. Qin Feng, please come inside. Let's go in and talk slowly. Dahai smiled and said, is this person Qin Feng? I thought it would be someone. It doesn't look anything special. Why is the boss so afraid of him? De Chang said with obvious dissatisfaction. Actually, you can go and challenge him. Then you'll know how powerful he is. A nearby punk who had been cleaned up said with a reminder. Big Chang was unhappy when he heard that. He had always been the best in fights. No one had ever questioned it. And now a Qin Feng appeared. Meaning that all of them thought that he was going to be even better? Don't need you to say I also have this intention. Let you know who is the most powerful. Just like him to be able to make you guys so scared, huh? De Chang's tone was disdainful. Mr. Qin Feng, it's morning now. I've asked someone to prepare morning tea. Top pastry chef's pastries. I hope you'll be satisfied. Dahai said politely. This boss was so mellow towards him. Qin Feng was very uncomfortable. It was unexpected that helping Huang Ming made Qin Feng's status rise so much at once. All these gangsters were all so scared of him. You're also too polite. It makes me a little embarrassed. Your people are messing with me, but I've already taught them a lesson. This matter will be settled, but do less bullying things like this. I won't allow it. Qin Feng said admonishingly. This young man is so big. The aura on his body is lofty. Dahai's heart was stunned. No wonder Huang Ming valued him so much. It's not without reason. Needless to say, there is a great deal of ability. Dahai's eyes changed slightly. The sharpness in Qin Feng's body was not simple. Just talking for a few sentences made people a little breathless. Dahai even had a thought. If Qin Feng could join them, they would be like a tiger with wings. The organization was in great need of talents like him. Maybe they could test it out. Qin Feng is a very capable person. The C knows that people like him have a sense of honor. Not money can be bought. On the contrary, let him be a hero. He is likely to be impressed by the C. Chapter 92. Listen to Mr. Qin Feng. For such a person, Dahai was very experienced. Think about when De Chang was also pulled over like this. Mr. Qin Feng, you can just call me Dahai. Qin Feng nodded. Mr. Qin Feng, those people who are looking for trouble from you, I'll ask them all to apologize one by one. Dahai said seriously. A few of you come here. Qin Feng looked back. Those few yellow hairs that he had cleaned up now came over. Boss. A few punks said. A few of you come and tell us what the hell is going on. Tell us everything. Dahai roared. Dahai opponent a majestic look. To Qin Feng is a respectful judgment of two people in general. How could the few of them dare to slack off and hurriedly told the story? But they didn't tell the story about Wang Jin and pretended that they didn't know who was behind the curtain. That person we don't know. We saw that he offered so much money. Just educating a young man. All we did. Where would we normally have such a good thing? Qin Feng said indifferently. Alright, you don't have to ask them. I think I'll be able to investigate what person did it. Dahai smiles even wider when he hears Qin Feng say this. Alright, such things are put aside for now. Let's hurry up and try the refreshments. Mr. Qin Feng, I'll toast to you first. Everything that happened was my fault. It's because I wasn't strict in disciplining my little brother. Dahai was very generous and drank 3 cups first. Your organization is so big, I can't go too far. As long as you don't bully people indiscriminately, it's fine. If you want to last long, I hope you can wash your hands of it and do business properly. Don't think about collecting protection money all day long. Qin Feng said coldly. Okay, no problem. Just listen to Mr. Qin Feng, Dahai said. He also slightly drank a cup. Qin Feng also noticed the way that De Chang was looking at him. He smiled faintly, and when he put down his glass, he smashed it with force, and the marble stone table immediately cracked with a bang sound. De Chang saw the scene as stunned. He would have wanted to challenge Qin Feng, but saw that the marble table cracked, instantly without any thought, and even in the heart of a little secret joy. Fortunately, he did not challenge Qin Feng it, or he would be dead. Qin Feng is also a little surprised. He looked at his hand, just a little pain feeling, so his physique is so strong. The crowd is stunned. Qin Feng is also quite satisfied. He knows that he does not show 2 hands. These people seem to have quite a big opinion of him. Now they all bow their heads and dare not out of breath. Dahai stared wide-eyed. What kind of god is this Qin Feng? This is too powerful. He was even more determined in his heart. No matter what, he must bring this person under his command, or else he can be a brother. Mr. Qin Feng is really a tall man, Dahai said in admiration. He had heard that he had helped Huang Ming solve a matter and made several $100 million. Like him and will make money. Personal strength and strong people. The sea really is the first time to see. From the heart of the admiration. A small thing. I didn't mean to do it. This wine is too strong. This little accidentally exerted a little bit. Qin Feng said with a smile. Qin Feng looked at the refreshments and breakfast. It is really sumptuous. He is also not polite. Would have rarely eaten these mountain delicacies. He did not call the name of the dishes, but what abalone shark's fins basically have. Eat is not happy. A large group of people watched Qin Feng and the sea dining. He really have a kind of feeling when the boss, by so many people surrounded, is quite a feeling, but Qin Feng does not intend to do what the boss. For now he does not have too much meaning. Mr. Qin Feng, I don't know what to do now to get rich. Chapter 93, Keeping him. It's just a small business, just enough to support myself, Qin Feng said modestly. Surprisingly so then. There is a sentence that I don't know when to speak or not. Qin Feng felt that the wine also drank. Also this sea as a friend it. Could you say it is things to speak on the line? If you don't mind, how about joining our organization? Qin Feng smiled slightly, did not say. The sea think his condition is not good enough? Mr. Qin Feng, we will definitely not treat you badly. All the people here will listen to you. That's thousands of people. You can do whatever you want. How about you and I become brothers? Dahai thought this was a very good offer now. We have quite a few clubs and bars here. The revenue is also quite a lot, will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Qin Feng in his heart wants to laugh very much. Does he put on millions and millions of dollars not to earn? To be a leader here? Oh, joking, how could he have such time? Dahai thought how Qin Feng would also consider it. But unexpectedly Qin Feng directly rebuffed. Or forget it, Dahai. This thing I'm not interested. Qin Feng, how dare you? You dare to reject our boss's conditions? De Chang stood out in dissatisfaction. Although he had seen Qin Feng's power, but there were so many of them here. They weren't so afraid of him alone. In fact, De Chang was also jealous in his heart. Once someone like Qin Feng joined, then his own position was at stake. So he mustn't let this kid join before he did. Dahai was furious. It was not easy for him to talk to Qin Feng about important things. He had worked so hard just now, and now it was all ruined by De Chang's words. Dahai thought that he could make Qin Feng be able to be a hero here. And when it came to money and status, how would it be attractive? But with Dahai saying this, wouldn't it be a total loss? De Chang, I did let you speak. You give me a hurry to apologize to Qin Feng. Dahai shouted angrily. Then Dahai was filled with a smiling look. Mr. Qin Feng, I hope you still don't care too much. Little brothers don't know better. He is just a moment of excitement. Oh, I didn't take it to heart. Well, Dahai, today I think that's about it. Now I have important things to do and will be leaving soon. Qin Feng stood up. Qin Feng felt that it was also time to leave. It was pointless to continue here, and he had played enough. Dahai knew in his heart that Qin Feng was not looking at this place at all. If he couldn't talk this time, then he wouldn't have the chance in the future. Mr. Qin Feng, I surprisingly have come to such a place. Why not stay and enjoy some? You must know that our place is very famous in the city. Will definitely make you very satisfied. Dahai thought of various ways, meaning to call beautiful women to entertain Qin Feng, but he doesn't have that kind of mind now. He can't look at these crooked jujubes now. Plus, after looking at Lin Shui this morning, he thinks he should specialize a bit. but once he thought about it there was really a problem. Qin Feng thought of Xiang Wang again. He was a little bit of a dilemma for a while. Yes, there is still such a thing. It will definitely be a trouble in the future. Chance 50%. Just at this time, the system gave a prompt. Qin Feng blinked. No way he just casually think about it. The odds are not low. He is not too good at dealing with this aspect of things. Beauty or forget it. I'm not interested, Qin Feng said in a lofty manner. De Chang gritted his teeth. This Qin Feng really does not know how to appreciate. Do not want anything. What does he want? What does he want? Does he want the moon in the sky? Beautiful women are not interested? Dahai for a moment was feeling difficult. This Qin Feng is really quite tricky but he smiled again. Chapter 94, very interesting. Mr. Qin Feng, I heard that you will identify antiques, right? I have a little something here, do you want to see? Should be very valuable. I spent a lot of money to get it. Qin Feng originally wanted to leave, but the moment he heard about antiques the whole person's eyes lit up. Take a look at it, might as well. In case it's very lucrative. Anyway, it just took a little time. Dahai, do you still have antiques here? Qin Feng asked curiously. Apparently there is a little not quite believe the look. Of course, Mr. Qin Feng, I will also cheat you not. You are interested in taking a look at it, maybe we can also make a deal. Qin Feng also intends to take a look at it. I can't imagine that there are casinos down here, operating these industries. The sea is certainly also making money. As little as 1 or 2 million, as much as 3 or 4 million. His industry in this area is quite a lot. Mr. Qin Feng, this way please. Qin Feng surveyed the elevator. More than 20 floors high. Dahai's business is still quite good. The casino here is still quite formal. Qin Feng saw a lot of bodyguards. Their clothes and suits are very neat, especially temperament. Tall and strong general people will not make trouble here. Qin Feng has seen a little bit of the casino here. A lot of people who come here are some rich businessmen. It's kind of an eye-opener for this place. It's more unexpected than what he thought. Mr. Qin Feng, do you want to play a few games? Dahai asked intentionally. Gambling like this can be very fast once you get the hang of it. Qin Feng smiled. If he played here, wouldn't he win over 1,000 or so? He deliberately shook his head. Forget it, I'm not in the mood to gamble right now. Qin Feng said indifferently. Actually, there's nothing in simply playing. Besides, this comes to money very quickly. Mr. Qin Feng, if you don't mind, I can give you chips. Losing counts as mine. Qin Feng smiled when he heard this. If he won, it could be tens of millions of dollars. He did not fail to do so. Mr. Qin Feng, you are here. If you don't play, where will I put my face in the future? Dahai said. Since you say so, then I'll just play a few games, but I'll just buy the chips myself. Qin Feng said indifferently. It's very interesting inside. You'll definitely like it here a lot, and there's no chance you won't want to leave from here. Dahai smiled. As long as he kept Qin Feng here, he would definitely have a way to pull him in, and he wouldn't have to worry about anything then. This casino scale is very big, such an atmosphere and lively. Qin Feng has a little bit not quite accustomed to, and the last time to go to the casino is completely different. Early in the morning there are so many people gambling, eyes are red. I cannot imagine that the sea industry's so much. Qin Feng, have a little bit of heart. If you join in, how can a month also have 1,000 million bar? It is estimated that there will be a little bit more. A few million should be earned easily. Qin Feng is now making a lot of money, but it is also enough labor, and there are things great risk. But Qin Feng, even if you want to do is also to do their own, will never be a fence. That is definitely not his style. Boss, you don't come to the casino for such a long time. I can't imagine that now personally come. Is there something wrong? The person in charge of the casino walked over and said in surprise. Mr. Qin Feng, he is the person in charge here. If you come to play often in the future, you can talk to him and will definitely arrange everything properly. That one person in charge saw Dahai so respectful for the first time. In his heart he didn't need to think about it to know that this Qin Feng was a big shot. He came here to play cards? Hello. Qin Feng and that person in charge shook hands with each other. Then give me 300,000 chips first, Qin Feng said bluntly. Chapter 95, overestimating him. They quickly brought the chips over. Qin Feng once again saw this thing. In his heart he couldn't help but smile. It's better to win less. You can't just come here and make someone else a few $1 million. Dahai saw Qin Feng a bit hesitant, thought he didn't want to play here, quickly continued. Don't worry about it, the rest of the losses are on me, as long as you can have fun here. No, this is not necessary. How is it good to lose and count it on you? Qin Feng laughed. Dahai said to the person in charge beside him. Whatever he asks for is right. Whatever he asks for. No slacking off in the slightest. Got it? The person in charge was also a little surprised. What is this person in the end? So young to be able to get the boss such treatment? In his impression, there were very few cases where this had happened. Don't worry, big brother. I will definitely be able to arrange the things you ordered properly. This young man, I will definitely let him stay here. Dahai's purpose for doing so was already very simple. It was nothing more than wanting this young man to stay here. Mr. Qin Feng, if you don't understand the way of playing here, I can ask someone to clarify. Actually, I understand it all. I'll just look at it myself, so you don't have to teach me anything, Qin Feng said confidently. Mr. Qin Feng, you'd better not be polite. Xiaomei, come here. Qin Feng originally did not think so, but after seeing that beautiful girl, he was attracted for a moment. With a slender body and melon face, wearing strapless tights and a short skirt, a very temperamental and pretty girl. Qin Feng couldn't imagine that he would still be able to see such a soul-stirring girl here, but he was also surprised for a while and immediately returned to his calm demeanor. Boss, hello sir. This pretty girl's voice was very sweet as she beckoned to Qin Feng, guessing in her heart that he was an important person. This is Mr. Qin Feng, our most important guest. You're in charge of the hospitality now. You can satisfy him with whatever requests you have, but don't let him down, the person in charge whispered. Boss, I understand. I will definitely find a way to make Qin Feng stay here. Xiaomei also pays attention to taking care of him at first, not only looking at him, he doesn't look like a big shot. He thought he was someone's follower. The heart is also a little surprised, but quickly adjusted his emotions. Maintaining a perfect smile, Xiaomei reached out to please posture. Qin Feng, you just write and play. We are in the back, I will not go anywhere, Dahai said. Qin Feng nodded. The last time he went to the casino he probably didn't have such a good-looking beauty to entertain him. He felt it was time to show a few hands. He didn't have much interest in this organization, so no matter what conditions they came up with, he wouldn't agree to it himself. And Qin Feng wasn't afraid that these people would dare to use force. Isn't it a bit too much effort for Big Brother to try to rope in someone like this? This person doesn't just have Wuji, almost the last course of school. Our organization is in great need of a talent like Qin Feng. Although the C said so, but the person in charge that you have to think so. The boss maybe too overestimated this young man. Even if he is no longer capable of relying on the family background, the boss is so strict in his control now. I don't really think we need a fighter like him. Dahai laughed. I've said it all. I don't just value him for his force alone. I see him for his personal skills, which I can't talk to you about for a while. Chapter 96, A Small Bet. Dahai looked at Qin Feng in the distance. Well, this person is very capable. Our bosses behind the scenes value him very highly. Although this is a bit unkind, but for the sake of profit one must take a risk. Boss, here we have everything. We need money and people. He is not going to leave easily. If he loses money, I will keep giving him chips. In a casino still bustling, Qin Feng quickly integrated into the environment here. Xiaomei's voice was very sweet and nice. She kept introducing the various ways to play in the casino. Qin Feng nodded slightly. I think I'll just play this dice betting on the size. It's the easiest. Qin Feng took his attention. Mr. Qin Feng, this way please. Xiaomei made an inviting gesture and Qin Feng nodded. In addition to betting on size here, you can also bet on points. It depends on how you place your bets. Qin Feng nodded. Dog day. A group of people shouted very excitedly and noisily. Qin Feng went to the table with the most people, not knowing what unlucky people would meet him. Sorry, 3 is 8 big, a lotter said. Is there any mistake? It's already 6 in a row that are out big. Keep pressing small next hand, it's impossible to keep losing. It seems that some people have already lost their eyes. They are all red in the face. Qin Feng has seen those who have lost more money. Instead of making them so agitated, this really verifies that sentence. The richer the person is able to stay calm again. These gamblers might not be that rich. Alright, everyone buy in. It's going to open soon. The Dutchman said. I want 30,000 to buy small. If I continue to lose I'll keep buying. I'm sure I'll bet small today anyway, right? 20,000 on small. If I don't win a little money this time, I'll be sorry for myself. 6 consecutive out of the big. Then the chances of a small is very high. The people here are thinking this way. How I'll feel that this time must be able to make a steady profit. Gambling is not a thing you think. Luck, this kind of thing, who can say clearly? Qin Feng wondered if the dealer had manipulated the final result. Chance 0%. Qin Feng is quite satisfied with this place. He had thought that this casino is so big, the sea like that will engage in some means, but the result is not. In his heart he is a bit impressed. What are the chances of this game opening big? Chances of 100%. He slightly stunned, did not seem to expect such a situation. He just thought that this game will open the small. It is really a little difficult to predict the feeling. Well, I'll buy big for $200,000. Qin Feng smiled as he dashingly placed his chips on the big side. The fact that he said this made everyone else freeze. Someone actually dared to buy so much and press 200,000 in one breath, attracting quite a few people's attention for a while. Young man, it's not that I'm talking about you. Isn't it a bit too suspenseful for you to bet on the big one? A middle-aged man asked. He was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He didn't look anything other than a pair of svelte, Instead, he was a bit sinister and cunning. Especially the eyes of the middle-aged man sizing up Qin Feng were conspiratorial with a hint of jealousy. It's supposed to be a matter of luck. You guys don't have to teach me anything I know myself. Alright, I hope your luck is very good, otherwise you're bound to lose. Alright everyone, by set, it's about to open. Everyone is very much looking forward to it. The last time Qin Feng was in a casino, although it was all about some big bets, it didn't have such an atmosphere like here at all. Maybe the venue he was in last time was more special. Chapter 97, another win. Finally the dice everyone was waiting for opened. 5, 6, 5 big. The Dutchman announced loudly. How can this be big again? This is already the 7th hand right. How many people have been pitted to death in a row? How can there be such odds? A man with a white-in shirt was cranky. Just now he seemed to have pressed $50,000. I doubt you guys are messing around. This is your place after all. It's too easy to manipulate the results. The Lotus officer's face changed greatly. Sir, words can't be nonsense. Without evidence you can't talk nonsense. If you ruin the reputation of this place, be careful to abolish you. The man with the white-in shirt's face darkened. He didn't want to say anything more. After all, this was a casino. Not to mention the fact that there were so many bounties here. He simply couldn't afford to mess with it. Qin Feng was very happy. He shook his head. He felt that he was not too much. He came up and pressed $200,000 and won. No. He had to play slowly. In his heart, he knows very well why these people are so excited. This is the way to make profiteering. Of course, said very much. That is not good control. It may be hundreds of thousands of dollars. Too big for civilians. Qin Feng slowly and patiently playing. At first he also used the system to ask the odds, but later he did not even use the system, but also has been constantly winning money. He swore that he really rely on luck to play. In an hour's time, his chips were piled up like a small mountain. Qin Feng was starting to feel uninterested. He now had 2 million chips anyways. This handsome guy, how are you going to bet? A pretty girl suddenly asked. Qin Feng sized her up for a moment and felt that it was also a feast for his eyes. He nodded slightly. $500,000 betting small is good. The others saw the way he pushed the chips, the envy and jealousy in their hearts. He was probably the one who won the most money today. Qin Feng still didn't use the system to ask about the odds. Even if he lost, he wouldn't care too much. The other people saw this. They all started to follow together. Qin Feng looks like a gambling god to them. He is now the one who won the most money. Follow him to place a bet. Will definitely be able to win. Lotteries are a little ugly face. Today this dealer is also too unlucky. Actually lost so much money at once. But also this young man is too powerful. Face him in the heart, have a kind of fear. No way he won again? This Qin Feng has won more than $2,700,000. How am I going to explain this thing to the boss later? This time really out of the small. Too powerful at this young man. I followed him to bet. Have begun to return the capital. I always feel like this young man is an only son, right? Otherwise how could he be so powerful and keep winning money? Qin Feng cried and laughed. He swore that he had used the system for the first few hands, but he didn't use the system at the back. How could he keep winning? He felt that he had won innocently. Xiaomei was impressed with Qin Feng. Her heart did not know how shocked. Like him, such a young man should lose hundreds of thousands of dollars is right. How will instead win more than 2 million? Xiaomei had been watching him from the side, and he didn't seem to have any weird movements, so it was absolutely impossible to cheat. Qin Feng didn't get too happy when he won. That you like other people around who lost money without finishing, yelling and screaming with excitement after winning, all jumping up and down. Few young people can be like him, won 2 million and still so calm. Xiaomei realized that this person is not simple. No wonder the boss so valued him. Chapter 98, the rules here. It's not good for me to hold so many chips. Why don't you come and hold them for me? Xiaomei nodded. Of course she was willing to deal with such a person. It was her honor to be able to do something for him. Qin Feng, he wanted to leave the other gamblers. Cannot be too happy. Would have expected him to win a little more, but unfortunately as the god of fortune will soon be gone. Lotus see Qin Feng is afraid of how to think. He is here now, money are quite a lot. The first time to see the luck of such a good person. Fortunately, he won, money is ready to go. The sea has been watching Qin Feng. They had thought that Qin Feng will lose a lot, but he won so much more. Is he just lucky or what? How was he able to win so much? The person beside Dahai was surprised. Dahai shook his head up. The things he is good at would have been gambling on stones and the like. It's similar if you gamble. Maybe he is having good luck. Then boss, he's leaving in now. Can we still retain him? Dahai wasn't too sure. He had already refused. If he mentioned it again, the others would definitely not be happy. He felt that it was better to boil the frog in warm water and slowly pull the strings. And don't force him to stay. Take one step and see what happens. Xiaomei took Qin Feng to exchange chips. More than $2 million. He can really win easily now. there's no need to exchange too clearly. The chips are about right. Qin Feng obviously didn't care about the small amount of money. After the chips were exchanged he was ready to leave, but he didn't want a few people to block his way. Qin Feng frowned. What? Qin Feng coldly said. These people seem to have something to say. Young man, you've won so much now. Why don't you play a little longer? Ah, what's the point of that? I don't want to play anymore. I'm leaving. Why don't you go inside the box and have a good time? The ones playing there can be hundreds of thousands and millions. I believe you should have that kind of strength. Young man has such interest. The man asked. Qin Feng smiled slightly. He was worried that he had earned too much. To think that someone was inviting him to earn more. Then how could he have the heart to refuse? Since you guys are asking me so much, then I'll go with great mercy. Qin Feng looked a little too confident as he spoke. He went to the private room under his guidance. Seeing that you're so young and so rich, you must have great skills. Just lucky to have made some money. Young man, my name is Li Cohen. I don't know your honorable name. Li Cohen said politely. Qin Feng, as powerful as you are, how come I didn't have an impression before? Today's events have opened my eyes. It's just my first time playing here too, so it's normal that you don't recognize me. Soon came to the box. Qin Feng, see here some not the same, looks to upscale a lot, and here quiet, not like below so lively. Sir, you're not a member here. You can't go in. The bodyguard said seriously. Why do I need a member to go in? Sir, sorry, this is the rule here. No matter who comes it's the same. Li Cohen walked forward and said something. The bouncer immediately stepped aside. Alright, no problem now. Let's hurry up and go in. Qin Feng said. Thank you. No need to be polite. These are just small things. The reason why he would help Qin Feng like this was because he had just earned a lot from betting after Qin Feng, so bringing it up here above, Li Cohen felt that he could still win more. Chapter 99, Haters. Originally, he was just holding the attitude of giving it a try, but to his surprise, Qin Feng really came. Qin Feng thought that you're back again. You should have told me that I'd bring you up. I thought you were leaving just now. Xiao Mei smiled. I also came up here because I suddenly thought of it. My friend pulled me up. This box was very lavishly decorated. Qin Feng, but a little bit like this place now, giving a feeling of wanting to gamble big here. Qin Feng, brother, here people are richer. Hope you measure your strength. They play are very big. Qin Feng knew that this Li Cohen didn't have good intentions, but he wanted to see the big bets in the box even more. Qin Feng, dice played over here, the others play very big. Li Cohen thought he was just playing dice great, just how he went in the other direction. Qin Feng laughed. This person wants to use him to make money. He is clear in his heart. How can he play dice all the time, but also lazy to expose him? Qin Feng had thought that Li Cohen was sent by the sea. Now it doesn't look quite like it. Sorry, I don't want to play any dice anymore. I want to play something else myself. Li Cohen's face turns ugly. If he plays dice here, he still might follow and win. All playing other. His funds are simply not enough. Qin Feng, if you play here, the others are too much of a loss. Might as well play what you're better at. This way you're at least guaranteed to win. Qin Feng was so unimpressed that he was already too lazy to answer. Unexpectedly, he could still meet an old acquaintance here. It was really a bit of a surprise. Qin Feng saw Wang Jin. This person's is a famous rich second generation. Qin Feng and him have a conflict. Now that they meet in this casino, it's going to be interesting to wait for a while. Wang Jin is very rich. He came here a lot of times. After the experience, more is more, win more, lose less. 1 is his strong capital, 2 to the family has a background. Here almost no one dares to provoke him. Wang Jin, so I can't believe you won so much money again today. Are you going to win another 10 million today? A person said curtly. Nonsense. I'm not here to win money, then what am I doing? Wang Jin said very arrogantly. Here he likes that feeling of being high up and being surrounded by people. Young Master Wang Jin. In a short while it will be the Stone Gambling Conference. I believe that you will be able to go to the next level this year in order to earn more money. Qin Feng seemed to have heard of this Gambling Stone Conference. If he was going to participate in the public markets in the future, then these conferences would have to be attended as well. Qin Feng discovered something. A lot of people on the gambling table were pleasing that Wang Jin. After all, he was from a big group and could have a lot of benefits if he negotiated well. Wang Jin was playing 3-card blowout. In fact, this was something he was quite good at. No one dares to play with me so early this morning? That's too boring. I'm already playing very small today. Wang Jin roared loudly as if he was questioning all the people, but no one answered him. Qin Feng observed for a while before realizing that the 3 people at their table were all on the same page, and the remaining 2 people listened to Wang Jin. So unless they got 3 other people to play with them, they would definitely lose to death if they went alone. There is no one who is as rich as Wang Jin, and it's hard to leave after winning his money. Wang Jin waited for a long time. Finally there is a person sitting in front of him. He did not think to look at the face gradually condensed. I cannot imagine that in the casino we'll see a person he hated the most. Chapter 100, Our Guests. Wang Jin. Qin Feng's voice was cold to the core. Someone actually dared to call him by his first name. The two people beside Wang Jin frowned up. Looking at them that way they were itching to eat Qin Feng. Qin Feng knew that the person he had recently messed with. It seemed like he was the only one. The gangster came to Qin Feng's trouble, so Wang Jin was most likely the one behind the scenes. How dare you be here? This place isn't run by your family. Why can't I be here? Wang Jin gritted his teeth and got up. Qin Feng dared to talk to him like this, knowing that the people around him were respectful to Wang Jin. Now that someone was so disdainful to him, how could he swallow this breath in his heart? The people here, they all know Wang Jin. This is a person who absolutely can't be messed with. They are curious about what the hell Qin Feng came from, and their conversation seems to be quite heavy gunpowder flavor. Looking at them seems to be about to fight. Wang Jin gritted his teeth and got up. The only person who could make him suffer was Qin Feng. Just how did you come here? Lin Shui didn't come with you. You couldn't be a waiter here? Wang Jin thought of this only explanation. Unless he was a waiter here, it couldn't be impossible to get in. Qin Feng didn't say anything. Haha, I thought how powerful a person you are, but I can't imagine that it's just a waiter. Who are you to be arrogant with my old man? The staff next to them, as if they sensed that something was wrong, they didn't want to offend a character like Wang Jin. A few men in suits came over. He is not a waiter here. You don't seem to be this kind of member either. Young man, if you don't have a member, please get out of here immediately. Wang Jin dejected up. This is only right. Everyone has to look at his face to do things. It seems he doesn't even want to do it himself now. Qin Feng is our guest. Dahai came. The man in the suit was surprised. It seemed that he didn't expect such a situation. Boss, why did you come? But a guest like us, in the future you all might want to remember, is a valued guest here. Dahai said with a solemn declaration. Qin Feng frowned up. He was not expecting the sea to come at this time. Qin Feng, I thought you so powerful. Today won a lot of is not gradually like here. Today is only good luck also like. Here is not to talk about. But to be honest, the see you here scale is quite good. Let me feel okay. Brother Qin Feng, as long as you like it. I'm afraid that there's something here that makes you not like it. Qin Feng smiled. Wang Jin's face was ugly. Seeing the two of them exchanging pleasantries here, completely ignoring his existence in general. This casino boss Dahai is a kind of character. They all know clearly in their hearts. Can let Dahai so flattering young man? Must not be simple anything. The person with the ugliest face is Wang Jin. This organization's people are all fighters. Is also his favorite place to spend money to do things. If now the sea covered Qin Feng words, then how to move Qin Feng in the future? Wang Jin is not expected. This kid relationship can be so good. Seeing the sea a look in Qin Feng brotherhood, Wang Jin heart that a hate the sea is not so polite to him, but on the contrary to Qin Feng so respectful. Is he? Wang Jin is not as good as this Qin Feng. Qin Feng, you still intend to play it? Will not be afraid to play it? Wang Jin couldn't help but say sarcastically. Chapter 101, The gambling game begins. The atmosphere became a little tense. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. What kind of person dared to challenge a rich second generation? The crowd was very interested. They all knew this Wang Jin, the heir of a big conglomerate, had always been running roughshod over the place. Of course I want to earn the money of someone like you. Look at this as if you hate to eat me. Qin Feng said indifferently. Wang Jin couldn't look at his calm and unhurried look the most, as if he wasn't flustered when it came to anything. It's fine if you want to be on the table, but you have to come up with $2 million. Wang Jin exclaimed. Such a coincidence. I happen to have $2 million, so let's have some fun here. 2 million is too low. You know I always start playing with at least 10 million. Wang Jin raised his price again. He thought that was the only way to suppress Qin Feng now. Qin Feng didn't say anything but just smiled. Originally he just wanted to win a few million, but he couldn't imagine that other people actually want to start playing from 10 million. He couldn't be happier in his heart. Why don't you say anything? I knew you don't have that much money yet. How could Lin Shui look at a waste like you? Dahai also frowned up. Although he was very optimistic about this young man, in case he asked to borrow 10 million, he was still a bit reluctant. Would Qin Feng really have that much money? Qin Feng just wanted to open his mouth. Mr. Qin Feng, if you lack gambling money, you can ask me to borrow it. I will definitely lend it to you. Qin Feng turned around to take a look, only to see a middle-aged man walking towards him, still looking very dignified. I wonder who you are. Qin Feng didn't seem to recognize this person. Although he threw an olive branch, he had no intention of taking it. Qin Feng, $10 million is still a handful, so he doesn't want to accept help from others. The people here to help you must have other purposes. Hey mister. Qin Feng, I'm the vice president of the Nordic Jewelry Group. My name is Zhao Kuo. That day also but witnessed you open the eye-seed apple green jadeite. It is really too powerful. Let a person eye-opening. Zhao Gao said politely. When Zhao Kuo said this, The people around them all boiled over, looking at Qin Feng incredulously, thinking that this young man had such a great ability. This one thing very few people know, but the rumors are spreading. Ice-seed apple green, this rare level of jadeite, actually was opened by a young man. Surprised looks from the surrounding people. Is it hard to believe that that young man is a stone gambling genius? Or he has a very powerful master it? Have such a skill, really make people very envious. All the faces of the most difficult to see, the most direct is also him. He never thought that this, looks like a hangman-like character, can open out the ice-seed emerald too, and also apple green. To know that this is a rare emerald, now the market has a price is difficult to find. Mr. Zhao Qo, a small 10 million only. I still have my own. If I don't have money I won't come to any casino. Mr. Zhao Gao is willing to come forward for no other reason than wanting to be friends with him, but he himself isn't short of any friends yet. And it's this kind of person who comes with an agenda that Qin Feng doesn't like. Qin Feng took out a card. Redeem 10 million chips for me to come. Qin Feng's tone is overbearing and arrogant. Wang Jin frowns up. No wonder Lin Shui isn't by his side without a reason. At least now it seems like he still has some money. I really don't believe it. You would have so much money. Wang Jin held a hesitant attitude. Would Qin Feng really be that capable? It really made him a bit incredulous. On the side, Xiaomei took her bank card and went to exchange chips. Chapter 102, looking forward to it. Qin Feng was so young to have 10 million. The people around him were quite surprised. Soon the chips were exchanged. Qin Feng looked at the 10 million chips and nodded. Wang Jin now had to pay attention to this person. He if just want to point money even if, but he has a real ability. Able to open the ice-seed apple green emerald he even want. Alright, start. Poof. Wang Jin snorted coldly. The two people next to him panicked when they took a look at Qin Feng. This young man couldn't really be betting 10 million. They didn't have so much money to bet. Betting a few 100,000 was still acceptable. 10 million was a bit too big. Wang Jin, young master, we too are forget it. We simply do not have so much money. Wang Jin frowned up. Looking at the way these two people were wimpy, he was dissatisfied in his heart. You two useless wastes. Hurry up and get out of my way. This has not even started gambling and you are already intimidated. Wang Jin said disdainfully, and the two renegades beside him immediately dodged away. A beautiful laughter came. Qin Feng was full of vigor and wasn't afraid of Wang Jin at all. The Lotus officer first showed how he cut the cards. Qin Feng said indifferently, "What's the game?" "Texas Hold'em." Wang Jin said confidently. These people are well aware of his card-playing skills. He is very famous for this gift box and has already won a lot of money. Alright, start right away. Qin Feng smiled. In fact, last time he didn't win less money, so this time it was just as sure. Minimum bet 100,000. Qin Feng and Wang Jin nodded. The crowd was looking forward to it. Such a big bet was not common. Usually, although the bets were in the millions, those in the tens of millions were still relatively rare. First a card was dealt. Wang Jin's ace of spades and Qin Feng's three of spades. The card is still quite big. Wang Jin is throwing out 5 chips. He is very imposing. Only the first plate also threw out 500,000 chips. I'll call as much as you press, Qin Feng said. When the crowd heard this, they thought that he was really on top of things, right? It had only just started, and he had already gone crazy with it. Is this person stupid? He didn't even look at the bottom card. He just went with it. I think he's really a man with little money. This card isn't played like him. I guess it won't be long before he loses it all. Dahai frowned up. Qin Feng is not too good at playing. Why does he look like a novice? Why does he still take so much money out to bet? The deal continued. Wang Jin's card was another king of hearts. Qin Feng still didn't look at his cards and gained a 5 of hearts. Who are you to play cards with me? With your skill? It's a wonder that your 10 million won't be eaten up all by me. Wang Jin felt that he was sure to win, but he couldn't imagine that Qin Feng would continue to follow him, continue to deal the cards. How confident is this about these undercards? Following without looking. Does he not care at all about the money he lost? No one would ever mind having too much money. The cards were dealt to the fourth. Wang Jin's card don't be too good. JKQA is a straight. He was even more happy, and threw in 5 more chips. He bet has reached 1 million. I went ahead and called. Qin Feng said indifferently. Wang Jin took a look at his cards. Bright cards 5 and 3. No matter how you look at it, there is no threat at all. The Dutchman raised his eyebrows up. Was this contact crazy? He didn't even look at the cards and just kept calling. That's no way to play with money. $10 million will be gone soon. He just looks calm. Nothing else. The last card was dealt. Qin Feng got a 5 of clubs and Wang Jin got a 10 of diamonds. Seeing this scene, Wang Jin could hardly hide his excitement. He was actually a straight. So wouldn't this hand be a sure win? Chapter 103, just luck. I'll see what you have left to follow me now. Throw in another $1 million. Wang Jin is going to take the first game and is very imposing. Qin Feng, his broken cards can't win no matter how he looks at it. He's looking at a pair of 5s right now. Wang Jin isn't going to be bluffed off easily. This is an aspect he looks very experienced in. I call, Qin Feng said indifferently. Come to think that Qin Feng will give up his cards, but he did not also have to follow. Wang Jin was first stunned, then revealed a smile. This kid is not afraid to die well, immediately let him understand. You didn't look at the bottom card, so I have to raise the bet if I look at it. No problem, I'll call. I don't believe you'll be so good. Wang Jin gritted his teeth and got up. Wang Jin threw out his chips in a dashing manner. He was bound to win this round. I'm a straight although not a flush, but killing you shouldn't be a problem. I don't think he knows how to play at all. He's just playing completely blindly, not looking at the bottom card and frantically calling to stay. This is also really a bit of a bluff. It's very imposing. The first hand he lost more than 2 million fast. It is estimated that he cannot play a few games to lose all. Qin Feng slowly opened his cards. In the open hand he had 2 5s and a 3. Turning over the bottom card of 5 to come, Wang Jin's face instantly became ugly. There are already 3 5s. He won't have to turn over a 4th 5 to come. Right. If that happens, the 4 stripes can be too much bigger than his straight. As expected, what he was afraid of happened. Qin Feng really did turn over 4 5s. It's actually 4. This kid's luck is too good. Does he know what card he is? He clearly didn't even look at the bottom card. The crowd boiled over, clearly not expecting such a result. Mr. Qin Feng couldn't imagine that you're so good. You won so much in the first hand. Where is it? I'm just lucky. You know I didn't read the cards. Qin Feng said modestly. See, you kids' luck is really good. I don't think you'll be so lucky next time. Let's hope so. Come on, let's continue. Qin Feng said indifferently. The second game started. Qin Feng still didn't look at the bottom card as usual. The crowd was a bit surprised. It's okay to be lucky the first time. Does he still want to win like this? The first card. Qin Feng had the 6 of spades. Wang Jin got the queen of spades. Please place your bets. Mr. Wang Jin. 500,000. The way Wang Jin struck 1,000 gold made many people envious. He could have pressed slowly, but at the beginning he increased the bet. Don't be so huffy. Isn't it good to bet slowly? But it doesn't matter. I'll call now. Qin Feng said with a smile. The second card was dealt. Wang Jin got the Q of Hearts open card. He now had a pair. He also had a Q of Diamonds in his bottom card. That's 3 of a kind. Such a good card. If he didn't win again, he'd be sorry for himself. Seeing that Qin Feng's card was only the King of Spades, the King's card was much better, and there was a good chance that he would get 4 of a kind in this round. 1 million. Wang Jin throws out his chips. Alright, I fold. Qin Feng said faintly. What? Wang Jin obviously unhappy. He's so good cards, but only wins so little. Not enough to move back to the old capital. How can be happy? However, it is still considered a win. Wang Jin felt that this is very long his morale, so that the first hand of this kid is just lucky. He has been gambling here for so long. His skills must be good. The next Wang Jin play very fierce. The amount of money bet is also more and more big. Qin Feng started to win all lost over. Now his chips only 3 million left. Chapter 104, losing so much. Sure enough, I knew he's a novice. It's only the first hand that he won. The next few hands have been losing all the time. It can show that he has no skill at all. After all, how else can he win with a veteran like Wang Jin? He's on the verge of losing $10 million now. Wang Jin has won 7 games in a row now. Qin Feng doesn't look like he's seconds. Dahai frowned up. I can't imagine that you play cards, but also so meaningless. Dare to follow every hand you have to fold? Wang Jin questioned. 500,000. You're finally willing to bet I thought you were going to look at your cards again and fold. Wang Jin's card was the K of Hearts and Qin Feng's card was the Q of Spades. The dealer continued to deal the cards. Wang Jin's Ace of Spades and Qin Feng's card was the King of Spades. I bet $2 million. I call. You don't have much left. If you keep this up, you're going to be finished. Wang Jin said with a smile. You don't have to worry, but I don't think it's enough to play. I'll keep adding chips. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Wang Jin was very happy. If he only won a 10 million today, the harvest wasn't quite enough. He wanted to win 20 million to get enough. The last card. Wang Jin got the Ace of Diamonds. Qin Feng got a 10 of Spades. The difference between these two people's cards is very big. Qin Feng, on this hand you can still what? You are now chips are about to play. Don't worry about it. I will definitely not lose you the chips. You are also the last 1 million. I bet 1 million. Do you call? It's come to this. Would I still quit? Qin Feng continued to call. Wang Jin was happy in his heart. Win him a 10 million to relieve his anger first. In less than an hour, he lost $10 million. I don't think he's stupid and has too much money. He won't necessarily lose this hand either. It's possible for you to win. Are you kidding? How can he be a flush? Although a few are spades, then the remaining 2 flushes have a very small chance. Not to mention a straight. It was also true that there could rarely be a royal flush. Qin Feng after all had not even looked at his two bottom cards, so the chances of that were even smaller. I'm going all in on this one. You're going all in too. If I lose, how about I exchange a chip for you too? Qin Feng asked. Wang Jin's eyes widened. He had won so much in front of him, it was impossible for him not to be excited in his heart. He was now very confident in himself, wanting to bet so much with him in one go. Of course he dared. I have more than 15 million chips here now. If you lose, give me another 15 million. If you win, my chips will be yours. Wang Jin got excited. Right, no wrong. That's what I mean. Qin Feng said. He said this, causing the others to be in an uproar. They all felt that this young man was crazy about losing. Without looking at the bottom card, he wasn't just 3 spades. In short, the chances of him losing now were very, very high, and almost none of them favored him. This kid lost a few $1 million, isn't that enough for him? To lose more than 10 million to be satisfied. This is really interesting. Wang Jin is going to win until his hand is weak. Dahai also couldn't bear the thought of him losing more than 10 million in one hand. Would he still come here in the future? Definitely won't come. Qin Feng, you calm down. Don't lose a little money and get carried away. Gambling is very addictive, Dahai advised. It doesn't matter. I have my own measure, don't worry about it. Wang Jin laughed out loud. He now such cards do not know how to lose. He bottom card 2 ace. He has been 10 days. This hand he is bound to win, and can win more than 10 million. Afraid that he is here to win the most a hand. Chapter 105, Not Playing. This hand will definitely make your heart ache and spit blood. Qin Feng pushed the chips over. Wang Jin did the same. The thought of being able to win so much money against this kid was so painful in his heart that he didn't even know how to say it. Alright, open the cards. Wang Jin was very excited. 4 aces plus a king. He was sure to win this good hand. I thought, what kind of card did you have? But it's 4 aces. Sorry, I've got a flush this time. Qin Feng opened his hand with the 10 of spades to the K. To think that you would give me this kind of chance to win so much money in one hand and get my money back. Qin Feng smiled. Wang Jin's face was ashen. He had trouble accepting such a thing for a while. No way he could win a flush like this. It's just too unbelievable, right? I'll go to him this hand. But that's a win of more than $10 million. Isn't it a big profit? He obviously didn't even look at the cards, so he was so confident. How small are the chances of winning like this? Qin Feng was holding a large pile of chips. His chips seemed like a small mountain. Winning 10 million from Wang Jin was quite a lot. Why do you look like this? Any grievances? Qin Feng asked. Wang Jin gritted his teeth up. His heart that a resentment. White won so much bar, and then a handful of all lost. In exchange for who can accept such a gap? Wang Jin has a kind of want to lift the table impulse, but he knows here cannot make trouble. Besides, he is a person. No bodyguard who will not stand out to help him. So many people watched him lose. Not willing to do what? Do you want to leave after winning money? Winning my money, don't want to leave just like that. Oh, you have the ability to leave me behind. I really just want to leave. What can you do to me? Qin Feng said disdainfully. Wang Jin, young master, we here do not have the argument of forcibly stay guests. If he does not want to play, as can leave. Dahai also spoke out. Is he going to accept the fact that he lost 10 million today? Wang Jin's face was white. We must know that he usually wins a lot and loses a little. He could not accept such a result. Wang Jin's head was iron. He would not rest until he won all his money back today. Winning this kind of thing wouldn't be of no interest to you. You've won me so much already. Why don't you play a few more hands? Alright, since you have to give me money if you say so, then I can only agree. But right now you have to have 20 million before I will play with you. Just a small amount. Wang Jin cannot take into account so much. Quickly changed the chips. Other people seem to be really envious. This rich second generation is not the same. Lost immediately, withdraw money. Wang Jin has been completely angry. He will become particularly irrational at this time. Just like his current hand, obviously win a lot. Qin Feng has been calling bets. He was so scared that he folded his cards. Finally, Qin Feng revealed the bottom card. Wang Jin took a look at his card, is not as big as his own. He now became more and more impatient. Wang Jin was very unhappy. He bet a lot as long as the cards are good to bet more than $1 million. But Qin Feng does not call. He did not win any money when the cards are good, but when the cards are bad to lose a lot. How long has this been going on? He's lost another 10 million. Wang Jin is really giving away money today. Wang Jin almost collapsed. Although his family was rich, but after taking so much money in one day, his father definitely wouldn't let him off so easily. Originally Wang Jin was still very uptight. That time his bodyguard came over and said something to him. He became much calmer. No more games. Chapter 106, You've worked hard too. Qin Feng was a bit surprised. Never would have thought that an impulsive one like him would also propose not to play anymore. I'll play with you properly next time. Wang Jin's face darkened in an unsightly manner. Thank you, young master Wang Jin, for the money. I don't agree. I will definitely remember you well. Wang Jin is very dissatisfied but is not saying anything more, turns around and leaves angrily. Qin Feng shook his head up. He won $30 million today. This is a lot of income. Mr. Qin Feng, tell me your account. I'll go transfer money to you. You shouldn't want cash. Qin Feng nodded and gave an account. Dahai called for someone to go and start transferring the money. All the people were looking at this scene with envy in their hearts. This young man won $30 million. That's a really big amount of money. I can't believe it's still a Swiss bank account. Mr. Qin Feng can it's really enough to surprise me. Dahai marveled. Even a boss like him didn't have an account like that yet. The money he won this day, then the sea of the entire casino profit or more. But want to win Wang Jin's money, you have to have that ability to do. Himself, and he played. Not only did not win but also lost a lot. The surrounding people are watching is very enjoyable. Who did not expect is this young man won? Qin Feng shook his head. He looked at the time as not early have reached more than 2 o'clock. Just played too fascinated. Stomach are a little hungry. Mr. Qin Feng, you're hungry. I've already asked someone to prepare it. Qin Feng is indeed hungry. Then thank you. Look at how good other people's lives are. After winning tens of millions of dollars here, the boss here even invited him to dinner. Other people are the pinnacle of life. We're just down on our luck here. The other few rich second generation feel that they can't compare to Qin Feng. Sometimes it's really a case of people being more angry than people. Dahai prepares a table of delicacies. Qin Feng is also not polite side to start, and sees Xiao Mei on the side. Why don't she come along to eat? She hasn't eaten anyway. Qin Feng said. Okay, whatever you say. Xiao Mei, hurry over to eat with Mr. Qin Feng. Dahai laughed. Xiao Mei, he felt extraordinarily honored. After knowing that he had won 30 million, he was even more adored in his heart. The way he looked at him became very different. Today you helped me exchange chips. You also worked hard. Where is it? How can this be hard work? Xiao Mei smiled sweetly. He had won $30 million in this one day. Xiao Mei seemed to have found that one person to commit her life to, but Qin Feng didn't seem to like Xiao Mei very much, and the way he looked at her was flat. Unlike other men, who look at her as if they have an idea, Xiao Mei is also a little discouraged. Qin Feng, this person is still a stone gambling expert. Ice apple green jade he can open out. Visible how good he has the ability to see. Xiao Mei heart face him very interested. Qin Feng, handsome, you won so much money today. Come and have a few drinks. No way. I came here to play for so long today. I don't want to drink during the day. Xiao Mei was a bit reluctant. She was a beautiful woman anyways. How could Qin Feng refuse her request? And it was still her who took the initiative to come and drink. If this was any other man, it would be strange if he didn't fight to be the first. Mr. Qin Feng, since you're all here, why don't you have a few drinks? I'll be sure to bring the best wine. Dahai said enthusiastically. Qin Feng really couldn't refuse. Dahai called for red wine to be brought in. Such a high-grade red wine is actually not low in alcohol content. These people wouldn't be trying to get him whole drunk here. Chapter 107, Don't make fun of me. 70% chance. What are the chances of me getting drunk here today? Chance 30%. This is not a low chance. He doesn't want to get drunk here, so he has to think of a way to do it. Dahai Xiao Mei took turns toasting. Qin Feng drank a few cups and then felt a bit of aftertaste on his head. Although this wine was good, he didn't want to be here. Come, brother, I'll toast you. How about this, we paddle? Qin Feng suggested and said. It's not like he's a little cutie. The two of them drinking with him like this, he would definitely not be able to hold his own. Yeah, Xiao Mei said. That's too troublesome. Why don't we do rock paper scissors? Lose once and drink a cup. Lose once, actually drink a cup. This drinking capacity is too good. Qin Feng has a little fear in his heart, because the degree of this wine is very high. What? Are you scared? Xiao Mei asked. No. Xiao Mei and Qin Feng started. Rock, paper, scissors. Qin Feng played cloth, Xiao Mei played rock and won the first hand. Xiao Mei was not willing to continue playing, but she lost 6 games in this one. 6 cups in a row made her immediately faint, and she couldn't even sit down a little bit. Xiao Mei, after all, she's just a woman who can't play with you, but I'm a veteran in this area, Dahai said confidently. Qin Feng shook his head. Dahai had also lost 5 in a row. He was starting to feel something was wrong. If he couldn't win this kid, then he wouldn't be able to keep him, so he changed his plan. This kid is too good. How does it feel like he's good at playing some kind of gambling? Playing such a simple game. Qin Feng was able to win 10 in a row, not simple. Dahai's beater shook his head up. Dahai, now that I've eaten and drunk enough, I think you can almost go and rest. Let's call it a day. If there's nothing going on, then I'll leave first. Qin Feng wanted to leave. Dahai smiled. Brother, listen to me. I'm not completely drunk right now. I know you want to leave, but do you want to see something interesting before you go? Qin Feng's face changed slightly. What's something interesting? Did you forget before? I told you about those antiques. There are some antiques and stuff like that for people like you who know what they're doing. As soon as Qin Feng hears that it seems like there is money to be made, he immediately becomes interested again. He doesn't lose anything by taking a look anyway, and in case he comes across something valuable, he can find a way to take it away himself. Alright, then I'll begrudgingly take a look, Qin Feng said with a smile. This way please. Dahai smiled from ear to ear. Qin Feng didn't get much drunk. Today was considered a success for him. What's not to be satisfied with having won $30 million? Maybe he could make some money again by looking at the antiques later. Walked through a long passage. Qin Feng look at the decor of this place are different, appear to have a trace of mystery, and here is more majestic. It seems that this should have very valuable things. Qin Feng walks to a room which has a lot of glass cabinets. All of them are some gold and silver jewelry luxury items. There are also some gold watches. He doesn't see the antiques he wants to see. Want to put your property so rich? In the future I can have your half of the matter is good. The sea is really successful people. You don't make fun of me. You such talent is what I envy. Whereas I do some unproductive things. Well, soon you will be able to see the antique curio. Qin Feng is starting to look forward to it. Chapter 108, Ancient Paintings. How come I don't really see any antiques? It's all about some gold and silver treasures. You shouldn't think that these things are some antiques. Brother Qin Feng, you are joking. I will not even be able to distinguish between the antiques. You will definitely have a surprise when you walk inside. Qin Feng continued to walk inside the room. He saw a few pieces of antique-like things, some porcelain paintings and calligraphy and whatnot. It looks like it should be very vintage, but as for whether it's worth it or not, he doesn't know. That you ask the system to do so. Qin Feng measured for a while. He could not get an idea in his mind. To identify antiques is more difficult. Need a wealth of expertise, and understand the value of the age antiques. In short, is also a tricky thing. Can I take a look at this porcelain? Qin Feng pointed to a porcelain plate. Of course there's no problem. I called you here to show you these. Qin Feng looked at the porcelain plate. Appearance is very exquisite. Above the pattern is very delicate. Is a landscape painting? Carved very vivid. The lines of the pattern is very sharp, although after the precipitation of time, but still glossy as new. If there is no official kiln. Right. How is it? Brother, this porcelain plate has value. Should be the official kiln unearthed. I'm sure this thing must be very years. Should not be ordinary porcelain plate. The sea is very happy to hear. He was worried that this porcelain plate has no value. The official kiln and there are years. It seems to have a certain value. Qin Feng did not deceive himself. This person is still trustworthy people. If other scoundrels know that this thing has value, surely told him that it is a common thing to buy at a low price. Qin Feng also does not know the specific porcelain plate of which dynasty. The Qing dynasty, then more valuable. He also understood, if it is the Qianlong period of the royal family's official kiln, the value of the product may be 5 million to start, and this price is also very difficult to find on the market. Qin Feng intends to continue to look at. As for this porcelain plate, after figuring out the value, if high, then intends to buy down. Brother Qin Feng, you're taking a look at more. There are not many antiques here, but there are quite a few. Enough for you to see. Here some antiques are very old, and some broken. Qin Feng in front of a vase a crack. He shook his head. The vase is the most scrupulous with cracks. A vase worth millions. If there is a crack, may be worth hundreds of thousands. Qin Feng is also more like porcelain. It just so happens that there are a lot of porcelain here. This room has a moderate temperature. Light is not very bright. Such an environment is particularly suitable for preserving antiques. It seems that the sea is also doing some work, although he does not know whether these antiques are worth money, but also have the heart to protect. Qin Feng looked mesmerized. He never thought that looking at antiques was such an interesting thing. This play he was not very proficient. He felt that he could spend some time to learn about this knowledge. An antique in the end there is no value. All depends on my vision. Qin Feng and others are different. He can borrow the system to judge. Learn these antique knowledge is out of the hobby of these, and not the other. The average person would rarely learn new things if they had money. Qin Feng detected a scroll. From the looks of it, it should be an ancient painting. Brother, that thing isn't worth much. It's been thrown away there for who knows how long. Dahai said. Is this a painting? How do you know he's not worth anything? Qin Feng picked it up and looked at it. There was a piece of burlap covering it and there was very much dust on it. Chapter 109, very valuable. Dahai shook his head up. The dust on top of that linen was too much for him. This painting he knew was worthless. Qin Feng touched the fabric and felt in his heart that it should not be an ordinary fabric. 100% chance. Although Qin Feng didn't know what kind of fabric it was, but this fabric was still obviously of good quality and hadn't eroded away after many years of storage. If this covering cloth was so good, then the painting inside shouldn't be a cheap one. The linen slowly unwrapped. Qin Feng saw a flower scroll. He touched the scroll. His intuition told him that this was not an ordinary painting. Chance of 70%. The fact that the system gave such a high chance meant that the painting must be valuable. Plus there was a good piece of fabric protecting it. Qin Feng was starting to get interested. Open the painting. A look is a character painting. Painting is a general to give a really lifelike feeling. Although I do not know from what people's works. Must be an outstanding painter. Qin Feng for painting and calligraphy is not much research. Only know that some of the big names paintings are very valuable. Qin Feng carefully examined the whole painting. He didn't want to let go of any corner. This scroll on the general face of majesty. You can see that he was spirited. So that people can feel that kind of solemnity. Qin Feng heart a little nervous. So good paintings will not be subjected to what erosion. If the loss of serious, that would be disastrous. Sure enough, he quickly found a bit of mold. Fortunately, the environment here is more serious. If it is a bit more humid, this painting must be moldy. Qin Feng felt that this pair of paintings was a little bit different. Whether it was a distant view or a close-up view, it was painted very full. The whole painting was very full. There was almost no empty space. That is, even the blank places had dark clouds, and the details of the dark clouds were also painted very well. Is this painting valuable? The chances are 80%. Qin Feng wasn't too keen on knowing the price of this painting, but he wanted to take this one away. This painting is definitely a masterpiece, but as to whether it's worth money I don't know, although I will point antiques, but it's impossible to know everything. Qin Feng brother, in fact this is nothing. This painting is a gambler, no money left behind. I am looking at this painting above, the character is quite good. This is left. A gambler's painting can be worth how much? Nothing. Qin Feng asked. In that case, can you sell this one painting to me? Do you like such a trashy painting too? Why don't you go look at the master's work? It's real cotton. I just spent a lot of money to collect it. Dahai said. Can't imagine that he, the head of the gangster, will actually buy paintings. Qin Feng is a bit impressed with him. To know that this person taste is not good. How can also be interested in antiques? Most likely someone used it as collateral. No, I like ordinary things, and do not need to have much value. This pair of paintings, although not a famous painting, but I like it more. In my opinion, very collectible. Isn't it more collectible to have a painting by a master? This one painting isn't worth much. I feel guilty selling it to you. If this is known to others, they will laugh at me. Dahai became suspicious. Is he testing me? 100% chance. Sure enough, this boss has some skills. Don't be so good at deceiving. He won't just notice something. Qin Feng calmly looks. Chapter 110, Collector's Value. Just because this painting has a collector's value, in my opinion, it doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be the work of a famous master. Qin Feng explained. Dahai looked at Qin Feng suspiciously. This young man but won 30 million. The face does not change, the color of the person is now so interested in this painting. That means that this painting is very valuable. Very much this possibility. He just analyzed the head of the head, and now want to intentionally degrade the painting. Dahai felt more and more suspicious. Why did he not want the painting of the famous master, but preferred this one? This painting is a gambler left behind collateral. Before this room of antiques and curiosities, he has looked for the relevant construction master to appraise. Which is valuable, which is not valuable. He all took notes down. This painting at that time, that appraisal master does not look good, and even just looked at more than 10 minutes to conclude that this painting is not worth money. Maybe some years, but is a nameless painting. Dahai then did not think too much. After all, a gambler left behind collateral can be worth how much? Worth a few thousand is good. Why, if you don't want to sell it, you don't have to say so. I won't buy it. Qin Feng's tone was clearly icy. Dahai heart, although a little hesitant, but a thought or do not provoke Qin Feng unhappy better. Alright brother, since you want it, I'll sell it to you. But this one painting isn't worth much. I'll give it to you. Qin Feng shook his head. I've won a lot of money here today. This one painting, I'll tell you again. I'm willing to spend a $10,000 to receive it. Or you can set a price. Anyway, I've won a lot of money today. Qin Feng is clear in his heart that this painting is worth a lot. As long as it is given away for free, he will surely come to find himself for it in the future. It's better to settle for money and goods. By then it will be too late for him, even if he knows the value of this painting. As long as Qin Feng doesn't take advantage of the situation, there is no way for others to take it away from him by force. Although these people are gangsters, they are not afraid at all. Brother, you won us so much today. I'm now asking for a 50,000 is not too much. What do you say, this want 50,000? In that case, that's forget it. In my heart he's not worth 50,000. Qin Feng shook his head. The reason I don't want to buy a master painting is because the price is too high. That's why I want to buy a simpler painting. How about 30,000 then? Qin Feng then reluctantly nodded. I bought something from you. You won't want to take it back from me in the future, right? Brother, what are you saying? Am I such a person? I wouldn't take it back if I sold it to you. You can definitely rest assured of that. Well, don't get me wrong when I say this. I'm saying this because I've met someone like this before, thanks to the fact that he and I are still good buddies. Haha, but he doesn't have a vision well. Going back on my word is something I never do. Let's continue to look at it. There are still a lot of valuable things. It's better to forget about it. I've been here for so long. It's time to go back, Qin Feng said, but I'll come over again when I have the chance. I have quite a few things sent over here every once in a while because I have several casinos and those people bring in some antiques when they don't have any money. Oh yeah, be sure to let me know when there's something new then. I'll definitely come and take a look, Qin Feng said. Qin Feng was quite satisfied in his heart. There were quite a few valuable things here, but Dahai didn't know about it. Since he couldn't get rich, Qin Feng could get rich instead. Chapter 111. What are the plans? When he came out, Qin Feng was holding the painting. The sea seemed to want to leave him behind but thought better of it. Goodbye brother Qin Feng. Qin Feng took a taxi and left. Originally, Dahai was insisting on sending him back, but Qin Feng didn't force himself if he didn't want to. Back to the apartment, Qin Feng frowned up. He saw Lin Shue's car underneath. How could this be? Lin Shue didn't go to work today? Could it be that she didn't even go to work because of what happened in the morning? Qin Feng for a moment of trepidation up. Lin Shue angry up will be like. He is also very afraid. He did not mean then. Now how to explain it? Lin Shue will not pick his skin. Qin Feng swallowed a breath. No matter what, he was going to face Lin Shue. After all, he was his boss now, and it felt like he was in trouble this time. Quietly returned to his room. Qin Feng like a thief. Lin Shue did not find him. He returned to his room before he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately nothing happened. Qin Feng looked at the phone. It was Huang Ming calling. Hey uncle, are you free? If you're free, let's have dinner together in the evening. And by the way, I'll introduce some people to you. Okay uncle. The money Qin Feng was supposed to transfer to Huang Ming last time, he had already entrusted the Swiss bank staff to do it, transferring more than 200 million and deducting a lot of handling fees. Qin Feng had more money now. He didn't really care if the handling fee was deducted by a few percent. Huang Ming received the money also did not contact him. Qin Feng did not know how to follow up. Now it seems that there should not be anything wrong. At night, Qin Feng went out, drove out. He is still quite lucky. Did not meet Lin Shue, really do not know how to face the boss. This head up to see the head down to see people happen such embarrassing things, but it is just to be looked at. Lin Shue should not be so petty, but think of her such a childhood by the very high education of people, and a little conservative, maybe so resentful Qin Feng. Forget about it, Qin Feng doesn't bother thinking about it. To the 5-star hotel. Qin Feng is now more and more curious about Huang Ming. I can't imagine that he knows quite a lot of people. The power is also quite big. No wonder he could accidentally win the jadeite bid. Enough to show his strength and connections. Qin Feng, you finally came. You didn't contact me these days because I had something out and I didn't receive your call. Sorry, Huang Ming said politely. Where's the matter? I'm just worried that the money didn't arrive. Those things you helped with were perfect. I've had no more trouble and have made money. Huang Ming complimented. Come, this is the boss of the International Trade Group. He is also a good friend of mine. Only recently returned from abroad named Panwan. Panwan is a middle-aged man. From the point of view of his clothing, very imposing, with the unique eyes of a businessman. Qin Feng asked a hello. You are really young and promising. It is rare to see someone with such ability as you. You must know that kind of thing even I may not be able to do. Panwan said in a complimentary manner. You're welcome Uncle Pan. I'm also just a bit lucky, although I still know a wider range of people, and they're all reliable and very trustworthy. You do things without a drop of water. No one has any suspicion that thing is related to Huang Ming. Young man, this thing you did very well. Qin Feng nodded. He seems to be quite successful now. Well, alright, well let's eat while we talk about things. Qin Feng, do you have any plans for you in the future? Huang Ming asked. Chapter 112. Transportation. I have investigated your background. To be honest, there are a lot of things that we have investigated clearly, but at least now it seems to be a clean identity. What are the serious violations of the law? Qin Feng is a little unhappy. Pan, when this means he investigated him, what is he doing investigating him for a good reason? Uncle, are you guys investigating me for something? Huang Ming nodded. We do have some intentions, but I don't know how you think. Then tell me about it. I'll think about it. You have a wider network. Like last time you handled several things so well. So we think it shouldn't be a problem for you to come and do international transportation. You have to know that all the gains in this area are great. Qin Feng frowned up. International transportation of such things, already at home and abroad, if the security is not guaranteed, the gains are great, but the risk will also be greater. Although Qin Feng is trying to make money, but he wants to do things without risk. Last time that piece of the king of the bidding, in fact, let him already enough headaches. Now do not know if there will be any aftermath. So international transportation Qin Feng does not want to do. What's the risk of me going for international transportation? the odds are 80%. He knew it would turn out like this, and 9 times out of 10, international transportation was going to be transporting something dangerous, so he didn't think much about it before he tried to reject it. Sorry, I'm not really interested in that right now. What, you actually dare to refuse our request? You should do something like this if you have such ability. The gain is definitely great. Panwen was very imposing. That's if it was an ordinary person might be intimidated, but Qin Feng wouldn't be. I think multiple considerations. I don't want to develop this aspect, and that kind of thing is too risky, although there are benefits. Qin Feng stated his reasons. You were able to deal with tricky things like that last time. How come you can't now? I don't want to, just don't want to. Don't need too many reasons. Panwen did not think Qin Feng dared to speak like this. This is not at all put him in the eye. He does international transportation. People naturally know a lot. No one dares to him such disrespect. Alright, since he's not willing, then forget it. You can go find someone else who is more useful. Let's just continue eating properly. Don't hurt the peace. Huang Ming spoke. Panwen shook his head, his face was ugly. He had thought that he had made a request. Qin Feng would definitely agree. But he hadn't thought that this young man refused to feel so clean, and didn't even give a bit of face. Panwen, you are feeling that just now he was too anxious. The weapon is not very good. The young man and very exuberant. How can not be angry? It is already hard to find someone as capable as Qin Feng, and if he is not able to make good use of it, it would be his own loss. I'm sorry, Qin Feng. Just now I said I was a bit too anxious. My tone wasn't too good. Please forgive me. Let me talk about the benefits first. You'll still have privileges if you go into this business. Qin Feng slightly frowned up. He was a bit curious what this privilege would be. Is it hard to let him run roughshod over foreign countries, knowing that this kind of international transportation carries dangerous business? Qin Feng is a bit interested in the privilege and wants to find out what it is. That thing you dealt with last time was a hot potato. A lot of capable people couldn't handle it, but you were able to handle it well for me, and it went unnoticed. Pan Man marveled. Chapter 113, Forgery. You should know that if you don't do this business, then it can only be contracted out to someone abroad. Very few people in the country have this kind of strength. This kind of money-making thing has risks, yes, but at the same time there are also great benefits. Originally this should have been handled by Huang Ming, but he's getting older now. He might not do it after a few years, so he thinks you're a good candidate. Qin Feng then realized that the original automobile line was just a cover for him. What Jinjin was doing was the business of foreign trade, and it was obvious that the impact that this business had brought to him was not small. Some time ago, Huang Ming encountered a crisis, although borrowed several hundred million, but also lacked 10 million. That time Qin Feng lent the key 10 million. Qin Feng then realized that it was all Huang Ming's intention, but he didn't have the intention to force it. If he didn't want to do it, he could also not do it. After all, this line of work is not so peaceful. Tell you roughly our mode of operation. May encounter some tricky goods. Someone wants to go out. You have to go to yourself as a seller. This process may be a little dangerous, but once successful, then you will be able to earn big. This is where Qin Feng is reluctant. After all, it's very risky. The last time he sold selling a piece of emerald stone, he panicked. Calling him to sell such a dangerous thing again, he actually refused in his heart, but in case he needed money in the future, Qin Feng felt that it wasn't impossible. After all, this was profiteering. How could he not be moved? Do I think I'll look for you guys again when I need it? If you guys agree, if you're willing, and if you're not, then I'd rather not do it because I don't really want to get involved in this aspect. Qin Feng didn't directly reject or agree either. Panwen was dissatisfied with this. Huang Ming nodded and said, well, that's not a problem. I can promise you this condition. Even if you do it once in a while, it would be a great help to me. Panwen didn't expect Huang Ming to even agree to it. It wouldn't be convenient for their management. Isn't it a bit too polite for this youngster? I'll tell you about your special conditions first. Well, there is no able to make you change your mind. Panwen took out some documents too. Qin Feng frowned up. The person on top of those documents was him. There was his name and also his avatar. Is this one a forgery? Qin Feng asked. This is not a forgery. The normal application from the country came, but even if it is, you can't let people know that you have it because it will be very troublesome when the time comes. These documents can prove that you're a secret protection. It's very important so you can carry a gun. Qin Feng smiled slightly. If it was before, he thought that one gun was still pretty cool, but now that he was so powerful in personal combat, carrying a gun felt a bit redundant. Seeing Qin Feng smile, Panwen was surprised. What? Could it be that you're not interested in this either? I'm better at fighting now, and after that I won't need any pistols, and it's just that in the country it's not allowed to be carried. It's a hassle for me. Though the privilege was a little tempting to him, he wasn't too interested, and Penman expected him to be very excited. Although you can't use it at home, but you're in international transportation, but you're going to go to a foreign country, having such a document will be very safe. Could it be that bringing a gun is not tempting to you at all? Qin Feng shook his head. I don't see anything that attracts me to this condition. Chapter 114, can't see it. Well, since that's the case, then come earlier to talk about the second right. We can help you fake your identity. Qin Feng's face changed slightly. He preferred not to be like this and that, like a thief, doing this kind of adventurous transportation. In the future there is no chance that he won't be able to see anyone. Of course what we do is dangerous. You can think about it yourself. Huang said faintly. He could also see that Qin Feng didn't want to do this entirely. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Huang Ming called for wine. Don't hurt the peace because of a little thing. Even though the business talk didn't work out just now, Qin Feng was still very enthusiastic when it came to drinking. Panwen felt that this young man is very exuberant. Well, we have to suppress him from certain aspects, not to mention other aspects from the drinking aspect. Well, he drank for so many years, alcohol is very good. Qin Feng also realized that Panwen toasted one after another as if it was intentional. He smiled slightly. Come on, cheers. Qin Feng took the initiative and Huang Ming laughed. In the beginning, he was only drinking one sip at a time, but now he's all going straight for a toast. Huang Ming thought that Qin Feng was just bluffing. Unexpectedly he cup after cup, drink down nothing much. On the contrary, Panwen continuous 10 cups down. Feel close to also can't. Qin Feng more and more drink more powerful. Huang Ming also felt that he could not drink him. How could this young man's drinking capacity be so good? It's really amazing. Panwen also wanted to teach him to behave in the drinking scene, but the result was educated instead. It is really unconvincing, and now he is so drunk that he is about to fall asleep. Qin Feng, I've never convinced anyone by drinking, but today I'm only convinced by you. Uncle, you are too polite. Huang Ming called for someone to send Panwen away. Uncle, what else is going on? Looking at you, it seems like you have something to say. Huang Ming smiled. Dealing with such a person was a relief. Whatever he thought Qin Feng knew, Panwen's tone and attitude just now was not good to you. Please don't mind. That person of his is just like that. There's nothing bad in his mind. Uncle, I naturally won't care about this. I know that your intentions for me are very hard, but this industry is not something I very much want to touch. Someone as smart as you should have guessed that the car dealership is just my cover so that others will notice my identity. But the last few years have been recessionary, losing more money and earning less. Huang Ming shook his head up. Qin Feng also saw the bad side of it. If he lost money, he would also bring trouble to himself. No matter whether he made a profit or a loss, there would be trouble. After all, transported are some threatening things. Huang Ming lamented a lot. Actually, I don't have to go into that business now. I've already successfully transformed. In fact, today, I have something more important to talk to you about. Qin Feng nodded. Huang Ming has a lot of connections. Years of doing international transportation. Don't have to think about it to know how many channels there will be. He won't necessarily have to do those dangerous transportation. He can also gradually transform. Thinking like this to change his strategy, Qin Feng felt that he could utilize it, and it would definitely be helpful to him in the future. Actually, today I also know that you won't necessarily agree with me. I have another thing I want to talk to you about. Well, uncle, you don't want to be crooked. Just say what you have to say straight. My daughter, she seems to like you quite a bit too. How about you two try to date if you hit it off? Qin Feng smiled faintly. Uncle, this is something that's better not to force. Why can't you see my daughter? I don't mean that either, but Qin Feng started to act drunk. He really couldn't think of a good reason. Chapter 115, have you lost your temper? Well, naturally I won't force you guys. Just get along and see. It's best if I can come together. Huang Ming still preferred him to be able to bring his daughter together. Everything depends on fate. Qin Feng shook his head and got up. He was ready to go back, but the thought of going home gave him a bit of a headache, because that matter had been worrying him. How is Lin Shui doing? Qin Feng's heart was weak. What about her, that independent and strong person? I guess she won't let him off easily. Qin Feng was also strange. He wasn't too afraid of anything else, but now he was actually afraid of a woman. Has Lin Shui subsided now? When I go back in a while, will she find me in trouble? Qin Feng wondered in his heart. Chances are 100%. Qin Feng knew that there was no escape. If he didn't go back, he would look too spineless again. Wouldn't he not be able to hold his head up in the future? Qin Feng still went back. He felt also a little hungry. After all, just drank so much wine, eat very little. Back to the apartment, Qin Feng swallowed a breath. He had thought that he could not meet Lin Shui. Happy to open the door. Opened the door to see Qin Feng shocked. Lin Shui actually in his room. This is really going to scare him to death. Lin Shui, that face of ice-cold look of resentment. The room was quiet. Qin Feng swallowed a breath. Who did not speak first? The atmosphere was that tense. Lin Shui, what are you doing in my room? Why am I so unwelcome? It's not like I haven't been here before. Lin Shui's voice was very high and cold. Not like before at all. Qin Feng swallowed a breath. If Lin Shui's eyes were capable of killing, she might have killed him hundreds of times. Qin Feng didn't mean it at that time. Although you're upset, I'll still say it. I really didn't mean it. It's not like I said anything. Nothing is strange. Lin Shui's resentful eyes. Qin Feng is about to die of guilt. This is the rhythm of asking him to be responsible. Then it would be better to ask him to go to hell. Then what else is there? Qin Feng timidly asked. Qin Feng's stomach growled and he felt a little embarrassed. Come to my room. No way. Actually so direct. What to do in her room? Qin Feng was not prepared at all. Although he was also scared, he still went. Just came to the room. Lin Shui a look of undressing. Qin Feng even more panicked. Completely did not understand what is going on. Undressing a few mean difficult not they are going to be here tonight. Come over to help Oh. Qin Feng walked a few steps forward, only to see Lin Shui change into an apron. Things don't seem to be what he thought. But to make food But Lin Shui can't wear it well alone. There's no way to button up the back. Let me help you. Qin Feng went over to help and touched Lin Shui's hand. That hand was really well lubricated. He was slightly stunned, all a little bit lost in thought. Qin Feng approached and smelled the scent, obviously a little nonchalant. Is it just the charm of women? He really can't stand it. How do you freeze? Do you still want to make food? Lin Shui asked. Qin Feng smiled bitterly. Lin Shui took some vegetables. She skillfully cut them up. Qin Feng couldn't imagine that she would still cook. A boss like her shouldn't be able to cook, right? Qin Feng more and more felt that Lin Shui was virtuous. She was very good at cooking. She made a dish of fried noodles. That fragrance not to mention. Qin Feng had a little bit of drool. Made fried noodles, very hope you don't mind. How would I dislike it? I'm too happy to be happy right now. Chapter 116, Candlelight Dinner. This atmosphere. Qin Feng was slightly stunned, but it felt weird there. Just couldn't tell. Were they having a candlelight dinner? Come on, you eat a bit more. It looks like you haven't eaten. Lin Shui helps Qin Feng to clip the noodles. Qin Feng is even more embarrassed. Lin Shui can't be interested in him. It's kinda hard to keep a distance. Lin Shui eat very shy and elegant. Qin Feng see are a bit frozen. This is also really too beautiful. Cannot help but think of that picture. To say that he is still quite lucky. Lin Shui afterglow glanced at Qin Feng. He naturally also cares about those things, but also do not know how to open. It is difficult not to have to ask him why he came to his room, but do not say anything. It seems very embarrassing. This in the end is to say or not to say it. You went somewhere today. I went to a casino, to deal with a little bit of things. The painting inside your room. I looked at it. It's very unusual. Could it also be that you went to the casino to get? Lin Shui asked. I know that one ancient painting seems to be very valuable, but I don't know how much it's worth. It's just that I brought it back after looking at it. Lin Shui frowned up. Really a little bit don't understand. Go to the casino, how will get an ancient painting back? That ancient painting looks like it has a lot of years. It's not likely to be worth a lot. When will you look at ancient paintings again? These antiques are not you all proficient? Well, also look at stones. The more I think about it, the more wrong you look, like an all-rounder. Qin Feng laughed bitterly. Actually, it's not as powerful as you say. You trained those few trainees. They all made quite a few achievements. Although earning that hundreds of thousands of dollars isn't a lot, but it's already pretty good. Lin Shui marveled. Qin Feng had only trained them for a month. Not even a month. And he was able to train them to be so good. I don't know if the trainees were talented or if he was already good. Those trainees are so talented. With a little bit of nudging, they'll become very powerful. Well, although they're a bit angry now, they still need to focus on cultivating them. I'm not available during this period of time, so you have to instruct them to learn well. Lin Shui nodded. This time I went to the casino and also made $30 million, all won back. Could it be that you're that good at gambling? I really found out that you, as a person, aren't generally good at it. Lin Shui was a bit surprised. I don't know how to tell you. Don't look at me like that. I'm not a monster. Actually, I'm also curious about who you learned this from, or if you were born this way and know this. Lin Shui asked. Qin Feng understood in his heart that he couldn't tell anything about his game no matter who it was, so he had to prevaricate now. In the past, since I was a child, I grew up in Burma, so there are times when I will be over here. I have a relative over there. I can't possibly talk to you too clearly. It's him who taught me these skills. I've been learning this all over this body for 18 years now. Looks like you have a very powerful master. I really hope to meet him if I have the chance in the future. Qin Feng shook his head. He's no longer around and I'm not allowed to mention him to anyone. So this is my bottom line. I won't say anything no matter what. Lin Shui nodded slightly. It's good for a person to have principles. I'm afraid of those who don't. Isn't the Stone Gambling Conference about to start? I'm still kind of looking forward to it. I hope I can open a better jade, but I don't know if I'll be lucky. Qin Feng said indifferently. Chapter 117 Framing. Gambling conference is getting closer and closer. This time he will be very grand and grand. It is said that the largest domestic jewelers will come. The Myanmar side will also come to a great jadeite merchants, like this can gambling stone conference. Some people get rich overnight. Some people go bankrupt overnight. There is no wonder. I apologize for that one thing. I thought you were drunk and still not awake, a little worried. So I came in to take a look, but I couldn't imagine. Qin Feng opened his mouth and apologized. He knew that this thing would be difficult if he didn't make it clear. Just don't do it on purpose. Lin Shui's pretty face flushed scarlet, although her mouth said so, but in her heart, she was still quite angry, shy and angry. Wait for a while, if it's alright, let's look at that one painting together, Lin Shui suggested. Okay, you have more specialized knowledge. You might be able to tell something. I know that painting still has a year, but I don't know who it is and if it's the work of a famous master. Qin Feng said. Lin Shui nodded. How much did you pay for that one painting? Just a few tens of thousands. Then you probably earned that statement. How is it worth more than 100,000? Probably worth more. After eating and cleaning up, the two came to the room together and opened that scroll. That piece of burlap material is very good. Qin Feng now does not know what material. This should go to one. It's mostly used to separate ancient paintings. There are quite a few famous paintings. They like to cover them with such cloth. Qin Feng and Lin Shui had an excited look on their faces. This ancient painting seemed to be flooded. Otherwise it should be a famous painting, falling into the hands of a gambler naturally. This painting is not even framed. It seems that the safekeeping is not too good. Fortunately, the painting itself does not have any great damage. There is a little bit of mold and mildew. This is all considered lucky. Lin Shui analyzed. The heart of the painting stays very good. If the painting had value, it wouldn't have dropped in price because of this. Qin Feng asked. It seems like you have some high opinion. Finding a great master to frame it is the only way. Otherwise this has value. Lin Shui frowned up and said, I've seen a lot of masters' famous paintings. Very few are like this. The painting is too full. Few masters would paint in such a style. Qin Feng smiled. I guess in the end I'll have to find someone specialized to appraise it. I don't know that much about paintings. Lin Shui and Qin Feng continued to look at the painting for more than an hour before Lin Shui left. The day finally passed. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't take long for him to fall asleep and enter dreamland. Inside a certain villa, Wang Jin looked furious and raised a bottle of valuable red wine and slammed it on the ground. I actually lost an entire $30 million to him. Are you kidding me? The money I've won in the past few months is for nothing. Wang Jin furious randomly hit and smashed. Broken a few vases next to the piano was also smashed. Next to a few henchmen face ugly up. This big young master temper is also too big. Just afraid to smash these things. Should be worth a few $1 million. No doubt he is just a very big loser. Wang Shan shook his head up. I can't imagine that Wang Jin went to gamble and was able to lose $30 million. Like him, such a loser group. Even if the assets are even bigger, they will be lost by him. Wang Jin over the years to do business. There is no one project is successful. Almost all are eating the old capital only. Relying on his dad. His dad is not what he is going to do. Wang Jin that a angry red face and eyes blood red. Things now even the sea of people to help Qin Feng. Then it is difficult to go to find people on the road to teach Qin Feng. This is really a tricky problem. Chapter 118, Not Allowed. Artwork in the villa rotted a lot. These can be money I do not know what Wang Jin thought. He smashed these. Not more losses. Wang Shan aren't you a very powerful one? Aren't you very connected? Kill Qin Feng, I'll give you 3 million even. Wang Shan felt very difficult. One cannot beat him at all. And two cannot call the organization to teach Qin Feng a lesson. It is not only able to go to hire a killer. Right. Wang Jin was bullied so badly for the first time. First he lost 30 million. Then his favorite woman was with Qin Feng. He hadn't encountered such a setback since he was a child. Right? Didn't you say before that you could go hire foreign killers? I'm going to hire a killer now. I don't believe I can't fight him anymore. Wang Jin's eyes turned fierce. Things you are not as simple as you think. Although it is possible to go and hire killers, they also look at people. What do you mean? What would I give less money for? So I don't mean that. Even if it's an assassin, they also look at the person. Qin Feng is not something they can deal with. So even if they go to them, they will still refuse. Right? Wang Jin's eyes widened. How is this possible? How could Qin Feng be that powerful? Those killers abroad also do their homework. As for those who can't be killed, they won't help even if you pay them. Besides, the Great Sea Organization is helping Qin Feng now. Suddenly came the sound of footsteps. Wang Jin's face turned ugly. He clearly said that no one is allowed to come in. Now how can someone dare to come in? Wang Jin picked up a vase, did not care who was coming, and threw it over. The person caught the vase. Wang Jin raised his eyes to see the whole person very frightened up. Aside, Wang Shan is also very surprised. Then a look of respect. Wang Jin saw his half-brother. His face was very ugly. With this brother, there is no chance that he will share his property in the future. Father, you came Wang Jin said lightly. Wang Jingshan walked over. Snap sound a hard slap in his face. Wang Jin was hit dizziness. His face is incredible. His father has never hit him today is how. Father you are so uncontested. What is the use of smashing these things inside the home? You in defeat to how much money? But it does not matter. Anyway, you still have a younger brother. If you are not angry, after the group is your brother. Wang Jin gritted his teeth up. This is also a problem that makes him with him. This younger brother Wang Jin hates him to die. The same father and mother Wang Jingshan outside brought back the child. And this kid is only 10 years old only. It is smart and clever. Reading results are very good. Gambling Stone Conference is about to start. You will cause trouble, you are just getting more and more waste. Wang Jingshan said with disdain. This time the Stone Gambling Conference is very important, but it determines the jadeite raw stone resources for the next half a year. If you don't buy a few good stones this time, then it will be too much trouble. Father, I just had a little accident. 30 million is not a small amount. You piece of trash. Giving you this money is for buying material, not for you to gamble. Master, a young master is the victim this time. You can't teach him a lesson again. He was already miserable. Wang Zhengshan angrily shouted. It's with bodyguards like you that this is happening. I think my son is getting more and more wasteful. What on earth is the person who won $30 million from him? I will never allow such a thing. Chapter 119. Impressed. Wang Jin's eyes widened. It seemed that this time his father was going to do it himself. His father hadn't done it himself for so many years. Just thinking about it gave him a little bit of excitement. Qin Feng? Wang Zhengshan listened to Wang Shan speak one by one. He had never heard of this person's name before, but having made $30 million from his Wang family here, he was bound to make sure to get it all back before he could do so. Sounds like a pretty capable person. Wang Zhengshan slapped Qin Feng again. Look at what people have: nothing. No background, beautiful environment. Can open the ice jade? What can you open? More than $100,000 of emerald did not open it. Wang Jin then a little also can't swallow this breath, but he really than others. The heart does not know how resentful. Boss, this person is not simple. He and Huang Ming go very close. A lot of things cannot be investigated. There may be a lot of people behind the scenes to help him. Getting close to Huang Ming, this young man Qin Feng must not be simple, but since he took my money, I will make him pay. Wang Zhengshan stood up. Father, are you going to hire assassins to kill him? Hire a few more. A young man like this, I won't be so quick to kill him, Wang Zhengshan said confidently. Then father, how are you going to deal with it? It won't be easy to get your money back. Wang Zhengshan didn't know how disappointed he was with his son. Why he didn't inherit even 1% of his intelligence. Wang Jin, simply stupid, causing trouble for the group day in and day out. There is Huang Ming in the back. Qin Feng is not so good hands. These do international transportation. The killer must know, and will not necessarily help. So that this kid really a little tricky. These international transport people, originally is a huge organization, in many places deep-rooted, simply cannot be messed with. To deal with Qin Feng is very tricky, do not know how much it will cost, not necessarily successful. Wang Jinshan thinking about it cannot get an idea. Qin Feng if really want a gambling genius, then their own group will lose too much. To know the ice apple green jade, Wang's group are very need, open that kind of emerald. Qin Feng obviously fame. Even Wang Zhengshan have heard of it. Such talent should be pulled together only right. His asshole son actually turned Qin Feng into an enemy. Wang Zhengshan simply did not want to say. Master Qin Feng seems to be in Lin Shui's group right now. It seems like this person has quite a few connections. I will continue to investigate the background of his connections. I want to investigate everything about Qin Feng. Wang Zhengshan's eyes turned fierce. It was the first time Wang Jin saw his father's worried face. Could it be that even his father couldn't deal with Qin Feng? Wang Zhengshan had always been a man of thunder and lightning. No matter what he did, he always emphasized on fast efficiency. However, the way he was at a loss right now, it seemed like he couldn't do anything about Qin Feng. Wang Jin beat him to death. He could not have imagined that this Qin Feng was so tricky. Master, this is what our surveillance saw when he left. Why is he holding a painting in his hand? Wang Zhengshan asked curiously. It should be from the antique room in the casino, presumably given to him by the sea. Wang Zhengshan felt that something was not right. He had been checking the surveillance of Wang Jin and Qin Feng's gambling, and he could see that this person was very calm. He won more than $20 million without being surprised or happy. Even at the end of the day, winning $30 million was calm. A young man like Qin Feng impressed Wang Zhengshan. Chapter 120 Breakfast. So calm young man got that one painting to leave, but revealed an excited smile. Wang Zhengshan laughed. He put him against this young man still have no way to start, but suddenly understood something. Dahai is an insatiable person. If my guess is correct, there is no need for me to be able to dissociate them. Wang Zhengshan revealed a hint of a smile. Has your lordship discovered anything? The antique room in the Great Sea Casino. Get me someone to inquire. What is the bottom of that pair of word paintings he took away? I want specific details. Master, what are you doing? Wang Zhengshan just smiled and didn't say anything. That year sinister and cunning looked plotting a lot of things. Huge conspiracies awaited Qin Feng. Yet he was not aware of it and had only just woken up at this time. The last few days he has been reading information about the knowledge related to antiques. He now reads books with half the speed. His memory has become very strong, and has almost reached the point of forgetting. Knock knock. Qin Feng wonders how someone could knock on the door. Open the door to see actually is Lin Shui, and also ready to breakfast. Qin Feng slightly froze. This could end for him to prepare breakfast to do what? Really a bit not quite understand Lin Shui's idea. Have breakfast. Qin Feng walks to the dining table. Breakfast has bread, milk and eggs. The preparation is really quite sumptuous. Lin Shui is wearing a casual skirt today, without photos when she is wearing a suit, and also tied a ponytail. Qin Feng can't help but look at it a few more times. This woman is still really pretty. Lin Shui was in his room, cooking a breakfast for him. How could he think of it? It felt strange. Qin Feng swallowed a breath. Lin Shui stood up and accidentally slipped, but he was quick on his feet and quickly hugged Lin Shui. A fragrance. Qin Feng felt his heartbeat continue to accelerate. Close to see Lin Shui's delicate and beautiful cheeks are even more flavorful. Qin Feng froze, staring at the feeling of embarrassment, but holding and embarrassed not to look at Lin Shui. The feeling of that waste is too good. Qin Feng is difficult to resist. He swallowed a breath. Then the two people chin a little. Dry fire of all of a sudden ignited in general. Qin Feng continued. Lin Shui tried to push him away, but there is no little use. Qin Feng almost lost his mind. Lin Shui felt the whole person a little burning. Never had such a feeling before. She had rarely come close to men. Qin Feng stretched out his hand to touch. Lin Shui pretty face scarlet to the extreme. He already cannot take into account so much. Although this is a little bit not too good in the morning, the whole person became crazy. In addition, Lin Shui is wearing a skirt today. Qin Feng cannot hold, seeing that it is about to eat. Suddenly the bell rings and wants to get up. Lin Shui sees the phone on the table. There's something urgent. Lin Shui pushed Qin Feng away with force. His whole body was dumbfounded. There was actually such a thing. Was this playing a trick on him? Said to leave. Qin Feng heart that a helpless just now obviously have so good atmosphere. Why he did not just a little faster directly start, so that the phone came also cannot stop him. Hey damn. Qin Feng blindfolded his eyes, which was provoked by the idea suddenly gone. His heart like being splashed with cold water in general. Finished. Qin Feng began to have a headache again. This relationship with the boss Lin Shui turned out like this. They are going to be lovers. This layer of relationship will be a headache if not dealt with properly. Qin Feng opened the door to see that Lin Shui had already changed her clothes and set off. Chapter 121 Qing Dynasty Porcelain Plate. Forget it, he'd better take it gradually and slowly. Warm water boils the frog well, even if they can't be together. They still have to maintain a good relationship between the upper and lower levels. You come with me, Lin Shui ordered. Qin Feng was a bit surprised. Why did she go and come back again? Is there something? Of course there is something, Lin Shui said. That aura of a boss made Qin Feng not dare to think anymore for a moment. Following Lin Shui into her car. Aren't we going to the company? No. Well then where are we going? We'll know when we get there. Lin Shui drove the car, came to a courtyard house. This is very far, very big, ancient color. Qin Feng knows that this place is not simple, is to meet someone. There is such a courtyard master must be not general. Lin Shui also does not say is to do what. Qin Feng estimated and look at the emerald or something related to it. Lin Shui, you finally came. An old man came out of the house and said very politely, you are Qin Feng, right? You opened out that piece of ice seed apple green jadeite. That is really awesome. How did you do it? Today to be able to see you in person is also make me happy. The old man laughed. Qin Feng was a little surprised. It turns out that his reputation is already so big now. You're welcome, old grandpa. That time it was just my luck. To be able to open such a high-grade jadeite. It's definitely not luck. I believe your kid has a good eye, the old man said. Introducing this is Elder Zhao Zhaoming. He is the director of the Antique Bureau. Qin Feng shook hands with Zhaoming and was invited to sit inside. This place looked really birdy. Qin Feng also hoped that he could have a place to live like this in the future. Lin Shui and Zhaoming were chatting about something. Qin Feng, I heard that you have a better eye. I have a porcelain plate here. Are you interested in taking a look? Qin Feng nodded. Out of all the antiques, my favorite is porcelain, I guess. Zhaoming brought a piece of porcelain plate and carefully handed it to Qin Feng. Take a look at this piece of porcelain plate. I only got it recently. This plate has some years. Although I'm the director of Antiques Bureau, I'm not too proficient in porcelain. Qin Feng took over the hand and looked at it. This porcelain plate feel very good. He carefully measured the heart, cannot help but sigh up. This porcelain plate is the third generation of the Qing dynasty? The odds are 100%. Actually really is the Qing dynasty porcelain plate. Qin Feng heart a little excited. Then this porcelain plate is worth a lot. The bones of the tire are light and thin. The glaze of the porcelain plate is white and glistening. The painting work is delicate. The color is soft. And the lines are smooth. The achievement is most prominent at the time of Yongqian. With warm tones, bright but not demonic, and a strong sense of three-dimensionality. Qin Feng said quite a lot of antique knowledge he saw. Should not have said wrong, after all. The characteristics of the Qing dynasty 3 generations are these. The pattern of this porcelain plate was also very delicate. It was a pattern of flowers and the colors were also very distinct. I can't imagine Qin Feng, you are so knowledgeable. Are you sure this is the porcelain plate of the Qing dynasty? I can be very sure. This should be no mistake. This is definitely a porcelain plate of the last 1,000 years. I think it should be produced during the Qianlong period. Zhao Ming was very satisfied and nodded. Mr. Qin Feng is really great. To have such an eye at such a young age. Elder Zhao, you are polite. You are the real player. To be able to own such a good porcelain plate, it really makes me envious. Zhao Ming loved to hear such words, especially from someone with vision and strength like him. Chapter 122. Can it work? It seems that this porcelain plate is very collectible. Not in the future, maybe someone will pay a big price to buy it. Little brother, really thank you. If you don't help me to identify the words, it is not likely that there will be someone to pit me. I ate a lot of losses in porcelain. Should. Lin Shui and Zhao Ming were talking about something. Qin Feng also knew the rules and deliberately kept his distance not to listen to their conversation. Let's go. Lin Shui and Zhao Ming were ready to leave. Qin Feng was a little curious about where this was going, but he didn't ask too many questions and followed along. Anyway, he was working under Lin Shui, and Qin Feng didn't have to ask anything more about his boss's things. He just had to follow and do it. On Zhao Ming's car, Qin Feng all the way to enjoy the scenery along the road. Lin Shui and Zhao Ming talk about the words seem to be about the Gambling Stone Conference. This time there will be which group will participate. The Malanko State Congress will have which Material Chamber of Commerce will come. These are business secrets. Naturally Qin Feng will not listen carefully. He just a little concerned about where to go next. Soon came to the Wind City. This is the largest city next to the Antique City. Here the vegetation is getting more and more lush. The terrain is also getting higher and higher. You can see that the economy here is highly developed. Qin Feng is very happy that he can have so much money in the future to be able to get a foothold here. Although he now has the ability, but still have to be down to earth step by step. Soon came to the upscale villa area. Such a beautiful scenery, coupled with the terrain here. The environment is very beautiful. Zhao Ming's car drove in front of a lot of cars. Go in to register. All spent a long time. Qin Feng first time to see such a high-grade neighborhood. Go in to be so troublesome. There were several cars lined up in front. Finally it was Zhao Ming's turn. Sorry, outsiders coming in here have to register. A security guard came and said, it doesn't matter, they are all my friends. Don't worry. Zhao Ming said this, and the security guard didn't say anything and told the people to let them in. This place is not a place where ordinary people can come in. Some people can't come in either. The people who live in here are all big shots. In order to ensure safety first, there is such a strict gate guard. Zhao Ming explained. The villa area here has always belonged to so expensive because of the clear water of the mountains. The scenery is very good, and not far away there is a lake view. At that time, these villas were all grabbed very crazy. Qin Feng looked at the scenery here. Yes, it feels like a paradise in the world. There are flowers and plants that he doesn't know. The clear lake in the distance can't be seen to the edge. This is also really too beautiful, right? The blue sky and white clouds blended with his own scenery. Like a painting, and like a fairy tale castle in general. Mesmerizing very much. Qin Feng was mesmerized by what he saw. If he could buy a set here in the future. No, he should be able to buy a set here now. Even if it's $30 or $40 million, he can afford it. Now he's rich. Qin Feng's Swiss card is a few $100 million. The villa here looks quite expensive. 30 million right now, it's all second hand. There's no new ones anymore. It was too sought after here at the time. $30 million can be quite a lot. Qin Feng, even though he has several $100 million, he doesn't want to waste it anymore. $30 million are enough for him to buy a new one. But here he can only buy second hand. Do you like this type of house too? I quite like it here too. You two can buy it together if you both like it, and the money will be split equally. But will it be okay for you two to live together? Chapter 123, actually earning more. If it's inconvenient for work, then it's better to think it over. This villa area is very huge. Qin Feng has already guessed that I'm probably here to look for someone, to be able to make Lin Shui come over in person. I'm sure it's a big shot. Qin Feng looked ahead. The front of the villa as if it was like a small castle. The guard dogs are like wolves, looking strange and scary. The bodyguards outside the door is very much, let alone inside. The whole villa 360 degrees without dead angle monitoring. No matter what kind of character is inside. Must be very rich. Inside the villa there is a large garden. Qin Feng was immediately attracted. Although I do not know what flowers and plants, but all transported from abroad. Just these flowers and plants are hundreds of thousands of it. The pool and the large garden. The owner here is really built like a European castle. It looks very dreamy. Well, we're here. Qin Feng got out of the car. He glanced at Lin Shui. Come and appraise the antiques. This should be what you're best at. Qin Feng didn't say anything. Why are you starting to be unhappy? Don't worry. Whatever you come with me to appraise will make money. Lin Shui said. I don't mean that. I just hope you can tell me in advance. Okay, no problem. There should be a great discovery this time around. Lin Shui looked excited. At this time a rich old man came out from inside, looking even more spirited and imposing than Zhao Ming. That person is Zhao Ming's good brother Li Tian, a very powerful collector, a very rich man now. Come, since they've all come over and are all guests, you should quickly come in, don't stand outside. A line of people all went in. Qin Feng just came in. He was shocked by the black inside. It was like a small palace inside. It looked very luxurious. The antiques and paintings were very neat. It was simply a treasure trove of an art palace. I think this is Qin Feng. Your deeds in the sea casino you are let me impressed. And you opened the jade. I now realize that this person is a talent. On these you earned almost 50 million. Li Tian marveled. Zhao Ming looked at Qin Feng in surprise. The kind of incredulity inside his eyes was indescribable. Wouldn't he have made a fortune in the past few days? This was close to catching up with the earnings of a group. No wonder when he was asked to buy the villa here just now. Qin Feng calmly looked as if he wanted to go out and buy it. It's just a bit of luck. It's better to keep a low profile for things like this. Qin Feng said modestly. There aren't many young people like you. There's no fickleness even when you have money. If this were someone else, wouldn't it be heaven? Making so much money. This young man is still cold and quiet. Very uncomplicated. Just how many people can do it? In fact, let them people know that he earned a few $100 million. I'm afraid that it will be even more big fall. There is no such thing. I was losing a lot. Is he had to follow me a hand to decide to win or lose? Also blame my opponent is too unlucky. Qin Feng was a bit nervous in his heart. Although he did not think of his own and the underground casino things are known. Qin Feng earns a little too much monies, and was known for sure there will be people will hold a grudge. Qin Feng heart a little strange see. This asshole how did not put down this thing. Qin Feng next time there is a chance that we can play a few games together. I like to play cards the most powerful people. Qin Feng smiled. No problem Elder Li's request I will definitely agree. As long as you have time, I'll be at your beck and call no problem. I like young people like you, we have a deal. Li Tian smiled extraordinarily happy. Chapter 123, Foreigner. Zhao Ming asked strangely. Elder Zhao you shouldn't joke. We're just talking. Lin Shui looked particularly high and mighty at this time, and Qin Feng just smiled and didn't say anything. If the two of them spent money together to buy the villa here, wouldn't that make it seem like they were boyfriend and girlfriend? Qin Feng wasn't mentally prepared for that. Young man, it's not bad that you have a goal, but this villa really isn't cheap. It's better to consider somewhere else. Actually there's already enough money to buy it. I want to consider it. After all, it's too far away from where I work. Zhao Ming was a bit surprised. He didn't expect this young man to be so rich. He himself wasn't this rich when he was his age. This is really a hero. If you really want to buy it, I can ask for you. There shouldn't be a problem if you find some connections. Qin Feng thought about it and said, really? If you really want to buy it in the future, I hope you can help. Elder Zhao. A few people talked a few sentences and then went in. Qin Feng knew that it seems to be something big, otherwise it would not have called him to come. Really want to ask him to identify the words. It is also a little difficult. As far as professional knowledge is concerned, Qin Feng is afraid that he is not as good as Lin Shui. Qin Feng followed behind Lin Shui. Villa decoration is very luxurious, and each room each channel is different. No matter where you go, you can feel very shocking. Not far away Qin Feng saw some foreigners. It seems that this business talk to go abroad. Have you guys decided in the end? If you want to buy it then buy it quickly. If you don't buy it then we can find someone else. A tall yellow-haired man asked. Li Tian smiled. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. The master I invited is here. Qin Feng was confused. Was this looking for him to appraise? He didn't know what to appraise, but it must be something very valuable. He was a little panicked in his heart. Those few foreigners looked very qualified, giving off a very deep feeling. Qin Feng was a little nervous for the first time. They are all European tycoons. There are castles in their homes. They found a lot of Chinese cultural relics, so they want to come here to sell them. A lot of Chinese cultural relics used to be robbed, but now they have to spend a lot of money to buy them back. This is also the history of the past. Qin Feng's heart is also very bad to hear. He also hoped to retrieve a little bit of cultural relics for the country. He thought of the Yuanning Park. These people at a glance are some cunning businessmen. He suddenly had an idea. to spend the least amount of money to retrieve the cultural relics from the hands of these people, but it is also very difficult. Qin Feng had the intention to try. What, this is the master you got back? Actually younger than a few of us. He will really have such identification technology? Mr. Leah, this is not fooling us. You told me to wait for 3 days, saying that you wanted to bring back a master to appraise the authenticity. But is this kid able to do it? I think you are simply wasting our time. One of the gringos obviously had a big temper. Do you know that the artifacts we have in our hands? Other people are rushing to buy them. We are only giving you time because of your face. Li Tian hurriedly explains. Well, you few don't be so much alarmed. I invited this person to have confidence in him for sure. Qin Feng didn't have any good feelings towards these few people, snatching things from other people's hands and selling them to other people at a high price. Anyone else wouldn't be able to accept this kind of thing, but unfortunately he wasn't able to change history either. Alright, now let's get started. Chapter 124, Bronze Statue. Chinese cultural relics around the world there are very much. Some valuable but was placed in inconspicuous places, and then most of them are in the hands of these rich people, especially those European aristocrats. All of their cultural relics is tens of thousands. Now the only way to get back these cultural relics is to buy them back, and cannot have any other way. In front of these Europeans, is to specialize in the sale of Chinese cultural relics. They chatted a few sentences in English. Qin Feng also guessed that they scoffed at their own. Simply do not believe that they are a master appraiser. It's no wonder they don't believe them. The appraisal masters they've seen in the past are all middle-aged people or all old people. The first time they've seen a 20-something-year-old master. In their opinion, this young man masters can't even be counted. Mr. Thompson, thank you for believing in my vision. This young man can definitely be trusted. If you think the price is unreasonable, you can also sell it to someone else. These few Europeans hesitated for a moment. They have waited for so many days. Why don't they take out the artifacts for appraisal? If the price is unsatisfactory, they can just leave then. Thompson took out a brocade box. The appearance of the packaging is very delicate, not to mention what will be inside. Brocade box opened. Qin Feng survey. Inside is a dragon head of the bronze statue. He was surprised. It cannot be that this is the Yuanming Park was robbed of the 12 Chinese zodiac statues, but also the bronze statue of the dragon zodiac. The crowd was stunned. Is not expected to see such a rare level of cultural relics. This thing you all should be clear. How important to you Chinese? I do not need to say more. Thompson explained all the values of the dragon bronze statue. Li Tian Xiaoming all looked very shocked. They all knew that Thompson would take out the artifacts, but did not expect it to be a bronze statue. Now 12 bronze statues, there are many missing. Most of the dreams of the Chinese collectors want to take back these bronze statues, but this is very difficult. Some do not know the whereabouts. Today to be able to see Li Tian all feel that they have no regrets in death. This is no longer considered a curio. It is considered a cultural relic. Li Tian was immediately moved. This dragon bronze statue, if it is true, he must spend money to buy it down to be able to do. There is no cultural relics to make him more inclined. Please bring it over for me to take a look. Li Tian took it in his hand. He wrote that he was very excited, almost a little speechless. Thompson was very satisfied. He knew he brought something that would be valuable, and settled down for a few minutes with Li Tian loving it. But whether this is true or not, no one knows. Want to identify this kind of thing? Need a lot of experience. Unless the country's appraisal experts invited. Otherwise it is really hard to say. What are the odds that this bronze statue is real? The odds are 5%. Qin Feng laughed coldly. He saw Thompson's smug look. His eyes revealed a kind of despicable cunning. He had a premonition that this thing wasn't real at all. It was an extremely skillful imitation. After he understood the matter, he smiled slightly. It seemed that these people had come prepared. Did they intentionally bring the fake over? Or were they completely unaware of it? The chances are 0%. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth rose up. These people were just some crooks. Right. In short, these people didn't have any good intentions. Li Tian surveyed for a long time. He couldn't help but sigh. Qin Feng could tell that he was heartbroken. Chapter 126, Fake. What do you think of this, Qin Feng? Could this avatar possibly be real? Li Tian asked, although he is a level expert. But such things are a little bit not within his expertise. He is not able to be very sure that this is real or fake. I took a look at this color a little bit not quite right. Just now I touched it, does not look like a few hundred years on the artifacts. Qin Feng, although this said, but Li Tian and Zhao Ming, two people took turns to exchange, looked at each other. This look is an hour and a half past. He was very hesitant. This fellowship in the end is not true. How, Mr. Li, what do you think about this bronze statue? Li Tian is still a hesitant look. Face is full of doubt. This bronze statue, no matter from the appearance of color, see, there is not too much wrong. But the bronze statue, if there are hundreds of years of history, there should be a little change, but I cannot say where it is wrong. Although Li Tian was very rich, He didn't like to spend money to buy fake goods yet, knowing that such a bronze statue was once at an auction and fetched a high price of $24 million. Yet it was just a bronze statue. If this bronze statue in front of him was real, then it would cost at least $10 to $20 million. Li Tian wasn't sure if this bronze statue was real or fake right now. Zhao Ming was also confused, although he was an expert in ancient bronze, but today he seemed to have encountered a tricky situation. For a moment he was also difficult to determine whether this was true or false. This bronze statue is in the attic of our castle. At first I didn't realize that it was a very valuable bronze statue until someone reminded me later. You've looked at it for so long in the past, if you have any doubts about us, it doesn't matter. I'll sell it to other collectors. Qin Feng unintentionally surveyed the things next to Thompson. There was a scroll. Looking at that it seemed a bit familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. The packaging of that one painting scroll. Qin Feng stared wide-eyed. Was it the one that resembled and looked like that one ancient painting that he said he bought? There was actually such a thing. Could it be that it was from the same person? That a pair of painting scroll-wrapped one. Qin Feng looked very familiar. The heart cannot help but be curious. That pair of paintings is worth $10 million? The odds are 200%. Qin Feng all of a sudden excited up. He already has such an ancient painting, and now see another one. Do not know from what people's hands, but very valuable. His heart all of a sudden moved. Is this painting from the same hand as the ancient painting I bought? The chances are 100%. Qin Feng was mentally interested in this ancient painting. We've traded so much before. You should believe in our artifacts and would never take fake goods. Thompson began to press the issue. He felt the need to prod. No, this stuff is fake. Suddenly someone said this. Everyone was quiet, like, looking at him with surprise. Actually dared to say that this is a homunculus is fake. Does he have any basis? Li Tian and Zhao Ming stared wide-eyed. The two of them don't know how surprised. Lin Shui also feel very embarrassed. The two sure experts can't determine. How is he so sure to put words so absolute? Qin Feng, how did you identify it? Lin Shui asked. To know that he just looked at a few eyes and touched it. It's hard to believe that he identified it. Not to mention, he spent too little time on this. This speed is too fast. Lin Shui shook her head up and felt that Qin Feng was a bit reckless. Chapter 127, How to Prove. How are you so sure that this bronze statue is fake? Just what you just said. But it's because of improper storage. But that still doesn't make it possible to determine if it's real or fake. Li Tian said. That's right, brother Qin Feng. This top-level cultural relics identification is not so simple. Zhao Ming said. Qin Feng shook his head. If he was told to use his professional knowledge to appraise the authenticity of this thing, then he definitely couldn't do it, because his knowledge in this area is not much. Qin Feng very confident look. He has a way to identify it right. Thompson obviously got angry. He came to China to do so much business. Never anyone suspected him of being a fake. This was simply a great insult to him. I knew you are not reliable as a master. The appraisal expert didn't even say that this is fake. You dare to say that this is fake. I don't think you are even an appraisal master anymore. I have a way to prove it. If you have no proof at all, you must apologize to me. Thompson said seriously. Your bronze statue was originally fake, and you still want me to apologize. You're daydreaming here. Thompson got angry. I've never seen such a now arrogant young man. What makes him say that my bronze statue is fake? There is no evidence at all. What are you going to do if your bronze statue is a fake? Do whatever you want. What if it's real? If it's real, I'll buy it if you set a price. As long as it's a market price, I can accept it. But if it's fake, what do you compensate? As an antique dealer, the most important thing is reputation. If it's fake, I can naturally compensate you. Qin Feng points to the scroll next to him. You don't have to compensate me for the money. I just need this painting of yours. Thompson was slightly stunned. Why would this young man look at this painting? Could it be that he had discovered something? Did Lin Shui ever think that things would come to this? Was he too impulsive? Qin Feng, you calm down. Don't be like this. Lin Shui advised. It doesn't matter to the point that I have a number in my heart. Even if it's fake, I'll just spend $20 or $30 million. If it's real, you'll have to spend an extra $10 million on it. Qin Feng nodded and said, okay, no problem, I promise you. If you wait to pay up, Thompson said coldly. There are so many people watching here, so we don't need to sign any contracts, right? Thompson was worthy of being a businessman, thinking ahead all the time. That's for sure. All of them are dignified characters. No one will want to back out. Thompson laughed coldly. This young man was still too young. He simply couldn't identify it as fake. A senior appraisal expert like Li Tian couldn't do anything about it, let alone a young man like him. Li Tian was also curious, although he had heard that this young man was capable. But wasn't he a bit too impulsive like this? Qin Feng, you look pretty sure that they are all fake. Why is that? Qin Feng hesitated for a moment and said, guess. Li Tian froze on hearing this. In his heart he began to feel that this young man was unreliable, yet he gave a sense of stability. Lin Shui also did not know what to say. In her heart it was clear that Qin Feng was a stubborn person himself to persuade. He would not listen. Alright, please appraise. I can give you 2 or 3 hours. Don't make me wait too long. Qin Feng is very confident. So that Thompson's heart is weak. There will not be such a thing. The big storms and waves have carried through. Is it going to be in this gutter overboard? In case the identification out of this is false, he not only want to lose a lot of interest. This bronze statue is still not sold out. Chapter 128 Damage. What's more serious is that his reputation will then be affected. And what collector will come to him for business in the future? Thompson's heart got weak and he just hoped that this young man would not be able to appraise it. Well, how do you want it appraised? I want a piece of frosted paper. What do you want frosted for? You would be damaging this artifact if you chop it. Thompson instantly panicked. Don't worry about it. I'll pay you back if it's rotten. Qin Feng took the abrasive paper and started to operate. Not to mention that Thompson didn't believe it. Even Li Tian Zhaoming was a little skeptical. Is he messing things up? Past half an hour. What the hell are you pretending to be? What are you up to? Thompson couldn't take it anymore. He was already sure of this young man in his heart. Identification couldn't come out. Soon you will see. I can prove it to you. Impossible. I think you are simply bluffing. You can't prove anything. You layman. Thompson said disdainfully. The next scene everyone was stunned. Qin Feng picked up that bronze statue and directly dropped it on the ground. Seeing this scene, Thompson was anxious. Was he relying on such means of identification? You bastard boy. How dare you damage my artifacts? Now you have to buy it before you can do so. And you have to apologize to me now. You guys take a look. Just now Qin Feng smashed it so hard that the dragon bronze statue dented in a lot. He picked it up again and continued to fall. Thompson's eyes widened. Is this young man crazy? Stop it now. Do you want to destroy this thing? Thompson was flustered. After Qin Feng smashed it a few times, he aimed a hard punch at the bronze statue and punched out an opening. Li Tian was also shocked. He had appraised so many antiques and cultural relics and had never seen anyone this determined. Haha, this young man is afraid to be a cutie. Right. Don't be too happy. You guys come over and take a look. Thompson frowned up. Now that it's come to this, is he still making a pretense? Li Tian walked over to take a look. Inside the gaping hole of the bronze statue of the dragon, it was obvious that the solid was not copper but some kind of mixed metal. Inside the bronze statue is actually not copper. It is some other kind of metal, so what the hell is black? Li Tian said in surprise. Let me go get an axe to split the inside to see. This inside is not copper at all. Then this copper statue will not be real. Li Tian's face was very ugly. Thompson stared at Qin Feng with wide eyes, incredulously looking at him. How on earth did he know that? Why was he able to think of that? The counterfeiting technique of this bronze statue was very high. From the outside it looked almost perfect. There were no small details that were problematic, but inside it was really hard to imitate. Bang sound. The dragon bronze statue was split open. The exterior has several layers of these layers of copper. Inside the solid is not copper, but some kind of mixed metal. So it seems that this bronze statue is really a fake, right? But why is this counterfeiting technology so high? Almost to be hidden from the world. I don't know how to fake it. After all, I don't know this aspect very well. I can be so sure because the sound just now wasn't right. I heard that little flawed sound. Qin Feng is also talking nonsense. Since the solid in here is not real, then the sound is naturally problematic. Li Tian looks sigh. Want to let you young. Vision so good. Able to conclude that this is true or false. I just thought this is true. At first you said not like 100 years into the color. The copper mostly have such a phenomenon. Chapter 129, Surrender. Zhao Ming is also shaking his head up. Also loss he dared to lift up and smashed. It seems that he is really very bottomless. Otherwise he would not have made this kind of reckless thing. In his heart he is praising him a lot. Li old you still don't lift me up. I am all ready to fail. In case this is true I'm ready to buy it. But I'm pretty sure he's fake. Thompson constantly scolded fake. Long ago was already red in the face. I had thought that I had found a bronze statue. But it seems that I was overthinking. It's really distressing. Li Tian coldly glared at a few of their gringos. He didn't perceive that things had fallen apart. What to do next? This one loss is really not small. FAQ. Thompson has not been so gentleman before. Is a very violent person. Here again is Li Tian's home inside so many bodyguards. They several foreigners seem to be a little bit to fight. You want this painting, right? Just throw it to you. Don't be too happy too early. Let me meet you in the future, have your good looks. Thompson said coldly. Suddenly Qin Feng stopped his way. Do you have anything else? Hurry up and get out of my way. Thompson said in dissatisfaction. I advise you to turn yourself in now. It shouldn't be the first time you've sold something like this. Aren't there any fakes in those things you've sold before? Qin Feng asked. What? Thompson gritted his teeth and got up. I also paid for them. I don't know if they're real or fake. I'm also a victim at times. If it's just 1 or 2 pieces, it could be that you don't know. Then if there's a 4 or 5 pieces, it could be intentional. You've done business with quite a few people collectors in the past. Could there really be a few pieces? Qin Feng questioned. Thompson gritted his teeth and got up to scold Fake. If you have evidence, go and investigate well. Don't get in my way here. I'm leaving now. Do you believe that I will investigate well within a few days? If you turn yourself in now, you may still be able to get a lighter sentence. Thompson eyes that kind of fear. He could not imagine that he was wise for a lifetime. Now actually have to fall in the hands of this one young man. He now even have to go to jail. Either you go to turn yourself in, or I call someone to send you over the same. Thompson sat paralyzed on the ground with a helpless face. This former man was right. If a case was filed and investigated, then he would soon be in trouble. This time he lost more than money. And now even people have to lose in. Can be said to be completely to play the end. Thompson really have no choice but to turn himself in. Li Tian's attitude towards him is a different person. Before, but he has traded a lot. More false than true. Li Tian decided to ask the best lawyer to sue him to death. It turned out that this Thompson is a despondent aristocrat. Theft and fraud everywhere. Many cultural relics are stolen. Most of them are fakes and forgeries. Favoring such a person, there are still many collectors in the country and he is traded. In the evening, the 4 of them dined together. Qin Feng, you're also too good. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have been able to recognize the authenticity of that thing, Li Tian said with emotion. Thanks to Qin Feng, right? If it wasn't for Lin Shui bringing you here, a young man like you is really awesome. How on earth did you do that? It seems like I can learn more from you. Zhao Ming sighed. These two were both senior appraisal experts, but inevitably there were times when they looked away. Qin Feng helped them appraise the authenticity of the fake. Not only that, but he also made that person fall into the net of justice. Chapter 130, How to See Out. That damned Thompson actually dared to cheat me. My dealings with him were at least together around $70 to $80 million. Most of the things he sold me were fakes, rarely real. He'll just wait for the bottom of the jail to sit through this time. This is also what he deserves. Such a person deserves to be caught for fraud. But how did you see it? Even if you can see that he has problems with this bronze statue, then how do you know that those things he used to have are also fake? Li Tian asked in surprise. Qin Feng had to lie. It would be suspicious if he acted like he knew everything. I have a friend who was also swindled by him, so I presumed that was the case and just pushed a little bit. Unexpectedly he admitted it. So that's how it is. Qin Feng, it's still a young man like you that's powerful. It really makes me feel that the blue is better than the blue. Li Tian laughed out loud. Elderly, I think I'm just lucky, I guess. In fact, I'm not too sure about this aspect either. I was there with the attitude of losing money. Qin Feng said modestly. A few people eat together is talking and laughing. The atmosphere is very cordial. This dinner is really a mountain of food. Qin Feng ate happily. By the way, why do you want that one painting if you all know that his stuff is fake? Zhao Ming asked curiously. I just want a painting casually. I don't know if it has any value. It's coming to play anyway. Haha, young people like you really surprise me. There is also this kind of hobby. If you really like ancient paintings, I can send you 1 or 2. Li Tian said atmospherically. This is not necessary. How can I take I want to collect some of their favorite words on the line. After a few people finished eating, they were chatting. Why don't you open that one painting to take a look? This or forget it. A liar's ancient paintings, think can't be real. Still don't take out the hot eyes. Lin Shui could see a little something. Qin Feng seemed to be deliberately hiding it. That's right, Thompson's fake painting. Qin Feng is also just curious to take it back to see. Qin Feng said. Li Tian nodded. Originally brought up this thing is angry. Do not look at Thompson's also. The thought of that liar sold forgeries, and now the heart, just think of all the teeth itchy. Well, today is almost over, so let's go back first. Lin Shui stood up and said. Okay, Qin Feng, Lin Shui, go back the road slower. Lin Shui drove the car and took Qin Feng with her. Lin Shui seemed to have talked to elderly about something. Qin Feng didn't bother to listen. He still kept his own point of view. If the boss didn't tell him about these things, he wouldn't pry himself. You're really good today. Bringing you here was a right choice. Lin Shui laughed. I know you don't quite believe me. You looked like you didn't believe me when I said it was lucky. I was really thinking that way. If that was real, I'd pay for it. Another thing Lin Shui noticed was why Qin Feng cared about this painting. Well, it was very wrong for him to make this request at that time. Could it be that this painting still had value as well? If it was a fake, he shouldn't be interested. It's strange why you would be interested in this fake of yours, so I'm guessing it should be valuable. Looks like you're still smart, worthy of being my boss. Then I'm relieved that you're such a boss. Qin Feng complimented. Now Qin Feng, which is a big expert in appraisal, it's still quite happy to be able to get his compliments. Chapter 131, Landscape Painting. Lin Shui had made a very good decision to poach him in the first place, and had never regretted or doubted it herself. It was just that Qin Feng was beyond her imagination. Whether it was his performance or the benefits he brought to himself, it was all very great. This painting is indeed very valuable. I feel it, but I'm not too sure. I have to open it to see. Qin Feng said. It won't be long before we go back and take a look at this pair of paintings. Maybe your intuition is right again. Qin Feng smiled. Actually, I saw that the scroll of this painting, and the cloth covering it, is very familiar. The painting of the one we had before is very similar, so I think we can take our chances. Lin Shui is very happy. Can't wait to go back. This time he is a big show. For his future road will have more help. This time the thing will certainly spread. I believe that in the future there will be a very large number of collectors to come to him to identify. This is for Qin Feng, the road will go wide. In the future he will have endless money on this side. Back at the apartment, Qin Feng had gained a lot this day. I think this is probably a fake. Otherwise Thompson wouldn't have given it to you so easily. But you caused him to go to jail. So come out in this life. Cheating so much money. In this life I hate as liars the most. Especially this kind of cheating people of so much money. Qin Feng took the scroll. He had a premonition in his heart that this could be true. Besides, there was a question about the system. How could it end up being false? The reason why you didn't open it in front of them two old men just now was because you were afraid that the old men would want to buy the painting. Lin Shui suddenly understood. No wonder when Li Tian asked at that time, he kept saying that the painting was a fake. That's what I think. If he, a collector, knew that and knew that this painting would definitely want to buy it. I have a hunch in my heart that this painting is definitely real and is worth just as much as that one ancient painting. Lin Shui smiled. I can't imagine that you still have such a small mind, but thanks to you helping me, otherwise they would have definitely looked at this ancient painting. Qin Feng carefully opened the ancient painting. He was looking forward to what kind of painting it would be. This one looked like the same scroll on the outside, covered with the same one, so he had a hunch. The two ancient paintings should be related in some way. Qin Feng's eyes were looking forward to it. The scroll opened and he stared wide-eyed. A landscape painting. Qin Feng was stunned. Even though someone like him who didn't know very much about paintings felt surprised by it. Is this one of Wang Meng's paintings? Lin Shui said in surprise. Qin Feng frowned up. What? Could it be that you know this painting? It looks as if you seem to be familiar with this painting. How could I not be familiar with it? I personally sent this painting to the Huaxia Museum. The ancient painting is called Danshan Yinghai too, and it's very hot on the market right now. What? Qin Feng was a little surprised. At that time, someone spent a very high price on this painting and bought it back from a foreign auction. At that time I was responsible for sending him back to the museum. So the real painting should be in the Huaxia Museum. Qin Feng was a little surprised in his heart. He was certain in his heart that this ancient painting was real, and could only mean that the one in the museum was a fake. This one painting fake technology is also very high. Look also really like real. An ancient painting should have the nature of all, but I still think it is fake. Lin Shui said. Lin Shui continued to survey. This ancient painting is the same as the one inside the museum. Last year very tiny details are also the same. Before I have seen that painting, like to re-watch it again. Chapter 132, not a genuine painting. Qin Feng didn't understand the paintings at all. The only thing he cared about was whether the painting was worth money or not. But now it seemed as if the painting was worth a lot of money. Wang Meng's paintings are worth a lot of money. His highest pair of national paintings were auctioned to more than $400 million. So all of his works are now being speculated very high. The market is very popular. Lin Shui's face had a bit of excitement, but it was quickly cold. The person who painted and drew this one painting isn't simple either. The level of imitation is so high, it can be called master level. Lin Shui praised. What do you think after looking at it for such a long time? Lin Shui seems to see a little something. This painting seems to be a little off. I'm not too sure what kind of person it is, but the style of this painting is very characteristic. It's not quite the same as the one I sent to the museum before. Qin Feng questioned up in his heart. Are these words really worth $10 million? The odds are 100%. So is this painting an authentic Wang Meng painting? Chance 0%. Strange System has already given him a clear answer. Why this ancient painting is not real. If it is not real, why would it still be worth so high? Will this also come from the hand of any master? Qin Feng suddenly asked. Lin Shui was getting more and more incredulous. It seems like it. I look at the painting style like a person. That person is Wu Changshua. He's considered a grandmaster. But I'm not too sure if he would really paint a painting like this. Why don't we find a specialized appraisal painter to come? Surprisingly, if you and I can't tell. I really don't know much about this area. Qin Feng said. Could it be that you really do things based on your feelings? If this painting is worth money, then in the future you'll be doing things based on your feelings. Lin Shui marveled. I'm helpless too. I'd also like to say that I'm lucky. Qin Feng got speechless. Looking at his helpless look, Lin Shui just laughed. Send it to the lab to study it. By then whose authentic work it is can be investigated. If it's really Wu Changshua's work, the value shouldn't be low. His paintings are also very valuable in the market right now. There are a lot of people rushing to acquire them. And this is a relatively rare imitation painting. Probably the world rarely knows that this painting will exist, so the value won't be low. Qin Feng eyes with joy. In this way, he is not making a lot of money. Originally because this painting is fake, and now unexpected is the real painting of Wu Changshua. It feels like he is just lying down to make money. Qin Feng is so lucky. Lin Shui will not suspect him, right? A work of imitation painting, but also from the hand of a master. It can definitely be sold at a good price, but we'll know if it's his real work or not if we send it to the lab tomorrow for appraisal. Qin Feng nodded. He still looked calm now, without the slightest bit of excitement. Lin Shui had a little curiosity. Was he making too much money now? He had started to go numb. This weather of yours is really great. I don't know what to say about you. You've earned $50 to $60 million in less than a week. Qin Feng shook his head. This painting isn't necessarily real yet. At that time I just wanted to collect it. Why are you starting to get jealous of my good luck? I'm your boss. You're able to do things so well. Only I'm a bit worried about one thing. That's you gambling. Don't worry about that. I'll take care of the gambling myself. The thing I want to warn you about is true. Although gambling is able to bring you a great deal of wealth, but in case you lose it will be boundless without end. Lin Shui advised. Her face equally very worried. Qin Feng nodded. If I didn't have no choice, I would want to win Wang Jin's money too. What all you win is Wang Jin's money. Lin Shui was a little worried. Wang Jin might not be capable, but his father Wang Zhengshan was a trickster. Chapter 133, Good Boss. Now I'm really a bit worried about you. Wang Zhengshan is a person who has always been ruthless and is known for his viciousness in the shopping mall. I'm afraid that you messing with him like this will bring you misfortune. Qin Feng looked unimpressed. If he was really capable he would have come to settle the score with me long ago, right? In case there's something you have to talk to me about. Having such a boss made him feel warm in his heart. It was as if he was a person with a home. By the way, do you like the villa there? It's quite satisfactory, but it's not appropriate for me to buy it there now, or to look at it later, when I want it. If you like it, I asked someone to give you to stay. Even if it is a second-hand villa there is also very sought after. Do not want to buy later you do not have. You now have so much money. I only worry about you do not gamble on the line. Qin Feng nodded. In fact, he gambles to make money will not lose. Ding, the ancient painting is still hidden. The system suddenly prompted. Qin Feng understands that this system is very early will give a prompt. Also prompted so 2 or 3 times. This ancient painting still hidden? After all, the scroll of this painting is quite large. To hide what seems to be quite simple, there is a lot of space. What is it again? Are you going to unwrap the back of the scroll? Lin Shui asked strangely. Just now I looked at the back, there is a problem. I originally thought it was nothing, but when I thought it was not right, say something to see. Qin Feng said seriously. It seems that he really doesn't understand ancient paintings. This scroll is very difficult to dismantle. It's not a professional. It won't open at all. Do you know for sure what's inside? It seems to me like there's nothing here. Lin Shui didn't see anything wrong. Qin Feng pointed to the back. See, there's no framing here, it's different from the normal ones. It seems like it's been deliberately covered up. Lin Shui reached out and touched it. She shook her head up and didn't seem to have discovered the mystery. Qin Feng tried to dismantle, framing one of the wooden blocks removed. No way. I can't imagine that this thing is still able to be removed. Can it be that there is really a compartment? Lin Shui saw the mounting behind this and then touched the scroll of the painting. It felt like it was a little thicker. We can't open this compartment. We must call a professional painter. If we open it we will definitely damage the painting. Lin Shui was more experienced in this regard. Qin Feng was still planning to try to open it. He quickly thought of something and found a flashlight. Shining it inside he was really able to see something, as if it was some kind of font. Lin Shui looked a little happy. You're also too powerful. Even such a secret can be discovered. Lin Shui said in surprise. It seems like this might actually be Wu Changshua's authentic handwriting. Otherwise it wouldn't have such a high-end mount anymore. I was able to see a bit of the font. Wu Changshua's calligraphy is very famous. The possibility of this being Wu Changshua's real handwriting has become greater. Qin Feng isn't worried about this. He has already asked the system about the value a long time ago, and the system has never been wrong. The hidden compartment should go to calligraphy or something like that. Tomorrow we can open it up. Lin Shui smiled. Qin Feng nodded. Qin Feng, this pair of ancient paintings should be worth quite a bit. Are you planning to sell as what you are going to do then? Don't worry. This painting completely belongs to you. I'll pay you accordingly for what you did today. Lin Shui was very good at pulling people in. This was something Qin Feng had to admire. From the beginning he wasn't willing to stay here, but gradually he was impressed by Lin Shui. Following such a boss, he would definitely have a smooth ride. I have other plans. Chapter 134, Stone Gambling Conference. Next is the much-anticipated Stone Gambling Conference. Whether we can make money this time depends on you, Lin Shui said. You should have hired other stone gambling experts. Right, how can it be just me? Aren't you the only advisor by my side? Lin Shui smiled to see her look as if she had planned a lot of things. Qin Feng did not ask more. This gambling conference, but the relationship to the rise and fall of the jewelry group for 6 months, as long as to buy good material will certainly attract more customers. Gambling Stone Conference will start soon. These days there are piles of material there. Montu material is more. Myanmar stone merchants this year and previous years seem to have a little bit not quite the same. May need more funds. Funding is your thing, I help contribute. In case this time the performance is not good, cannot blame me. Qin Feng deliberately said. He can't be so lucky every time. This is too suspicious. So he plans to fail a few times. I haven't looked at the material for many days. What if this time that blood money doesn't return? How is this possible? Last time you opened the ice apple green, but it is famous. Do you know that you are now a red-hot talent? If not, I stop. There are a lot of people want to dig you away, Lin Shui said. Qin Feng didn't receive the news. That's because all these news were blocked. Lin Shui found a way to isolate his contact with the outside. A lot of jewelry on the want to dig him away. Like Qin Feng, such a result. Open ice apple green is very rare. In the gambling city has been considered the best results. There are a lot of jewelers here, but their gambling experts have not opened such a good thing. And those trainees that Qin Feng had trained, they were all rising step by step as well. Although it was the time it took, overall losing less and earning more. I have a premonition. I've been making so much money lately, I'm sure I'm going to lose a bit. It's okay, losing a few million isn't called losing. Lin Shui is really rich and generous. Qin Feng cried and laughed. He is not afraid of his own words of suspicion. He can completely guarantee that every piece of gambling stones to earn. Try to ask what kind of people can do this step. He would not want to be too high profile like this. You have to help me think, try to let me lay low. I'm too much attention is not good. Especially the recent things. Don't worry about that. With me the secrecy will be the best it can be. Alright, you have a good rest now. Lin Shui left and Qin Feng nodded. Late at night, he remembered that kiss in the morning. At that time, if it wasn't because of that phone call, maybe he would have become now. Even if he earns tens of millions of dollars less, Lin Shui's that face value plus body, Qin Feng is simply willing to give everything. See, Lin Shui head did not come back to go, but did not miss him at all. Qin Feng has a little disappointment. Could it be that he is not good enough? Qin Feng is a little disappointed. It seems that just earns so much money, or not enough to impress Lin Shui's heart. It is difficult to not. I want to pursue her? Chance 60%. The system had already started giving him hints. What are the chances of me succeeding in chasing her? 30% chance. Qin Feng was a little surprised how there would be such a low chance of only 30%, which for him is really a bit of a headache. He had thought there was a chance of 70 to 80. It seems to be too overestimated himself. After a night's sleep, Qin Feng woke up early on the second day. Lin Shui opened the phone. Chapter 135, the background is unbelievable. Come over to my side for breakfast. Oh, okay. Qin Feng was a bit reluctant, because Lin Shui's tone was high and cold, and it was in a commanding tone. How come all of a sudden after one night, she was so icy to herself? Qin Feng couldn't figure it out a bit, but it's normal for an excellent girl like her to have a big temper. Going to her room, Qin Feng saw her tying her ponytail. Now she looks innocent and cute, and so temperamental when she wears a suit. The image of a royal sister. Why do you keep looking at me? Do I have flowers on my face? No. Qin Feng couldn't think of any good excuse. Have breakfast. Qin Feng feels a bit embarrassed. Lin Shui's aura has gotten stronger in the past few days. He gulps down a breath. Why does he feel a bit more and more scared of her? She wasn't this icy cold to herself before. Women are just fickle. Right. What are you going to do with those ancient paintings? Is as early as possible to sell it? Or keep them first? Not in a hurry. First collect them, no matter if the ancient paintings are true or false. I want to keep them for my own line first. It was hard to buy them. I really want to collect them. Lin Shui nodded. Those ancient paintings were very valuable. He wasn't in a hurry to sell them. Maybe he would become a collector in the future. He was considered a bit rich now. My father is a very unreasonable person. So there are times when my character becomes like this. Please don't be offended. Qin Feng understand in his heart. Lin Shui behind Lin's group. There seems to be a Tiancheng group, other branches or more. This woman's background power can be said to be through the sky. He did not carefully go to investigate. Just think about it, will be very awe-inspiring. Right. Lin's jewelry group. Southwest China's largest jewelry group. Almost to the point of wealth. Can be said to be the most profitable group. Strong financial strength. Huang Ming's financial strength will not have Lin's group big bar. To know the last biggest bidder deal, Jack. That time to their business cards can be Lin Shui. She helped a lot but did not ask. Lin Shui has investigated their own things? Qin Feng suddenly questioned in his heart. Chances are 100%. Has Lin Shui ever thought of harming me? Chance 0%. Qin Feng's eyes changed slightly. Then what about her family? Have they ever thought of harming me, or are they defensive towards me? 0% chance. Did Lin Shui not let the people inside her family know about my existence? Chances are 100%. Lin Shui sighed. In the past, I had a very good sister. Her family is also relatively rich, relying on the gambling stone earned a lot of money, and then her family erupted in a crisis. Negative news. All of a sudden on the verge of bankruptcy edge. Our family to extend a helping hand, but still cannot solve the problem. My sister is older than me, about 19 years old, is very good to me. At that time was forced to helpless. Finally had to take the last funds to gamble on the stone. That time the Emerald Fair she bid on a lot of material, but in the end, all of them collapsed. The loss of several $100 million. And finally the company went bankrupt. A good family home is broken. Qin Feng also understands that the jeweler's competition is too big. If there is no good jadeite resources on hand, then it is just waiting to die. Many jewelry groups have collapsed in this way, and at the end of the day, they are still in debt. If it wasn't for my family having such an opportunity, I probably wouldn't have touched this business right. It's because of avoiding such a thing happening to me. I'm quite complicated. Love and hate for gambling stones. I'm also worried that one day I'll slip up. Lin Shui shook her head up. Don't worry, that day won't come. Chapter 136, Her Sister. That good sister of mine went bankrupt all because she trusted her gambling stone consultant too much. She didn't realize that the consultant had been bribed a long time ago. Lin Shui said this with a bit of anger, as if she was hinting at something. Qin Feng's face changed slightly. This was saying that he would defect in the future as well. That gambling consultant might have starved to death if he didn't have my sister in the first place. I can't imagine that in the end he would get a result like this. He's a white-eyed wolf. Lin Shui gritted her teeth and got up. You shouldn't be worrying that I'll turn out like this too? Qin Feng asked directly. Originally, Lin Shui just wanted to hint at it, but unexpectedly he asked directly like this. I don't know if I should trust you or not. My family would definitely stop it if they knew that you're so close to me. My sister's group was destroyed by a consultant. Lin Shui's face grew ugly. Qin Feng frowned up. Could a gambling consultant be that powerful? It's not easy to bring down the syndicate. What is going on in this? My sister's name is Wang Wei. Wang's jewelry group. When I was a child it was him who took care of me. Since I was a child, she saved that gambling stone consultant abroad and fell in love with him. That man is very charismatic and has helped Wang Wei make a lot of money, and also quickly and easily gain trust. Lin Shui paused. Qin Feng felt that the atmosphere was getting a bit heavy. He could also feel the insidious cunning behind this. After all, in front of such a big interest, it's a normal thing to fight openly and secretly, and he's nothing to be surprised about. A few years of living together, Wang Wei very much trusts the consultant. That year the public disc consultant invited Wang Wei's family to go to Burma, but unexpectedly encountered the independent forces. Wang Wei has something did not go. Her parents were hijacked. Then the outbreak of the crisis. Wang Wei group chairman is not there. The following people also began to rebel. The group made a mess. The bandits want hundreds of millions of dollars of ransom. Wang Wei had no choice but to sell their shares. Lin Shui sighed. Qin Feng's heart was not good to hear. He had guessed what was probably the result. Wang Wei sold his own shares and his parents' shares, with $500 million. Right. Went to Burma to trade with great difficulty to save his parents. Wang Wei's father came back as nothing. He has no shares and no assets, owes the bank $100 million. No matter how to raise funds, no one is willing to help him. Wang Wei's father soon fell ill, a sick after no life. The mother could not accept the disease and died. When I borrowed my friends tens of millions of dollars, but still cannot salvage anything. Wang Wei grief. The group is the only thing left to her parents. She wanted to get it all back. She went to the bank loan of $300 million. I advised her not to go to what the public disc cannot be turned. Wang Wei do not listen to believe that her consultant can bring a miracle. The results of the public disc that time all lost. Qin Feng did not speak. See Lin Shui so heavy, he did not know how to comfort his good. Wang Wei later learned that all this was arranged by his advisor. The advisor colluded with the bandits in Burma to kidnap Wang Wei's parents. This said thing was all carefully planned by him. In the end it was also him who bought all the shares of Wang Wei's parents, and he can only become a party of the jewelry big business now. Qin Feng's face paled up. How could such a white-eyed wolf exist? It's simply worse than a pig or a dog. That one consultant has been in the wind ever since. In this industry he's the most terrifying and ruthless, doing things ruthlessly, never giving his competitors any chance. Chapter 137, White-Eyed Wolf. Wang Wei finally knew that the advisor was with another woman. Almost went crazy. The advisor everything was told to Wang Wei. It was all planned. My sister could not stand the blow and committed suicide. Qin Feng shook his head up. His heart was in a state of confusion. That person you should be familiar with as well. You just recently won $30 million over from him. No one has ever made that much money from his hands. Qin Feng's eyes widened. Could it be that white-eyed wolf is Wang Zhengshan? Lin Shui nodded. He lost his memory when he was rescued, so he took Wang Wei's surname with him. This is simply a great shame to my sister. I want to deal with him but I don't have any way to do so, and I know that there's no way to deal with him on my own. Wang Zhengshan, that son Wang Jin, so stupid. A very typical loser. I can't imagine that his father is so vicious and insidious. Before, this person still had nothing, but all of a sudden he became the chairman of the Wang Group. Although many people are not convinced by him, but he is so rich and powerful that he caused a lot of jewelers to go bankrupt, making others have to respect him. Lin Shui eyes with a chill. Qin Feng gritted his teeth up. People like this really deserve to die. So you won so much money from them. You should be careful. I don't know what means they used out. Don't worry, I'll have a way to deal with people like that. Qin Feng said calmly. Don't worry about it. I will definitely take revenge in the future. Help your sister take revenge. It just so happens that I have a grudge against him anyway. Qin Feng's eyes were confident. This person is not something you can deal with. Don't underestimate him too much. Quite a few jewelers with the same strength as him have been screwed over by him. Even our group can't take him, because he has a relationship with people in Myanmar. The reality of why he's been smooth sailing all these years is the main reason. Wang Jin is a complete head fool. To think that his father is really a bit smart. Qin Feng slightly smiled. If he didn't guess wrong, then the next Gambling Stone Conference should meet, right? Someone as despicable and treacherous as Wang Zhengshan must be careful. There was no doubt that his favorite way to use was to settle his enemies. Qin Feng guessed to send someone to assassinate them. Although for some reason, he's kept a much lower profile during this period of time and isn't as rampant as he used to be. I think he's still not a good person to mess with, Lin Shui said. Qin Feng frowned up. It already made no sense for someone as ticker-tape domineering as him to suddenly keep a low profile. If he was low profile from the start, there was nothing suspicious about it. What had happened to Wang Zhengshan? Chances are 70%. Qin Feng smiled. Wang Zhengshan had encountered an economic crisis? Chances 0%. Wang Zhengshan encountered trouble because his rights were challenged? Odds of 60%. Qin Feng was merely relying on, so it was still hard to guess. What are the chances of me bringing down Wang Zhengshan? 5%. This odds made him simply a bit dumbfounded. For the first time there were such odds and there was no way to adjust them. It seemed that this was a very tricky enemy. For the first time he encountered such low odds and there was no way to adjust them. Qin Feng's face was gloomy, so he could only rely on his own strength to bring down Wang Zhengshan now then. Alright, you should be careful when you go out in the future. Now let's set off. Where to go? To Antique Street. The Stone Gambling Conference is about to start. Now go and do your homework first and see what our competitors will do. Lin Shui changed her clothes and set off with Qin Feng. Chapter 138, What's the Origin? Lin Shui was accompanied by a number of bodyguards, as well as a few secretaries, and the manager in charge of the Lin Group. Lin Shui told them a few words after they left. This time the Stone Gambling Conference, many jewelers are very important, are bound to want to make a fortune, but really can make money. Not only need the financial strength but also need to have a good eye. Both are indispensable. Jewelers have a lot of competition, a good bit of jade, they can spend a lot of money, and even deliberately raise the price. Here may lead to the rise of emerald, coupled with the jadeite raw stone is now increasingly depleted. A jade difficult to find. The situation lasted for many years. There is also a situation is good material, spent hundreds of millions of dollars to buy, and finally uncovered the stone collapsed. There is only a thin layer of jadeite, but spent hundreds of millions of dollars to buy, not to mention the individual cannot afford, and even the big groups cannot suffer. So over the years there are groups closed, there are groups rise. Wang's group rose the fastest. Every year he can have 5% of the proceeds. Peers know that there is something fishy, but others cannot take him. Came to the Antique Street. Sure enough, the major jewelers are out. It is only 8 o'clock in the morning only. The whole street is full of luxury cars. See a lot of noble gas compelling big shots. Groups of people are very much. Such an atmosphere. Qin Feng could not help but be nervous. He squinted his eyes and looked and smiled. Well, he felt that he himself had to keep a low profile to be able to not be able to earn every stone opened. In that case even Lin Shui could not protect himself. Li Tian and Zhao Ming also both came. The two of them will not be a patriarchal figure. A lot of people have gone over to say hello to them, talking and laughing. These people do not necessarily buy the stone, but they also want to look at the Stone Gambling Conference. It is said that only those who have an invitation can participate in this Stone Gambling Conference. Not any people with strong financial resources want to come in is impossible. Elderly was surrounded by people and many jewelers came to greet him. Qin Feng, you finally came. Why are you standing there? Come over here. Let's enter early. There will be even more people later. Li Old Man waved his hand and said, Although he was old, he was still very energetic. The feeling of being old and strong. Qin Feng cried and laughed and walked over. What kind of person would elderly be concerned about? The major jewelers brushed their eyes and looked over, wanting to see what kind of person, to be able to get Li Lao's approval. The thing that surprised them was that it would actually be a young man. What is that young man's origin? Why do they look so familiar? Elderly has never gotten this close to a young man before. I don't know. Is that one young man new? I haven't seen him before. No matter what, please ask someone to investigate his origins. Elderly is happy to see Qin Feng and smiles. Have you eaten yet? I'll ask you to make arrangements if you haven't eaten. Qin Feng nodded. I've already eaten. Good, well prepared. The convention will start before long. Let's go in. A group of people walked towards the inside of the antique street. Qin Feng today you can watch him a little. In previous years he was too impulsive. On the head and other people bidding to make the price so high. Gambling stone will not have a winner forever. Must control themselves. Elderly admonished. He was also worried that everyone would get in too deep. Some of the people who came here were excited. Some looked serious. They didn't know whether they would make or lose money in this conference. No one had the certainty of a sure win. The atmosphere gradually became gloomy. Today's weather was dark and cloudy. It appeared to have a hint of heaviness as well. To think that this year's spectacle is going to be even bigger than the past few years, Lin Shui said in awe. Seeing such an event for the first time, a bit of excitement rose in his heart. Chapter 139 Vegetable Market. In a convention like this one, the materials are all bid on. So whoever puts in the most money gets it. But as to whether or not that piece of material is worth that much, it's up to your own eyesight. Let's go see the raw stones first. It's the first time I've seen so much material. It's like an ocean of it. Qin Feng smiled. How could he not make a few $100 million this time? Of course he would hide his ability as much as possible. Qin Feng not only wants to buy the material himself, but also help Lin Shui to look at the material. He thought for a while. It's better not to buy it in his personal name. He can't be so lucky all the time. Lin Shui followed Qin Feng along, followed by a number of bodyguards. Those who came here were strictly checked to make sure there would be no danger. Which side of the material do you think is better for us to look at first? We're going to finish looking anyway. Take your time. Qin Feng frowned up. Lin Shui seems to be certain that he will be able to make money. Yes. This is not good. If the boss thinks this way it can be dangerous for him. Actually have to cart. Qin Feng laughed. This makes it seem like in the supermarket to buy food like. This conference is really prepared enough. With a cart to pick the material is not to call the bodyguard to carry. The material here is as much as a yak. No longer like before. The door is set up with bad material. Inside the good material. Good and bad material are put together. Because to buy a lot of people also cannot take into account these. The General Assembly is the raw stone material business opportunity to get rich. Certainly can have good sales. Lin Shui felt something was wrong. Why was Qin Feng looking at the stones so weird today? Qin Feng, are you really looking at stones this? Qin Feng took quite a lot of material. Some of the material even just touched it and put it inside the cart. Lin Shui shook her head up. He would lose any amount of money if he bought material like this. Lin Shui did not know what to say, but was able to guess that if he looked at the stones like this, he should not be attentive. The bodyguard behind Lin Shui shook his head up. Look at that Qin Feng, picking up stones like he's picking up vegetables. Can you really make money this way? Who asked our general manager Lin to just trust him? Qin Feng can do whatever he wants. Don't you think about how much money he helped make before? Qin Feng's weird selection of stones. Not only the bodyguard felt amazed at him anymore, the other jewelers people also shook their heads. That guy is just a novice. Right, buying any material? Lin's group. Ah, how could they invite such an incompetent person? There were quite a lot of mocking people around. Qin Feng didn't care about their words in the slightest. He continued to pick his stones. Lin Shui felt a bit uneasy. It couldn't be that he encountered something and started picking up stones indiscriminately, right? Qin Feng, you're going to pick so many stones at once? Don't worry, this is just an illusion. No, I should just be trying to get rich by luck. Lin Shui shook her head up. Him getting rich by luck like this would only make him lose more. It's better for you to pick less, although not all the materials are going to be bid on, but the ones you bought aren't cheap either. Lin Shui frowned up. Could it be that Qin Feng now felt that he had more money and could buy materials indiscriminately? To be honest, there were times when one really couldn't see through what this person was thinking. Qin Feng is usually completely different. He usually look at the stone look as very serious. However, today's stone, did not even look at it to buy. The surrounding jewelers were also seeing such a pugnacious person for the first time. They all looked like they were gloating, ready to see the joke when he unveiled it later. Lin Shui, you don't have to pick. I've chosen everything you want to choose for you. Chapter 140, Nonsense. Lin Shui nodded hesitantly. At first the people around him had thought he was just fooling around, but the more he bought, all of a sudden he became the one who bought the most. and the rocks in Qin Feng's cart piled up into a mountain. For him to buy like this, it's strange that the group doesn't lose money. What kind of talent would hire him in the end? Anyway, the group is rich and powerful, but buying so many stones, if they all lost money, then they probably lost their lives as well. The crowd couldn't help but snicker. Like this kind of stone gambling conference? The first time I saw such an ingrate. He bought enough of those materials. Several other jewelers bought more together. Other people a cart is not full. Qin Feng chose 3 carts. The jewelers think that this person is a stupid. But the raw stone material dealers do not think so. Raw stone material dealers feel that this is a god of wealth. Hasten to flatter Qin Feng, and even some other small material dealers to buy stone. Others only pay attention to Qin Feng, do not pay attention to them. For a time is also made a little bit funny. The crowd just watched the show. It seems that this young man in the end to make a name for himself. Hello boss. Qin Feng smiled. Boss curtsy looks like he shouldn't be from China? People from Huaxia wouldn't be this formal. Are all these materials imported? Qin Feng asked. That's for sure. Young man has already bought so many materials. Do you still want to keep buying? I see a high possibility of you losing money. I advise you not to continue buying. The boss actually advised him not to buy. Qin Feng smiled. It was the first time he had encountered such a conscientious boss. To know most of the raw stone material dealers, they hated to sell all of them. Who would care about the death or life of the person you buy the stone from? Qin Feng waved his hand and called a bodyguard over. Go get a cart and take all these materials. That boss was stunned after hearing this. He had a lot of material. Was it possible that Qin Feng wanted to buy all of it? He had so many materials. Lin Shui stunned. Qin Feng today if changed a person died. He in the end what is wrong? How to feel like bewitched? Young man, have you gone crazy? You're buying all of these. You should know that I have hundreds of kilograms or even more here. Were you worried last night that I couldn't afford it? Don't worry about it. I'll settle your bill right away. Lin Shui bodyguard dissatisfied up. You didn't even ask Mr. Lin, just make a decision alone. Where is the person who does things like you? Really a little bit can't look down. Lin Shui he is also a bit unsettled. The heart is even a bit worried. So much material. Once lost, it is a very large amount of money. This conference she is not necessarily able to make money. It's fine, this money doesn't have to come out of my boss. I'll just pay for it myself. Qin Feng said indifferently. What do you mean you'll pay for it yourself? Your pile of material that looks like a mountain. You're going to spend millions yourself. You think you're a jeweler. Qin Feng doing this was really eye-catching. He originally wanted to keep a low profile, but if he did this, everyone else would think he was buying material to take his chances. There was never anyone like him, even the rich second generation. Do you want to consider buying like you're so crazy? It really makes other people concerned. Will they suspect that you're here not to destroy? Lin Shui advised. It's fine, how are you so unsure of me today? Maybe that's how I feel. Qin Feng thought about the reason. He could only say that he relied on luck. Lin Shui shook her head up. This one stubborn person is really speechless. Chapter 141 Injustice. Qin Feng, although Lin Shui wanted to persuade him, but still dismissed the idea, knowing that he is now rich and capricious, but picking out material like this would make anyone else nervous. Boss price. Qin Feng said indifferently. The other jewelers couldn't help but shake their heads. Qin Feng's actions were too abnormal. After so many years of the stone gambling conference, it was the first time there was someone like him. He's planning to buy more by chance this time. Buying like him, it would be strange if he doesn't lose money. All know that he will lose. And then just how much will he lose? Tens of millions or hundreds of millions? I really can't see that this kid will be that rich. My materials are all reasonably priced. I will definitely not let you down. But hopefully you will be able to make money. The owner of the materials said. It's the first time I've seen a boss who worries about his customers like you do. Qin Feng smiled. I've seen how many people's homes have been broken, but no one has been as crazy about buying materials as you are. This time, take it as buying a lesson. And don't be too discouraged, the boss advised. Almost all of them felt that he had lost money. He had almost 4 carts. Look guys, he seems to be regretting it, putting back quite a few carts of material. Isn't it a disgrace for him to do so? He's from the Lin group. Even if he puts the materials back, the people from the gambling conference won't dare to say anything about him. Qin Feng still had 50 pieces of material in his hand, but it was still a lot, and he wasn't a big jeweler. Did Lin's group let him do this? That was simply too much nonsense. Qin Feng is still the biggest customer of the material merchants. Many people here to take the material to show him. They think he is a big fool son. What kind of material to accept? This boss, I have a piece of material here you see. Although this piece of material is not good but should be able to sell a good price. A foreigner with a piece of material. Qin Feng frowned up. That material performance flat. The worst thing is that there are cracks on it. Like this material, the general public will not accept, or even look at them to see a glance. This material of mine is from the biggest factory in Myanmar. You have already accepted so many materials. Why don't you accept this one as well? The man said. One of the bodyguards next to him couldn't help but curse when he heard that. You think we're a charity here? Well, how come this piece of yours costs tens of thousands of dollars? Do we still have to take it? Qin Feng smiled and asked the system, what are the chances of this piece of emerald coming out green? Let me make money. Chance of 5%. Lin Shui thought that Qin Feng was going to be an ingrate again. I'm sorry, I don't want this piece of material. I'm not a charity, so there's no need for you to have this. The man's face darkened up. He thought that this person was buying any material. For a moment it made him feel a bit downhearted in his heart. Qin Feng shook his head and watched. He looked at the time on his cell phone. He couldn't imagine that so much time had already passed. He felt that he had to look at a lot of material today. He had to hurry up before he could do so. Soon he noticed a relatively large piece of material. It looked to be as big as a basketball. Material like this was generally not looked upon too favorably. There were quite a few pits on the surface and even a crack. Boss, do you have your eye on this piece of material? The stall owner came over and asked. Are you going to buy this 5-kilogram material again now? Lin Shui asked. Qin Feng seemed to have changed back. He no longer looked like he was casually picking like that, but started to seriously survey it. Lin Shui looked at it with the same feeling as before. Chapter 142. Check out. Believe him now, this time is not chance it. No pine flower, no python belt. Good jadeite, and the characteristics of the same did not. A little reading knowledge of gambling stone. People look at this look. Will be very disappointed. Will not take the time to measure. Qin Feng, why he picked the material are such poor quality. This piece doesn't look like good material, but it's big. $50,000. The stall owner said. Qin Feng asked carelessly. This piece of jadeite let me big profit odds? The odds are 100%. It seems that he is lucky today. Finally came across a good piece of material. The heart is still a little happy. What are the chances that this piece of material will make me $1 million? 100% chance. Although I do not know what kind of water inside what kind of green, but know this information is enough. Then this material must be bought. He does not want to let today lose money. Qin Feng nodded to buy it. The stall was very strange. Why you just like to buy these not so good material? This is really meeting a strange person. Lin Shui, this piece of material is well distinguished. Qin Feng pointed at the 5 kilograms of material and said. Lin Shui was slightly stunned. Did he say he was back to normal? He always felt a bit weird from today. Good. The bodyguard next to him couldn't help but ask. Mr. Lin, he's picking the material like crazy today. Do you know if it's okay? Even though he returned a lot of material, all the people are laughing at us now. But in the past she was definitely sure. But today she was not sure. Lin Shui could not help but doubt in her heart. It is unlikely that she wants to make a profit today. But how much will this be a loss? This is a question. Several raw stone material merchants frowned up. So their material sold out. A lot of them are dragging, the young man said. But he bought like this is really too much of a loss. He has less to lose, a few million today. More that maybe tens of millions. Their first time to see buy material so fast. People. General, those gambling stone experts. How also spent half an hour or an hour. Qin Feng laughed at the others' ridicule of him. He didn't care in the slightest. He haphazardly picked so many materials. He actually didn't expect to be able to make money. It's better to lose money on it. Alright, check out. I'll do it. Lin Shui said forward. This is the gambling stone consultant he hired. How can he let him open the money? No relationship, or I'll do it. In case you lose money this time, you can hate me. Don't worry. If out of good material, I will transfer to you. Qin Feng said. I don't know why. When Qin Feng said this he kind of believed him. Lin Shui nodded. This way please sir. The card swipe machine is over here. Qin Feng cleanly swiped his card. He was now the one who bought the most material. He bought almost 50 pieces. Some 20,000, some 40 to 50,000. Some big ones were pitted a bit, costing 70 to 80,000. A total of about 3,300,000 spent. This money is not small. He swiped his card to pay the bill without a trace of hesitation. Mr. Hello, introduce myself, I'm Jerry from Myanmar. Although it's not considered a very big material merchant, but it's also considered to have a good relationship over there. I'll have my own store when the public market is on. First I hope you can come over, Jerry said. Qin Feng had a good feeling about this boss. So many material merchants. Only he would worry about his guests, fearing that they would lose money. Chatting like this, good bosses are rare. Chapter 143, come in person. Alright, let's leave a phone number. I'll definitely contact you if I go then. Don't worry, I should be able to go, right? Qin Feng said with a bitter smile. When the time comes for you to come, I'll definitely treat you well and let you see the flavor of Myanmar, Jerry said with a smile. Qin Feng nodded. This was a very local person. There shouldn't be any bad intentions. Qin Feng chose the material and was ready to go. Lin Shui followed him. Looking at you and that boss just now, it seems like you're on the verge of becoming good friends. but you bought so many materials from him. It would be strange if you didn't become friends. Lin Shui said. In the future it might be to go abroad. By the time you go abroad you will still need friends like him. At least one or two of them. Lin Shui obviously didn't have such an intention. In her opinion the ones who needed to know more were those big material merchants. It was normal for the two to have different views. Very few people are friends with these material merchants. They all prefer to be friends with the domestic jewelry groups. Qin Feng's thoughts and practices were a bit positively unexpected and not quite the same as others. I hope those trainees you trained won't be like you, or else the company will be waiting to close down. They don't dare to be like this. They are not as rich as I am. How can they be like this? Today in the end to make money or not depends on luck. Jerry smiled. He also did not expect that his material would be bought out so quickly. Qin Feng, this young man is not too simple. On the surface he looks like he is picking material haphazardly. But why do you think he will not lose money? Boss, I think that person is a cutie. Ah, such a stupid person will definitely lose a lot of money this time. This person isn't as simple as you seem to think. I want to ask her out for a drink. Boss, didn't you ask the other group bosses out? They'll be very upset if you break the date. Is this young man worth messing with the other bosses? The youngest brother asked in disbelief. Jerry smiled. I have a hunch. I need to get to know this kid. Qin Feng picked out some more materials. He spent almost $5 million this day. Lin Shui was really a bit wary this day. She tried her best to comfort herself and not worry too much, even if he lost a little bit today, but he also helped himself earn a lot before. Lin Shui, how come you're not picking out materials today? I don't think I'm going to buy it now. Compared to what should you do with your stone, now that you unraveled it? Lin Shui asked. Qin Feng nodded. Of course I'll unravel it now. We have so many masters who specialize in unraveling stones today. Just go there. He will only help us unravel the stones. Soon moved to unravel the stone. Came to a small square. Unexpectedly here has gathered a lot of people. Qin Feng is more special. He picked up the material is the most now. Here is a lot of noise. Lin Shui is wearing a headset. She cannot stand such noise. This session of the Gambling Stone Conference. This has let me stunned. I can't imagine that so soon someone to explain. And look at the material he bought is still so much. First time I've seen such an ingrate. I'm sure I'll be laughed at by others later. Did he think he could earn by buying so much? Qin Feng's face is not very good. He has only just come, these people are talking. And these masters he does not like very much. I think I'm better off solving the stone myself. What? Don't you like our masters? They are all more professional. Chapter 144, Unlikely. I also want to learn it on my own. There are skills like this that I'm sure to use in the future as well. So I'm going to do it on my own. Qin Feng said. Lin Shui frowned up. Qin Feng is really a bit abnormal today. Don't even know what to say about him. You must insist. I won't stop you if you come on your own. Then if you don't think you can do it or call master. Qin Feng's behavior made those stone-solving masters unhappy. It was the first time they had seen such a young man. Lin's group invited us to come and specialize in deciphering stones. This kid is really powerful. He actually used himself to decipher stones. I really don't know where this kid popped out from. He bought so much material. How could the old boss say yes? I think he's going to lose his money. Maybe he'll be fired tomorrow. The master who was deciphering the stone laughed out loud. It was the first time he had seen something as funny as this. I'll go teach these people a lesson. Lin Shui, forget it. They can say whatever they like. Besides, these people are also invited by you. There's no need to mind. Qin Feng thought about it and said, I wanted to call your bodyguards to help me, but they don't seem too happy with me. Would it be alright for you to help me? Lin Shui nodded and didn't think much about it. I'm afraid the only thing she can help with is watering. A technical job like unlocking stones also requires experience. Actually letting Mr. Lin water it, Qin Feng is really getting more and more unlikable. How can Lin Shui put up with him like this? Chief Lin didn't even say anything. So don't talk too much, lest you'll still be scolded. You guys say that Chief Lin shouldn't have fallen in love with him, even though this kid we see is very disgruntled. A few bodyguards shook their heads up. If they could get her heart, they would be willing to give anything. Qin Feng carries a few buckets of water. Wait a moment when I tell you to drench yourself. Okay. Lin Shui is very willing to look. The bodyguards look is a little bit of heart. They also want to think that they can be so close to her. When deciphering the stone, Qin Feng accidentally touched Lin Shui's hand. She had some embarrassment but didn't say anything. I can't believe you still have muscles. I thought you were a skinny person. Lin Shui saw Qin Feng's strong arms. Qin Feng smiled. He didn't deliberately work out his muscles. So to speak, it was the system that gave it to him. He smiled slightly. He was now long gone from being an ordinary person. Qin Feng began to understand the stone. Lin Shui, fortunately with headphones. Otherwise so loud noise, she certainly cannot stand. See Qin Feng's serious look. The man-focused look is the most handsome. Lin Shui also does not care how much this day in the end will lose. Qin Feng cut the stone. Lin Shui poured water. He has seen a lot of stone-solving masters have operated. it is also considered to be familiar, and not so unfamiliar. At first a few Qin Feng shook his head. The stone did not open any emerald, and he cut it from the center, which is not at all consistent with common sense. You guys look, he does not draw a line even if, actually cut from the center. This is simply a layman. Do not know anything, in case out of the emerald he is not going to cry to death. Maybe he also knows that the stone will not have emerald right on his this kind of maneuver. Really call us ridiculous, huh? He also has to unravel the stone himself. He has so many stones, I still don't want to unravel it. The master stone solver couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Shui made some dust on the body, it is inevitable. Qin Feng almost every piece from the center of the cut, as if he already knew that the stone will not have emerald. Chapter 145, be careful. Does this piece have an emerald? 0% chance. This piece I cut down the center, will there be emerald? 0% chance. Qin Feng saw Lin Shui's so woeful appearance, have made her all gray inside a bit too much, or call the bodyguard to help. Good. Don't worry about it, it's fine. You continue to unlock the stone. Qin Feng nodded. How long do you guys think he'll be able to open a piece of jade? He bought so much material, he'll always get lucky and open 1 or 2 pieces. For him to cut it out like this, I'm afraid he'll lose it too. This person is simply a novice. I don't see where he's good. They scoffed again. Qin Feng did not care about him to continue to decompose the stone, but this time he seems to have changed. This stone Qin Feng started cutting from the most side of the edge part, and just now randomly, it seems that this time is not quite the same. Qin Feng this time cutting seems to be very careful, as if afraid of hurting something. It is hard not to, his feeling came, and sure enough not long after Lin Shui saw a thin layer of jade layer, which is also commonly known as fog, and this is still relatively good white fog. Lin Shui was a little happy, but Qin Feng was not impressed. He was not too excited, as if he knew from the beginning that it would be like this. White fog is too good. It means that inside this piece of stone, the content of other components is relatively small. No impurities. For a jadeite is better. I do not know what good jadeite will be opened. Lin Shui at this time realized that this is that piece of 5 kilograms of material. At first he did not look good, now actually can open the fog. After all, the surface of this piece of raw stone is too bland, and even a little bit poor. Who will not be willing to choose to take a risk on this kind of stone? Did you guys see that? That kid was actually able to open the fog. Why didn't he cut straight down from the center this time, but instead cut a small portion from the side? This kid's luck can't be this good. He cut so many before without any emerald, yet this one appeared to have fog? The stone-solving masters were surprised. None of them thought that the first person to open the house was this kid. Isn't he a pure idiot? He bought so much material to come. Doesn't he just want to take a chance? Could he be that lucky now? Qin Feng cold and quiet. He continued to slowly cut the stone. This is a piece of 5 kilograms of stone. Be careful. Do not hurt the flesh inside. See, Qin Feng opened the fog to come. The stone master immediately surrounded the over. Want to see what will open the jadeite? Today he will continue to cut, even quickly. There are people to persuade. Little brother, now open a layer of fog. Should chink stone you continue to cut down like this? Million everything to the skin and flesh. How to do? It won't be so troublesome. If it's you guys, you may want to chink the stone, but I don't need it. I'm not even on the same level as you guys. That one explains that the stone exploded with anger on the spot. There are still people who don't listen to him like this. This person is obviously a famous layman. Just lucky. Don't listen to the old man's words to suffer. Such reasoning, he is not understand? This young man will deserve it if he cuts into flesh and skin later on. He was kind enough to advise him, but he actually didn't listen at all. Haven't you ever seen him like this? I hope this stone collapses. Let's see if he still dares to be arrogant. Qin Feng ignored it. All he had to do now was to continue unraveling the stone. Lin Shui frowned up. You're the people I invited up. I don't care if it's someone else who's talking, but can you guys shut the hell up? Chapter 146 has the ability. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, we won't say any more words, but he really might unhurt his skin like this. Forget it, we won't say anything. A few stone deciphering masters had no choice but to shut up. They just wanted to wait and see Qin Feng eat his words. The best way to drive over now is to chink the stone. However, he skipped this step directly. This is also too confident. To think that this kid's luck is really good. This is a 5 kilogram stone. If there's a lot of emerald inside, then he might have made a big profit. Now it's just out of the fog. Emerald is not certain. It's a loss or profit, who can't say, unless we see the result in the end. Qin Feng to buy such material, also really let the people around the eyes bright. They unlocked the stone so many years. Open a good material are relatively few times. Qin Feng had unraveled quite a few materials before, but it hadn't been long since he had good materials. This young man seems to have some skills. I'm just lucky. I picked these materials randomly. I'll make a profit if I'm lucky. In case I'm unlucky, then I'll lose money, right? Qin Feng said modestly. he picked the materials haphazardly, just to make people think so that others would not suspect more. Anyway, materials are bought indiscriminately, to go to earn really just good luck. After cutting the left side, Qin Feng began to cut the right side. Originally, these masters of stone cutting were still careless, but after watching for a while they all stared wide-eyed. No way. The gap on the right side is also too thick. It's also white mist. It seems like this is really a very large piece of jadeite. My goodness. It's actually still 5 kilograms. Right. Even if there are more than 4 kilograms inside, that here is now also earned. White mist is usually some good emerald, right? Deconstruction master looked very excited. The most experienced one among them stood out. Young man, can you let me unlock this stone? I don't charge you a penny. I guarantee to unlock the stone intact. The senior stone solving master naturally wanted to get involved in something like this. This was a 5 kilogram raw stone. Now both sides were out, indicating that the possibility of there being emerald inside was very high, and being able to solve the emerald inside would be an honor for him as well. Lin Shui recognized this person is a master of stone decomposition. He worked in this area for decades. Very experienced a person. Old Chen. Lin Shui said, Mr. Lin, just give me a chance. I want to give it a try. I'm looking forward to a good jadeite being opened inside. Qin Feng smiled. This monkler. It's better for me to do things like this myself. After all, I personally bought it. It will be more fulfilling for me to unravel it myself. There were also quite a few people who scrambled to come and help, but they were all refused. Qin Feng felt that this was a piece of emerald that belonged to him. No matter how good or bad it was, it could be carried out by him. The people watching around him seemed to be even more excited than him. Qin Feng was in a nonchalant mode. Hurry up and water it. Qin Feng, that slow look. The surrounding people watching are anxious. This day 2 sides out of the fog. In the end will open what good material. Lin Shui took the water ladle and kept watering. The urging of the people around her made her a bit anxious too. Qin Feng carefully picked up the stone rubbing machine to cut the stone. I can't imagine that he, as a young man, can actually be so stable. A few gambling masters are also surprised. Very good, will be opening soon. Let's see how lucky this kid will be in the end. Already is seeing the green jade. Chapter 147, out of the green. 5 kilograms of material gap appeared green. How dazzling it looks. The ass attracted everyone's attention to the eyes. Actually able to open out such a good green color. This young man is really great. You guys look at the transparency is really very good. I have not seen such transparency for many years. This is ice glutinous seed? This young man earns a lot. This piece of 5 kilograms of jade. My god. Obviously, this is a piece of high-grade jadeite. Before, no one is optimistic about the material. The most surprised person can be Lin Shui, but buy when they are against it. Now the most surprised is also Lin Shui. Today Qin Feng gave her a very odd feeling. More and more people began to puzzled. The people around were very excited to see the green come out. Watching this kind of thing was very addictive. They also fantasized that they could have such a day. Lin Shui asked, you just said that you would sell it to me if it came out green. Ohio. You're my boss. Am I going to cheat you? Am I still human if I even cheat you? Qin Feng joked. This is what you said. Oh. The surrounding people are speechless. And then really is the peak of life. Open stone opened green, but also be able to flirt with a beautiful woman. Such a life and is too beautiful. Qin Feng slow and easy to solve the stone. This time the past 40 minutes, they watched 5 kilograms of material, gradually turned into a piece of emerald. Almost let all the people are lingering. Such extreme beauty of emerald let a person incomparable desire. I can't imagine that the first person to open the jadeite is actually him. It's hard to believe that his luck is really that good. He obviously all messed up the selection. This is really calling out to people not to be convinced. Qin Feng surveyed the emerald. He couldn't help but smile. This piece of emerald belonged to him. Ice-type glass green jadeite. Almost 4 kilograms, almost to 5 kilograms. You out of this piece of jadeite is really great. You buy material money all have. Lin Shui said. And Qin Feng personally decryption. Also did not hurt a little jadeite jade flesh. Although his speed is very slow. But to ensure that this piece of jadeite intact. Young man, you're just too good. Not only did you choose such good material, but you're also so patient in unraveling the stone. I always have to learn these things, so it's nothing. These things inherently require patience. This is the old Chen, is the person we came amongst. A more powerful master. You bought so much material. Can't open it all by yourself? It's better to rely on our master. Lin Shui said. Qin Feng nodded. Unraveling stones is a very physically demanding thing that requires experience and patience and energy. Unraveling a stone, he is already tired. Because a mistake in this matter could cost a lot of money. It was absolutely impossible to have such a mistake. Today has passed a lot of time. Qin Feng looked at the time. Almost to 2 o'clock. This day he also intends to continue to buy some material. He does not intend to leave his footsteps. Plus this piece of material he earned a lot. Young man, although I don't know if you have carefully selected these materials, but I will unravel you properly. Absolutely will not let you have losses, Old Chen said with conviction. Qin Feng nodded. He also believed that this grandpa would help himself properly. So many materials were no problem to hand over to him. There are a few pieces that I'm more optimistic about. I'll draw the lines for you guys and you can just cut them down from there. Qin Feng took a few pieces of material and drew lines on them. Chapter 148, Another Green. Lin Shui frowned up, had thought that all these materials are all randomly selected, but after seeing Qin Feng painting line, the heart is a lot of peace of mind. It seems that he also has to spend effort. He also is not all the material painting line. Just choose part of the painting, which also did not spend less time him. After digging a good line, which side sat to the side to drink water to rest. Let's eat first. It's not good to not eat like this, Lin Shui said. Qin Feng took the boxed lunch. This day he also spent a lot of effort. In fact, this time is also hungry. The thought of their own today earned money. This meal ate a really fragrant. Only a moment later there were excited voices coming from people. My god, this piece also has fog, you guys quickly come over to take a look. Master Stone Disintegrator looked on incredulously. They had thought that Qin Feng had drawn the line randomly, but they couldn't imagine that he was so precise. Cutting down according to the place where he drew the line, the fog came out right away. The stone solver was even more amazed at Qin Feng. He really didn't know if this kid was lucky or if he just had the skills. Some can solve out the jadeite, some do not, but some out of the white fog. This is out a few pieces of jadeite? It's hard not to be able to buy him indiscriminately. Can also be big Zhengmao? Such an evil thing is really the first time to see. Some are ice seed, some are ice glutinous seed. The worst is also glutinous seed. Open out the green is also counted in the upper it. A few pieces of material enough to let Qin Feng developed. Although he picked some of the material is also no emerald. Qin Feng picked the most material, the loss of although more, but as long as the opening of the emerald then is to earn. Although there are a lot of stones that didn't start with emerald, the ones that opened out are more valuable. Master's side opened out again. Qin Feng laughed. He continued to eat his meal. The side of Lin Shui excited rice cannot eat. He opened out a few pieces of material are big up. He messed up today to buy the material are not lost. Lin Shui felt that he was very incredible. As if in a dream, such a fantastic thing happened around her. And these materials she can buy. Qin Feng shook his head up. To be honest, even he himself did not think. In addition to a few pieces of material in particular he had a good look. Because the other stones he is messy to buy. He quickly buy also able to make money? Qin Feng's face is very ugly. This thing and what he thought is not quite the same. Originally wanted to act in a low profile, so will go to buy stones, but now buy stones also let him out of the green? Young man, you are also too powerful. These materials you looked at opened up so many pieces of jade. At first we thought you were a layman. Qin Feng smiled bitterly. He opened out so many pieces of emerald, but his face is not a little happy. There is even a little face blackened. The stone-solving master is still the first time to see him like this. He is not excited and happy even if it's not. Why does he have a face of weeping in mourning? This time cannot show that I'm just lucky. I really messed up to buy, but also just a few pieces of a good look. And also good looking that a few pieces also collapsed. Qin Feng said with a smile. When he said this, he had a harmless look. The stone-solving master gritted his teeth and got up. This is basically pretending to be X, but now people have capital. He opened so many emeralds. He made a lot of money in just this one day. Young man, I think you are still very capable. If only opened 1 or 2 pieces of jade luck, but opened so many. Not luck, right, and you also drew the line at that time. Chapter 149, No Deception. Although there were a lot of cut across in the material chosen by Qin Feng, there were 7 pieces of valuable jadeite opened, and the stone-solving master was very shocked by Qin Feng, worthy of being the person invited by Lin's group. It's only the first day and already so many valuable jadeites have been opened. Old Chen walked over and smelled. Little brother, I do not know who you are and who to learn from. Although actually powerful, you say it out maybe I will be able to recognize. Qin Feng smiled. He can say his master is the system? Definitely can't say. This kind of thing can only be attributed to luck. You're also overestimating me. Most of these materials were chosen by me haphazardly. Lin Shui laughed from the side. He really wasn't quite the same as usual today. These materials Qin Feng had chosen in a haphazard manner. This was not a lie. Old Chen, he didn't lie to you. If he had any masters, I would know before you. Old Chen smiled, but he still didn't quite believe that a young man, the ability to open jadeite would be so strong. He had been in this business for decades and had never seen someone as talented as him. You don't have a master, but the level of gambling on stones is so high. Must be a sought-after talent. It's really heroic. Qin Feng shook his head instead of. Most of the material I chose today is messed up. There is also the possibility of loss. If I didn't open it, you guys would still be laughing just the same. This was supposed to be a low profile, but low profile cannot. He is really helpless enough. Originally he wanted to be behind and then power. Who knows, chaotic selection, he was also able to get so many good jade. You come to see your results at ice seed of 2, ice glutinous in 2, glutinous seed of 2, hibiscus species A. Open the green, there are sunny green, yellow, sunny green, some I cannot distinguish. In short, the 7 pieces of emerald value is very high. I estimate that there is a 2 or 3,000 million should not be a problem. Old Chen surprised said. Other jewelers may be a week to be able to open so much. This kid one day opened so many good things. Qin Feng is really helpless. He would have been lucky. What can he do? This luck is good when doing anything to make money. He would have counted on that piece of 5 kilograms of material to make money on the line. The results of the other 4 or 5 extra pieces. I don't know if he is on purpose today or how, anyway has opened so many emeralds. By material money all back. This was more than Lin Shui expected to collect. At first she was quite worried. Now she was completely relieved. This piece of almost 5 kilograms of ice seed emerald has the highest value. Such a good water species weight is also sufficient. This green has a price. After all, is second only to the Emperor Green. In this regard the market is very wide. Lin Shui said happily. Qin Feng, he doesn't care how the market is. He only cares about opening the emerald on the line. This hibiscus seed also opened out 2 pieces, although one of them is also smaller. This material seems to be tens of millions of dollars. Old Chen's tone was more shocking. Other people looked at him with jealousy and envy. Qin Feng had earned tens of millions of dollars in just one day. They also want to like him to go to the stone gambling, but they do not have such a skill, do not have the vision to see which stone can open a good jadeite. Qin Feng at first was not favored, but now almost everyone was hit in the face. I think today is almost over, so I'm not going to look at the material. The good material is not expected to be much. It's all been picked up by me, casually finished. Lin Shui cried and laughed when she heard this, meaning that he really picked up the material randomly, also opened so many good emeralds. No matter what. Anyway, he felt that he was quite lucky, and could bring himself great benefits. Chapter 150 Maximum Benefit. I'll give you guys red packets. They are the masters I hired. It's better for me to give it to them. It's a bit weird for you to give it to them. How can I make you pay for it? Lin Shui laughed too. He had also prepared the red packets long ago. One by one he handed them to those masters. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Today was opening 7 pieces of jadeite. Lin Shui made a big profit for sure, although he also bought a lot of useless material, but the loss was not worth mentioning at all. The bodyguards had that jealousy in their eyes. At this time they could only be silent. Lin Shui called for someone to wrap the jadeite. The money for the jadeite will definitely not be less counted for you. It will definitely give you the maximum benefit. Qin Feng nodded. And I naturally trust you. Just make the arrangements. They were the first to come to decode the stone, and now they are also the first to open the jadeite and leave. Old Chen sighs up, and now the other jewelers just barely took a few pieces of material to come. Old Chen shook his head up. This time is rushed to a few jewelers. I heard that someone opened out the ice seed positive green jade, and is almost 5 kilograms, so now there I want to see? An obese jeweler asked anxiously. Old Chen shook his head up. You're already late. People have already left. Besides, I'm just the master in charge of unlocking the stone. How could it be in my place? What in the end, what kind of person opened it? You give me the details. I'll go find him right away. I'll definitely pay a high price to buy it down. I'm afraid this young man doesn't have much of a chance for you. The other party is also someone from Lin's group, and he's offering $7. Not one yet. What actually have such a thing? Opened out 7 pieces of jade. What kind of person is this? Old Chen pointed to a large pile of material next to him. See, so much material there. No. He bought a lot of material, but I think he has the strength and not by luck. That obese man didn't know how shocked he was and couldn't say a word for half a day. Someone from Lin's group? Soon he remembered something. Just now there was indeed a young man who was frantically choosing materials indiscriminately. At that time everyone laughed at him for being stupid. It would be strange if he didn't lose money by buying materials like that. He haphazardly learned so many materials. Saw 7 pieces of jadeite that won't be. Really don't know whether he is lucky or he has the strength. The obese businessman was shocked. The first day of the gambling conference was in full swing. Many jewelers are busy for this. The material has not been selected when the master of the deciphering side of the news, someone out of the 7 pieces of jade, Qin Feng, became famous all of a sudden, and almost all of them were talking and discussing about him. I see that he learns the material is simply choosing indiscriminately, like going to the food market to buy food, whatever material. But now people open 7 pieces of jadeite. He really is lucky. Hey, why don't I also mess around with the selection and see if there's anything? Qin Feng and Lin Shui were ready to go back. It was only 2:30 and they were the first ones to leave in the first spleen. Qin Feng initially wanted to go back and continue picking materials, but he had already opened 7 pieces of jadeite. Continuing to go back and pick would make people suspicious, so he might as well go back. Mr. Qin Feng? Mr. Qin Feng, you wait. An obese man ran over and blocked the way. He was already obese and was running so fast, he was already sweating profusely by this time. Why? Is there something wrong with you? Qin Feng probably knew why he came here. He probably heard about the emerald and wanted to come and buy it. Chapter 151, it's actually Qin Feng. Sir, I heard that you opened 7 pieces of jadeite. Have you considered selling it to someone else? Even if it's just 1 or 2 pieces. Qin Feng's face didn't change. That one man continued. I can't imagine you're so powerful at such a young age. This skill is unmatched. Lin Shui smiled. Sorry, we've already given these jadeites an internal order, so you won't have a chance. Please also get out of the way. Obese people life a little reluctant. 7 jadeite if you can buy a piece. Processing out to sell, he will be able to earn a little. This year recession can only be so. Like him, such a small jeweler is very difficult. Obese people do not dare to continue to speak. Lin's group is not he can provoke. Sir, why don't we find a place to sit down and have a good talk? I must see brother you are satisfied with the conditions to come. Thank you for your good intentions. I think forget it. I don't have this intention. The emerald is sold to my boss, so don't ask about this anymore. Qin Feng thought it was just this one, but on the way back it wasn't too far away, encountering a number of jewelers who had offered to buy it. Mr. Qin Feng, you have to stop thinking about it. I'll give you a little more price. I'll make sure you're satisfied. Young man, how about you come to our group now? The treatment with you will definitely be higher than your side. Lin's group will definitely treat you poorly. It was a bit too much to dig someone up in front of him, but Lin Shui wasn't angry. After all, he wouldn't betray himself. No one could possibly dig Qin Feng away from Lin Shui. It was also the first time Qin Feng had encountered such a situation. He felt helpless. These people didn't just say that they were dead when they rejected them. They followed unforgivingly. Didn't you guys kinda look down on me back then? When I bought the material you guys said that I wouldn't be able to. It's a layman messing around with the picking. I think it's just luck. I've lost quite a bit of material. Why would you guys trust someone like me? Qin Feng said helplessly. It doesn't matter, even if you're just lucky. I hope you can come to our group. These people were afraid that they had gone crazy. They dared to say such words. Qin Feng was a little bit in tears. The 7 pieces of emerald that Qin Feng had opened now were of the best quality and still had the largest quantity. How could this keep the other jewelers at bay? Jerry had been resting when he suddenly saw wave after wave of people running outside. Maybe something had happened. Could someone have opened a good jade? Go and see what happened. Whoever opened a good emerald we also go to see. They all ran towards the side of the decryption. So I think there must be a problem, right? Boss, bad. Something big happened. Something big has happened. What else can be a big deal? Today I sold all the material. I've already earned enough, Jerry said lightly. Do you remember Qin Feng? Didn't he buy all the materials from you? He went to unravel the stone and ended up with 7 good pieces of jadeite. Although the others collapsed, these 7 pieces are worth a lot, almost tens of millions of dollars. Jerry's eyes widened. Those materials of his were not of very good quality. He had thought that it would be good to be able to open a piece of jade, but Qin Feng actually opened 7 pieces? Boss, tell me if he's just lucky, or is he really capable? The little brother asked in surprise. The more Jerry thought about it, the more shocked his entire demeanor became. At that time, he himself even advised him not to buy material like this, and he laughed and said it's fine. It's fine. Chapter 152 Leader. Now whether he is lucky or really capable, no one can say. Just that randomly picking materials. See, no square eye should not be like capable of it. No way. There is such a thing. I sell material so many years. The first time I encountered such a thing. Chaos by material can open 7 pieces of jade. Then this is not good luck can also be what? Jerry shook his head and got up. Leader Zhou is here, let's hurry over to greet him before he comes. I can't imagine that a leader like him would visit here. In the previous years of the several sessions of the Stone Gambling Conference, Leader Zhou did not come, but this time he came. Jerry and he is an old friend. Leader Zhou's Mercedes-Benz drove in. He just got off the car. Originally thought that there would be a lot of people to greet him, but he saw that those people had run to a place, to which he was a little depressed. Is this something wrong with him? In addition to hosting the conference, a few people in charge over Zhou leader, he knows what his status position. Many jewelers are very like to flatter him. He was surprised that this time to actually not so many people to welcome themselves. Organizer polite look. Leader, you came. You can everyone welcome. This is our honor. This conference will definitely because you fluffy. Leader Zhou smiled. This ass kissing really made him smile. But this kind of words he liked to hear. What's going on today? Why aren't those jewelers coming over? Leader Zhou asked. Because usually those jewelers would like to give him gifts. His purpose of coming here this time is also very obvious. The surface in order to inspect, but in reality it is everyone who understands in their hearts. Leader, please don't worry, they are just going over to see the fun. It's already rare for this kind of thing to happen. Don't worry, what's due will definitely be there. Not a single word will be missing. See how you say this, as if how anxious I am. I'm just curious to ask. Leader Joe was still a little upset. Was there anyone here who was going to wind up being bigger than him? Leader, thanks to you. Or else Huaxia is certainly not allow us to run such a conference. Saying what the wind is bad, are you looking for a lot of relations? But also gave the conference a new name, saying that it is an exchange conference between the two countries, which allows the smooth organization down. Leader Joe smiled. He contributed to the success of this conference was also a reason. After all, this interest is very big. Where are these people? What are they running for? Is something wrong? Alas, let's not talk about it. There was a young man who messed around with the selection of materials. His luck was particularly good, and he came out with 7 pieces of emerald. This is what made all the jewelers explode. It is said that the teenager was able to earn at least $40 to $50 million. Leader Joe stared wide-eyed. He was not expected to earn so much money. This teenager can earn more in a day than he did in a few months. This is simply unattainable. In his heart, at that time, he was unbalanced. Joe Leader as a powerful, natural wealth more eager to gambling actually can be so lucrative, but also a young man. This contrast county inside that kind of difference cannot be said. Jerry came over at this time. Old friend, you finally came. I can't imagine that you will also visit this place. Before I am all please can invite you Leader Zhou's name is Zhou Jingming. Is the antique city's municipal head? This generation is all given to him to manage, because the antique gambling stone industry is also make this place become developed. Am I not here now? You have to be sarcastic again. Jerry and Zhou Jingming chatted as they walked. Chapter 153, Celebrities. I've really seen the most incredible things at this convention. Won't you all be discussing that person? The young man who opened 7 pieces of jadeite. Zhou Jingming said indifferently. Yeah, his name is Qin Feng. This has instantly become a celebrity here. The material that was randomly selected all opened up good emeralds. Jerry shook his head up. Why look at you look as if you know him very well. I really do know him. Not only that, all of its materials were bought from me. I didn't think highly of him at first. Zhou Jingming laughed, feeling that this was getting more and more interesting. Qin Feng sighed. You have run into trouble. A lot of jewelers they have blocked go. Bodyguards are a little difficult to them. This situation is let him out of the blue. Qin Feng also heard of an even more ridiculous thing. There are also many people like him to choose the material indiscriminately, resulting in today's material are sold. But those people are more unlucky. Did not see what good emerald to. He opened such a head. He opened 7 pieces of emerald after. There have been people to follow suit. Mr. Qin Feng, we all came here with sincerity. But you rejected us like this, isn't it too good? It's even if you reject me alone. Or are you rejecting so many people? That's right. Someone said you drove away the good jadeite. Are you willing to sell it to me now? Isn't this a bit too much? The people who are really too much are you jewelers, right? You said yourself that you don't sell but still have to come. Qin Feng cried and laughed. Lin Shui is also helpless. He clearly has said, these emeralds will be given to Lin's group. But all people just won't relent. One is way is surrounded. Want to leave not so easy. Line. You give me to get out of the way. And then do not let open if. Qin Feng seems to have no way. Who called the other jewelers did not open what good jade. This will be his hatred is to pull big. Plus he is lucky. Only opened so much emerald. I have begun to call people to pick us up. Thought things will spread so fast. You this all of a sudden is become this famous person. Qin Feng had wanted to keep a low profile. But now he couldn't do so. No matter what. You can't change your mind. The stone you can only sell to me. Of course. Will I still go back on my word? You can rest assured. These jewelers are also life-threatening. The car wants to carry in are not. Were they so stop. You cannot drive them to crash it. Well, all give me to get out of the way. You so many people around a person car indecency. Zhou Jingming words no one dares not listen. Those jewelers saw him after things are frozen. You must be Qin Feng? Today you can really enough famous. You this day earn money is several times more than others Qin Feng frowned up. This focus of a look of power. It seems to be a good and powerful person. And he speaks in such an acidic way. It seems to be not a good person. It seems to be very hostile to Qin Feng. Since you opened 7 pieces of jadeite, it's not too much to sell a few pieces to me. Zhou Jingming's words were hard to resist. All the jewelers here knew how much power he had. No one dared to go against him. Everyone had to give him face. Even Lin's group was no exception. I'm sorry, I'm already going to sell it to the Lin group, so I can't sell it to you anymore. Qin Feng's words caused everyone to be stunned. He probably didn't quite know what would be the outcome of provoking this leader. For a while the patients around him were quiet. The silence was a little scary. Chapter 154, Having Courage. Lin Shui frowned up. She was not expecting Zhou Jingming to come here and to buy emerald. In the past few years his affairs never appeared. This time not only appeared, but also to buy emerald. This jadeite is what I opened. The freedom to buy and sell is me. I want to sell it to whoever I want to sell it to. Young man, you seem to be a bit too presumptuous. Don't you know what kind of person I am? No matter, you will soon know. Even your boss wouldn't dare to disobey me. Zhou Jingming laughed. He took off his glasses and wiped them with a cloth, appearing to have a very civilized look. Zhou Jingming, his aura made the people around him scared. Since he appeared, the jewelers around him didn't dare to raise a ruckus. Mr. Zhou, if you really want to buy jadeite, take another look. I don't know which piece of jadeite you have your eye on. Qin Feng shook his head up. China seems to have had a clear regulation that people like you can't be involved in such an industry, right? You're breaking the law. What a big nerve. Don't I know these things? Still need you to remind me. You're threatening me, aren't you? All the major jewelers whispered and theorized. This young man is going to be unlucky today. Zhou Jingming, he is here is almost like he can just cover the sky. No matter whether you serve or not is the result. Previously there is a big jeweler messed with Zhou Jingming. The result is only after 2 months. The jeweler went bankrupt, was bought out. Since then no one dares to Zhou Jingming disrespect. He is the snake here. The strong dragon cannot be suppressed him. Qin Feng is just a young man. He didn't mean this. Please be generous and don't care about these words of his. Lin Shui hurriedly rounded up the situation. Learn more from your boss. What kind of attitude towards me? You just don't want to hang around here in the future. Tell me and I'll immediately ask someone to kick you out. Qin Feng's face did not change. Is that so? Then let me tell you clearly, okay? I definitely won't sell my jadeite to you. I've already sold it to the Lin Group. The crowd was stunned. None of them had thought that this young man still dared to speak out of turn. He's really making a death wish. The atmosphere became extraordinarily tense. Lin Shui also felt very speechless. She also did not expect Qin Feng such a head iron. There are times when one should tolerate this reasoning. Does he not understand? Or is it because he is conceited? Zhou Jingming face blackened very ugly. All the people are worried. This play is very young people's emerald. I'm afraid to be robbed. Just find a reason to fabricate an incident can let Qin Feng jail. And then he opened out of the emerald will be confiscated. In short, there are too many means to deal with him, depending on which means Zhou Jingming is going to use. Humph boy. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Jingming suddenly laughed out loud. Such a contrast made no one think and know what meaning he had in laughing out loud like that. Young man, you really surprised me. Originally I thought you were an ordinary person. Now it really opened my eyes. Zhou Jingming said with a smile. The crowd was completely puzzled. What kind of situation was this? Why were they suddenly talking and laughing? Lin Shui laughed. Mr. Zhou really likes to joke. Just now it all scared us. But it's really a bit uninteresting. He's really a young man. If there's anything that offends you, I'll make amends to you. Lin Shui, you shouldn't be too polite. Has your father helped me a lot? How could I treat you like this? This young man isn't simple. As long as it's someone else who definitely doesn't have such guts. Qin Feng, is it? I appreciate you very much. Chapter 155. I'm quite optimistic about you. Qin Feng, I'm quite optimistic about you. There may be things I need your help with in the future. Zhou Jingming said. Qin Feng nodded. If I can do it, I will definitely help. Zhou Jingming waved his hand. The jewelers who were in the way had no choice but to make way. That disappointment in the jeweler's eyes. Qin Feng left with the 7 pieces of jadeite just like that. Finally returned to the hotel without any problems. This day was not easy. The thought of Zhou Jingming's serious look. Lin Shui was quite worried at that time. You were quite bold today, talking to the leader like that. It's rare that he didn't get angry. Qin Feng smiled. All his moves were from learning the liberal arts system. Sure that leader was not here to find trouble for himself. That's why he spoke to him like that. Otherwise where would he dare to mess with someone like that? I'll be careful in the future. Strange, do you even know people like him? How come he seems to be familiar with you? Or does he appreciate you? Lin Shui curiously said. Zhou Jingming, this person in this area. Only others flattered him, never him flattering others. Qin Feng also didn't know what Zhou Jingming's background was. He didn't think about it that much. This day was actually quite tiring. He went to rest early. The next day, Qin Feng was going to go out with Lin Shui to have some breakfast, because he wasn't too satisfied with the breakfast inside the hotel. Lin Shui got on the car. She looked in the rearview mirror, no one, but when she reversed the car hit something. Bang sound. Lin Shui face ugly up. This point will not be bumped into someone. She did not think in her heart. Maybe someone to touch the porcelain. After all, she Lin's group boss. As long as it is blackmailed on the people is also very normal. Qin Feng got out of the car and looked around. He did see a middle-aged man. This situation was worse than what he thought. You're Qin Feng? The middle-aged man said in awe. Qin Feng nodded. Aha, I'm Qin Feng. Are you alright? Look at you. I'm really sorry for bumping into you. Lin Shui was wondering why this middle-aged man would recognize him. Looking at that, it didn't look like blackmail. I'm really sorry. I bumped into you when I was backing up. Did you run over by yourself just now? Qin Feng asked. It's okay, just a light bump. It's not a big deal. The middle-aged man laughed. Lin Shui was then relieved. Even she didn't want to be blackmailed. How do you know me? After the first day of the Stone Gambling Conference, who doesn't know you? Many groups want to poach you. I don't know if they have that chance. Qin Feng smiles bitterly. Such a reputation doesn't seem to be too helpful for him. He has always wanted to keep a low profile. To think that it turned out to be counterproductive. Mr. Qin Feng, like you who has good luck. I want to dip into your luck. Well, that's fine. Qin Feng was a bit helpless, but still agreed. After all, you drove into someone else. You can't do nothing. The middle-aged man introduced himself and said, my name is Yang Yishan, a small businessman. I have a statue of Buddha here. You take a look. Well, Yang Yishan took out a Buddha statue out of his bag. A golden Buddha statue. But a moment later he realized something. As if he felt something was wrong. Mr. Qin Feng, I don't know if you are proficient in this aspect of antiques. It seems like you don't necessarily know this either. This golden Buddha statue is not big. I don't know whether it is real gold or gold-plated. Yang Yishan found someone to show him, but also not too sure. Said that this imitation technology is extremely high, like a real and like a fake. Talk about a time is also difficult to determine. I still have a certain understanding of this aspect of antiques. I will help you look at it well. Although said is also understand. In fact, he does not know anything. In fact, is also the first time to see the statue of Buddha. Qin Feng surveyed half a day. Just think, the statue of Buddha is still lifelike. The action is not hard. Facial expression is very soft. Chapter 156 AD Afra. The backlighting of this Buddha statue isn't quite the same as the usual ones. Overall it's quite good. It doesn't look like it's fake. But I still know relatively little about this. Lin Shui offered her opinion. The Buddha statue was beautifully modeled. Qin Feng carefully touched the statue. He couldn't see anything famous anyway. It was better to learn the system earlier. Is this Buddha statue real? The odds are 100%. Qin Feng smiles slightly. This Buddha statue is actually like this, then it might as well be bought. It's still more vivid in Foshan. I think it should be real. All kinds of details are well done. Not too much like an imitation. Mr. Qin Feng, if you're so rich, it's not recommended to buy it. Give me 300,000 on the line. You even said it's authentic then. Lin Shui frowned up. Even though Qin Feng said it was genuine, the moment he opened his mouth he actually wanted 300,000. At first he originally thought he wasn't blackmailing people, but now it seems like it again. Isn't the price of 300,000 a bit too high? If you really think this Buddhism is valuable, you can sell it to someone else. It doesn't have to be sold to us, and we don't have the intention of taking the statue. Lin Shui said. Her tone had become a bit icy. Yang Changlin a look of embarrassment. He is also no way. My life is desperate. Qin Feng see his hardship. Contact antiques gambling stone. These industries are not rich. Then it is likely to lose all the money. In front of this person, the look of lost soul can be seen. Although the price is a little high, but Qin Feng is still very happy. After all, this is the authentic, not fake, golden Buddha statue. By the time, even if he sells a 500,000 or 600,000 is not a loss. And to help some of the people in difficulty. Qin Feng didn't know much about these Buddha statues, but it was enough to know if they were worth anything. Mr. Qin Feng, just take it as me begging you to help me. I'm really desperate to think of such a solution. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't say anything, Yang Changlin shook his head up. Forget it, such a thing is still a bit of a pushover. He'd better not be too boring. How about this? Can I give you 20,000 if you want to sell? In fact, Qin Feng may know more about the jadeite line, but this Buddha statue he really doesn't know that well, right? Lin Shui said. Really do not want to Qin Feng do wrongdoer. By this Buddha statue, Yang Changlin his mouth he originally wanted to sell 300,000, now only able to sell 20,000, may have a little difficult to accept it. Lin Shui looked at Qin Feng. This time he did not say anything, did not agree to buy it and did not refuse. Well, I am interested in this Buddha statue, so buy it. What? Don't you think it's expensive? I also feel that the price is a bit unreasonable. Qin Feng shook his head. I think this price is quite reasonable. Remember what I said? It's true. Yang Changlin's eyes widened slightly. He now looked apprehensive and had some expectations. Lin Shui was only willing to spend just 20,000. Why was Qin Feng willing to spend $300,000? If you can now, I'm going to transfer the money to you. How about you give me the stuff and pay with one hand and deliver with the other? Yang Changlin seems to be a bit incredulous. Just now also said don't want it, now suddenly said want it. he feels like in a dream in general. Qin Feng said this Buddha statue is real. Yang Changlin actually do not expect. He took to many places appraisal, and came to the conclusion that it is not worth money, so to be able to 300,000 sold to him, they must have earned. Well, the transfer has been completed. Yang Changlin whole person is very shocked to look at his cell phone, really 300,000 to the account. He became extraordinarily happy, his life in fact quite a wimp. Do anything failed? Antiques and gambling all let him lose his family. Today is not encountered Qin Feng, then he may be more degraded.